Chapter 1 Muffler Return. The Hate of the Sky. Brothers, don't look. People are getting married today. On our such hangers-on, give people to lift high heels are not worthy. That what? My construction site is still short of a bricklayer. Do you want to go over? $300 a day? Outside the Jiangdu railway station, under a huge billboard, stood a youth of about 24 or 25 years old. His eyes stared at the billboard. His eyes were like to spit out fire, only to see, on the billboard, was a stunningly beautiful woman, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, with a smile that only the higher-ups had, and she had an all-seeing eye. Shen Aoxue, 24 years old, the president of Aoxue Group, worth tens of billions of dollars, with a stunning face and a devilish figure, is the dream lover of all men in Jiangdu. It's been 3 years, Shen Aoxue, didn't think I was still alive. Yi Chen's fists gradually clenched. 3 years ago, this stunning woman who made all men move was still his wife. Of course, at that time, Shen Aoxue was not the president of Aoxue Group. She was just a poor woman with both kidneys necrotic and her life about to come to an end. It was an ordinary employee of Aoxue who donated a kidney to her so that she could live. That ordinary employee was Yi Chen. In order to repay Yi Chen, Shen Aoxue married Yi Chen and made Yi Chen the Shen family's son-in-law. Although the two were married, Shen Aoxue had never consummated her marriage with Yi Chen, citing physical discomfort as the reason. But even so, Yi Chen was still at Shen Aoxue's beck and call. His position in the Shen family was not even as good as a dog. What Yi Chen did not expect was, Shen family didn't treat him as a human being. Even so, actually also played up the idea of his other kidney. Half a year after joining the Shen family, Shen Aoxue took him on a trip, and he thought that he had finally touched that iceberg, and that the two of them were finally going to cultivate their relationship. But it turned out that during the trip, Shen Aoxue dug out his second kidney and pushed him off the cliff, then announced to the public that he accidentally lost his footing and fell off the cliff, losing 2 kidneys and falling off the cliff. Yi Chen can be said to be certain death, but the sky is the limit. Yi Chen met a mysterious old man when he was on the verge of death. He replaced a pig kidney for him, and he was able to survive. Later, he worshipped the old man as his teacher, and in the past 3 years, he had already learned the supreme martial arts and the supreme medical skills that the old man had taught him. But he was thinking all the time that he would make that ungrateful snake woman pay. Kid, you really think that the kidney I replaced for you is a pig's kidney? It's a unicorn kidney, 100 times stronger than your original kidney. However, this kind of thing like GA waste, it is indeed too much. Master supports you to take revenge. Remember, when GA her waste, don't use anesthesia. This black card you take, there is no upper limit to the amount. Just brush it. There is also this 100 treasure bag. Haven't you always wanted to know what's inside? No, this is the angel order. With it, you can mobilize the 3,000 beautiful angelic close guards of the angel king Yesa sitting down. They are all super strong and can sweep away everything. The trigger finger of the god of murder is given by the queen of dragons. It has the power to kill first and kill later. The 9 turns golden needle, which can produce flesh and bones from the dead. All of these, I'm giving them to you all together today. Remember, you are the disciple of my killing emperor. After you come down from the mountain, whoever doesn't obey, kill whoever you want to GA whose waste, don't ever dishonor the old man's reputation. Also, you kid is carrying a Kirin kidney, with Kirin blood flowing in your body. If you can't help it, go and find your several beautiful senior sisters. They are all great beauties. When Yi Chen went down the mountain, his master gave him all his treasures, and instructed that after he went down the mountain, he must be the only one who is honorable. Even if the sky collapses, there is a master to hold it for you. Master, your great kindness, the kid will definitely double it in the future. Yi Chen finished kowtowing a few times to the old man with a bang, before turning to leave. 3 years ago, if it wasn't for his master saving him, he would have been gnawed by wild dogs. But Shen Aoxue, with her infinite splendor, became a goddess president worth tens of billions of dollars. Goddess Aoxue is not only beautiful, capable, and kind-hearted. I heard that, for her dead ex-husband, she also kept mourning for 3 years. She is really affectionate and righteous. It is a pity that his ex-husband, actually to death, have not been able to round with Goddess Aoxue. Now that the 3 years have expired, Goddess Aoxue is finally getting married. But unfortunately, the groom is not me. If I can marry such a woman, I am willing to live 50 years less. At this moment, there were quite a few people standing under the billboard, their faces filled with greed as they gazed at the giant beauty poster. Mesmerized, listening to the praises coming from around him, Yi Chen's heart surged with overwhelming hatred, and he couldn't help but coldly grunt, "Goddess president? But it's just a snake and scorpion woman. Kid, who are you? You dare to scold my Aoxue goddess? She is a big philanthropist. just the annual donation, are hundreds of millions. That's right, if you dare to slander Ms. Shen again, believe it or not, I'll get angry with you, the surrounding crowd immediately said with righteous indignation. Just at this time, a woman who was dirty but had a pretty high face value rushed out from the crowd, then hid behind Yi Chen. Big brother save me, I've been kidnapped by them. The woman grabbed Yi Chen's arm and said to Yi Chen with a face full of supplication, Mr. Lin, do you think, can he save you? A playful voice rang out. Brush brush brush. In the next moment, more than 20 people rushed out from the crowd and surrounded the two. I said, I'll give you all as much money as you want. Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes held a look of panic. Mr. Lin, we know you have money, but we come out to hang out. The most important thing is the word righteousness. Go on your way without fear. A big man at the head of the group showed a touch of sinister color in his eyes, and actually pulled out a dagger. Brother, I'm Lin's president Lin Ruoshi. As long as you save me, I'll definitely thank you heavily. Lin Ruoshi's silver teeth bit her lips. Yi Chen was the only straw that saved her life? However, after hearing Lin Ruoshi's words, Yi Chen did not even look at her and left straight away. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruoshi's face surfaced with a color of despair. That's right, there were so many people on the other side. As long as it was a normal person, it would be impossible to get into this mess. Kid, did I let you go? At this time, the big man at the head but blocked Yi Chen's way. Get lost, Yi Chen said expressionlessly. Kid, you should have deserved to die for insulting my Aoxue goddess, and now that you know our secret, it's even more impossible to let you leave, the big man said hideously. Snap. However, just as the big man finished his words, his body flew out and fell heavily on the ground. Brothers, together, get him for me. The big man spat out a large mouthful of blood and drank to his minions. In the next moment, more than 20 people, all of them took out their weapons and rushed towards Yi Chen. Obviously, these people, all of them, were all blade-tipped lickers of blood. All of them carried human lives on their backs, and at the drop of a hat, they were going to kill someone. However, Yi Chen raised his foot and kicked the chest of the person at the front. That person's chest immediately collapsed, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. He flew out for more than 10 meters before smashing heavily on the ground, and was already dead or alive. Boom boom boom. In just a few seconds, more than 20 people, all fell in a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruoshi was completely stunned. Is this still human? Even acting in a movie wouldn't dare to act like this. Knowing that she had met a high-level person, she was about to thank Yi Chen, but Yi Chen had already left in stride. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly chased after him. You saved me. I can fulfill one condition, Lin Ruoshi said to Yi Chen. No need. Yi Chen coldly said. No, I, Lin Ruoshi, am true to my word. Follow me again and I'll kill you. Yi Chen's gaze sank. Lin Ruoshi was startled, not daring to move forward again. She could see that the other party was serious, not joking with her. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Although she, Lin Ruoshi, had fallen on hard times, she was, after all, the president of Lin Clan, and her face value was also at the peak level. To actually be ignored like this, but she didn't dare to follow up, afraid of actually being killed. It must be that her current appearance was too wretched. When sister I take a shower and change my clothes, I won't be able to charm you, Lin Ruoshi muttered to herself, then quickly called a car and left. Yi Chen, on the other hand, headed towards the Imperial Palace Hotel. It was time to settle the score from 3 years ago. Chapter 2, Making a Mess of the Wedding. Empire Hotel is the highest specification hotel in Jiangdu. At this time, has long been full of guests. Nothing else, just because today Shen Aoxue will hold her wedding here. Shen Aoxue's white wedding dress, together with her stunning face and hot body, made everyone present stunned. Especially the men were eager to replace the groom. However, the man who could become Shen Aoxue's man was obviously not an idle one either. The groom's name was Su Tiancheng, a son of the Su family, which was several times stronger than even the Shen family. Although Shen Aoxue had been married before, she was simply too beautiful to look at. Plus, Shen Aoxue guaranteed that she definitely hadn't let Yi Chen touch her. That was why Su Tiancheng was willing to marry her. The ceremony is complete. Now, the groom can kiss the bride. The MC's voice rang out. Su Tiancheng immediately kissed towards the stunning beauty in front of him. Shen Aoxue also cooperated and closed her eyes with a happy expression on her face. Shen Aoxue, you are not a goddess at all. You are nothing but a hypocritical villain. Chen donated a kidney to you and saved your life, and you actually returned the favor and killed him. However, right at this moment, an untimely voice rang out. The one who spoke was a woman who was blind in both eyes, leaning on her crutches with an angry expression on her face. Brush. The moment the woman's words left her mouth, everyone's gazes looked over. Seeing the woman, Shen Aoxue's pretty face instantly surfaced with a shade of coldness. Dead blind man, what are you babbling about? Shen Aoxue's father, Shen Wanhua, scolded with an ugly face. If you guys don't believe me, you can check if she has 2 kidneys in her body. Xiao Chen is not missing at all, but was killed by her. The woman continued. Everyone was in an uproar. It should be known that Shen Aoxue had kept mourning for her ex-husband for 3 years, and only married after 3 years. In everyone's eyes, she was a woman who was sentimental and valued her feelings. But now, someone actually said that Shen Aoxue had killed Yi Chen for his other kidney. Ning Xin. If you talk any more nonsense, believe it or not, I'll pull out your tongue, Shen Aoxue said in a cold tone. Of course I believe it. 3 years ago, you let someone blind my eyes. What else is there that you, Miss Shen, can't do? Shen Aoxue, if I dare to come here today, I don't intend to leave alive. I'll make sure that everyone knows that ugly face of yours. This woman who suddenly appeared was named Ning Xin, a colleague of Yi Chen's in Aoxue group. One time when Ning Xin was returning home from work, she was bullied by a gangster, and it was Yi Chen who fought to the death to save her. That day, Yi Chen was beaten and covered in blood, but he protected Ning Xin behind him to the death, and only in the end, when the punks were tired of fighting, did they leave. Since then, the relationship between the two has become closer. Especially Ning Xin is even more secretly in love with Yi Chen. Only, at that time Yi Chen eyes only Shen Aoxue one. After all, Shen Aoxue, but Aoxue group, all men's hearts in the goddess. Later, Yi Chen actually donated his kidney to Shen Aoxue, but also into the Shen family. Ning Xin can only this feeling, buried deep in the heart. 3 years ago, before Yi Chen was killed, he used his last strength to send a text message to Ning Xin. The content of the text message is only 3 words: Shen Aoxue. Ning Xin received Yi Chen's text message, naturally confused, wanted to call Yi Chen back, but found that Yi Chen's phone had been turned off. Not long after, she got the news that Yi Chen was killed on his way to travel with Shen Aoxue, lost his footing and fell down the cliff, and even his body was not found. In her grief, Ning Xin remembered that Yi Chen sent her that text message. Could it be that Yi Chen did not lose his footing and fall off the cliff? Rather, Shen Aoxue killed him? Right. Although Yi Chen donated a kidney to Shen Aoxue, but 1 kidney just can let Shen Aoxue live. Only get 2 kidneys, can fully live like a normal person. Shen Aoxue must have been eyeing Yi Chen's other kidney. Ning Xin quickly guessed the truth of the matter, but she was only an ordinary employee of Aoxue Group. Even if she said it, no one would believe her, so she began to quietly investigate, even to steal Shen Aoxue's medical report. Physical examination report she was stolen, but unfortunately, she just got her hands on it, and before she had time to look at it, she was caught by Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue directly let people blind her eyes. Blind, job loss. She can no longer for the man who saved her, the man she quietly loved justice. Today, Shen Aoxue got married, and, moreover, was praised as a woman with love and justice. Ning Xin hated in her heart. She knew that there was no hope for revenge, but even if she couldn't take revenge, she still wanted to discuss Shen Aoxue on her most important day. So, she snuck out of her house and let a kind passerby bring her to Shen Aoxue's wedding. Aoxue, what the hell is going on? Su Tancheng naturally did not believe Ning Xion's words, but he still opened his mouth to ask. After all, he was going to marry Shen Aoxue soon, and he didn't want to marry a ruthless woman. Brother Tian, don't listen to her nonsense. This woman likes Yi Chen, but Yi Chen married me, so she harbors a grudge and wants to deliberately smear me. Shen Aoxue gritted her teeth and said. After Shen Aoxue finished speaking, she made a wink to her bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately walked over and grabbed Ning Xian. Ha ha, Su Tancheng, Shen Aoxue, she's a snake and scorpion woman. If you marry her, be careful when you sleep at night. Maybe, the next day when you get up, your waist will be gone. Ning Xian's face was covered in tears, but she was laughing. Shen Aoxue looked at Ning Xian with a deadly gaze. Her petite body trembled with anger. She was indeed disgusted. Had she known that this woman would come to her wedding to make trouble, she should have gotten her killed 3 years ago. However, it wasn't too late now. President Shen, what to do with her? The bodyguard looked towards Shen Aoxue. Although, at this moment, Shen Aoxue couldn't wait to kill Ning Xian by 1,000 cuts. She didn't say anything. After all, her persona was that of a kind, affectionate and righteous woman. This woman actually dares to slander my family. Aoxue, pull out her tongue for me. Let's see if she still dares to talk nonsense. Shen Aoxue's father, Shen Wanhua, opened his mouth and said immediately. He knew that at this time, he should be the one to be the villain. The bodyguard immediately pinched Ning Xian's chin, making her mouth involuntarily open. Then, it was about to pull out her tongue. This was the Shen family. Ruthless and merciless. Bitch, dare to spoil my good deed. I'll find a few beggars to take your turn in a while. Shen Aoxue's seemingly stunningly beautiful face carried a cruel expression. She even dared to kill her husband, let alone a blind man. Xiao Chen, sister has come to accompany you. Ning Xin closed her eyes, her expression calm. She knew that she was dead today, but the 3 years she had been alive were also worse than death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Shen Aoxue's wedding. If she died, perhaps, she would be able to see Yi Chen again. You seek death. However, just at this time, an extremely angry voice resounded throughout the entire hotel. Chapter 3, I'll let you have it if you like second-hand goods. Yi Chen walked in towards the hotel step by step. As he entered, everyone felt a piercing chill. He had actually been here for a while. Only, he didn't expect Ning Xin to actually stand up for him. He had thought that no one in this Jiangdu city would remember him anymore. A text message from him had actually caused Ning Xin so much misery. It had to be said that Ning Xin was actually also very beautiful, a year older than Yi Chen, and also a little earlier than Yi Chen into the company. She took great care of Yi Chen, especially after being saved by Yi Chen. She would buy a breakfast every day and put it on Yi Chen's table. When Yi Chen couldn't finish his work, Ning Xin would also help with it. It could be said that in Ning Xin's eyes, it was full of Yi Chen. Only, at that time, Yi Chen only had Shen Aoxue in his eyes, and neglected this woman who really loved him. Damn, Shen Aoxue actually blinded Sister Xin's eyes. If today is not I came back, Sister Xin will definitely suffer inhuman torture, and even can't leave here alive. Yi Chen's eyes were cold to the core. Who is he? He is Yi Chen. But didn't he fall off a cliff and die 3 years ago? Some people recognized Yi Chen. After all, 3 years ago, Yi Chen was more or less a celebrity, and had actually donated his kidney in order to join a wealthy family. Yi Chen? This is interesting. If anything, Ning Xin's appearance was just a small hiccup that wouldn't change anything, but Yi Chen's appearance was definitely a heavyweight bomb. Seeing Yi Chen, a look of disbelief immediately surfaced in Shen Aoxue's eyes, because she had personally pushed Yi Chen off the 10,000 feet deep abyss, and her body was not even found. Moreover, even if Yi Chen hadn't been dropped to death, both of his kidneys were gone. How could he still be alive? Ning Xin turned her head to look in Yi Chen's direction. Her eyes were empty, but a pretty face carried the color of ecstasy. Little Chen, is it you? It's me, Sister Xin. I'm back. Yi Chen nodded heavily, looking at Ning Xin's empty eyes. His heart was filled with guilt and, at the same time, killing intent. He swore that he would not let this woman suffer a single bit of harm again. Xiao Chen, you really came back. That's great. Tears slid down Ning Xin's cheeks. Let go of Sister Xin. I'll spare you from death. Yi Chen coldly said to the 2 bodyguards who were holding Ning Xin. What kind of thing are you? 3 years ago, you were nothing more than a dog of the Shen family, and you deserve to give us orders? However, those 2 bodyguards, who were Shen family bodyguards 3 years ago, naturally recognized Yi Chen and immediately said with a disdainful face, they hadn't put Yi Chen in their eyes before, and even less so now. However, their words had just finished. Yi Chen appeared in front of them. Click 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 click. Yi Chen directly snapped the necks of these 2 bodyguards who were bullying others, then threw them on the ground like dead dogs. Then his gaze swept towards Shen Aoxue and said evilly, Grand President Shen, it's your turn now. Being swept by Yi Chen's gaze, Shen Aoxue subconsciously took a step back with a touch of panic on her pretty face. Su Tiancheng, on the other hand, frowned slightly as he said in a deep voice, Yi Chen, for the sake of you donating a kidney to Aoxue, if you leave now, I can leave you alone. Little Chen, it's good that you're fine. Let's go. Ning Xin seemed to sense the saber rattling at the scene and tugged on Yi Chen's coat corner. She did not see Yi Chen kill the 2 bodyguards, and she was afraid that Shen Aoxue would be unfavorable to Yi Chen. Of course Yi Chen would not go. He looked at Su Tiancheng with disdain and said, competing with me, are you worthy? Since you're so ungrateful, it's just as well. I'm going to dig out your kidney and give it to Aoxue, so Aoxue will have 2 kidneys. Su Tiancheng smiled evilly. Although Shen Aoxue had 1 kidney, but with only 1 kidney, there was no way to live like a normal woman. One even had to be careful when doing that kind of thing. Originally, Su Tiancheng was still agonizing about not being able to output to his heart's content after marriage. Yi Chen's appearance was like a doze meeting a pillow. With a wave of Su Tiancheng's hand, a dozen of strong bodyguards immediately surrounded Yi Chen. At this time, Shen Aoxue also came back to her senses. She narrowed her eyes and said to Yi Chen, you donated your kidney to me. I'm very grateful to you, and I've been mourning for you for 3 years. Now, I'm already Brother Tian's wife. Only blame you for coming back too late. Like this, you drink a cup of wedding wine, and then leave, and I'll beg Brother Tian to let you off the hook. Of course Shen Aoxue wouldn't let Yi Chen go. She just didn't want Yi Chen to destroy the persona she had set up. As long as Yi Chen left this hotel, she would immediately send someone to finish Yi Chen off. By the way, let's see how Yi Chen survived. Could it be he also got a kidney source? Then don't blame her, Shen Aoxue, for being cruel. After all, both she and Yi Chen were extremely rare blood types, and it was 100 times and 1,000 times harder to match successfully than ordinary people. How can that be? My wife is so beautiful. How can I give it up to someone else? Yi Chen had a weird smile on his face. Yi Chen, watch what you say. I'm not your wife anymore. Shen Aoxue frowned. Yi Chen, you don't even look at your appearance. Are you worthy of being Aoxue's husband? Only a man like me, Su Tiancheng, is worthy of such a woman, Su Tiancheng said with a pretense of arrogance. Originally, it was a loss of honor for him to take over a second-hand woman. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Aoxue was really too beautiful and hadn't consummated her marriage with Yi Chen, he, Duke Su, would never have married her. Yi Chen's appearance did disgust him. Since you are so anxious to marry a second-hand goods, I'll let you have it. But although I didn't consummate with Shen Aoxue, but her body, I've seen it all. It's just like that. The body is far worse than Sister Xin. Yi Chen indifferently goated his shoulders and said, You. Yi Chen's words almost didn't make Su Tiancheng angry and spit out blood. In fact, he had already been mentally prepared. After all, Yi Chen and Shen Aoxue lived under the same roof. It was impossible that there was nothing at all. The ones who came today were either his relatives, or people of honor in Jiangdu. Yi Chen's words were simply exasperating. Hearing Yi Chen say that Shen Aoxue was his wife, Ning Xian was still slightly uncomfortable in her heart and thought that Yi Chen wanted to rekindle his old feelings with Shen Aoxue. Brother Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. I have never taken off my clothes in front of him, Shen Aoxue said with an ugly face. Oh really? Then how did I know about the hemorrhoid on your left breast and the birthmark on your ass? Yi Chen laughed evilly. Shen Aoxue didn't know how to retort, because what Yi Chen said was true. She also didn't know how Yi Chen knew. Brother Tian, I didn't show it to him. Maybe he peeked at it. He's a loser. How could I let him see my body? Shen Aoxue hurriedly explained to Su Tiancheng. At this moment, Su Tiancheng's face was so ugly that it was about to drip water. He roared with a face full of scorn. So what if you've seen it? I've even played with it. Do you think Aoxue has been holding a wake for you for the past 3 years? To tell you the truth, Aoxue and we don't even know how many times we've come to your wake. Shen Aoxue didn't expect Su Tiancheng to actually say this out. Her face flushed red, but at this time, there was no way back. She actually concurred. That's right, Yi Chen, I've long been Brother Tian's woman. Blame you for not being useful. Hearing Shen Aoxue's words, Yi Chen smiled. He had donated his kidney to save Shen Aoxue, and Shen Aoxue actually resented him for being useless in turn. Yi Chen, don't blame me for being cruel. Just blame you for not having that life. Do it. Shen Aoxue gave orders to her bodyguards. A dozen of bodyguards immediately rushed over towards the two. Chapter 4, Killing a Cinnabar-level martial artist in seconds. Sister Xin, you sit and rest for a while. Yi Chen didn't even look at the aggressive bodyguards, holding Ning Xian's hand and guiding him to a seat to sit down, saying gently, Little Chen, why don't we just leave? Ning Xian's pretty face was covered with worry. She knew Shen Aoxue's cruel methods too well. Seeing this scene, both Shen Aoxue and Su Tiancheng were incomparably angry, because what Yi Chen had made Ning Xian sit was exactly where their parents were going to sit in a while. At this time, the bodyguards also killed them. Yi Chen directly greeted them. Boom! He kicked a bodyguard in the chest, and that bodyguard immediately flew backward a dozen meters, knocking over a large pile of tables, chairs and benches. Boom boom boom. With every strike Yi Chen made, there was bound to be a bodyguard who flew out, spitting blood from his mouth, never able to get up again. All bodyguards, come here, Su Tiancheng shouted when he saw this. In an instant, all the bodyguards present rushed over. There were almost 40 to 50 of them. However, Yi Chen was like a tiger coming out of its cage. With a palm blade, he shattered one person's throat. A fist then collapsed a person's chest. With a kick, he sent a person flying more than 10 meters. In just a few moments, dozens of bodyguards all spat blood and fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. After putting down all the bodyguards, Yi Chen walked step by step towards Shen Aoxue, who was already frozen in fear. Shen Aoxue looked at the familiar face in front of her, but at this moment, she felt a little scared. 3 years ago, Yi Chen was nothing but her licking dog. She called and waved her away. She was letting Yi Chen drink her foot washing water. Yi Chen did not dare to refuse. But now, this man was like a god of killing, instantly killing dozens of bodyguards. So you've become a martial artist, but it's not your turn to be reckless here. Right at this moment, a cold cry rang out. Then a middle-aged man walked out from the group. It was the martial artist that the Shen family had been offering for many years, Hong Tao. I heard that Hong Tao was a peak Chen-ranked martial artist. The strength of ordinary martial artists, from high to low, was categorized into 4 levels: Sun, Moon, Star, and Ian. An Ian-ranked martial artist. Although it was the lowest-ranked martial artist, even the lowest-ranked martial artist was several times stronger than an ordinary person. It was completely possible for one to fight dozens of them. Yi Chen was able to dry out 50 bodyguards and was, obviously, a martial artist. Mr. Hong, over to you. Shen Aoxue narrowed her eyes and said, "Kid, although you got a strange encounter and became a martial artist, but just because you became a martial artist, you can't do whatever you want. Since you were lucky enough to survive, you shouldn't have come back," Hong Tao said with his hands behind his back and a look of disdain. Yi Chen looked at the man in front of him, and a touch of hatred surfaced in his eyes, because he clearly remembered that it was Hong Tao who had sneak attacked him 3 years ago, knocked him out, and then, when his consciousness was blurred, dug out his kidney. With Hong Tao around, this kid is dead. It's a pity that he didn't get to have sex with Goddess Aoxue until he died. Everyone looked at Yi Chen as if they were watching a joke. They were still satisfied with this melon today. Die. Hong Tao's eyes were filled with scorn. And then, he rushed towards Yi Chen. His 5 fingers became claws and grabbed Yi Chen's head, wanting to kill him with one blow. Boom! There was a loud bang. Then Hong Tao's body flew out. It ruthlessly hit the pillars of the hall and then fell down, only to see Hong Tao's chest. The whole thing collapsed, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. Quickly go and invite my master. Hong Tao uttered these words with difficulty. Then, he drank his hatred northwest. How could he not expect that Yi Chen, who had disappeared for 3 years, would be strong to this extent? He even killed Hong Tao. How is it possible? Hong Tao is a peak Ian-level martial artist. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Even if he can kill Hong Tao, so what? It is said that Hong Tao's master is a moon-ranked martial artist. He's in big trouble. No need for Hong Tao's master. I'll kill him. At this time, a man with a dignified appearance walked out. The aura, it was much stronger than Hong Tao. Star-level martial artist. The crowd let out a gasp. It was Chen Cohen, a martial artist that the Su family had provided. A star-ranked martial artist could be a lot stronger than an Ian-ranked martial artist. In order to hire such a martial artist to shelter the Su family, the Su family had to spend tens of millions of dollars every year. Wait! Just as the Su family's martial artist was about to make a move, a delicate cry rang out. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see a stunning face come into view. Lin Ruoshi, what's the matter with you? Su Tiancheng frowned as he looked at Lin Ruoshi, wondering what Lin Ruoshi wanted. Su Tiancheng, give me face. Let's forget this matter. Lin Ruoshi opened her mouth. Her voice was like an aureole, so beautiful. After saying that, she ran to Yi Chen, blinked her big beautiful eyes towards him and said, "Hi, we meet again. Do I know you?" However, Yi Chen just casually glanced at Lin Ruoshi and said nonchalantly, "Train station. You saved me, have you forgotten?" "Oh, I was too dirty back then. It's normal that you didn't recognize me." Lin Ruoshi brought her stunning face in front of Yi Chen and said with a smile. At this time, Lin Ruoshi had already taken a bath, changed into a black OL uniform, a pair of long legs covered with black stockings, matched with its divine face value, almost not losing to Shen Aoxue, who was invited to attend Shen Aoxue's wedding. Humph, man, take a good look at this girl. You didn't even look at me squarely then. Now you're shocked, stunned, and regret it. However, Yi Chen still didn't even take a proper look at Lin Ruoshi. Indifferently said, "Get out of the way. Hey, why are you like this? I'm here to help you." Lin Ruoshi rose her small mouth and said with a dissatisfied face, "I don't need you to help." Yi Chen coldly said, "Lin Ruoshi, you can't control this matter today. Yi Chen killed so many of my people and humiliated me in public. How the hell do you want me to let it go? His kidney, I'm going to settle for it." Su Tiancheng said with a grim expression. "Uncle Wang, what are your chances of winning against Kuan Chen?" Lin Ruoshi looked at the middle-aged man following her and asked. Chen Kuan was the Lin family's martial arts provider. 50-50, the middle-aged man replied. "Yi Chen, I'll have Uncle Wang stop Chen Kuan. You take your little girlfriend and run," Lin Ruoshi said to Yi Chen. "I said no need." Yi Chen frowned. This woman, she was really self-righteous. "Your word doesn't count. Uncle Wang is in your hands." Lin Ruoshi, however, said in a domineering manner. Wang Fu immediately blocked in front of Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, Chen Kuan snorted coldly, then attacked towards Wang Fu. Wang Fu had thought that he and Chen Kuan were both at the star-level beginner's stage, so they should be able to fight to a draw. But he didn't expect that in just 3 moves, he would be sent flying. Wang Fu didn't expect it. "I'm now a star-rank intermediate stage martial artist," Chen Kuan sneered. Chapter 5 What will he say if he can't take me? You actually broke through. Wang Fu sighed and said to Lin Ruoshi, Miss, I'm useless. I'm not Chen Kuan's opponent. Yi Chen, I've tried my best. Settle it yourself. Lin Ruoshi shrugged helplessly. Kid, it's your turn, Chen Kuan said to Yi Chen with a proud face. However, his words hadn't even finished. Yi Chen appeared in front of him. With a slap, he sent him flying. Noisy. Seeing this scene, the crowd was once again stunned. Yi Chen had actually slapped a star intermediate grade martial artist away. Miss, did you already know that he could handle it? Wang Fu looked at Lin Ruoshi beside him with a surprised expression. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. She knew that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person, but Chen Kuan was not a generalized person either. The reason why she did this was of course to repay Yi Chen for saving her. She didn't want to owe Yi Chen a favor. Even the Su clan's provider had been destroyed by Yi Chen. There was no one present who could stop Yi Chen anymore. Looking at the killing intent Yi Chen, Shen Aoxue was finally scared. Yi Chen, I'm wrong. I'm the one who's sorry. I'm your wife. You can't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll treat you well in the future. Haven't you always wanted to sleep with me? I will let you sleep today, Shen Aoxue said with a trembling body. At this moment, in order to survive, she could no longer pretend anymore and actually said such shameless words. Shen Aoxue's words made Su Tiancheng angry as if he wanted to spit out fire. I did not expect Shen Aoxue this. In order to live. Actually this kind of words are said out. Yi Chen's expression once again became playful. He looked at Shen Aoxue with a smile and said, What you said is true. Really? Yi Chen, don't kill me. I am now worth $10 billion. I can give you as much money as you want. If you want to sleep with me, there are guest rooms upstairs. We can go up now, Shen Aoxue hurriedly said. Shen Aoxue. Su Tiancheng was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Kid, you dare to kill people in Jiangdu. Is there any king's law in your eyes? Just at this time an angry cry rang out of thin air. The next moment, a man in armor walked into the hall. Behind him, there were hundreds of people also wearing armor. Jiangbei army. Seeing that the Jiangbei army had come, a touch of ecstasy appeared on Shen Aoxue's face. Hurry up and say, Captain Hao Feng, quick, catch this murderous devil. He wants to kill me. You quickly kill him. Jiangbei army Captain Hao Feng was a very powerful martial artist. Under his hands, he possessed thousands of warriors, and was a representative of the supreme kingship. The key was that they had the power to legally use hot weapons. For a moment, countless black holes of gun muzzles were aimed at Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen was a martial artist, in the face of so many well-trained warriors and the added power of hot weapons, it was absolutely difficult to escape death. However, Yi Chen didn't even look at Zhang Beijun. He said to Shen Aoxue with a playful expression, Shen Aoxue, your face has really become faster than turning a book. Just now you said that you would give me money and sleep with me, but now you are going to let someone kill me? Humph, Yi Chen, even if I let you sleep, do you have that ability to sleep with me? I'm just trying to stall for time. In my heart, there's only brother Tian, Shen Aoxue said with a haughty face. Su Tiancheng's expression was a bit unnatural, but he couldn't say anything at this time. Shen Aoxue, aren't you afraid that they won't be able to take me? Yi Chen had a charming smile on his face. Shen Aoxue couldn't help but swallow her saliva at the words. However, when she looked at the hundreds of Jiangbei army who were armed with hot weapons, she was instantly energized. In a cold voice, she said, Yi Chen, don't think that no one can control you after learning martial arts for a few days. Yi Chen glanced at Hao Feng and said, he really can't control me. Kid, in front of the Jiangbei army, how dare you go wild? Take him down, Hao Feng said with an angry face. However, just as he finished his words, a black thing suddenly smashed into his face. He was about to order his men to beat Yi Chen into a sieve, but when he saw clearly what the black thing was, his eyes instantly went round. The God-killing trigger finger. The queen's hand-picked God-killing trigger finger. Having the God-killing trigger finger was the same as having the supreme power to kill first and then kill later. Who the hell is this person? He actually possesses the God-killer trigger. However, no matter who it was definitely not something he could mess with. In the next moment, Hao Feng directly led the people away in ashes. Captain Hao Feng, why did you leave? You still haven't arrested this murdering maniac. Seeing this scene, Shen Aoxue, with a flustered face, had absolutely no idea what had happened. Shen Aoxue, what do you say now? Yi Chen's expression became even more playful. How could Shen Aoxue not expect that even Jiangbei army did not dare to care about Yi Chen? You, what do you want to do? Shen Aoxue didn't know what to do. She couldn't beg Yi Chen again, right? Even if she didn't want to be shameless, Yi Chen couldn't possibly believe her again. What's more, if that was done, if Yi Chen didn't kill her, Su Tiancheng would have to kill her. She could only look towards Su Tiancheng for help. Brother Tian, save me, I don't want to die. Su Tiancheng also panicked a batch at this time, but still hardened his heart. Kid, although you defeated Chen Koan, but my Su family is not something you can mess with. Snap. Su Tiancheng flew out directly. A clear fingerprint appeared on his face. In the presence, not a single person dared to step forward again. Shen Aoxue, do you know what I wanted to do the most when I woke up every day for these 3 years? Yi Chen took large steps towards Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue was so scared that she fell backwards. Luckily, she was held up by someone. Just when she wanted to say thank you, she realized that the one holding her up was no one else. It was clearly Yi Chen. Shen Aoxue's entire body tensed up. In the past, she hated Yi Chen touching her body, because she felt that Yi Chen was just an ordinary wage earner. If he didn't have a good kidney, what qualification did he have to be her Shen Aoxue's man? Even as a nominal man, Yi Chen was not worthy. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes that were filled with killing intent, she knew that she was finished. Yi Chen, don't kill me. Take me to the hospital. I'll give you back your kidney. Okay, Shen Aoxue begged. Yi Chen felt Shen Aoxue's trembling. Once for this body, if he wanted to look at it, he could only look at it secretly. But now, it was held in his arms in such a reckless manner. But, at this moment, there was only hatred in his heart. Poof! Yi Chen's hand directly plunged into Shen Aoxue's abdomen, and little by little, he ripped out the kidney that belonged to him. From its body, blood snapped and fell on the ground. A moment later, Shen Aoxue's kidney was pinched in Yi Chen's hand. Bloody, it looked, oozing. Take you to the hospital? I'm sorry, I promised my master that when I dig up your kidney, I will definitely not give you anesthetic. Just as 3 years ago, when you dug my kidney, you didn't give me anesthetic either. Yi Chen's expression was cold to the core. Chapter 6, why don't you just stay out of here? Aha! Looking at the bright red kidney in Yi Chen's hand, Shen Aoxue let out a horrible scream, not knowing whether it was because of the pain or being scared. But, Yi Chen did not stop, and with a poof, he plunged his hand into the other side of Shen Aoxue's abdomen again, wanting to take out the other kidney, as well. But, to Yi Chen's surprise, the other side of Shen Aoxue's abdomen was empty. There was no kidney. Why was there no second kidney in Shen Aoxue's body? Could it be that it was not surviving? After all, organ transplants, too, could not be 100% successful. Perhaps this is retribution. Shen Aoxue, for his second kidney, went to great lengths to personally kill her husband, but did not expect that the transplant had failed. And what Yi Chen does not know is, Shen Aoxue's body does not have a second kidney, not because of the transplant failure. That kidney, not at all transplanted to Shen Aoxue, but transplanted to 100 times stronger than the Shen family, thousands of times the big man. With the help of that great man, the Shen family, in order to soar, Shen Aoxue directly fainted and fell softly to the ground. Originally, after digging up Shen Aoxue's kidney, the revenge would have been avenged, but Shen Aoxue actually blinded Ning Xian's eyes. This revenge, too, must be avenged. Yi Chen flung his hand, and 2 silver needles flew out, directly stabbing Shen Aoxue's eyes blind. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They thought to themselves, this kid, he is also too ruthless, right? Looking at Shen Aoxue, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, Yi Chen did not go to make up for it. With both kidneys gone, Shen Aoxue was definitely dead. But if treated in time, she might still be able to live for a while. But this period of time would only make her taste despair and pain. After all, her blood type was very special and it was extremely difficult to find a match. Otherwise she wouldn't have had to ask for Yi Chen's kidneys. Sister Xin, let's go. Yi Chen held Ning Xin and took big strides. He's Mr. Shen's ex-husband? That's too vicious, isn't it? Ms. Shen kept mourning for him for 3 years before marrying, yet he directly removed Ms. Shen's kidney. Could it be that the woman called Ning Xin is telling the truth? The guests murmured. Schwerer. It wasn't until Yi Chen left that Chen Wanhua reacted and let out a pained cry. How could he not expect that a happy event would turn into a funeral? Quickly, send Schwerer to the hospital, and order that no one is allowed to spread the word about what happened today. Otherwise, you are going against the Shen family and the Su family. Su Tiancheng said with a face full of shade. What happened today, whether it was to the Shen family or the Su family, was a great insult, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. And the people who attended the wedding banquet of the two, basically their strength was inferior to the 2 families, or equal to the 2 families. So naturally, they were not willing to offend the Shen and Su families. Therefore, no one dared to spread the word. Yi Chen, I want you to die. Su Tiancheng's fists clenched. Jiangdu Hospital. After resuscitation, Shen Aoxue was temporarily out of the danger of life and woke up. However, she did not have a kidney and could only rely on machines to maintain her life. At this time Shen Aoxue, eyes wrapped in gauze, face no longer have the certainty and self-confidence of the superior. There is only pain and despair. As if in an instant, it was back to 3 years ago, when both of her kidneys were necrotic, but she was slow to find a kidney source. No, it was even worse than that time, when she was at least able to see. Schwerer, don't worry, I've already informed Hong Tao's master. He will definitely help you get your kidneys back, Shen Aoxue said. Aoxue, I also told my brother about what happened. My brother promised to come back right away. When my brother comes, he will die for sure, Su Tiancheng also said. Hearing Su Tiancheng's words, Shen Aoxue's face finally surfaced a color of hope. She knew that Su Tiancheng's brother, Su Tianyu, had worshipped under a war god and had become the war god's favored disciple. As long as Su Tiancheng's brother came back, Yi Chen, even if he was more powerful, it would be hard for him to escape death. Brother Tian, when the time comes, let me personally dig out his kidney, Shen Aoxue said with a face full of grimace. What did you say? Shen Aoxue went to Shen Aoxue's wedding? Didn't I say for you to keep an eye on her? In the Ning family's rented house, Ning Aoxue's mother, Chen Xiu, looked at her husband, Ning Fugue, with a face full of worry. The young couple is a decent person, both have a job, and her daughter Ning Aoxue also works in a large company, and the days are quite good. But unexpectedly, 3 years ago, his own daughter, in order to help Yi Chen, by Shen Aoxue, blinded. All of a sudden, everything changed. Shen Aoxue not only let someone blind Ning Aoxue's eyes, but also made the young couple lose their jobs. Before she was blinded, Ning Aoxue had an endless stream of suitors, but after Ning Aoxue was blinded, none of those suitors were left. Although Ning Aoxue was beautiful, no one was willing to marry a blind man. In order to cure Ning Aoxue's eyes, the two of them spent all their savings and even sold their only house, but still failed to cure Ning Aoxue, and ended up with a debt. Now they can only pick up garbage for a living. The days are hard, because of the fear of the Shen family, and also afraid that their daughter will not be able to think again. So the old couple will let a person watch over Ning Aoxue every day. But today, Ning Aoxue still sneaked out and made a scene at Shen Aoxue's wedding. Last time, Ning Aoxue was blinded. This time, God knows what Shen Aoxue would do to Ning Aoxue. The old couple was anxious and didn't know what to do. Why don't we go and beg the old man? He's Shen Aoxue's grandfather. He can't just see him die, Chen Xiu anxiously said. Ning Fugue, however, said with a sad face, if he is willing to help, we wouldn't have to live such a miserable life. Have you forgotten how he expelled us from the family 3 years ago? In the face of the Shen family, the old master is also afraid. Then what to do? No matter, even if we put our lives on the line, we have to save Shen Aoxue. The two were about to go out immediately. At this time, the doorbell was ringing. Opening the door, what stood at the entrance was Ning Aoxue, and beside Ning Aoxue, there was also a man standing. Shen Aoxue, you're fine, great. Chen Xiu hugged Ning Aoxue, tears streaming from her eyes. This one is? Ning Fugue saw Yi Chen, but he didn't recognize him and asked with a frown. I'm Yi Chen, a former colleague of Sister Aoxue. Yi Chen replied. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the old couple both shuddered. Although they didn't know Yi Chen, it was thanks to him that Ning Aoxue would end up in this situation. You, aren't you dead, Uncle Ning? This is a long story. I'll tell you later. Yi Chen looked at the dilapidated and narrow rented house. His heart was very unfavorable. He remembered that Ning Aoxue used to have a big house. Shen Aoxue, I'll help you in, Chen Xiu said, about to help Ning Aoxue into the house. Yi Chen, on the other hand, followed behind. However, he was stopped by Ning Fugue. You shouldn't come in, right? Ning Fugue said in a cold tone. Chapter 7 Supreme Black Card. Dad, what are you doing? Let Yi Chen come in. Ning Aoxue frowned. Yi Chen, don't you think you've victimized our family enough? Ning Fugue, however, glared at Yi Chen and said, don't worry uncle. After today, I will make Sister Aoxue the happiest woman in this world and won't let anyone bully her. Yi Chen said, who are you to make Shen Aoxue happy? Will you be able to take revenge for Shen Aoxue? Or will you be able to make Shen Aoxue's eyes better? Ning Fugue laughed coldly. Yi Chen was nothing more than a door-to-door son-in-law, and in order to be this door-to-door son-in-law, he even donated his kidney. It was well known that a man with a missing kidney, although he could still live, but certain abilities, would definitely be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it was just a good look but not a good use. Although Ning Aoxue was blind, Ning Fugue didn't want Ning Aoxue to be widowed. As for avenging Ning Aoxue's death, it was even more impossible. The current Shen Aoxue, pinching Yi Chen, pinching the Ning family, is as simple as pinching an ant. 3 years ago, the Shen family had made the old man fearful, and directly expelled Ning Fugue's family from the house. I can. However, Yi Chen was decisive. I will cure Sister Aoxue's eyes, as well as the Shen family, as long as you send a word. Uncle, I can make the Shen family into anything you want. He, I want the Shen family to be destroyed. Can you do that? Ning Fuguei mockingly shook his head, his eyes filled with sadness. It was important to know that the previous Ning family, although it was only a third-rate family, had made a name for itself in Jiangdu by operating a pharmaceutical company. But the changes 3 years ago, let Ning Fuguei family of 3, fell into the abyss. In front of the behemoth that is the Shen family, Elder Ning directly chose to set aside his relationship with it. Ning Fuguei was originally a senior executive of the family company. After being expelled from the family, instantly no source of income, 3 years, in order to cure Ning Xian's eyes, but also exhausted the family property. Even the house was sold, and finally can only rely on picking up garbage for a living. But the most painful thing for him was his daughter's blindness, which could not be exchanged for any amount of money. Therefore, the hatred towards the Shen family was not less than the hatred towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, if you are really good for Xiaoxin, stay away from her. It's not in vain for Xiaoxin to love you, Chen Xiao said with tears. Dad, Mom, shut up. Ning Xian still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ning Fuguei. Yi Chen looked at the old couple who looked indifferent. Even with hatred, he did not say anything more. He knew that right now, it was useless for him to say anything. He took out the black card that his master had given him. Uncle and auntie, this is my bank card. There is no password. If you need money, you can go and withdraw it. Seeing the bank card Yi Chen handed over, the two men's gazes finally softened a bit after all. Alright, I'll take the bank card. You can go now. Ning Fuguei casually took the bank card over. He didn't really think that there could be much money in the bank card that Yi Chen had given him, but they were barely making ends meet right now, so even a few $1,000s would be a great help to them. Xiao Chen, Sister Xin, wait for me, I'll be back to pick you up soon, Yi Chen said to Ning Xin, then turned around and left. Ning Fuguei looked at the bank card in his hand. The whole card was black and had the words Universal Bank printed on it, making him confused as to which bank it was. However, all of them could now withdraw money across banks, so he went to the nearest Longhua bank to his home, intending to withdraw some money out. Not long after Ning Fuguei had left, a figure broke into the rental house. It was the landlord, Rascal Zhou, who had come. You guys already owe half a year's rent. If you don't pay the rent again, I'll have no choice but to kick you out. Zhou Lipi's pair of rat eyes, in the house of the two women body survey, thinking to himself that this mother and daughter were born good looking, especially Ning Xin, that little face, better looking than all the other female tenants, but it was a pity that her eyes were blind. Although Chen Xiu is in her 40s, she still has charm, especially in front of her body is especially vast, almost did not hook the soul of Zhou Lipi away. Must find an opportunity to get both of these extremes to play with. Old Ning went to get money. When he comes back, he will give you the rent owed. Although Chen Xiu was made uncomfortable by Zhou Lipei's gaze, she still said to Zhou Lipei with a smile on her face. Although she said this on her lips, Chen Xiu had no bottom in her heart, because she had no idea if there was any money in the bank card given by Yi Chen, and how much money there was. For Ning Xian's family, Zhou Lipei could know too much about it. The family lived on collecting garbage, and also had to cure Ning Xian's eyes, owed a lot of debt. It was impossible to take out money. I do have a way to not have to pay rent. Do you want to hear it? Rascal Zhou looked towards Chen Xiu. What way? Marry your daughter to me. Zhou Lipei smiled and said. Chen Xiu's face instantly became very ugly. This Zhou Lipei was already in his 40s, not to mention ugly. He also had a mouthful of big yellow teeth, and the key was his poor character. From the first day they moved here, he had thoughts about Ning Xin, always wanting to take advantage of Ning Xin, and even trying to peek at Ning Xin taking a bath. Whenever Ning Xin took a bath, Chen Xiu could only help her guard it. It is said that he also often let female tenants use their bodies to cover the rent. Even if he had thoughts about Ning Xin, he even made a move on her. If Ning Xin married Zhou Lipei, wouldn't she be pushing her daughter into a fire pit? However, although this Zhou Lipei was ugly, he had 3 buildings to collect rent, and there were many women who wanted to flatter him. Seeing Chen Xiu did not speak, Zhou Rascal's words turned, said, how, can not give up the daughter? Then otherwise, you sleep with me a few times, just as offsetting the rent. Seeing that he couldn't take advantage of Ning Xin, Zhou Lipei hit Chen Xiu again. Zhou Lipei's words caused Chen Xiu's body to tremble. Although, in these 3 years, the family had lived a very hard life. They hadn't been insulted like this, but she didn't dare to answer back, for fear of really being kicked out, and now she only hoped that there was money in the bank card given by Yi Chen. Longhua Bank, under $20,000, go to the ATM. The bank teller glanced at Ning Fuguei and said impatiently. At this moment, Ning Fuguei was holding a snakeskin pocket containing bottles he had picked up on his way here. Looking at Ning Fuguei's appearance, not to mention withdrawing 20,000, It was probably hard enough to withdraw 2,000. Big sister outside the ATM seems to be broken. You just help me take it, okay? Ning Fugue handed over the black bank card in his hand. Originally, the teller was still very impatient, but when he saw the bank card Ning Fugue handed over, he was instantly shocked. It seemed to be the supreme black card issued by Universal Bank. It was limited to 10 cards globally, with no limit on the amount of money that could be spent at will. And of course, money could be withdrawn as well, but there was a limit on the amount of money that could be withdrawn. Limit of $10 billion. Chapter 8 Extreme Made. This only existed in legends. The tellers had only seen pictures. An old man picking up bottles could have a global limited black card? Fake. Definitely fake. The teller originally thought it was fake, but after verification, it is indeed a genuine supreme black card undoubtedly. This matter is obviously not something that a small teller can handle. After all, with this card to withdraw money, that must not withdraw a few million, tens of millions of. It is estimated that the bank's cash is not enough. So, she immediately notified the bank president. The governor learned that a supreme black card had appeared to withdraw money from his bank, and immediately put down everything at hand and quickly rushed over. In addition to the governor, the vice governors, and various senior management, large and small, 10 or 20 of them, all came. At this time, Ning Fugue also noticed something wrong. He thought to himself, could it be that there is a problem with this bank card? It couldn't be that Ji Chen snatched it or stole it, right? Sure enough, one should not trust Ji Chen. Thinking of this, Ning Fugue was scared. Immediately, he wanted to leave, and didn't even want the card anymore. This old gentleman, please stay. However, just as Ning Fugue raised his foot, a loud voice rang out. Then, a group of senior executives from the Dragon Kingdom Bank all gathered around. There were also all of the bank's security personnel, who had also arrived. Seeing this scene, Ning Fugue was terrified. He thought to himself that he had really been victimized by Yi Chen this time. Old sir, how much money do you want to withdraw? The bank president asked respectfully. Ning Fugue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not expecting the other party to be quite polite. This was the supreme black card. Could it not be polite? Regardless of whether this card belonged to this old man or not, as long as he had the card in his hand, he had to treat it as if it was God. How much money did Ning Fugue want to withdraw? Of course, the more the better. But unfortunately, what money could Ji Chen have? To be honest, being surrounded by a group of people, Ning Fugue was so scared that he wanted to run away. But the family really needed to use money too much. So, trembling, he said, I want to take 5,000. What? The moment Ning Fugue's words left his mouth, everyone's faces revealed a look of shock. Taking the supreme black card that could withdraw tens of billions of dollars just to withdraw $5,000? One must know that having this card made it easy to make an airplane and train turn around. There was once such a case where a black card owner forgot his belongings on the airplane, and Universal Bank directly found the airline and made the plane, which had already flown halfway, return directly back. 1,000 will do. Ning Fugue swallowed his saliva at the sight and said, 5,000. Of course, the governor was all confused, but this was the request of the owner of the other person's black card, and it had to be carried out. So, the governor personally operated and used the black card to withdraw $5,000 to Ning Fugue. Old sir, please take your time. As they left, all the bank executives, as well as the staff, all bowed and saluted Ning Fugue. Ning Fugue left the bank with a puzzled look on his face as he held the $5,000 he had withdrawn. In his heart, he said, is the service of the Dragon Kingdom's bank so good nowadays? It was probably because he hadn't withdrawn any money for too long. Soon, Ning Fugue took the $5,000 and returned to the rental house. But just as he reached the door, he heard Zhou Lipai say that he would let Chen Xiu sleep with him to cover the rent. Zhou Lipai, this is the rent owed to you. Take the rent and get out. Ning Fugue huffed and puffed and walked in, flinging $5,000 in Zhou Rascal's face. Zhou Lipai this actually let his wife sleep with him to offset the rent. Ning Fugue is almost angry. This kind of thing, in exchange for any man, cannot endure. Zhou Lipai picked up the money, counted it, and smiled. This $5,000 is just the rent you owe me. Ning Fugue, why don't you consider my proposal just now? I can exempt you from rent for 3 months at once. Scram! Get the hell out of here. Ning Fugue cursed angrily. I'll give you guys a day to think about it. After a day, either pay up or let your wife come and accompany me. Zhou Rascal snorted coldly. A nap could cover the rent. Where could one find such a good thing? What's more, Chen Xiu wasn't some yellow-bellied girl. The fact that he was willing to offset the rent in this way was already a favor to them. Now that they were hardened, maybe they would have to beg to sleep with him later. I'll kill you. Ning Fugue was furious and was about to rush into the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. However, he was pulled back by Chen Xiu. Zhou Lipai was so frightened that he hurried to run. After Zhou Lipai left, the house was plunged into the middle of silence. After all, this kind of thing was too much of an insult. Chen Xiao, in particular, had a pang of sadness in her heart. Although, today escaped. But what about the back? Is it really necessary to move out? Not to mention whether one could find such a cheap house by refinding it. Even if one did, one would not have the money to pay the rent. What's more, if you re-rent a room, you still have to pay the agent's fee and deposit. Although Yi Chen gave a bank card, but from the fact that Ning Fugue only brought back $5,000, we can tell that Yi Chen's card. I'm afraid that there is only so much money. If it is really not possible, can only trade with Zhou Lipai? Cannot let their own daughter to sleep on the street. This is the mother. In order to their own children, even if they pay even greater sacrifices, they are also willing. After Yi Chen left Ning Xian's house, he arrived in front of an ancient quadrangle called the Emperor's Mansion. This quadrangle belonged to the Emperor Killer Master, and now, it was given to him. According to Master, this quadrangle was 10 times more expensive than even the most expensive mansions in Jiangdu. Old houses like this one, in Jiangdu, have basically been demolished and relocated. The only one left is this one. It wasn't that the developers didn't want to demolish it, but they simply couldn't afford to do so. The demolition fee alone was enough to bankrupt some small real estate companies. What was even more frightening was that most of the buildings inside were constructed out of gold nanmu, and a single pillar was worth tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars. This place is good. When the time comes, I'll take Sister Xin over to live here. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Chen. It was a woman around 27 or 88 years old. She was very pretty and wore a fiery red cheongsam. Her delicate figure was outlined by the cheongsam with amazing curves, but her eyes were very cold. Private territory. Do not step in, the cheongsam woman lightly bellowed. I am the owner of the house. Yi Chen did not talk nonsense and directly took out the key to the door of the quadrangle house from his 100 treasure bag. When the woman saw the 100 treasure bag in Yi Chen's hand, her pupils instantly shrunk. In the next moment, with a flutter, she directly knelt in front of Yi Chen. Hong Yi, see young master. If anyone saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop in shock, because this woman called Red Leaf was a powerful figure in Jiangdu. Many bigwigs would have to be courteous when they met her. Now, actually kneeling to a young man whose age was only in his 20s, hearing the woman's address to herself, Yi Chen instantly understood that this woman should be the extremely good housekeeping maid that Master had said. Chapter 9, The Kirin appears. Immediately, he nodded, signaling the other party to get up. Thank you, young master. Only then did the woman get up. Sister Red Leaf, I'm a few years younger than you. I'll call you sister. Just call me Little Chen. Yi Chen said. No, Red Leaf swore that the owner of this quadrangle is my owner, and you can never call me sister. Red Leaf, however, was full of seriousness. Yi Chen also no longer insisted, so he said, alright then, Hong Yi, you pack a few rooms out. I'm going to bring a few friends over to stay. Yes, young master. Red Leaf bowed to Yi Chen, then went to pack away, leaving Yi Chen with a marvelous back. It had to be said that this Red Leaf was excellent regardless of her face value or figure. 1 meter 7. Exquisite features, wearing a fiery red cheongsam, it looked unique. After all, it was the maid chosen by Master Kill Emperor. How could it be bad? Yi Chen shook his head and didn't think much about it as he strolled around the courtyard. The so-called quadrangle courtyard was a courtyard in the center, with houses built around it on all 4 sides, enclosing the courtyard in the middle. The area of the courtyard alone was thousands of square meters, plus the buildings. I'm afraid the area was no less than 2,000 square meters. Although they were all one-story buildings, there were as many as 24 rooms, enough for 12 people to live in. In the courtyard, there are flowers and trees, pavilions, rockeries and lotus ponds. In today's era of reinforced concrete, like a pure land, especially that pool, but also dense with a burst of fog, like a legendary fairyland. Not long after, Red Leaf returned. Young master, you've just come back. You've traveled a lot. Why don't you go take a bath first and change your clothes? Red Leaf respectfully said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded as he looked at his clothes which were still stained with Shen Aoxue's blood. Following Red Leaf, the two of them arrived at the bathroom. There was a side bath in the bathroom, about 12 square feet, and inside, hot water had already been placed. Rose petals floated in the water, emitting a faint fragrance. Young master, try if the water temperature is suitable. Hong Yi first scratched the water with her slender hand, and when she felt that the water temperature was almost right, she said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked towards the pool. He was about to take off his clothes. Hong Yi was the one who took the initiative to come and change his clothes for him. Yi Chen originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, a maid is supposed to bathe and dress for the master, so he let her go. Anyway, there was still a long time to get along in the future, so there was nothing to avoid. Yi Chen entered the pool and felt that the temperature inside was just right. He was about to take a comfortable bath when a sound of clattering water came from behind him. Turning his head to look, it was discovered that Hong Yi had already removed her cheongsam, and even took a step towards the bath. Instantly, a snow-white and delicate body was reflected in Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen was startled and said, "Hong Yi, what are you doing?" "Young master, Red Leaf has come to serve you to bathe." Red Leaf's face was flushed with a blush, although, serving her master was her part. However, this was, after all, the first time meeting with Yi Chen, so it was inevitable that there were a few moments of shyness. No need, I'll do it myself," Yi Chen hurriedly said. Unexpectedly, master, the housekeeping maid, was actually responsible for bathing. Wouldn't that be also responsible for warming the bed? Master deserved to be master. Master would play Hearing Yi Chen's words, Red Leaf was first slightly stunned, and then a touch of loss appeared on her face, saying, "Young master, do you think that Red Leaf is not pretty enough?" "Dang, of course not." "Then, are you thinking that Red Leaf has a bad figure?" Looking at that amazingly curved body, Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This figure, it could no longer be described as good. It was simply explosive. Very, very good, Yi Chen replied. Then is young master disliking Red Leaf? Then why doesn't young master let Red Leaf bathe for you? Red Leaf's face carried a touch of aggravation. That, Red Leaf, I've stayed in the mountains for a long time. I'm used to bathing by myself. You go out. Yi Chen forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart and said, "Then, okay." Red Leaf silently exited the bath, then took her own cheongsam and left Yi Chen's line of sight. Only until Red Leaf disappeared did Yi Chen let out a long breath. Taking his hand, he slapped it in front of his body, muttering to himself, "You're also too indolent. It's not like you haven't touched a woman before." In fact, Yi Chen had indeed not touched a woman for many years. The 3 years in the mountains, the 2 years of joining the Shen family. At the very least, it had been 5 years since he had had an in-depth interaction with a woman, coupled with the fact that Hong Yi was really pretty and her body was even hotter. For a moment, he actually didn't hold back his salute. Although, reasonably speaking, whatever he casually did to Red Leaf would obey him. But this was, after all, master's maid. After washing, Yi Chen put on the clothes that Hong Yi had prepared for him and left the bathroom. Red Leaf was standing guard right outside the door. "Young master, I will take you to your room." Red Leaf brought Yi Chen to his room, which was ancient in color and lit with aroma, making Yi Chen feel very comfortable, and simply closed his eyes and cultivated. Just as Yi Chen was running his gong methods, his back actually emitted a burst of red light. If he took off his clothes, he could see that on top of his back, something like scales actually surfaced. It vaguely constituted a 4-legged foreign beast pattern. It resembled the divine beast Kirin from the Dragon Kingdom's legends. Cultivating until the evening, Red Leaf came to call him for dinner. 4 dishes and 1 soup, all home cooked, but it smelled very fragrant. In fact, Yi Chen was also very good at cooking. In the past, in the Shen family, he was the one who cooked, and in these 3 years in the mountains, he was also the one who cooked. But this was the first time that someone had cooked food for him. Hong Yi did not go to the table, but stood aside and waited. This was the rule. When the master was eating, the maid was not qualified to go to the table. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen remembered the 3 years in the Shen family, when he superficially looked like the Shen family's aunt, but in reality, his status was not as good as a dog in the Shen family. Every day, he washed and cooked and served Shen Aoxue's family, but he didn't even have the qualifications to eat at the table. That kind of miserable, only he knows, but he still paid for the Shen family without complaint. But in the end, what he got in return was that his other kidney was also dug out. "Hong Yi, sit down and eat together," Yi Chen said to Hong Yi. Hong Yi, however, shook her head. "This is an order." Seeing Yi Chen slate his face, Red Leaf finally sat down obediently. After a night of nothing, the next morning, Yi Chen went out, preparing to go out to look for some medicinal herbs to treat Ning Xian's eyes. This Shen Aoxue was also really ruthless, causing devastating damage to Ning Xian's eyes. Under normal circumstances, even the best hospitals would not be able to cure it. However, Yi Chen had the 9 turns golden needle, plus some special medicines, and was 100% sure that he could restore the light to Ning Xian's eyes. Chapter 10 9 turns golden needle. Yi Chen came directly to one of the most famous Chinese medicine halls in Jiangdu, Huichun Hall. If he couldn't find all the herbs he wanted here, then somewhere else, it would be hard to find all of them. In the large medical center, there were countless patients being treated. There were also dozens of medicine cups that were boiling medicines. A burst of medicinal scent came to the face. Hundreds of silk flags sent by patients were hanging on the walls. Worthy of being the most famous TCM center in Jiangdu, business was very hot. There was a queue for the medicines. Yi Chen was not in a hurry and slowly waited in line. After queuing for more than half an hour, it was Yi Chen's turn. Yi Chen handed over the prescription he had written, but the other party didn't even look at it and said, "If you want to get medicine from me, you have to follow my prescription. Otherwise, if you eat something wrong, who will be responsible? If I eat out the problem, I am responsible for it myself. Moreover, the disease I want to cure, you can't prescribe a prescription." Yi Chen faintly said, "If you want to say that, then this medicine, you can't catch it." Du Gaoming, who was the chief doctor of Hui Chun Hall, snorted coldly and said, "Kid, do you know who this is? He is Hui Chun wonderful Dr. Du Gaoming, old Mr. Du. In this world, there is no disease he can't cure." Next to him, what appeared to be the disciple of the other party, immediately said proudly. Yi Chen sniffed with some amusement. That was more or less for him to say. This old man surnamed Du, his medical skills were indeed the best in this medical center, but compared to Yi Chen, he was more than 100,000 miles away. Yi Chen was about to open his mouth, but he was pushed aside. "Are you looking at the doctor or not?" No Jin, a young beauty, supporting an old man, was taking Yi Chen's place without being told. Du Gaoming also stopped paying attention to Yi Chen and directly took the other party's pulse. A few moments later, Du Gaoming's brows frowned and his expression became heavy. Usually when a doctor frowned, the patient knew that the problem was serious, especially if Du Gaoming, who had the reputation of being a skillful hand in returning spring, was frowning. The situation was not optimistic. However, that old man appeared to be open-minded and said, "Doctor, just say it straight. After all, the experts in the pretty country can't do anything about the old man's condition." Du Gaoming sighed, shook his head and said, "This disease, I indeed can't cure it. I can only prescribe you a few pairs of medicines to regulate your body, so you might be able to live for a while longer. Then how much time do I have?" "Not more than a month." Du Gaoming pondered for a moment and said. Hearing Du Gaoming's words, tears immediately flowed from the young girl's eyes. Although she had long been psychologically prepared, it was inevitable that her heart would be saddened when her last hope was dashed. "Shan girl, don't cry. At least, I know how long I can live. Come on, let's go home." The old man dotingly stroked the young girl's hair. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but say, "Didn't you just say that any disease can be cured? How come a small disease can't be cured? Kid, do you know what disease he has? I dare say that in the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one can cure it." Du Gaoming frowned. "This gentleman, just now, I was in a hurry to cure my grandfather and cut into your queue. Sorry." The young girl bowed to Yi Chen, said sorry, and was about to help the old man leave. "Wait a minute, this disease of yours, I can cure it." However, just as the two were about to leave, a voice rang out. The one who spoke was clearly Yi Chen. Originally, hearing someone say that they could cure the old man's disease, a flash of hope surfaced on the young girl's face, but when she saw that it was Yi Chen, she was like a deflated ball. After all, regardless of whether it was Chinese or Western medicine, it was all about age and seniority. The older they were, the more they were favored. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was just a brat in his early 20s. If even Du Gaoming, the rice expert and master of spring recovery, couldn't cure the disease, could he? What's more, he hadn't even taken his grandfather's pulse, and was only afraid that he didn't even know what kind of disease his grandfather had. "Kid, if you can cure his disease, I'll give you this Hui Chun Hall." Du Gaoming sneered. "That's not necessary, just grab me the medicine I want," Yi Chen said indifferently. Immediately, he took out the 9 turns golden needle given to him by his master from his 100 treasure pouch. Although this old man's condition was a bit serious, Yi Chen's medical skills had already become better than Blue, and was quite a bit better than even the killing emperor's master. Back then, using only a few pine needles, he had cured sister-in-law Gui Hua's infertility at the bottom of the mountain. Now the ones used were the 9 turns golden needles. These 9 golden needles, which were obtained by Emperor Slayer from a monument, appeared to be golden in color, but they were not made of gold. They were an unknown material. It possessed incredible power. Healing the old man would not be a problem. "Old sir, you mustn't let him fool around. This healing is not like any other." "That's right, words can be said indiscriminately, but the disease can't be cured indiscriminately. Do you know what kind of disease someone has, and you dare to cure them? Pulmonary fibrosis. If you can cure this disease, then you can cure cancer." Du Gaoming also said, lung fibrosis was an irreversible process. No matter whether it was modern medicine or Chinese medicine, there was nothing that could be done about it. It could be called a terminal disease. If Yi Chen was able to cure the old man, it was the same as him being able to cure the patient who drank the 100 herb blight. The words of the crowd finally made the young girl falter. She didn't want her grandfather to suffer anymore, so she bowed and said to Yi Chen, "This gentleman, thank you for your good intentions, but, no need. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to accept his good intentions, Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. Shan girl, why don't you let him try? Anyway, the old man I don't have a few days to live. Maybe, this little brother can really cure me? The old man, however, suddenly spoke. Yi Chen nodded, but he didn't start the treatment right away. Instead, he looked at the young girl and asked, are you a virgin? Everyone did not expect that Yi Chen would suddenly ask this, especially the young girl. Her pretty face flushed red for a while. Does this have anything to do with curing grandpa's illness? The young girl clenched her silver teeth. There is a great relationship. If you are, this disease can be cured. If you are not, then it cannot be cured. Yi Chen said, I am. The young girl hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded shyly. Very well, come here. Yi Chen called the young girl to his body. What are you doing? Seeing Yi Chen surveying her body, the young girl felt very uncomfortable in her heart, thinking to herself, this guy wouldn't be trying to take advantage of her through medical treatment, right? Yi Chen of course was not trying to take advantage of this young girl, but was seriously observing. After all, this young girl said she was a virgin is a virgin? He must be 100% sure. Otherwise, not only can not heal the disease will cause worse results. A few moments later, Yi Chen's nodded with satisfaction. His master had taught him the art of female knowledge, which could determine whether a woman had experienced that kind of thing or not through her temperament, form, movements and even her voice. A young girl and a mature girl would have subtle differences in their temperament, form, movements, and voice. Yi Chen held a hollow 9 turns golden needle in his hand and said, your grandfather's lungs are fibrotic, and with ordinary medical techniques, it's impossible to reverse it. But if you make use of the 9 turns golden needle, along with your innate womb blood, then there is a possibility of a cure. A woman's womb, the place where life was conceived, possessed infinite vitality. The young girl was about to ask what innate womb blood was. Yi Chen had already stabbed the 9 turns golden needle into the chapter 11, already cured. Bear with it. Yi Chen directly stuck the 9 turns golden needle into the young girl's belly. In the next moment, a drop of blood was drawn out from the young girl's body by the 9 turns golden needle. Because of the extremely fast speed at which Yi Chen placed the needle, the young girl didn't actually feel any pain at all. And Yi Chen reminded her of this just for fear that she would move around out of fear. Yi Chen used a vessel to catch the drop of blood that represented life, then once again took out a few 9 revolutions golden needles, dipped the tip of the needle into the blood, and then began to apply the needles to the old man. Everyone watched this scene with wide eyes. This type of acupuncture was simply unseen and unheard of. Kid, I think you're bluffing. I've been practicing medicine for so many years, but I've never seen such a way of healing. An old Chinese doctor couldn't help but speak. Quick, stop him, don't harm the old gentleman. A group of doctors from the Huichun Hall said one after another, in case Yi Chen caused a death in Huichun Hall, even if he wasn't a doctor of Huichun Hall, to Huichun Hall, he would still have an impact. Shut up. However, at this time, Du Gaoming stopped the crowd. Then, with a respectful face, he asked Yi Chen, little brother, is this the 9 revolutions golden needle you are using? You recognize the 9 turns golden needle? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. In a foreign top medical exchange match, I had the honor to see it once. At that time, the representatives of the Dragon Country doctors, all lost. At this time, came out a masked Dragon Country people. He used 9 golden needles, all the diseases, the needle to the disease, simply divine. Unfortunately, after he cured all the patients, he left directly, without ever seeing his true colors. When he saw Yi Chen's 9 turns golden needle, Du Gaoming was a little skeptical. Now, seeing Yi Chen's such a peculiar way of healing, it was even more certain of his thoughts. This was because back then, that mysterious Dragon Kingdom divine doctor had also used the maiden's innate palace blood when treating her. Of course, Du Gaoming didn't think that Yi Chen was the mysterious man from back then, because the age was different and the eyes were different. It was probably his heir. Little brother, can you take me as your disciple? In the next moment, Du Gaoming actually knelt in front of Yi Chen. This caused everyone's eyes to widen. Who was Du Gaoming? He was a spring-returning wonderful hand, the vice president of the Jiangdu branch of the Dragon Kingdom Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. At this moment, he actually wanted to worship a young man in his 20s as his teacher. If this was to be set out, it would definitely shock people's teeth. I don't have the time to be your master, but I can give you a few prescriptions, Yi Chen casually said. Thank you, master. Du Gaoming immediately kowtowed a few times to Yi Chen. There was a look of excitement on his face. After all, the medicinal prescriptions given by Yi Chen were definitely worth a lot of money. Yi Chen casually wrote a few prescriptions and handed them over to Du Gaoming. When Du Gaoming took a look, his throat couldn't help but squirm fiercely. With these few prescriptions, his medical skills would definitely take a qualitative leap. Grandpa, how are you feeling? At this time, Chen also pulled off the 9 turns golden needle from the old man's body, and the young girl asked with concern, Shen girl, I feel very comfortable. My breathing is also smooth. Maybe, I can even play a set of military boxing, the old man said, and actually did punch. After a set of punches, there was actually only a slight gasp. If he had walked more in the past, he wouldn't have been able to. Obviously, the old man had gotten better. My name is Chen Filong. Thank you for saving my little brother's life. If I encounter any trouble in the future, I, Chen Filong, will definitely take care of it for you. The old man arched his hand and said. Hearing the old man say his name, everyone was shocked. The 3 words, Chen Filong, in Jiangdu, it was like thunder and lightning. So you are General Lord Flying Dragon. Everyone had respect on their faces. General Master Flying Dragon. That was someone who had made great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. It was indeed respected. There's no harm in it. The old General Master protected my Dragon Kingdom. It's only right for me to heal the old General Master, Chen said respectfully. In fact, he had also observed from the old man's temperament that he had once been on the battlefield, which was why he was willing to make a move to save him, only that he did not expect the other party to be a General Master. Seeing that Chen still behaved in an unassuming manner even after knowing his identity, Chen Filong showed a look of approval. He could not help but measure Chen. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, does little brother have a girlfriend? Got one, Chen replied. Chen Filong sighed as a flash of regret surfaced in his eyes. I didn't think that little brother already had a girlfriend. Otherwise, I would have betrothed girl Shen to you. Grandpa, what are you saying? Chen Shanshan's pretty face blushed. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Master, I've already dispensed the herbs you asked for. At this time, Du Gaoming brought over a package of herbs. Seeing the herbs, Chen nodded with satisfaction. He had thought that it was impossible for Du Gaoming to match all the herbs on his prescription, but even if he couldn't match them all, he was still very sure that he could cure Ning Xin. Du Gaoming had actually found all the herbs, which saved him a lot of trouble. After finding the herbs, Chen immediately rushed towards the Ning family without stopping. He wanted Ning Xin's eyes to see the light again. Shen family. Above the main seat, there sat an old man with white hair, who was immortal and had the appearance of a tall man. This person was Hong Tao's master, Gao Yuanshan, a moon-level powerhouse. Has the person been found? Learning that his disciple had been killed, Gao Yuanshan's eyes surfaced with a thick fire. Not yet. It's like that kid has disappeared, but I know a place where he can definitely be found. Shen Wanhua said with a scowl on his face. Take me there. Soon, Chen arrived at the Ning family's rental house. Knocking on the door, it was Ning Fugue who opened the door. Seeing Chen, he said with a very cold expression, what else are you doing here? Uncle, I'm here to cure Sister Xin's eyes. Chen replied. No need. Someone is already treating Sister Xin. Ning Fugue said indifferently. Chen was shocked at his words, and his eyes looked towards the inside, because the rental house was not big, so he could see the scene inside. At this moment, a young man was giving Ning Xin acupuncture. Xiao Xin, don't blame me for leaving without saying goodbye these 3 years. These 3 years, I traveled all over the world just to find a way to cure your eyes. Now, I finally did it. Believe me, I can definitely cure you. The young man had a touch of tenderness in his eyes. I can see. A moment later, Ning Xin's face revealed a flash of excitement. For these 3 years, she had spent her time in darkness, and today, she had finally regained her light. Daughter, you can see. Great. Chen Xiuning Fugue and the two of them were also excited. Thank you Duan Yu. Ning Xin said to the young man with a face full of gratitude. Duan Yu said with a smile on his face. After all, Uncle Ning has already promised to marry you to me. You'll be my wife from now on. It's only right that I heal you. Chapter 12, Yama's Needle. Dad, you really? Duan Yu's words caused Ning Xin's petite body to tremble. Although, Duan Yu had cured her and he was grateful to Duan Yu, it didn't mean that she was going to marry Duan Yu. That's right, Xiao Xin. I've already agreed to Duan Yu's marriage proposal, and he said that even if he didn't cure your eyes, he's still willing to marry you. And now, your eyes are also better. You can't be ungrateful, Ning Fugue said. But what but? I know, you still miss that Chen. What good is he? He's just a flunky. Moreover, he donated all his kidneys. Is he capable of giving you happiness? Listen to Mom. Mom is a person who has been there before. Marrying a useless man. In the future, there will be bitter days for you, Chen Xiu said in a deep voice. At this time, Chen finally walked into the house. Chen. Seeing Chen, a flash of joy immediately appeared on Ning Xin's face. It had been 3 years, and she had finally seen Yi Chen's appearance once again. Who let you in? Ning Fugue, however, said to Yi Chen with an ugly face. Yi Chen, did you see that my daughter's eyes have healed? Moreover, I've already decided to marry her off to Duan Yu, so don't come and ruin Xiao Xian's happiness. You get out. Chen Xiu made a gesture to shove Yi Chen out, but she couldn't. No, he didn't cure Sister Xian, Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Xian can already see. Chen Xiu frowned. Yi Chen, Xiao Xian liked you so much in the beginning, but you chose to like Shen Aoxue, and even donated your kidney to her. What? Now that you see that people remarried, and you want to come back to find Xiao Xian, do you think that Xiao Xian will still agree to you? Duan Yu sneered. Duan Yu was once Ning Xian's suitor. Ever since Ning Xian's eyes went blind, he disappeared. In the past 3 years, he had gone abroad and had learned a strange medical skill. Because the Shin and Su families had blocked the news, Duan Yu only knew that Shen Aoxue had remarried, but did not know that Yi Chen had appeared at the wedding and scooped up Shen Aoxue's kidney. Xiao Xian, marry me, for the rest of your life, let me take care of you. Duan Yu directly half-kneeled towards Ning Xian, then took out a diamond ring. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot and directly take Ning Xian. Xiao Xian, why are you still standing still? Quickly say yes. People Duan Yu went abroad for 3 years for you, looking for a cure for your eyes, and now he's even cured you. What are you still hesitating for? Ning Fugue urged. After all, even if Duan Yu was worse, he was still 10 times better than Yi Chen. Moreover, in order to cure Ning Xian's eyes, Duan Yu had actually searched for doctors abroad for 3 years. This was definitely true love. Yes, Xiao Xian, you're not too young. It's time to start a family. Chen Xiu also said. Mom and Dad, but I like Yi Chen. Ning Xian gritted her teeth. Do you still think that he hasn't harmed our family enough? If you want to choose Yi Chen, I'd rather your eyes were still blind. Ning Fugue was very angry, and as he said that, he was going to gouge Ning Xian's eyes. Of course, he was only scaring Ning Xian. It was impossible for him to really do that. Ah, my eyes hurt. Ning Xian let out a cry of pain, only to see that blood was actually flowing out of her eyes. Ning Fugue, you're crazy. Chen Xiu was horrified at the sight, and she pummeled Ning Fugue. Ning Fugue was also confused. I just wanted to scare Xiao Xian, and I didn't touch her eyes. Mom and Dad, I can't see again. Ning Xian's eyes were streaming with tears and her expression was horrified. After all, she had only just regained her sight for less than a minute before she became blind again. This kind of transition from hope to despair was even harder for her to accept. Ning Fugue, you compensate my daughter for her eyes. Chen Xiu broke down. None of my business. None of my business. Ning Fugue was dumbfounded. He just made a gesture of digging his eyes. How come Ning Xian became like this? It's over. It's all over. At this time, Duan Yu was also disheveled. He actually didn't have absolute certainty that he could cure Ning Xian. This was because, although he had obtained a set of magical needle technique that claimed to be able to cure all diseases, it was incomplete, and there was only a 10% probability that he would be able to cure Ning Xian. Moreover, this needle technique of his was quite overbearing, called the King of Hell Needle. It meant borrowing life from the King of Hell. If the borrowing succeeds, then the stubborn disease is cured. If you fail, you have to die. Right at this moment, Ning Xian's ears, nose and mouth, in addition to her eyes, were all bleeding at the same time. Obviously, the Yanwang needle had failed to cure Ning Xian. Little Xian, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare mommy. Chen Xiu supported the shaking Ning Xian, her face white with fear. Auntie Chen, don't get excited. I will cure Sister Xian. Yi Chen directly took out the 9 turns golden needle and prepared to treat Ning Xian. Obviously, Ning Xian would be in such a situation all because of Duan Yu's treatment. Just now, he understood when he saw Duan Yu's needle application technique that Duan Yu was using a forbidden needle technique. It was fine if it succeeded, but if it didn't, it would aggravate the condition instead. Do you know how to heal? If you don't know how to cure, don't do it indiscriminately. I think it's better to send Xiao Xian to the hospital. Ning Fugue grabbed Yi Chen's hand. After all, in his eyes, Yi Chen was a door-to-door son-in-law who liked to eat soft food. He was good at washing and cooking and serving women, but he had never heard that he could cure diseases. Believe me, Uncle Ning, in Sister Xian's condition now, even sending her to the hospital is useless. Only I can cure her, Yi Chen said categorically. However, Ning Fugue still didn't believe me, and resolutely didn't allow Yi Chen to touch Ning Xian. By the way, there is someone who might be able to cure Ning Xian. At this time, the despairing Duan Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he took out his phone and dialed out. Is this Elder Du? I'm Duan Yu. I have a situation here. Please come over. Yi Chen, get the hell out of here. Don't be an eyesore here. Even if Xiao Xin dies like this, I won't let you treat her. Ning Fuguei directly blasted Yi Chen out. After roughly 20 minutes or so, an old man arrived at the rental house. You are, Du Gaoming, old Mr. Du. Seeing Du Gaoming, a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on Ning Fuguei's face. Because he was also in medicine, he naturally recognized this titan of the medical world. He had once wanted to ask Du Gaoming to treat Ning Xin's eyes, but unfortunately, Du Gaoming's consultation fee was extremely high, so he simply couldn't afford it. He didn't expect Duan Yu to actually be able to invite Du Gaoming. This time, it should be a sure thing. Sure enough, after a few stitches from Du Gaoming, Ning Xin's condition was stabilized. Mr. Du, can my daughter's eyes be cured? Ning Fuguei asked with anticipation. Du Gaoming nodded, but did not proceed with the treatment. Mr. Du, what do you mean by this? Is it because you're worried about money? No matter how much, we are willing to pay. Ning Fuguei said with some urgency. Elder Mr. Du, please also do it. I'll pay for everything. Duan Yu also said. Du Gaoming pondered for a moment before saying, it's not a matter of money, but, the one who can cure your daughter, is not me. Chapter 13, the only person who can save Ning Xin. Could it be that, is the president of the Jiangdu branch of the Dragon Kingdom Chinese Medicine Association? Duan Yu spoke. Du Gaoming shook his head and said, no, not to mention the fact that the president is not even in Jiangdu right now. Even if he is, he may not be able to cure this girl doll. Then, who exactly is it? All eyes looked at Du Gaoming. My master. Du Gaoming replied. Your master? The crowd froze. Du Gaoming's medical skills, in Jiangdu, was definitely a top existence. It had never been heard that he had a master. Someone who could be considered a master by Du Gaoming. How powerful an existence should that be? My master is a true divine doctor. In front of him, my medical skills are not worth mentioning. Count yourselves lucky. If it was before today, this girl doll's illness, no one can cure her. But if it is possible to ask my master to take a shot, I guarantee that there is a 90%, no, 100% certainty that he will be able to cure her. Where is his old man? I'm going to beg him to cure my daughter right now. Upon hearing Du Gaoming say that the godly doctor was 100% sure that he could cure Ning Xin, a look of ecstasy appeared in Ning Fuguei's eyes. As long as he could cure Ning Xin, he would do anything. However, Du Gaoming looked embarrassed and said, I don't know. When he got the prescription given by Yi Chen, Du Gaoming was so happy that he forgot to leave Yi Chen's phone number. Ning Fuguei never dreamed that he had just blown the only person who could cure Ning Xin out of the door. Thank you, old Mr. Du, please tell me what your master's name is. We will definitely find him. Ning Fuguei said to Du Gaoming. It was better to have hope than no hope at all. The big deal was that he would have the cheek to beg the old master for help again. Du Gaoming, however, sighed. It's useless to tell you guys. Just now, Duan Yu used Yanwan needle on this girl. She suffered a backlash. Although I controlled her situation, it can only be delayed for a period of time, and it can only last for a maximum of 12 hours. Unless you guys can find my master within the 12 hours. Otherwise, it's hard for the gods to save her. Ning Fuguei Chen Xiu sniffed as if she had suffered a bolt from the blue. Ning Xin was the same. Before today, she didn't want to live at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to make a scene at Shen Aoxue's wedding. But now, she knew that Yi Chen was still alive. So naturally, she didn't want to die. 12 hours was too short. Jiangdu was so big, how difficult it was to find someone in such a short time. But, as long as there was hope, they would not give up. Please also ask Elder Du to tell me your master's name. Ning Fuguei decided to ask for the old man's help. As long as there was a name, with the old man's energy, he might be able to find Master Du Gaoming within 12 hours. However, Du Gaoming snorted coldly and said, even if you find my master, will my master treat you? Moreover, why would I tell you guys and let you bother his old man? I will come over today because I owe Duan Yu a favor. Duan Yu, the favor I owe you. I've already paid it back. Farewell. Du Gaoming finished speaking and directly left the rental house. After Du Gaoming left, everyone had a disheveled look on their faces, not knowing what to do. Du Gaoming was right. Even if they found that divine doctor, on what basis would the other party treat Ning Xin? Duan Yu was able to invite Du Gaoming. That was because he had given the needle method of Yan Wang needle to Du Gaoming for research, and Du Gaoming owed him a favor. Just when everyone was in despair, Yi Chen once again returned and walked into the rented house. Seeing Yi Chen, Ning Fuguei was furious. He said viciously, Yi Chen, why haven't you left yet? I said that I can cure Sister Xin. Yi Chen said indifferently. The reason why Yi Chen did not immediately make a move was because he wanted to let Ning Fuguei know that other people, it was impossible to cure Ning Xin. Yi Chen, under this sky, there is indeed someone who can cure Ning Xin. but it definitely won't be you. Duan Yu gritted his teeth. He and Du Gaoming couldn't cure Ning Xin, so what made Yi Chen able to do so? On the basis that he only had one kidney? Ning Fugue originally wanted to drive Yi Chen away, but after thinking about it, he said, Yi Chen, the only one who can cure Xiao Xin right now is Du Lao's master. If you really want to do it for Xiao Xin's own good, think of a way to find Du Lao's master within 12 hours. In this way, I, Ning Fugue, will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Hearing Ning Fugue's words, Yi Chen said indifferently, is Du Gaoming's master? Then there's no need to find him, because I am his master. Ha ha, Yi Chen, did I just hear it right? You said that you are the master of the spring returning wonderful hand Du Gaoming? Duan Yu sniffed as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Who was Du Gaoming? Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were only a few people whose medical skills could surpass his. Yi Chen actually said that he was Du Gaoming's master, which almost didn't make Duan Yu laugh to death. That's right, although I didn't recognize him as my disciple, he did call me master. Yi Chen, however, said with a serious face, ha ha ha, I'm really going to die laughing. If you're Du Gaoming's master, then I'm the president of the General Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. Duan Yu's stomach hurt from laughing. Yi Chen, I originally thought that Xiao Xin would like you. There must be something extraordinary about you. Now I realize, Xiao Xin must have been tricked by your mouth. Chen Xiu's antipathy towards Yi Chen could be said to have, at this moment, reached its peak. Yi Chen, I know that you feel indebted to Xiao Xin and want to make it up to her, but this is a cure, not bragging. Duan Yu shook his head in amusement. Yi Chen didn't want to talk any more nonsense. He said to Ning Xin, Sister Xin, do you trust me? I believe you. Yi Chen, Mom and Dad. Yi Chen wouldn't lie to me. Ning Xin nodded her head, and whirled around to her parents. Little Xin, are you stupid? At this point in time, you still want to speak for him. Ning Fugue was furious. How did I give birth to a daughter like you? Chen Xiu also shed tears. At this time, Ning Xin's body was once again in a condition. Yi Chen knew that it could not be delayed. Du Gaoming said that Ning Xin could still live for 12 hours, but in fact, he had underestimated the power of the backlash of the Yin Wang needle. In reality, Ning Xin's condition, if left untreated, she would die in an hour at most. Yi Chen immediately took out the 9 turns golden needle and wanted to treat Ning Xin. Yi Chen, I won't let you treat Xiaoxin recklessly. Duan Yu wanted to stop Yi Chen. Get lost. Yi Chen also came to be angry. If Duan Yu hadn't used the Yama needle on Ning Xin's condition wouldn't have become so bad. Yi Chen, you're not even a doctor. I forbid you to treat Xiao Xin. Ning Fugue, however, pushed Yi Chen away and said angrily. However, just at this time, a figure hurriedly walked into the rental house. With a face of surprise, he turned to Yi Chen and said, Master, it's really you. Chapter 14, is he really his master? This person who suddenly entered the rental house was no other than Du Gaoming, who had gone and returned. When he left earlier, he seemed to have seen Yi Chen, so he walked back again and realized that it was really Yi Chen. You, what did you call him? Duan Yu looked at Du Gaoming with a horrified face. Duan Yu, this is the real divine doctor I told you about. My master. Du Gaoming replied. Elder Du, are you stupid? He's just a flunky. How could he be your master? Duan Yu said incredulously. Elder Du, you can't be mistaken, right? Ning Fugue didn't believe it either. After all, he felt that if he could be Du Gaoming's master, then he was at least 70 years old, which was why he had addressed him as his old man before. Yi Chen was only a few years old and could actually be Du Gaoming's master. Du Gaoming's face sank at his words. If you guys disrespect my master again, don't blame me for being impolite. Only after saying this did he say to Yi Chen with a flattering face, Master, why are you here? I've come to treat Sister Xin's eyes. Yi Chen replied indifferently before saying, I said, don't call me master. Yes, master. Du Gaoming was respectful. Seeing this scene, Duan Yu was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that what Yi Chen said was true. He really was Du Gaoming's master. Moreover, he hadn't recognized Du Gaoming as his disciple. Uncle Ning, can I treat Sister Xin now? Yi Chen looked at Ning Fugue. May. Ning Fugue had not yet returned to his senses. Yi Chen shook his head, stopped talking nonsense, and began to apply needles for Ning Xin. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen finished applying the needles and wrapped the gauze around Ning Xin's eyes. The gauze was added with his special medicinal moxibustion. Yi Chen, are you sure that Xiao Xin's eyes can get better? Ning Fugue couldn't help but ask. Don't question my master's medical skills. If master says it can be healed, it definitely can be healed. Du Gaoming was the first to say. Yi Chen nodded. You only need to change the gauze 3 times a day, and after 3 days, Sister Xin's eyes will be able to regain their brightness. Since Du Gaoming had said so, Ning Fugui naturally would not be skeptical anymore. His attitude towards Yi Chen was instantly much better. After all, for their daughter to be able to see the light again, this was something they had never even dared to dream of. Uncle Ning, Auntie Chen Xiao, I know that I have harmed Sister Xin, and I have also harmed you, but please believe me, I will definitely make it up to you, Yi Chen said to the old couple. Yi Chen, I'm not an unreasonable person, even though you have harmed us so badly, but you cured Xin's eyes. We're clear. Ning Fugui sighed and said, although he had lost his previous wealth, at least his daughter's eyes could see. As a result, there wasn't much hatred for Yi Chen anymore. Yo, it's quite lively today. At this time, a thieving-looking man walked into the rental house. It was the landlord Zhou Lai Pei. Seeing Zhou Lai Pei come, the old couple's complexion suddenly changed. Their expressions also became stiff. There was no need to think to know what Zhou Lai Pei was here for. He did not pay any attention to the others. His gaze swept endlessly over Chen Xiu's plump body as he said playfully, Ning Fugui, is the rent ready? Hold off for a few more days. In a few days, I'll definitely pay it. Thinking of Zhou Laipi's previous comment of letting Chen Xiu sleep with him to offset the rent, Ning Fugui felt stifled in his heart, but still had to say with a smile, slow down for a few days? Weren't you tough yesterday? Zhou Laipi sneered. Ning Fugui couldn't say anything as he held his tongue. Chen Xiu also clenched her teeth and didn't speak. Ning Fugui, I know that your family is having a hard time. That's why I'm trying to find a way to help you lighten your burden. Think about it. As long as your wife opens her legs, she'll be exempted from paying rent for 3 months. How many bottles do you have to pick up? Zhou Laipai seemed to have eaten Ning Fugui. Zhou Laipai, I'm going to the mud horse. Ning Fugui couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. Ouch. Still cursing. Believe it or not, I'll kick you out right now? Zhou Laipai said in a cold voice. As soon as he heard that he was going to be kicked out, Ning Fugui became a bit abashed. Right now, Ning Xin was in a critical period of treatment. She couldn't be kicked out. Seeing that Ning Fugui stopped talking, Zhou Laipai smiled and said, Chen Xiu, you look so pretty. I've long wanted to get you. Let's do it this way. If you let me get you once, I'll give you $10,000. This way, not only can you guys improve your lives, you'll still have extra money to treat your daughter's eyes. Zhou Laipai, what are you babbling about? I won't agree. Chen Xiu didn't expect Zhou Laipai to actually say what was in his heart in front of so many people. His cheeks flushed red. She was bashful. Don't agree? Well then please move out from my house. And also, if you damage my house when you live there, you have to pay for it. $100,000. Not even one less. Zhou Rascal coldly said. What? 100,000? Aren't you bullying people too much? Ning Xion's face was ugly. My house. I can charge as much as I want. At this time, Yi Chen probably knew what was going on. He looked at Ning Fugui with a puzzled expression and said, Uncle Ning, didn't I give you a bank card and you didn't go and withdraw the money? Withdrew it. Then how come you still owe rent? In your card, isn't it just $5,000? Ning Fugui whispered. Seeing this, Duan Yu knew that his chance to perform had come again. Immediately said, Uncle Ning, this money, I'll help you out. Saying this, he took out his cell phone and directly transferred 100,000 to Zhou Laipai. Zhou Laipai, despite the heart, is not willing, but people have given money, and gave so much, also not good to say anything. It's just a pity that it didn't come once with Chen Xiu. Uncle, thank you, Duan Yu. At this moment, Ning Fugui was grateful to Duan Yu from the bottom of his heart. After all, as a man, he actually let his wife suffer such a great insult. It couldn't be helped. Sometimes, it was hard to beat a hero for a penny. If you can't get the money today, you might really have to. Ning Fugui didn't dare to think down. Right, I just bought a villa, more than 300 square feet. You guys can take Xiao Xin over to live there, and I'll hire a maid. It's also convenient to take care of Xiao Xin. Duan Yu struck the iron while it was hot. After he finished speaking, he still didn't forget to glance at Ji Chen, saying, so what if he healed Ning Xin? It's still a poor lot. In this society, without money, it was hard to move an inch. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Didn't his master say that the card had no limit? Why was it only $5,000? Sister Xin, I also have a house. The room has been packed out for you. You can move in today. Yi Chen said. Yi Chen, you have a house? Where is your house? It won't be in the 20th ring of Jiangdu. My place is a villa. A better environment is more helpful for Xiao Xion's recovery. Chapter 15, Chen Xiu's difficulties. That's not true. It's in the 3rd ring. Yi Chen replied. The 3rd ring? That's also called a house? Duan Yu laughed at his words. The 3rd ring, in fact, was already considered relatively close to the city. The house prices weren't cheap either. But obviously, it couldn't be compared to Duan Yu's villa. Master, I have 100 square feet house in the city, why don't I give it to you to live in? At this time, Du Gaoming offered his courtesy and said, no need, I have a house. Yi Chen shook his head. Seeing that Yi Chen was still mouthy, Duan Yu continued, your house, how big is it? It can't be only a few dozen square feet, right? You won't let Shen Aoxue's family squeeze into a small house, right? Don't worry, it's definitely enough to live in. Yi Chen said indifferently, Uncle Ning, listen to me, go to my villa, you've suffered a lot these years, it's time to enjoy yourselves. Duan Yu believed that Ning Fugue would definitely not be able to resist such a temptation. After all, even the previous Ning Fugue couldn't afford to live in a villa. Indeed, Ning Fugue was somewhat moved. In these 3 years, it was true that he had lived worse than a dog. Although he had already been expelled from the house by the old master 3 years ago, there were some relatives that he could still meet frequently. Every time he saw those relatives, he felt like he couldn't raise his head. If he could live in a villa, he would be able to raise his eyebrows in the future. Wife, what do you think? Although Ning Fugue preferred Duan Yu's villa, he still sought Chen Xiu's opinion. Chen Xiu was silent for a moment, and said to Yi Chen, don't blame Auntie for being realistic. In these 3 years, we did suffer a lot. It doesn't matter to us, but we can't let Shen Aoxue suffer anymore. Yi Chen naturally understood what Chen Xiu meant, and immediately said, Auntie, don't worry, my house, it's not worse than a villa, and it's more suitable for recuperation. Seeing Yi Chen still want to insist, Chen Xiu continued, Yi Chen, I know, you want to make up for Shen Aoxue. If you are a normal man, and Shen Aoxue likes you, I don't have any opinion, but you now, can you still be considered a man? You simply can't give Shen Aoxue happiness. Chen Xiu's words were actually not unreasonable. In their opinion, Yi Chen had already donated a kidney to Shen Aoxue. A man with only one kidney was not considered a man at all. As a person who had been there before, Chen Xiu certainly knew the importance of that kind of thing to a woman. For example, Ning Fugue was not very good at that. Now that he's older, he can't even come once a year and a half. Chen Xiu, on the other hand, is at the age of high demand. She thinks about it every day. But Ning Fugue has the heart but not the ability. That feeling, don't mention how hard it is. If it were not for the fact that in these years, he has been focusing on curing his daughter's illness, it was estimated that Chen Xiu would have collapsed. Therefore, Chen Xiu did not want Ning Aoxue to be with Yi Chen. In case that aspect didn't work, wouldn't Ning Aoxue be a widow? Chen Xiu's words were indeed very straightforward. Auntie Chen, don't worry, my body is fine, there won't be any problems. Yi Chen replied. In these 3 years, he had always thought that Master had replaced his kidney with a pig's kidney, but when he left, he realized that he was wrong, and it turned out that Master had replaced his kidney with a unicorn kidney. It wasn't just a unicorn kidney. Yi Chen had fallen off a cliff at that time, and most of the parts in his body were scrapped, but he was also lucky. When he fell off the cliff, he happened to smash into an ancient Qilin. At that time, the Emperor Slayer ancient Qilin had already fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and neither one of them could do anything about it. Both of them were at the end of their tether, and were being supported by their willpower. If not, they were going to die together. However, Yi Chen just happened to smash on the Qilin, and the Qilin, which only had its last breath left, was knocked out. Thus, Emperor Killer achieved the ultimate victory. It could be said that it wasn't Emperor Killer who saved Yi Chen, but rather Yi Chen who saved Emperor Killer first. In order to save Yi Chen, the killing emperor had transplanted most of the organs from the Qilin's body into Yi Chen's body, and replaced Yi Chen's blood with the Qilin's blood. He also didn't know if he could bring Yi Chen back to life. It was rightly regarded as a dead horse being treated as a living horse. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Chen's transplanted organs of the ancient Qilin didn't have any rejection reactions. It fused perfectly with it. At the same time, Emperor Killer also discovered that Yi Chen was like a newborn. His physical qualities and talents had all changed drastically. Thus, Emperor Killer decided to pass on his life's work to Yi Chen. Sure enough, in just 3 years, Yi Chen, whether it was martial arts or medical skills, was already better than Blue. Of course, there was also a side effect, which was that Yi Chen's energy became unprecedentedly high. That was why the killing emperor let Yi Chen go down the mountain. After all, he was a bad old man. There was no way he could help Yi Chen bring down the Qilin fire. This was the reason why, when Yi Chen saw Red Leaf, that embarrassing scene occurred. For 3 years, Yi Chen had thought that he couldn't do it, and all his thoughts were on cultivation and revenge, so he didn't feel much. But yesterday, since he had seen Red Leaf, he felt as if there was a flame burning in his heart even when he was cultivating. He knew that he was completely fine, although Yi Chen said it with great certainty. But obviously, Chen Xiu would not believe it. After all, which man would admit that he couldn't? Even if it was Ning Fugue, who was clearly a loser, he wouldn't admit that he couldn't. He would even proclaim to outsiders that he was great. Yi Chen, Auntie is a person who has been there. You can't fool Auntie. A man's kidney can be more important than anything else. Less than one kidney can't even work, right? Chen Xiu narrowed her eyes and said, Mom, what are you saying? Ning Xian's pretty face was red. How did she talk about this topic? Yi Chen was embarrassed to the extreme. He couldn't say. He could? This kind of thing, there was no way to prove it to Chen Xiu. For a while, he didn't know what to say. Mom, I truly love Yi Chen, no matter if he can or can't. I love him. At this time, Ning Xian said with a shy face. What do you know? You say so now. That's because you don't know the good of that kind of thing. When you've experienced it, you'll know that you can't go a day without a man. Your mom, I'm deeply experienced. Chen Xiu knew that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly stopped her mouth. After all, in front of outsiders, or to give their own men face. Sure enough, Ning Fugue an old face suffocated red. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. As for Yi Chen, he didn't know what to say. Let's put it this way, Yi Chen. As long as you can prove that you're a man, I'll go live in your house with Xiao Xian. Chen Xiu knew that Yi Chen couldn't prove it, so she said so, because she suffered so much from it. Chen Xiu must be a strict gatekeeper for her own daughter when it came to this kind of thing. Definitely not letting her daughter repeat her own mistakes. What's more, only Yi Chen was even more useless than even Ning Fugue. Of course, more importantly, he did not want Ning Xian and Yi Chen to be together. Then how do you want me to prove it, Auntie? Yi Chen said awkwardly. How do I prove this kind of thing? It couldn't be. Chapter 16, Flowing with Unicorn Blood. Tell you what, you come with me, I'll talk to you alone. Chen Xiu said to Yi Chen. Ah Xiu, what are you doing? Ning Fugue was a little puzzled. What do I have to report to you for? Chen Xiu gave Ning Fugue a blank look. Ning Fugue was so embarrassed that his face turned red. This was not giving him any face at all. Mom, don't make things difficult for Yi Chen, okay? Ning Xian said somewhat pleadingly. What's difficult or not? You haven't even married Yi Chen yet, but you know how to speak for him. Will you not have me as your mom in your eyes in the future? Chen Xiu gave Ning Xian a blank look, saying, Of course I am doing this for your own good. Yi Chen, come with me. Chen Xiu took the lead and walked into the house. Yi Chen also followed. After Yi Chen went in, Chen Xiu directly closed the door to the room. Yi Chen, I know that Xiao Xian especially likes you, otherwise she wouldn't have gone against Shen Aoxue for you. Xiao Xian has suffered so much for you, and you wouldn't want Xiao Xian to live an unhappy life in the future, right? Chen Xiu said to Yi Chen. Don't worry, Auntie, I will give Xiao Xian happiness. Chen Xiu snorted coldly and said, You give? How are you going to give? Just by the fact that you're missing a kidney. You can't give Xiao Xian happiness. Think about it. A man with one kidney missing is equal to half of his life. Basically he can't do any heavy work. You're a man. You can't rely on Xiao Xian to support you in the future, right? Even if Xiao Xian is really willing to support you, then you have to be able to let Xiao Xian be a normal woman, right? Why doesn't Shen Aoxue treat you as a human being? It's not because you're missing a kidney and have no way to give her what she wants. Shen Xiu knew that Yi Chen did not have a good time in the Shen family. After all, a useless door-to-door son-in-law. Who would care about him? He wasn't even qualified to be on the table for dinner. Auntie, I know that it's useless for me to say anything right now, but please believe me, give me some time. I will definitely prove to you that I have that ability. Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Seeing that Yi Chen was still unwilling to give up, Chen Xiu shook her head and said, You saw that Duan Yu, right? He also knows medicine, and is rich, handsome and tall. Why don't I choose him and waste my time on you? I don't ask you for anything else, but you at least, if you're a normal man, know this you take it. Chen Xiu said and handed Yi Chen a tablet whose screen had all cracked open, and let Yi Chen put on the headphones. Yi Chen was puzzled and didn't know what Chen Xiu was up to, but in order to make Chen Xiu accept himself, he could only do everything. Finish reading everything in there for me, Chen Xiu said. Yi Chen didn't doubt it and directly opened it. Then the whole person froze. Auntie Chen. Yi Chen was embarrassed. Don't talk, just watch it. With the sound turned up to the max, Chen Xiu lightly drank. Seeing Chen Xiu's very serious appearance, Yi Chen could only swallow his saliva. Reluctantly watched. Yi Chen had been a savage in the mountains for 3 years. Coupled with the influence of the ancient Qilin, he was now very angry. The key sound was also turned up to the maximum. Instantly, it made his heart beat faster. Before, in front of Hong Yi, it was already embarrassing. But Hong Yi was his maid. It didn't matter. Chen Xiu was different. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu's gaze then kept sizing up Yi Chen. After a moment, a rightful expression appeared on her face. Sure enough, it was exactly as she thought. It was fortunate that she was resourceful. Otherwise, if Ning Xian and Yi Chen were to be together, then Ning Xian's happiness for the rest of her life would be ruined. not to mention that Ning Xian's eyes could be cured. Even if they couldn't, she wouldn't allow Ning Xian to marry a useless man. She didn't want Ning Xian to be as miserable as she was. However, she didn't rush to interrupt Yi Chen, intending to wait a little longer, see if a miracle would happen. The crowd outside the door, on the other hand, waited anxiously, especially Ning Fugue, who was in a hurry in his heart. The two had already gone in for so long, there was no telling what the situation was. Alright, let's stop here. It seems that my guess was correct. After another 10 minutes, Chen Xiao directly took the tablet in Yi Chen's hand and said, it had already been so long, it was impossible for a miracle to happen. There was no point in wasting time. Yi Chen, I won't agree to you and Xiao Xian being together. Just die, Chen Xiao indifferently said. Then, turning around, she was about to go and open the door of the room. But, just at this time Yi Chen moved. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Chen Xiao said in shock and anger. Then, she realized that Yi Chen was looking at her with red eyes. Chen Xiao was secretly shocked. Wasn't this guy wasted? How could he have such eyes? The ancient Qilin was a supreme yang divine beast. Now most of the organs in Yi Yang's body had been replaced with the ancient Qilins. The blood of the Qilin was flowing in his body. The aura of supreme yang that erupted from his hands and feet could make any woman go crazy. It had to be said that although Chen Xiao was in her 40s and had suffered a lot, she still had her charm. Her face value was extremely high and her figure was well maintained. It was just that her skin had become slightly rough due to the long-term wind and frost assault. And with proper maintenance, she was definitely a beauty. Her looks were 7 or 8 points similar to Ning Xian. But unlike Ning Xian, compared to Ning Xian's youthfulness, she was a completely ripe woman. Such a woman, to men, often had a fatal attraction. No wonder, Rascal Zhou couldn't get enough of her from the time she moved in. Again, he waived the rent and gave money just to taste this delicacy. At this time, Yi Chen had already lost some of his mind and actually saw Chen Xiao as Ning Xian. Originally, Chen Xiao Ning Xian and the two of them looked extremely similar, and under the influence of the Qilin's blood, he could no longer tell each other apart. Yi Chen. Chen Xiao loudly chided Yi Chen, trying to make him regain his senses. She wanted to push Yi Chen away, but realized that she couldn't push at all. Yi Chen's strength was too great. Chen Xiao had some regrets in her heart. She shouldn't have done this. And outside the door, Ning Fugue was also a little panicked when he heard Chen Xiao's voice, and hurriedly started to bang on the door as hard as he could. Yi Chen, open the door, open the door. The sound of Ning Fugue tapping on the door was finally what allowed Yi Chen to regain a tiny bit of sanity. After coming to his senses, he was also startled by his own actions. What am I doing? Are you still a human being? Yi Chen cursed himself in his mind. Yi Chen, if you don't open the door, I'm going to bang on it. Ning Fugue shouted from outside. As he spoke, he had already started banging on the door, making banging noises. Yi Chen, get out and go away. If your Uncle Ning sees you, he will kill you. Chen Xiao said to Yi Chen with a pleading face as she listened to the urgent knocking sound. Boom! However, right at this moment, the door of the room was directly slammed open by Ning Fugue. Chapter 17 Moon Level Powerhouse. Finished. Chen Xiao closed his eyes in pain. It was impossible to be a human being now. However, after waiting for a short while, nothing happened. She opened her eyes and looked, realizing that Yi Chen was not on top of her. Instead, he had already retreated to the distance. Wife, are you alright? What did you do to my wife? I'll kill you. Seeing Chen Xiao lying motionless on the couch, Ning Fugue made a move to fight Yi Chen. He didn't do anything to me. Chen Xiao sat up and stopped Ning Fugue, thinking back to what had just happened. Her heart thumped. She had just felt it. Yi Chen was not just normal. Moreover, it was super powerful. It was a behemoth that she had never felt before, and it was like a rock. If it really launched an attack on her, I was afraid that it could kill her. Auntie Chen, Uncle Ning, please believe me. I will take care of Ning Xian and you guys. Yi Chen's mood was also finally calmed down. Yi Chen, no matter if you're good or not, I'll still choose Duan Yu. After Duan Yu, we, as a family, will be in trouble with you. Ning Fugue however said, no trouble, this is all what I should do. Duan Yu said with a face of excitement when he heard this. In his heart, he was even a little grateful to Yi Chen. After all, he didn't want to marry a blind man either. I think that we should still listen to Xiao Xian's opinion. However, Chen Xiao said so. Ning Fugue's brows suddenly furrowed, because Ning Xian would definitely choose Yi Chen. Kid, what exactly did you do to my wife? Ning Fugue angrily turned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was not in a good position to answer. He couldn't say that I didn't do anything. I just held your wife down on the couch just now. Old Ning, we are old. We can do whatever we want, as long as Xiao Xian is happy. Chen Xiao said. After all, it didn't matter if Yi Chen had money or not, but in a certain aspect, Ning Xin would definitely be happy. Thanks mom, Ning Xin said happily. Since both mother and daughter had chosen Yi Chen, there was nothing Ning Fugue could do. At this time, Duan Yu suddenly received a call. What did you say? Duan Yu's face suddenly turned white. So what? Uncle Ning, I still have something to do. I'm leaving first. Duan Yu left the rental house in a flash. Just now, he received a call from his friend, telling him a great news. That is, Yi Chen dug up Shen Aoxue's kidney at her wedding. And now, the Shen and Su families are looking for him. It was rumored that a moon-level powerhouse had even been deployed. There weren't many moon-level powerhouses, even in the entire Jiangdu. Such a big shot, even the Su family, which was worth tens of billions of dollars, didn't dare to mess with him. Moreover, Ning Xin had made a scene at the wedding, so I'm sure that the Shen and Su families, too, wouldn't let Ning Xin off the hook. Fortunately, if I really brought Ning Xin back, I would be dead. Duan Yu swallowed his saliva with some fear. In the rental house, the old couple started to pack up their things. Yi Chen, get the hell out of here. Suddenly a roar rang out from downstairs. The sound was like muffled thunder, shaking one's ears raw. Obviously, it was a powerful martial artist. Gao Yuanshan had come. Following Gao Yuanshan, there were also people from the Shen and Su families. Even Shen Aoxue was pushed over in a wheelchair. Moreover, there were several doctors in white coats waiting by the side. Obviously, they were preparing to replace Shen Aoxue's kidney on the spot after digging out Yi Chen's kidney. Ning Fugue glanced downstairs and was immediately startled. He naturally recognized Shen Aoxue's family. Obviously, the visitors were not good. Yi Chen, why did Shen Aoxue come to you? Chen Xiu also frowned and asked. It's fine uncle and aunt. You guys go first in a while. I'll handle it. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. The old couple hurriedly helped Ning Xin, not even bothering to pack up their things. You go too, Yi Chen said to Du Gaoming. Master, I already know about you. In this Jiangdu, old man me, I'm still somewhat useful. Du Gaoming, however, had no intention of leaving. Soon, the group arrived downstairs. The person you are looking for is me. Let the others go first. Yi Chen scanned the area and realized that there were actually hundreds of people who had come, but he didn't care about the others, and his gaze fell on an old man at the head with white hair and his hands behind his back. The person who had just yelled at him to get off should be this old man. Go, today, no one can leave, Shen Wangue said with a hideous expression. Let them go. Yi Chen gave a cold shout. Let them go. I will only kill Yi Chen. The others, I don't care, Gao Yuanshan indifferently said. Since Gao Yuanshan had said so, Shen Wangue naturally had no choice but to stop. Besides, as long as Yi Chen was dead, if he wanted to get Ning Xion's family killed, wouldn't it be like a game? This Yi Chen dared to dig out her daughter's kidney and blinded her eyes. He would kill everyone related to Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Ning Xion was however unwilling to leave. Don't worry sister Xion, you guys go out, I sent someone to pick you up. Just go home and wait for me. Yi Chen signaled that Ning Xion didn't need to worry. In the end, Ning Xion was pulled away by the old couple. Yi Chen, today, I will personally dig out your kidney. Shen Aoxue yelled towards Yi Chen. With Gao Yuanshan present today, Yi Chen would definitely die. Yi Chen looked at the grim-faced Shen Aoxue, and the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Shen Aoxue, are you so sure that he can deal with me? Yi Chen, I know that you have become a formidable martial artist, but do you know who he is? He is a moon-ranked powerhouse. Is it possible that you are still a moon-ranked powerhouse? Shen Aoxue hummed. Of course I'm not a moon-level powerhouse. Yi Chen replied. Since you know that you're not an opponent, now kneel down and beg me. Obediently hand over your kidney. I'll let Mr. Gao give you a hard time later. Shen Aoxue once again resumed her arrogance. Just at this time, Du Gaoming suddenly walked towards Gao Yuanshan. Mr. Gao, I'm Du Gaoming from Huichun Tang. I hope you'll look at my face. Snap. However, before Du Gaoming could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by Gao Yuanshan. His face was red and swollen, and blood flowed out of his mouth. What Huichun Hall? What Du Gaoming? Never even heard of it, Gao Yuanshan said disdainfully. However, he actually stayed his hand. Otherwise this slap could have completely scared Du Gaoming to death. The attack of a moon-level powerhouse, even a tenth of its power, was never something that an ordinary person could withstand. Du Gaoming slowly climbed up and continued. Mr. Gao, as long as you can spare my master, I can. Snap. Du Gaoming was once again slapped down by Gao Yuanshan. What kind of thing are you that you deserve to have me give you face? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, next time, it's hard to say if you'll still be alive. Gao Yuanshan's expression was cold to the core. Chapter 18 Where the other kidney went. But, Du Gaoming still stood up and walked to Gao Yuanshan once again. Mr. Gao, Mard, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Gao Yuanshan was also enraged. A moon-level powerhouse. In Jiangdu, apart from those few who didn't dare to mess with him, the others, to him, were like ants. He could kill them if he wanted to. Gao Yuanshan once again slapped Du Gaoming. This time, he used 30% of his strength. 30% of his strength was enough to slap Du Gaoming's head into mush. However, this time, he did not hit Du Gaoming. His hand was grabbed by Yi Chen. As the saying goes, when you hit a dog, you still have to look at the master. Although he did not recognize Du Gaoming as his disciple. However, Du Gaoming's behavior still moved him a little. Du Gaoming, stand down, Yi Chen said indifferently. Master, disciple is incompetent. Du Gaoming sighed and retreated towards the back with difficulty. He had thought that with his reputation in Jiangdu City, Gao Yuanshan might give him some face, but he didn't expect that this Gao Yuanshan really didn't give him any face at all. There was no way. Although a doctor was highly respected, in front of a powerful martial artist, he was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Yi Chen had actually caught his attack with 30% of his strength, Gao Yuanshan was also slightly shocked. To be able to catch 30% of my force, you are at least a star-level high-ranked martial artist. I heard that you have only been cultivating for 3 years. You must have encountered some kind of miraculous encounter. Yi Chen, have you obtained some kind of marvelous technique? If you take out your cultivation technique and offer it to the old man can consider it, and leave you alive. Gao Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and said, 3 years of time, cultivating from an ordinary person to a star-level high rank. This was simply unbelievable. One must know that he, Gao Yuanshan, had also used a full 30 years to reach the star grade high rank. Reaching the monthly grade, it had taken another 30 years. As for Yi Chen, he had actually reached his 30 years of achievement in 3 years, which was enough to show that Yi Chen had definitely obtained some kind of miraculous encounter. Mr. Gao, what's the point of wasting words with him? Let's waste him first and then torture him ruthlessly. If he has even better cultivation techniques, won't he have to obediently hand them over? Hearing Gao Yuanshan's words, Shen Aoxue was anxious. If Gao Yuanshan released Yi Chen, she would be out of luck. That's true. Gao Yuanshan nodded. In his eyes, Yi Chen was completely neat on the chopping board. Although his cultivation level was only at the beginning stage of the moon rank, but even if he was at the early stage of the moon rank, that was still far too much stronger than a star-ranked high stage. Shen Aoxue. Originally, I got back my things, and also avenged Xiao Xian's death. The grudge between the two of us has already been eliminated, but you have to come to mess with me. Today, if he can't take me down, then I'll ask for another one of your arms, Yi Chen said in an indifferent tone. Yi Chen, you are still talking tough at the end of your life. Mr. Gao, please also step in and waste this arrogant and cocky guy. Shen Aoxue hummed. Yi Chen shook his head at his words. Shen Aoxue, I hope you don't regret it. I can't possibly regret this in my life. Yi Chen, you are a waste. Even if you become a martial artist, you are still a waste. I will always be the woman you can't get. Shen Aoxue hissed angrily. His hatred for Yi Chen had reached its peak, because even if she dug out Yi Chen's kidney and transplanted it back, her eyes would be blind forever. Kid, I've given you a chance and you didn't cherish it, so be obediently wasted by me. Gao Yuanshan took a step out and instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen, who was a few meters away, lifting his hand and grabbing Yi Chen's arm, wanting to twist Yi Chen's arm off. With the strength of a moon-ranked powerhouse, he could easily tear off Yi Chen's arm. However, after he twisted it several times with force, Yi Chen's arm, however, did not move at all. At this time, Gao Yuanshan finally realized that something was wrong. But it was already too late. Yi Chen grinned towards him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. In the next moment, a palm blasted onto his chest. Immediately, Gao Yuanshan felt as if he had been hit by a train, and his entire body stomped back several steps, and then, he fell to the ground with a thud. He was directly killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. A powerful moon-level powerhouse was killed by Yi Chen in seconds just like that? Really or not? In 3 years' time, one could kill a moon-ranked powerhouse in seconds. This was also a little too terrifying, wasn't it? However, hearing the sound of Gao Yuanshan falling, Shen Aoxue thought that Yi Chen had been knocked down. Immediately, she laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, now you know how powerful Mr. Gao is, but it's useless for you to beg for mercy now. Seeing Shen Aoxue's wild look, Yi Chen smiled evilly and said, it's quite powerful. Not even one palm was caught, that's for sure. Mr. Gao is a moon-level powerhouse. How could you possibly catch one of his palms? Shen Aoxue had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized that something was wrong, because the tone of Yi Chen's voice just now did not sound like he had been injured. Moreover, the voice didn't come from the ground either. So in that case, the one who was knocked down was not Yi Chen? What the hell is going on? Shen Aoxue couldn't see and could only ask the others. Mr. Gao, Mr. Gao he was killed by Yi Chen, Shen Aoxue said with a trembling body. What? Shen Aoxue was instantly dumbfounded. Gao Yuanshan was a moon-level powerhouse. Just now, she didn't even hear the sound of the fight and was killed. Wouldn't that mean that it was killed by Yi Chen in seconds? Shen Aoxue, I just said, if he can't be taken today, I want one of your arms. Are you ready? Yi Chen walked towards Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue never expected that even Gao Yuanshan was not Yi Chen's opponent, and instantly panicked. Quickly protect me. She wanted the bodyguards to protect her. Unfortunately, even Gao Yuanshan had been killed, so who dared to go on? Brother Tian, save me. Shen Aoxue could only beg for help towards Su Tiancheng. Where did Su Tiancheng dare to say anything? Although his brother was definitely more powerful than Yi Chen, but after all, his brother was still back, wasn't he? Yi Chen came in front of Shen Aoxue and grabbed one of Shen Aoxue's arms. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Yi Chen began to exert force, preparing to directly crush Shen Aoxue's arm. Yi Chen, let me go. It's not actually me who wants your second kidney. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you who wants your kidney. Shen Aoxue felt that her bones were about to be crushed, and hurriedly said. Hearing Shen Aoxue's words, Yi Chen was stunned. He had thought that his second kidney had not survived in Shen Aoxue's body, but now it seemed that perhaps there was something else going on. Aoxue, you can't say it. If you say it, our Shen family will be finished. Shen Wanhua, however, shouted towards Shen Aoxue with an anxious face. Shen Aoxue was stunned and also hurriedly closed her mouth. Indeed, the current Yi Chen was terrifying. However, the person who wanted Yi Chen's kidney was even more terrifying. Speak! Yi Chen increased the strength in his hand, pinching Shen Aoxue's bones with a clicking sound, as if they could break at any time. Chapter 19, Yi Chen's brother. I won't say anything. This time, Shen Aoxue was somewhat hardened. Despite already being sweating profusely from the pain, she was still unwilling to open her mouth, because, if she didn't say it, maybe Yi Chen would just remove her arm. But if she said it, the Shen family would all cease to exist. In front of that behemoth, even the Shen family, which already had a scale of tens of billions, was nothing more than a mole cricket. Ah, I'm in pain. Help! Yi Chen, spare me! Shen Aoxue begged for mercy in pain. Spare you? If I was the one who lost today, would you spare me? Looking at this woman who had once used herself like a dog, Yi Chen did not have the slightest bit of pity. If, today, he wasn't Gao Yuanshan's opponent, he was only afraid that, at this time, he would be dug out of his kidneys alive again, just like 3 years ago. But he wasn't going to torture Shen Aoxue either. But, with a casual wave of his hand, Yi Chen chopped off one of Shen Aoxue's arms. He was true to his word. When he said he wanted one of Shen Aoxue's arms, he would definitely want it. Ah! Shen Aoxue screamed miserably and fainted. Yi Chen no longer paid attention to Shen Aoxue. Instead, he grabbed Shen Wanhua's collar, picked him up, and said in a grim tone, Shen Wanhua, come tell me, my other kidney, where did it go? Yi Chen, I won't tell you even if you kill me. Shen Wanhua said so despite being very scared in his heart. Killing you, that would be too cheap. I want you and Shen Aoxue to also experience the life that Sister Xin has lived these 3 years. Yi Chen indifferently threw Shen Wanhua on the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Tiancheng hurriedly ran away with his men. The current Yi Chen was clearly not something he could deal with. It was better to wait for his brother to return before dealing with Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't bother to stop him either. Su Tiancheng had better not come to mess with him. Otherwise, he didn't mind destroying Su Tiancheng as well. As for the Shen family, they would definitely ask for help from the forces behind them, and sooner or later, he would be able to find out who had taken his second kidney. No matter who it was, he would have to make him pay. Yi Chen walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. As he walked, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Yi Chen? Yi Chen turned around and instantly saw a thin bamboo pole-like figure looking at him. We know each other? Although Yi Chen felt that the person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar, he did not recognize the other party. Yi Chen, it's really you, yeah. You're still alive. It's me, Fatty. The thin man saw Yi Chen's face, and immediately ran over with an excited face. I don't know if it was because he was running too fast, but just after running to Yi Chen, he coughed violently. You're Fatty? Yi Chen looked the other party up and down a few times, and finally recognized who the other party was. It was Li Taizhu, his sworn enemy from when he was in Aoxue group. The two lived in the same dormitory, commuted together, went to the cafeteria to eat together, watched movies together, performed traditional crafts together, and had a crush on Shen Aoxue together. The two were so good that they wore the same pants. Only, later, after Yi Chen joined the Shen family, the two met less often. Yi Chen looked at Li Taizhu with a puzzled face, knowing that the previous Li Taizhu, his body was strong like an ox, A big tall man of 1 meter 85, weighing more than 100 kilograms, and his body was also very good. But thin with hemp pole-like ground, as if a gust of wind can blow it down. Moreover, having just run but a dozen meters, he was out of breath, and one leg was somewhat lame. Just now, I seemed to hear someone calling Chen, so I thought to come out to see. I didn't think it was really you. Damn, I knew you couldn't die. Cough. Seeing Chen, Li Taiju looked very excited, but did not say 2 words, and then coughed violently. Chen gently patted Li Taiju's back twice. Li Taiju's coughing finally stopped. How did you become like this? Chen asked with a puzzled face. It's not all for your kid. I learned from Sister Xin that it was Shen Aoxue who harmed you, so I wanted to catch that up and see if there were 2 kidneys in that S-body. As a result, I encountered Hong Tao. I didn't expect that old kid to be quite powerful, so I was hit with a slap, and I'm still not well. Marred. It seems that now, your kid is not in trouble at all, and the old man was considered to be suffering from that slap for nothing. Li Taiju said very casually. Li Taiju said casually, but Chen heart is a little sour. Li Taiju is very strong. Usually 3 or 5 people cannot get close to the body, but Hong Tao is Chen level martial artist. Li Taiju is naturally not an opponent. Just now when he was patting Li Taiju's back, he had secretly checked Li Taiju's body. Li Taiju's heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys all had different degrees of damage, and he also limped a leg. Even half of his lungs were still functional, and it was a miracle that he was alive. Obviously, it was definitely not as simple as him saying that he was just slapped by Hong Tao at that time. I'm sorry, fatty, it's all because I caused you to suffer. Chen said with some choking. We brothers say a hammer sorry. If it is not the capital is not Hong Tao that dog said the opponent. Must Shen Aoxue that to the hospital to take x-ray. Her body to really have 2 kidneys. I will dig out her kidneys. Burn also want to burn to you. Li Taiju said viciously. Good brother. I won't let you suffer this injury for nothing. Chen said through gritted teeth, which no Li Taiju's sniffing face changed. Said, your kid do not mess around. Hong Tao that dog said. Really powerful. I'm not his opponent. I know. Shen Aoxue remarried Su Tancheng. Your heart is certainly not happy, but now the Shen family is not compared to the original, and also list on the Su family this tree, pinch us, with pinch the death of ants, or do not go to mess with it. The current me, pinching the Shen family, is also as simple as pinching an ant. Chen said, don't brag about it, you kid, still pinching the Shen family is as simple as pinching an ant. Who do you think you are, the heavenly green god of war? But then again, in the 3 years you've been married to Shen Aoxue, have you ever touched that or not? Is that taste good? Li Taiju suddenly became lewd and said, after all, in the beginning, Li Taiju and Chen were both secretly in love with Shen Aoxue. Chen shook his head. Mad. A big loss. This woman is also too damn heartless. You donate a kidney to her. She actually doesn't even let you touch it. Li Taiju huffed. Then he winked at Chen and said, why don't you? Chen, let's find an opportunity to take Shen Aoxue captive, and then properly teach her how to be a woman. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched. This guy has become like this. His character still hasn't changed. Helplessly shook his head and said, now you just see her. You may not want to sleep with her. Li Taiju, you step on the horse to hide here. Finally caught by the old man, the two were chatting, when suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Then, a dozen people rushed over and surrounded Li Taiju. At the head of the group, was a bald man with a somewhat ferocious expression. Chapter 20, I'll protect you this time. Brother Chang, I'm not hiding from you. I'm not busy earning money so I can pay you back? Seeing the bald head, Li Taiju seems to be a little afraid, said with a flattering face. Li Taiju, you less ing pretending. How? Last time to break your leg, did not let you grow some memory? Today, if you don't pay back the money again, I will break your other leg as well. Brother Chang said with a cold expression. You're the one who broke Fatty's leg? Chen's brows wrinkled at the words. He had thought that Li Tieju's leg was broken by Hong Tao, but he did not expect that it was this person called Brother Chang who broke it. Ah, that's right. I broke it. He owed me money and didn't pay it back, so I broke one of his legs. What? You want to pay it back for him? Brother Chang glanced at Chen and snorted coldly. Brother Chang, it's none of his business. The money I owe you, I will definitely pay it back. Seeing this, Li Taiju hurriedly limped over and blocked in front of Chen. I've heard you say this hundreds of times. Today, I don't want you to pay back the money, so I'll break your arms and legs. Brother Chang said and was ready to make his move. However, the next moment, his body was kicked to the ground by Chen. Marred, dare to hit me, looking for death, give it to me, Brother Chang shouted. At that moment, a dozen people rushed towards Chen. I'll stop them, you run, Li Taiju shouted towards Chen. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's nose once again turned sour. In the past, when the two fought, it was Li Taizhu who blocked the front and let him run first. At that time, Li Taizhu was as strong as an ox, and just standing there made people feel safe. But now, he was still blocking in front of Yi Chen even though his body was weak like this. Fatty, this time, I'll protect you. Yi Chen patted Li Taizhu's shoulder, and the next moment, he moved. Boom boom boom. In just a few seconds, the dozen or so people that Brother Chang had brought with him were all led over by Yi Chen. Holy, when did you kid get so fierce? Li Taizhu rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe what he saw. Yi Chen dried over Brother Chang's men, and then came in front of Brother Chang. One foot stepped on Brother Chang's leg, making a gesture. He was about to step on Brother Chang's leg and break it. Do you know whose man I am? Cold sweat broke out on Brother Chang's bald head from the pain. I don't care who you are. Yi Chen didn't have any nonsense, and with a click, he directly stomped Brother Chang's leg from the knee. Ah, mud horse, you're dead. Brother Chang cursed out loud. Being scolded by Brother Chang, Yi Chen clicked and crushed Brother Chang's other knee as well. From then on, Brother Chang could only spend time in a wheelchair. Still cursing? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Brother Chang endured the pain, and his eyes were as angry as if they were about to spew out fire. However, he didn't dare to curse Yi Chen. How much does he owe you guys? I'll pay it back. Come to the Imperial Mansion to get it from me, Yi Chen coldly said. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the crowd thought that Yi Chen said that he was asking them to come to the Imperial Palace to get it from him, and they were scared enough. They hurriedly carried Chang away, fearing that if they were late, Yi Chen would really send them to hell. While Chang's people left, Li Taizhu's face was very ugly. Without speaking, he seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Zi, you come with me. Li Taizhu pulled Yi Chen up and headed upstairs. Eventually, it was brought to a dilapidated rental house. Li Taizhu took out a plastic bag from underneath the bedboard, opened the plastic bag, and it was full of money, but it was all bits and pieces of money. Basically, they are all $1, $5, and rarely have a denomination of more than $10, but adding it all up, there should be thousands of dollars. Yi Zi, this money, you hurry to take it and leave Jiangdu, Li Taizhu said with a serious expression. Why should I leave? Yi Chen was puzzled. Yi Zi, do you know who the person you just wasted is? Who is it? His name is Kung. He's one of the 4 tough bandits. The 4 great humans? What the hell is that? Hey, you don't care. Listen to my brother. Go buy a ticket now and leave. It's not too late. When the 4 big tough bandits know that you wasted their man, you won't be able to run away, Li Taizhu urged. Seeing Li Taizhu's worried face, Yi Chen patted his shoulder and said, Fatty, from today onwards, only we bully others. No one can bully us. Yi Zi, I'm not joking with you. Don't mind the money. Brother, I don't have much labor power now. I can only get this money. You take the money and leave quickly, Li Taizhu anxiously said. Although Yi Chen had defeated Brother Chang, the 4 big tough guys were no joke. Yi Zi, can't you listen to your brother? Mard, what's all the noise? Can't people sleep anymore? At this time, a woman wearing pajamas, quite a bit of posture, but the age of almost 40 years old walked in, breaking into a curse. Li Taizhu, you dead cripple. You call for souls, right? Immediately, see the money in the hands of Li Taizhu. Suddenly eyes bright, immediately to go to snatch over. Li Taizhu, so you special meow rich rich you still dare to credit the old lady's account. Lily, this money is my travel expenses for my brother. Don't grab it. Li Taizhu was a little anxious. The woman called Lily, however, didn't care that much and had to go and grab it. She was grabbed by Yi Chen's arm. Why are you robbing Fatty's money? Yi Chen frowned. What do you mean rob? This is what he owes my mom. My mom served him for a night. He actually said to my mom that he owes it. My mom has been around for so many years. It's the first time I've encountered someone who owes me a nightly fee. If it wasn't for his pity, I would have to waste him. Lily exclaimed. It turned out that this Lily was a Lu Feng's sister. No, it should be called an old sister. Hearing Lily's words, Yi Chen could only loosen his hand awkwardly. Lily snatched the money from Li Taizhu's hand as soon as she could. Then, she was about to leave. But in the end, she still took a few tens from the pile of money and returned it to Li Taizhu, and said, leave a few dollars for you to eat. Don't starve to death. After saying that, she twisted her waist and left. Seeing Lily leaving with the money, Li Taizhu was in pain for a while. Fatty, not you. How come you even owe Lu Feng money? Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. Hey, since being beaten by Hong Tao, that dog said, this body is not as good as a day. Simply cannot do heavy work. On those money, or the old man to go to the footbridge to ask for it back, Li Taizhu said with a grim expression. Once he looked tall and powerful, although not much money, but still very much a woman's edge, but did not expect, now can only find 40-year-old Lu Feng to solve the problem. The key, but also do not give people money. Hearing Li Taizhu say that the money was what he asked for back from the flyover, Yi Chen was both heartbroken and touched. Li Taizhu was obviously already living a very hard life himself, but he was still willing to give him the money he had asked for. This was a true brother. Fatty, we're going to be brothers for life, Yi Chen said heavily. Chapter 21 The Forces Behind. Of course we are lifelong brothers. However, you wasted Brother Chang. The 4 big tough bandits will not let you go. You'd better hurry to escape. I can't escape, Li Taizhu sighed. Tell me, what do these 4 humongous bandits do? Yi Chen asked. The 4 humongous bandits, a total of 4 people, are the kings of the underground forces in Jiangdu today. The Black Shark Club? No. Although they are underground forces, but it's completely different from the Black Shibuya Club that you imagine. They even have their own lawyers group. It can be said that Black and White, Strong Brother, is responsible for the gray industry, specializing in loan sharks. I just borrowed tens of thousands of dollars from them, and actually want me to pay back more than $1 million. The most critical thing is that, not only do they have a lot of people, but also, every one of them is an expert, especially as the 4 big bandits, is even stronger than words. In Jiangdu, not many people dare to provoke them, Li Taizhu explained. Li Taizhu said, there are a few points of yearning. After all, at least half of the men in Jiangdu dream of becoming a henchman of the 4 great bandits. No other reason, just because, these 4 big bandits, are all female, and all of them have the best posture. It is said that their boss is even a beautiful woman who is a beauty to behold. Even the toughest men, when they met her, they all had to soften. Yi Ci, you know how powerful they are now, right? Li Taizhu swallowed his saliva and said, I know, but I'm not running. Yi Chen said, why don't you listen to your brother? Li Taizhu was a little anxious. Fatty, let me take a look at your leg first. Yi Chen was ready to heal the injuries on his body for Li Taizhu. There's no need to look. This leg of mine, it's considered completely ruined. Li Taizhu shook his head. His leg could actually have been cured, but because he didn't have the money, he delayed the treatment and ended up limping. Now, even if he was sent to the best hospital, he wouldn't be able to recover. However, Yi Chen did not pay any attention to Li Taizhu, but directly took out the 9 turns golden needle. Yi Zi, you still know medical skills? Li Taizhu was a little curious. I know a lot. I'll slowly tell you later. Yi Chen didn't explain too much. There were some things that Li Taizhu wouldn't believe even if he just said it. If the 4 humongous bandits were cowhide again, could they have the cowhide of the 3,000 beautiful angels under Yes's seat? Under the effect of the 9 turns golden needle as well as Yi Chen's internal force, Li Taizhu was not only crippled, but all the other dark injuries on his body were also cured by Yi Chen. Yi Zi, I'm really healed. Li Taizhu couldn't believe that Yi Chen had really cured himself. Yi Chen, let's just run. However, soon, his face dropped. He was still worried about the 4 humongous bandits retaliating. Yi Chen knew that Li Taizhu wouldn't be relieved until he showed his hand. Thus, he walked to the security door and closed it. Then, he gently slapped his palm on the security door. A muffled sound. The security door fell down in response to the sound. Holy, this scene looked silly. Li Taizhu. Ouch, my door. A moment later, Li Taizhu let out a pained cry. Now that you believe me, those 4 humongous bandits better not come to trouble me. If they dare to come, I'll get them to be your daughter-in-law, Yi Chen said with a smile. Getting the 4 humongous bandits to be their daughter-in-laws? Li Taizhu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. For the 4 humongous bandits, he had only seen them from afar, never approaching to within 10 meters. However, that face, that body, that temperament, it does make the heart itch. If you could get them as a daughter-in-law, wouldn't it be beautiful? Li Taizhu already had a picture in his eyes. Okay, Yi Zi, brother, I'll believe you once. Big deal. Let's be penetrated by the 4 humongous bandits together, Li Taizhu said cheerfully. His character was originally the type that was not afraid of the sky or the earth. The reason why he let Yi Chen go was just that he didn't want Yi Chen to be hurt. Don't worry, they can't penetrate us. It's more like we penetrate them. Yi Chen directly led Li Taizhu out of the rented house, preparing to bring Li Taizhu to his own quadrangle as well, where there were plenty of rooms. Jiangdu Hospital. Shen Aoxue entered the ICU. Without a kidney, her body was already weak, and after having an arm cut by Yi Chen, she was even weaker. Shen Aoxue hesitated for a long time. Finally he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. This number, he easily dared not dial. The first time he dialed this number, the Shen family fortune, from 1 billion, rose to 10 billion. This was the second time he dialed. Obviously, Yi Chen had become an extremely powerful martial artist. Even the moon-level powerhouse, Gao Yuan Shan, had been killed in seconds. It was no longer something that the Shen and Su families could solve. Only the one who had taken away Yi Chen's kidney could be resolved. Is it Old Man He? After the call was dialed, Shen Aoxue said respectfully, "You are?" A somewhat old voice came from the other end of the phone. Obviously the other party no longer remembered who Shen Aoxue was. "I'm Shen Aoxue. Back then, you promised to do 2 things for our Shen family. Now, I want to ask you to do it." "Good, I will send someone." After the old man finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. When the old man hung up the phone, he said to a young man in front of him who was breathing and exhaling, "Xiao Wu, the Shen family has encountered trouble. You go and solve it." "Okay, master." The young man opened his eyes, and a flash of light erupted from his eyes. Although he was only in his 20s, the aura on his body was extremely powerful. It was actually a martial Dao sovereign. A martial Dao patriarch was a martial artist above the day level, a true martial arts master. After the young man left, a wonderful young girl trotted in. "Grandpa Black, Grandpa Black, I'm here. Are you there?" The young girl shouted as she ran. "Meow meow, Grandpa Black is here." Seeing the young girl, the old man in the black robe had a doting face. "Grandpa Black, what are you looking for me for?" The young girl's delicate voice was like a silver bell. The young girl was very pretty. Her skin was fair and snowy, her body was slim, her legs were slender, and she was wearing a casual dress and tight jeans, looking full of temptation. "Nothing, just haven't seen you for a long time. Want to see you." The black-robed old man smiled and replied. However, just at this time, the young girl suddenly had a soft body and almost fell to the ground. It was held up by the black-robed elder. "Meow meow, are you alright?" the old man asked worriedly. "Grandpa Black, I'm fine. I'm just feeling a little weak. I should be fine after resting for a while." "Then Grandpa Black, Meow meow won't bother you anymore. I'll go back first." "Aha." The black-robed old man nodded. After the young girl left, a stout old man walked out from the inner hall. He looked at the black-robed elder and asked with a frown, "How is Meow Meow's situation?" The black-robed old man frowned even more tightly and said, "It's not very optimistic. At most half a year's time, that kidney will be necrotic." The stout old man pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I remember. Back then, that girl from the Shen family also had a kidney in her body." Chapter 22 Special Farewell Ceremony. It's been 3 years. Every day I dream of leaving this place, and now that I really have to leave, I'm actually a bit reluctant to part with it. When it was time to leave, Li Taizhu stood at the door of the rented house. His heart was upset. Yi Chen looked at the window next to him that was covered up by the bedsheet. That was Lu Feng Lily's house, and smiled. "You are afraid that you can't let go of Lily's sister." Li Taizhu instantly blushed with his old face. "Which is it? Which is it? Why don't we give you 5 minutes to say goodbye?" Yi Chen had an expression of "I understand you." Marred. "Yi Zi, you're also looking down on me too much. I'll start in half an hour." Li Taizhu finished digging out his 2 empty pockets, and finally shook his head. "Forget it, we've met before." For Lily, Li Taizhu still had some feelings. After all, he and Lily's sister, in the eyes of others, are not well received. Some people had even scolded the two of them, a building phoenix and a beggar, a natural pair. Yi Chen naturally knew that Li Taizhu was not wanting to go to say goodbye, maybe shy in the bag. At that moment, he walked over and directly went to knock on Lily's sister's door. "Who is it?" A fairly good-sounding voice rang out. It was Lily's sister's, but deliberately clamped. 40 years old clamp, really a little let a person on the head. Sister Lily opened the door, and at a glance, it was actually Yi Chen and Li Taizhu, who were suddenly furious. "Li Taizhu, you ing Diao? Don't you know that my mother works late at night and has to sleep during the day? What are you knocking for?" Sister Lily scolded grumpily. Sister Lily, I'm leaving," Li Taizhu whispered. "Just leave. Don't disturb me," Sister Lily said and closed the door with a bang. Seeing this scene, Li Taizhu was more or less a bit lost. After all, the two had been neighbors for 2 years. At the lowest point, they used to embrace each other for warmth and help each other lick their wounds. It seems that the old saying is right. The playwright is heartless, and the is unrighteous. Perhaps, in Sister Lily's eyes, Li Taizhu was nothing more than a guest, and moreover, the kind that didn't pay. "Let's go, Yi Zi." After standing at Lily's door for a long time, Li Taizhu finally shook his head and turned around with a face full of loss. Just at this time, the door to Sister Lily's sudden room suddenly opened. Lily's sister's head stretched out, only to see, at this time, Sister Lily had already painted her makeup, although it was only a simple makeup, but it looked much better. "Li Taizhu," Lily shouted. "Sister Lily, what is it?" Li Taizhu turned around, a little unsure. "Come in," Sister Lily said to him. Li Taizhu seemed to understand something, but finally shook his head and said, "I don't have any money." "Don't want your money this time." Hearing Lily's words, Li Taizhu's face immediately surfaced with a touch of ecstasy. "Yi Zi, wait for me for half an hour." Then, with a face of excitement, he rushed towards Sister Lily. Boom! The rental house was shut with a strong effort. Seeing this scene, Chen was also somewhat emotional. He remembered Shen Aoxue. That woman, she looked moralistic and had a face that was a scourge to the people. But, inside, she was so cold and heartless that she could even kill her own husband. And Sister Lily, just an old building phoenix who was nearly late in life. Yet, she is much more sentimental and righteous than Shen Aoxue. Perhaps, when she was young, she had also been in the limelight. Although Li Taiju bragged about making Chen wait for him for half an hour, but he knew he had 5 minutes at most. Ever since his injury, his ability had decreased a lot. However, what he didn't know was that all the wounds on his body had been healed. The time instantly skyrocketed straight away. 1 hour later. Why are you so powerful today? Sister Lily gasped and asked. When am I not powerful? Li Taiju said with some stink. Just blow it off. I still don't know you. Moreover, I noticed that your leg doesn't seem to be limping anymore. Sister Lily asked curiously. That's all due to my brother Chen. Li Taiju laughed nervously. Still coming back? Sister Lily asked. It shouldn't be. Sister Lily climbed out from the quilt, revealing her still bare back, and her body was quite good. It was obvious that the young Sister Lily should also be a special thing. She took out an iron box from under the bed, opened the iron box, and handed back the money she brought from Li Taiju. How can this be? You didn't even charge me today. Li Taiju, which is too good to take the money. Take it. That brother of yours, at a glance, is not a mortal. You follow him to mix, surely can make a fortune. As I invested, if you are developed in the future, don't forget your Lily sister on it. Lily's sister kissed Li Taiju on the face, said, looking at Lily's sister's eyes with a hint of love. Li Taiju was a little moved, said, why don't you go with me? Lily's sister, I'll raise you later. I'm better now. I can work. What's the point of going with you? You haven't even made a name for yourself yet. Sister Lily pursed her lips and laughed lightly, but in her eyes, there were tears. Sister Lily, get lost. Li Taiju still wanted to say something, but was kicked off the bed by Sister Lily. Li Taiju could only silently put on his clothes and leave. My name is Yan Li. As Li Taiju closed the door, Lil's sister's voice was heard. This was the first time Li Taiju knew Sister Lily's name. Sister Yan Li. When laborers make a name for themselves, they will definitely come back to pick you up. Li Taiju silently swore in his heart. The two left the dilapidated neighborhood together. If you can't part with her, just marry her. Chen saw Li Taiju's lost face and joked. Impossible. Li Taiju, however, shook his head. What? You dislike her? Some people's bodies are clean, but her heart, I don't know how dirty it is. While some people, her body may be dirty, but their hearts, they are clean. Chen said. Yi Zi, I'm not disliking her as a Lu Feng. The main thing is that the age of our two. The difference is also too much. She can be my aunt. Li Taiju touched his head. In fact, her age is not that old. It may be that she had some kind of disease that caused her to age too quickly. Chen said. Really? Li Taiju revealed a touch of joy at his words. Chen, now you still have time to go back and pick her up. Li Taiju was a little moved, but he eventually gave up. After all, he hadn't even made a name for himself. In particular, Chen had wasted Brother Chang's men, and he still didn't know if he could get past the 4 humongous bandits. Let's talk about it when I make a name for myself. Li Taiju sighed. Chen didn't say anything more. After all, it was not good for him to get involved in emotional matters. Perhaps, Li Taiju didn't like Yan Li at all, just because once they were all down and out, they relied on each other's hearts. If Li Taiju later developed, can still think of Yan Li, that Li Taiju is really like Yan Li. At that time, he will cure Yan Li's disease and let her return to her young appearance. After walking out of the neighborhood, Chen saw the waiting Hong Yi from afar. Yi Ci, run, if you're late, you'll be too late. Li Taiju, however, suddenly pulled him up and ran. Chapter 23. Chen is a gigolo? Chen was at a loss, not knowing what had happened. Do you know who I just saw? I saw Rakshasa. If she catches us, we're dead, Li Taiju said as he ran. What Rakshasa? It's one of the 4 tough bandits. The 4 tough bandits are Rakshasa, Shura, Widow and Demoness. I didn't expect her to come so fast. She must have known that you wasted Brother Chang, Li Taiju said with a palpitating heart. After saying that, he still did not forget to turn around and look up. Then he saw a fiery red figure chased towards him. He was immediately scared out of his wits. It's over. Yi Ci, she's chasing over. We can't run away, Li Taiju said as he ran wildly. Chen glanced back at the red leaves chasing over, then said, the Rakshasa you mentioned, is it the woman in the red cheongsam in the back? That's right, it's her. I've seen her before. One of my juniors accidentally soiled her skirt. She said it's okay, be careful. She looked amiable, but in the twinkling of an eye, she killed that person. What she said about being careful, she was telling people to be careful in their next life. It's over. It's over. We're dead. Li Taizhu was scared enough. No need to run then. Yi Chen directly pulled Li Taizhu. Yi Zi, you're crazy. Run if you don't run it's too late. That's the humongous bandit Rakshasa. She's a female devil. She kills without blinking an eye. Li Taizhu shouted. But Yi Chen just wouldn't go. Seeing that Yi Chen did not leave, Li Taizhu had no choice. He could only watch the woman in the red cheongsam get closer and closer. That woman was too fast. Despite wearing high heels and cheongsam, that speed, not slow at all, in an instant, came in front of the two. Rakshasa, what's coming at me? It has nothing to do with my brother. Even though Li Taizhu was shivering with fear, he still stood in front of Yi Chen, wanting to protect him. The red cheongsam got closer and closer. She did not have the slightest expression on her face, as if, in her eyes, Li Taizhu was already a dead man. Finally, when the other party was only a few meters away from the two of them, Li Taizhu flopped down and knelt in front of the woman, directly kowtowing to the woman. Sister Rakshasa, you're a generous person. Just spare us. However, Rakshasa did not even look at Li Taizhu. She walked straight to Yi Chen before kneeling on one knee. Young lord, I have already instructed the people to send young granny back to the imperial mansion. May I ask for any further orders? Li Taizhu was scared out of his wits. He didn't hear anything. He heard the word imperial mansion. He thought it was hell. He was so scared that he banged straight kowtowed his head. Okay fatty, own person, don't kowtow. The road is going to be smashed by you. Yi Chen said speechlessly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Taizhu then raised his head. Then, he saw that Rakshasa was half kneeling in front of Yi Chen. His eyes immediately widened. Yi Zi, what's the situation? Li Taizhu couldn't understand the plot in front of him. Yi Chen looked at Red Leaf and asked, Red Leaf, are you the four humans? Back to young lord. Red Leaf is one of the four great tough bandits. Rakshasa, Red Leaf said respectfully. Leaf, did I just hear it right? The tough bandit, Rakshasa, actually called you young lord? Li Taizhu swallowed his saliva and thought he was dreaming. You didn't hear it wrong. She is my maid. Get up. Don't disgrace me. Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say. Yi Chen's words shocked Li Taizhu beyond words. Yi Chen actually said that the terrifying Rakshasa was his maid. Joking, right? The facts proved that Yi Chen wasn't joking. At this time, Yi Chen also finally understood that this maid of his did not seem to be simple. It actually had such a heavy identity in Jiangdu. Hong Yi, you are at least a person with status. Don't call me young lord in the future. Just call me Yi Chen, and don't kneel without moving. Yi Chen said. Young lord, this is in order. Yes, young lord. Still called young lord? Yes, Yi Chen. Hong Yi finally shouted out the two words Yi Chen, but appeared a little restrained. After all, as a maid, how could she call her master by his name? However, she did not dare to disobey Yi Chen's order. Seeing this scene, Li Taizhu was almost like he was watching a science fiction movie. Before, his heart was still scared to death. Fear of the four humongous bandits retaliating. But he didn't expect that the four humongous bandits were actually Yi Chen's maids. Then in the future, in Jiangdu, wouldn't they walk sideways? Especially, working under the hands of the four bandits was the dream of many men. But now, the four big bandits actually became Yi Chen's men. This reversal made Li Taizhu a little hard to accept for a while. Hong Yi, this is my brother, Li Taizhu. Yi Chen introduced Red Leaf. Mr. Li, how are you? Red Leaf immediately greeted Li Taizhu politely. No need to be so polite to him. Just call him fatty. Yi Chen said. Of course Red Leaf didn't dare, and was forced to order another wave by Yi Chen. Fat, son, hello, my name is Red Leaf. Red Leaf renewed his greeting. Yi Zi, I'm not fat anymore. Don't keep calling me fat, okay? Li Taizhu looked at Red Leaf's stunningly beautiful face, and was immediately a little embarrassed. Hong Yi, let's go back. The three of them took a car together to go back to the Imperial Mansion. Imperial Mansion. At this time, Ning Xin, the three of them, had already stayed in. The environment is quite nice, but this house is too old, isn't it? It's actually still made of wood. Yeah, if I had known that Yi Chen let us live in an old and shabby place, I should have chosen Duanyu. The others are villas, and they're in the city center. When Xiao Xian's eyes get better, we'll go and beg the old master to let us rejoin the Ning family. Ning Fugue and Chen Xiu helped Ning Xian and strolled around the Imperial Mansion, their hearts quite dissatisfied with the place. Although the place was quite large, the house was actually made of wood, and it didn't look too old, so it definitely wasn't worth much. Ning Xin, on the other hand, had some worries on her face. It wasn't known whether Yi Chen could pass the Shen family's hurdle. After all, the Shen and Su families, in Jiangdu, that was a very powerful family. Oh yeah, the woman who just sent us back, seems a bit familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere. Ning Fugue suddenly recalled seeming to have seen Red Leaf before. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. I know who she is. She's Chief Red. Chief Redleaf? That Chief Redleaf who was a cosmetics company? Chen Shou asked. That's right. There have been previous collaborations with the Ning family. Ning Fugue nodded. How did Yi Chen get to know her? What else? It must be that he became Chief Red's gigolo. After all, that kid, he's quite handsome. Ning Fugue skimmed his lips and said, no wonder he dared to call the shots with the Shen family. Xiao Xin. Now you know what Yi Chen is, right? He is just a man who likes to rely on women. Don't be fooled by him. When your eyes get better, we will move out, Chen Xiu said in a deep voice. Chapter 24, Ex-Girlfriend. Mom, Yi Chen isn't that kind of person. Ning Xin was naturally unwilling to believe it. He's not that kind of person. Then why did he donate his kidney to Shen Aoxue? In order to be a flunky. He can even donate a kidney. What else can he not do? If he's not eating Chief Redleaf's soft rice, tell me, why would someone else? Chief Redleaf, help him? Ning Fugue grunted. Ning Xin lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Don't worry Xiao Xin. We won't poke him. We even have to teach him to please Chief Redleaf properly. After all, we are now under the fence. Moreover, if we have this relationship with Chief Redleaf, maybe, we still have the possibility to rise again. At that time, it's promising to return to the Ning family. Although they had been driven out of the Ning family, they still wanted to return to the family. After all, the old man had no choice but to do so in the first place. If they weren't kicked out of the family, I was afraid that it wouldn't just be him, Ning Fugue, who would fall now, but the entire Ning family. Not long after, Yi Chen returned. Uncle Ning, Auntie Chen, how do you feel about this place? Yi Chen asked. It's alright, it's a bit broken, but it's barely livable, Chen Xiu casually said. Then if you guys have any needs, you can all speak to Red Leaf. Red Leaf, if Uncle and Auntie have any needs, try to fulfill them, Yi Chen said to Red Leaf who was at the side. Yi Chen, how are you talking to Chief Red Leaf? Red Leaf was about to say yes when Chen Xiu's voice rang out. In Chen Xiu's eyes, Yi Chen was eating Red Leaf's soft rice, eating someone's soft rice, and still dared to speak to them in such a tone? Then, what should I say? Yi Chen looked at Chen Xiu with a puzzled expression. Is this your attitude of asking for favors? To ask Chief Red Leaf to do something for you, you have to say please. You know. After Chen Xiu finished speaking, he said to Red Leaf with a fawning smile on his face, Chief Red Leaf, this child Yi Chen, he is young and doesn't know any better, so don't be general with him, I will teach him well. Red Leaf was confused by Chen Xiu's words, but this was Yi Chen's mother-in-law after all. She didn't dare to say anything, afraid to say the wrong thing. Yi Chen, in the future, you must be polite to Chief Red Leaf, understand? Chen Xiu looked like an elder. Got it, Auntie. Yi Chen nodded. Seeing Yi Chen so obedient, Chen Xiu nodded with satisfaction. General Red Leaf, in the future, if Yi Chen treats you badly, just give me a hard time to clean him up. Auntie will back you up. The corners of Hong Ye's mouth twitched, thinking, how dare I pack him up? He packs me up more or less. However, it seems that the young master is not too interested in her, and is not willing to clean up her. Alright, Yi Chen, quickly go and cook. Chief Red Leaf has been busy all day. He must be hungry. Chen Xiu commanded. I'll go do it right away. Red Leaf immediately said. Don't go, Chief Red Leaf. Just let Yi Chen go. He's good at it. Chen Xiu knew that Yi Chen was the one who specialized in the living of the Shen family and was very good at cooking. Once even came to her house to cook. The flavor is still very good. As the saying goes, in order to capture a woman's heart, one should first capture her stomach. This was the best way to please Hong Yi. Yi Chen, how dare Red Leaf let Yi Chen cook? She could only look at Yi Chen for help. It's fine Red Leaf. I'll do it. It just so happens that Sister Xin hasn't eaten my cooking for a long time. Yi Chen, however, said indifferently, that's more like it. Seeing that Yi Chen was so on board, Chen Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll go help. Red Leaf was unable to be whole by Chen Xiu's maneuver. Yi Chen and Red Leaf went to cook together, and Ning Xin looked a little unhappy. Although, in her heart, she did not believe that Yi Chen was a soft eater. But, other than this possibility, was there any other possibility? If it wasn't for Red Leaf's help, how did Yi Chen escape from the Shen family today? If the two had no relationship, why would Red Leaf help Yi Chen? What's more, Yi Chen was the one who had a previous record of being a door-to-door son-in-law. Not to mention, this kid's life is quite good to be Chief Red Leaf's gigolo. Ning Fugue couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Hong Ye's slender back. A woman like Red Leaf, with peak face value and figure, and strength in herself, was simply the object of all men's fantasies. The key was that it also looked very gentle, unlike Shen Aoxue, who always looked overbearing. Although, today Ning Fugue actually one has already seen Shen Aoxue, but Shen Aoxue was sitting in a wheelchair. and her eyes were also wrapped with gauze, so he didn't recognize it. Not bad. What, not bad? You think being a gigolo is something good? When you like you can do whatever you want, but when people get tired of playing with you and kick you out, you'll realize that you're nothing. It seems that it's Shen Aoxue's lesson to Yi Chen that wasn't deep enough. Chen Xiu, however, coldly snorted. Wife, you are right. For Chen Xiu's words, Ning Fugue agreed. On the other hand, Li Taizhu, who was on the side, shook. He only reacted now. Emotionally, Ning Fugue's family took Yi Chen as Red Leaf's gigolo. However, this was normal. If he hadn't seen Red Leaf's respectful attitude towards Yi Chen, and had even knelt down to Yi Chen, he would have felt that way. How are you guys so sure that Yi is Red Leaf's gigolo? What if it's not? Li Taizhu opened his mouth. If Yi Chen is not Red Leaf's gigolo, I'll write my name backwards. That's right, if it wasn't Red Leaf, he couldn't have escaped from the Shen family today. For Yi Chen's identity as a little white boy, the old couple was convinced. If you guys think it is, then it is. Li Taizhu did not explain too much. The truth would always come out one day. When that time came, it would definitely shock the jaws of the two Chen Xiu. The two continued their discussion. Wife, you said that Yi Chen, who is missing a kidney, shouldn't be able to do anything. Why is he still able to be Chief Red Ye's gigolo? Ning Fugue couldn't help but ask. How do I know? Maybe other people's Chief Red Leaf likes this. Chen Xiu's cheeks reddened slightly, thinking about what happened in the rental house earlier. Her heart was beating a little harder. She was also very puzzled. Yi Chen was clearly missing a kidney. How could he still be like that? However, she didn't dare to tell Ning Fugue about this matter. Ning Fugue could not work in that area, and was already more sensitive. She didn't want to hurt Ning Fugue's self-esteem. Soon, Yi Chen made a table of dishes with the help of Hong Yi. After eating, the crowd rested. There was nothing to do for the night. Early the next morning, Yi Chen followed Li Taizhu out, preparing to add some daily necessities. Although other things could be taken care of by Red Leaf, clothes as well as personal items and the like still had to be done in person. The two of them arrived at an upscale men's clothing store. Ning Fugue thought that Yi Chen's black card only had $5,000 in it, so he returned it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen also wanted to see if there was money in the card, or not. Soon, the two of them started picking out clothes. Li Taizhu had just looked at one and wanted to take it down and try it on. A mocking voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Li Taizhu? We are selling high-grade men's clothing. Can you afford it? Can't afford it. Don't touch it. You can't afford to pay for it if it's dirty. Li Taizhu turned around and looked at a female clerk who had a few good looks and was looking at the two with a sneer on her face. This female clerk is not someone else. It is Li Taizhu's ex-girlfriend. Chapter 25. Dog eyes look down on people. Li Taizhu's ex-girlfriend Chen Ting. Two people from the middle school era together. 3 years ago is almost to the point of marriage. But Chen Ting must let Li Taizhu take 18,800,000 bride price, but also have to buy a house for her, before he is willing to marry him. Li Taizhu is a working man. Weekday frugality, but barely enough to meet the down payment of the house. 180,000 dowry is naturally not out. The key, this Chen Ting usually lazy, and vain, eat, drink and play also have to Li Taizhu to pay the bill. Li Taizhu simply cannot save money. In the end, ran away with a rich man. Chen Ting, long time no see. Li Taizhu did not expect to meet his ex-girlfriend here. What long time no see? Li Taizhu, you don't think I don't know? You deliberately came here to find me, right? But I told you a long time ago, we are not in the same world anymore. Chen Ting finished and then pointed to the brand of clothing and said, know what this is called? It's called Prada. It's not something that hangers on like you can afford to consume. Chen Ting's words made Li Taizhu's expression a little ugly. After all, they had been together since the student era. So, despite the passage of 3 years, Li Taizhu still had some difficulty in getting even with Chen Ting. He really couldn't figure out why the girl who used to be so simple would become like this now. However, he didn't blame Chen Ting, blame it on his incompetence. Why don't we switch to another one? Li Taizhu said to Yi Chen. Why change? Just this one. Yi Chen, however, narrowed his eyes and said, this Chen Ting was just a luxury goods clerk, but she really thought of herself as a superior person? However, this was normal. Prada was after all a top luxury product. Chen Ting usually met rich big bosses. Her vision naturally became higher. This is a common problem of many women, because of good luck. Once talked about a boyfriend who drove a Porsche, and then began to feel that only the one who drove a Porsche is worthy of them. Yo, isn't this the flunky Yi Chen? You're still alive? Still on this house. Can you afford it? Know what is called Prada? Top luxury goods. I'm afraid you can't even afford a pair of socks. Chen Ting sneered. Chen Ting, you are not allowed to talk to ECI like this. It didn't matter if Li Taizhu was scolded by Chen Ting, but he didn't allow Chen Ting to scold Yi Chen. How am I going to talk to him if I don't talk to him like this? 3 years ago, he was just a dog of the Shen family. Now that the Shen family doesn't even want him anymore, that's a lost dog. Li Taizhu. 3 years ago, I told you not to hang out with this punk. Look at you. Aren't you getting worse and worse? Chen Ting sneered. Splat. Li Taizhu slapped Chen Ting in the face. Li Taizhu. You dare to hit me. Chen Ting looked at Li Taizhu incredulously. One must know that the previous Li Taizhu completely treated her as a queen. He didn't even dare to speak to her loudly. And today, he actually slapped her. If you dare to curse ECI one more time, I'll tear your mouth apart, Li Taizhu coldly said. He knew that the current Chen Ting was completely not the Chen Ting he knew, so naturally there was no need to be polite. Although Li Taizhu had become thin, but his height was still there. Chen Ting was like a little chicken in front of him, and she didn't dare to be cheap anymore. She also knew that Li Taizhu was the most protective of his brother. At that moment, she coldly said, please go out. We are here to buy clothes, why should we go out? Yi Chen said, in my store, there are no clothes below 10,000. I heard that Shen Aoxue used to give you only 500 pocket money a month. Can you afford it? Chen Ting coldly snorted. Are you so sure that I can't afford it? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Sister Ting, what happened? Why are you driving the customers away? At this time, another female sales clerk walked in from outside. She and Chen Ting were both sales clerks here, and had just gone to the restroom. It's fine, I just met two poor batch. I told them to go out, so as not to dirty our clothes. Chen Ting said with a face full of contempt. As long as you enter the store you are guests, how can you drive others away? Both of you can try on whatever clothes you want to see. That female sales clerk said gently to Yi Chen and Li Taizhu, and also bowed slightly to the two of them. This young lady's character was quite good, and her looks were also better looking than Chen Ting. However, it should have arrived even later than Chen Ting, and the word internship was written on her badge. Not even a little bit of eye candy, just like you won't be able to turn around for the rest of your life. If you want to receive, just receive. Chen Ting sneered and stopped paying attention to the crowd. That young lady began to carefully introduce the two. Even the clothes that the two had their eyes on were taken down for the two to try. You're not afraid that we won't buy it? Yi Chen smiled and said to the shopgirl, it's okay, there's no rule that you have to buy it when you go to the store. The female sales clerk smiled sweetly. Yi Chen nodded and said, alright then, wrap these pieces up then. The female sales clerk was obviously stunned, not expecting Yi Chen to really want to buy them. What? Did I not make myself clear enough? That could cost a lot of money. The female sales clerk also seemed to not believe that Yi Chen had the strength to buy. What? Afraid I don't have the money? Yi Chen frowned. When? Of course not. Then I really pack it. Oh, pack it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. These clothes, if they get dirty, you'll have to buy them yourself, and you won't be able to afford to pay for them even if you sell them at that time. At this time, Chen Ting coldly snorted. The shopgirl was instantly a bit scared. After all, she was just an intern. If she was really asked to pay for it, she definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Then swipe your card first. In order to dispel the shopgirl's concerns, Yi Chen directly took out his bank card and let the shopgirl pay the bill first. It's fine, sir. I trust you. The shopgirl began to pack the clothes for Yi Chen. The shopgirl packed the clothes very carefully, fearing that she would accidentally wrinkle and dirty them. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Chen Ting's face. With a cup of coffee in her hand, she walked over to the shopgirl who was packing carefully, and then patted the other party's shoulder. At this moment, the female clerk was already highly concentrated, and when she was patted by Chen Ting, she was immediately startled. Under reflex, she knocked over the coffee in Chen Ting's hand. Instantly, the coffee spilled on the clothes that were being packed. Even the clothes that Yi Chen did not want were soiled by several pieces. This scene directly stunned the female sales clerk, because, even if Yi Chen didn't buy any of these clothes, she could still bring them back out to sell. But now, with the coffee sprinkled on them, it was equivalent to being ruined. I'm sorry, I saw that you had a hard time packing and wanted to let you drink some water. Chen Ting made an innocent expression. Immediately, she said with a bad smile on her face, oops, these clothes are all dirty. What should I do? You can only buy them all yourself. Chapter 26, Too Late for Regret. Upon hearing that they were going to buy all of these clothes, the shopgirl was on the verge of tears. She didn't know what to do. Her monthly salary was only $5,000 or $6,000, and these clothes that had just been soiled were at least over $100,000. This was definitely an astronomical amount for her. Chen Ting, are you still human? You obviously did it on purpose. Li Taizhu cursed brokenly, not expecting that Chen Ting had actually become like this now. What? Do you feel sorry for her? Heartache her, you guys just help her buy all the clothes. Chen Ting sneered. Heartily, she said, an intern, and she dares to go against her. The female intern stood there helplessly, crying like a pear. Just at this time, Yi Chen spoke. I'll take all of these clothes. In addition, in this store, I'll take all of the clothes that fit me in Pillar's size. Ha ha, Yi Chen, why don't you say you want to go to heaven? Also all the clothes here you want. Know how much that would cost? At least $1 million. Chen Ting laughed out loud. Isn't it just $1 million? Swipe the card. Yi Chen directly handed the black card to the female intern. Yi Zi, do you have that much money in your card? Li Taizhu had some drums in his heart. I don't know, Yi Chen whispered. After all, Master Killing Emperor said that the card had no limit, but Ning Fugue had only withdrawn 5,000, making Yi Chen a little unsure as well. However, he trusted Master Killing Emperor a little more. Li Taizhu rolled his eyes. If Yi Chen couldn't pay the bill on his card, it would be a huge loss of face. Soon, the female intern took out the POS and swiped $1 million. With a ding, the payment was successful. In Yi Chen's card, there was actually really $1 million. Chen Ting's body immediately shook, not realizing that this poor guy was actually so rich. Had I known, I wouldn't have treated them like this. However, it was too late to say anything now. Now letting her lick the two again, she couldn't pull that face. What's wrong with having $1 million? What I'm saying is, those clothes, at the very least $1 million. $1 million? I'm afraid it's not enough, Chen Ting said with a stiff upper lip. Oh, then how much do you want for all the clothes in this store? Yi Chen asked. 5 or 6 million. Chen Ting bristled and said, she just didn't believe that Yi Chen had 5 or 6 million in his card. Swipe the card. Sir, don't spend impulsively. Yi Chen relieved the female intern. She was touched in her heart, but didn't want Yi Chen to break the bank too much. It can't be helped. I'm naturally impulsive. Swipe your card, Yi Chen said. But there are so many clothes, you can't wear them all. Moreover, there are also ones that don't fit your size, the female intern said. Also, Yi Chen pondered. A moment later said, then wrap up the ones that meet my size. The ones that don't meet my size. I see that there is an old clothes donation over there in the square. You send it there, just as a donation to the mountain people. Sir, are you serious? The female intern swallowed her saliva raw at the words. To know, in this store, the clothes that matched Yi Chen's size were at most 1/5. That was more than $1 million. The rest, Yi Chen actually wanted to donate to the mountainous region. Wouldn't that be a donation of several $1 million? This was also, too ho, right? To know, the general donation was to donate some old clothes that were not wanted, but Yi Chen actually wanted to donate brand new ones. Moreover, it was Prada. The female intern was somewhat skeptical that she was dreaming, but after pinching on her thigh, it hurt. It was real, not dreaming. Of course it's serious. After all, we are also a socially responsible person. Yi Chen himself took the POS machine and directly swiped $6 million. Alright, the money has been swiped. Please help me wrap up the clothes. Okay, sir. The female intern knew that she had met a godly man today and cheerfully went to pack the clothes. Oh yeah, the performance of these clothes, it's all on you alone, Yi Chen added. At this moment, Chen Ting had a wonderful expression on her face. Her face changed several times. In the end, with a fawning face, she said to Yi Chen, Brother Chen, I was all joking with you. I knew you had a future. He, that's not what you just said. Yi Chen sneered. Really? I've been telling the pillar to learn more from you. If you don't believe me, ask the pillar. Chen Ting walked to Li Taizhu and actually took Li Taizhu's arm. Li Taizhu, however, pulled his hand out and said with a cold face, Chen Ting, how can you be so shameless? Zhuzi, I am shameless. I am cheap. As long as you forgive me, you can scold me however you want. Chen Ting went out of her way. Unfortunately, Li Taizhu had already seen Chen Ting's face clearly and could not possibly believe her anymore. Maisie, please send the clothes to this address. Yi Chen left the address, then directly left with Li Taizhu. Seeing Li Taizhu's back that didn't stay at all, Chen Ting gritted her teeth and said, what's there to be complacent about? Yi Chen is rich. It's not like you, Li Taizhu, are rich. Just shortly after Yi Chen and his two men left, a man dressed very gorgeously, wearing a Patek Philippe and sunglasses walked into the store. Sir, may I ask what you need? Chen Ting went forward to receive him. When the man saw Chen Ting, he first sized up the man for a few moments. Then he removed his sunglasses and said with a surprised face, Chen Ting, it's me, Wu Yuliang. Wu Yuliang, it's been a long time. You're doing well now. Chen Ting looked at Wu Yuliang's outfit and knew that Wu Yuliang's outfit was at least over $1 million. Wu Yuliang and Chen Ting were high school classmates, and even chased after Chen Ting, but in the end, Chen Ting chose the taller-looking Li Taizhu. It's just that she didn't expect that Wu Yuliang is actually so rich now. It's not bad. Opened a small company. It only earns $1 billion a year. Wu Yuliang said seemingly modestly. 100 million to be called okay? Chen Ting's eyes widened. Ting Ting, I didn't expect that after so many years, you're still so beautiful. Ha! Wu Yuliang's gaze sized up Chen Ting's body. To be reasonable, Chen Ting's face value no longer satisfied Wu Yuliang's aesthetic. After all, he was so rich now, and he had long gotten tired of playing with beautiful women. But this Chen Ting was after all the goddess of his student days. How could he not get to play a few times? Make up for the regrets of that time. Me, am I pretty? Chen Ting was a little less confident. After all, for a rich man like Wu Yuliang, there was no shortage of beautiful women. Of course, Ting Ting, you know, I've liked you since high school. Do you have a boyfriend now? Wu Yuliang opened his mouth and asked. Still, not yet, Chen Ting said. In fact, she had a boyfriend. Then will you be my girlfriend? Wu Yuliang's eyes lit up. In fact, seeing Chen Ting again, no matter if Chen Ting had a boyfriend or not, he wanted to get his hands on her and play with her. This is too fast. Right. Chen Ting hated to agree right away, but pretended to be reserved. Also, oh yeah, tonight a few old classmates are going to gather at the Prince Hotel. You go with me. Good. Chen Ting agreed with a heart full of joy. Chapter 27 Borrowing the Bride Price. Yi Chen and Li Taizhu had been shopping at the mall until the evening before they bought everything. Suddenly, Li Taizhu's phone rang. It was class president Zhang Pan calling. He was asked to go to the class reunion. Yi Chen also received an invitation. He and Li Taizhu were also classmates. During their student days, the two of them had been iron buddies. After graduation, they both worked at Aoxue Group and lived in the same dormitory, which was why they had such a deep bond. Yi Zi, going? Li Taizhu looked towards Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen had a bad reputation. In order to marry into a rich family, he actually donated his kidney. Why don't you go? Yi Chen said indifferently. Prince Hotel. At this time, a lot of people have come. Class president Zhang Pan is a big beauty. In middle school, she was the class flower, and now she was even more mature and full of flavor. Let a group of livestock. Salivating. Even Wu Yuliang secretly swallowed his saliva. If he had known that Zhang Pan was going to come, he wouldn't have flirted with Chen Ting. Although Chen Ting is also pretty, she can't be compared to Zhang Pan, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has already added Zhang Pan's contact information. There are plenty of opportunities. I'll play with Chen Ting first. Moreover, in addition to Zhang Pan, there are several other beautiful female classmates. When the time comes, they all have to play again. Even a male classmate brought a female companion. Wu Yuliang did not intend to let go. This is the charm of money. As long as he had his eye on a woman, there was no woman he couldn't get. Class president, you are getting prettier and prettier now. Where? You're pretty too. What's the use of being pretty? It's still someone else. Wu Yuliang, who is powerful and runs a big company with hundreds of millions of dollars. When old classmates meet, naturally a burst of bragging is inevitable. Of course there are also some memories. Class president, are you married now? I remember when I was in school, almost every man wrote you love letters, especially Li Taizhu and Yi Chen, those two dogskin. Not only wrote you love letters, but also had to send you home every day. Really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. That is, fortunately class president at that time you hold. If really with him too, will be miserable. Li Taizhu not to mention, that Yi Chen in order to be a luxury flunky, even the kidney is donated. Really thanks to him to do it. Okay, the past, don't talk about it. Zhang Pan seemed to not want the crowd to continue. After all, once upon a time, she, too, had moved towards Yi Chen. However, now Yi Chen and her were already people of two worlds. Although Zhang Pan was not married, her career was doing well, running a not-so-small pharmaceutical company. She was also worth tens of millions of dollars. Chen Ting, I remember, aren't you with Li Taizhu? How come you're with Yu Liang? Someone seemed to have seen that Chen Ting and Wu Yuliang had an unusual relationship and asked, Who said that I'm with Li Taizhu? He's the one who's been chasing me and I didn't say yes. Chen Ting hurriedly said. She didn't want Wu Yuliang to know about her relationship with Li Taizhu. In a while, both Li Taizhu and Yi Chen are going to come. When the time comes, you guys should keep your mouths shut. Especially the matter of Yi Chen being the door-to-door son-in-law. You guys mustn't mention it. Zhang Pan frowned. Class president, you're so defensive of Yi Chen. You don't really like him, do you? Someone coaxed. Of course not. It should be this private room. At this time, Yi Chen and Li Taizhu finally came. Yi Chen. Just as he was about to push the door in, a nice voice called out to Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned around, and a pretty face was imprinted into his eyes. It was actually Lin Ruoshi. Why are you here? Yi Chen frowned. This hotel is owned by my family. Is it strange for me to be here? Rather, Yi Chen, why are you here? Come to eat? I can give you a discount, yo. Lin Ruoshi blinked her big beautiful eyes and said, No need. Yi Chen didn't say much and directly pushed open the private room and walked in. To not be so high and mighty, Lin Ruoshi felt a little frustrated. To know, Lin Ruoshi, in Jiangdu, other than Shen Aoxue, which woman could compete with her? The number of people who wanted to drink her foot washing water was unknown, but this guy, Yi Chen, didn't even look at her squarely. Could it be that this guy is not interested in women since his kidney is gone? Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but think, what are they doing in there? Lin Ruoshi called the waiter and asked, back to Mr. Lin, they seem to be having a class reunion. The waiter replied, classmate reunion? Seems like a lot of fun. Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes narrowed. Inside the private room. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road just now, Li Taizhu said somewhat apologetically to the crowd. Yo, speak of the devil. Yi Chen, long time no see. Zhang Pan nodded at Yi Chen. Long time no see. Yi Chen nodded back, but his gaze didn't linger too much on Zhang Pan. The two of them entered the table and sat down. Seeing that Li Taizhu had arrived, Wu Yuliang deliberately put his hand on Chen Ting's shoulder. It was as if he was swearing sovereignty. After all, once he had failed to compete against Li Taizhu, now, how could he get his face back? Moreover, he had just promised Chen Ting that he would definitely make a fool of Li Taizhu and Yi Chen today. Chen Ting didn't refuse either. In her eyes, there was even some small complacency. Aren't you Li Taizhu bullish? I have now found a better one. Angry or not? As if to be angry with Li Taizhu, Chen Ting also deliberately chucked an oyster to Wu Yuliang. Men eat oysters, those who understand understand. Seeing this scene, Li Taizhu's face was more or less unsightly. After all, it was the woman he had loved for 7 or 8 years, and now not only was he being embraced by another man, but he was also feeding oysters to someone. Taizhu don't be upset. After all, people have Bright Brother now opened a big company, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Chen Ting chose to have Bright Brother. There is no excuse, a female classmate said. By the way, Li Taizhu, I heard that you borrowed loan sharks in order to get the dowry money together. Are you done now? If you haven't finished, you can borrow from Yuliang. With Yuliang Brothers' current worth, he will help you pay it back in a minute. Otherwise, the other leg is also broken, and you won't be able to participate in the next reunion. The male student called Zhang Gui said, I don't need you two around. Yi Ci has already helped me pay it back, Li Taizhu said with a green face. Obviously, this guy was talking about the pot that doesn't boil. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Gui's words, the crowd exploded. Really, Taizhu, you actually borrowed a loan shark to put together the dowry? Luckily Chen Ting didn't follow you. Otherwise, it would have been bad luck. That's right, if you're really short of money, you can tell us old classmates. We'll definitely help you. At this time, Li Taizhu has reached the edge of the outbreak, because the matter of borrowing loan sharks to make up the bride price, only Chen Ting knew about it, and even Yi Chen didn't know about it. Obviously, it was Chen Ting who told the crowd. Chapter 28, Beautiful Class President Zhang Pan. Chen Ting, do you still want to lose face? If it wasn't for you being lazy and vain all day long and owing online loans, would Pillar need to go to loan sharks? Yi Chen said with an ugly face. In fact, if it was really just the bride price, Li Taizhu categorically would not have gone to borrow loan sharks. Rather, it was only when he learned that Chen Ting had borrowed a lot of online loans due to excessive consumption and was violently called in that he was ruthless enough to go borrow from loan sharks to help Chen Ting pay back the online loans. Li Taizhu helped Chen Ting to pay back the internet loan, and thought Chen Ting would marry him, but did not expect Chen Ting knew that he borrowed the loan sharks, immediately broke up with him, eventually, ran away with a rich man. It could be said that Li Taizhu would have his legs broken thanks to Chen Ting. I didn't ask him to borrow, just a few tens of thousands of dollars, and still need to borrow loan sharks. It only shows that he's incapable. It seems that I was right to break up with him. Chen Ting, however, did not feel guilty at all, but instead said so. Chen Ting is right. Is not just a few tens of thousands of dollars? Li Taizhu, I'll pay you back for her. Wu Yuliang directly took out tens of thousands of dollars in cash from his purse and threw it towards Li Taizhu. This kind of feeling of smashing people with money is really great. Especially, also robbed Li Taizhu's woman. Knowing that Chen Ting and Li Taizhu had been together, Wu Yuliang was still a little upset in his heart. But just now Chen Ting has told him that she did not sleep with Li Taizhu. What a big, after being a licking dog for so many years, he didn't even kiss Chen Ting's mouth. And tonight, he could manipulate Chen Ting as much as he wanted. Don't care about your stinking money. Li Taizhu threw the money back again. Li Taizhu, I know you have backbone, but what's the use of just having backbone? You have to have money. Have money. You don't even need to go after women. They themselves will jump up and lick you like a dog. The women you can't get with all your efforts. And I am at your fingertips. Wu Yuliang hugged Chen Ting and said with a proud face. Although Wu Yuliang's words made the female students present, especially Chen Ting, feel a little uncomfortable. But who made people rich? People with money. Even a fart smells good. Li Tieju's fists were clenched tightly, as if he might explode at any time. However, Yi Chen patted his shoulder, signaling him not to be impulsive. Spinning around, he glanced at Wu Yuliang and said, "Are you rich? I'm not talented. I've opened a small company, and I make $100 million a year, I guess." Wu Yuliang's hand roamed over Chen Ting's body while proudly saying, "Is 100 million a lot?" Yi Chen sneered. He, is 100 million still a lot? That's a number you can't even dream of." The male student called Zhang Gui opened his mouth. It was obvious that this guy wanted to flatter Wu Yuliang. Seeing Yi Chen's disdainful look, Wu Yuliang shook his head, then said, "Yi Chen, I heard Ting Ting say that you bought all the clothes in their store yesterday and spent a few $1 million. It should be the breakup fee Shen Aoxue gave you. Someone like you, who has a little bit of money, should go and buy a house, and then find an ordinary woman to be your wife, instead of spending all of the money just to pretend to be a good guy. Yes, Yi Chen, you donated all your kidneys, with a few $1 million on you. You might barely be able to find an ordinary woman as a wife. If you spend all your money here, I'm afraid it will be hard to find a wife in the future. If you donate all your kidneys, why do you want to find a wife? Letting someone stay a widow? That's right, ha ha ha." A group of people laughed out loud. "Yi Chen, tell us, what is the experience of losing a kidney? Is it having a heart? Call your mother over. You can make her cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing Yi Chen being so insulted, Li Taiju finally couldn't help himself. "Grass, Li Taiju, are you looking for death?" The atmosphere instantly became sword fighting. Enough! Just as the situation developed to the point where the table was about to be lifted, class president Zhang Pan let out a soft shout. In her student days, Zhang Pan was very prestigious, and now that she had become a beautiful president, she was even more imposing. A light bellow finally shook the crowd. "We all haven't seen each other for so many years. Can we have a good meal?" Zhang Pan's beautiful eyes swept a glance at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "Listen to the squad leader. Eat, eat, eat." Wu Yuliang hurriedly agreed. Anyway, the purpose of striking Yi Chen and Li Taiju had already been achieved. After all, he was still thinking that he could have something with the beautiful class president Zhang Pan later on. It was not good to do things too far. At this time, Zhang Pan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a flash of panic surfaced in Zhang Pan's beautiful eyes. You guys eat first, I'm going to take a call." Zhang Pan got up and left. After Zhang Pan left, the male classmates discussed her passionately again. "Our class president is really growing more and more beautiful, especially that body. When going to school it was not obvious, now it actually develops so rippling. Yes, now also opened a large company. The more you look at the more charming, like the class president, such a superb beauty. Only, I'm afraid, only have a bright brother to match." When the crowd praised Zhang Pan, they didn't forget to lick Wu Yuliang. This made Chen Ting a little uncomfortable. However, she also knew that she couldn't compare to Zhang Pan at all. To put it bluntly, right now she was Wu Yuliang's pet dog. However, even if she was Wu Yuliang's dog, it was still better than being with Li Tieju's poor guy. "I'm going out for a while." Yi Chen looked at Zhang Pan's back as she left and spoke to Li Taiju. The crowd seemed to see what Yi Chen wanted to do. Immediately said, "Yi Chen, are you not wanting the class president's contact information? Advise you not to bother with that. Not to mention that you're just a poor man. Even if you're not a poor man, your kidneys are all gone. Will the class president want you as a man with a cripple?" The words of the crowd could not be described as vicious, but Yi Chen acted as if he didn't hear them and directly left the private room. During the 3 years of cultivation on the mountain, his state of mind had reached a very high level. Zhang Pan left the private room and came to a corner before answering the phone. "Brother Long, can you give me a few more days of grace? After a few more days, I will definitely return the money to you." Zhang Pan said into the microphone as if to curry favor. "Forgive you? How many times have I heard this before? Zhang Pan, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, where are you? I will come to find you now. When you borrowed the money, not to take the body, guarantee it. Now I don't want you to pay back the money. You let the capital to sleep on a year. Our debt, it is written off." Long's words made Zhang Pan's petite body tremble. She dared to sign this agreement because she was confident enough to be able to pay back the money at the specified time. But she didn't expect that her partner donated money and ran away. Although she kept the company, but Long's money, for the time being, couldn't be paid back. "Brother Long." Zhang Pan still wanted to say something, but unfortunately, the opposite side had already hung up the phone. Chapter 29, Zhang Pan's Crisis. "Squad leader?" Zhang Pan had just hung up the phone when Yi Chen's voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Yi Chen, when did you come?" Zhang Pan was startled by Yi Chen, and her pretty face was a little flustered. "I just came. You didn't hear anything, did you?" Zhang Pan looked at Yi Chen nervously. As the class president, she had always been the best, and even though she was in trouble now, she didn't want her old classmates to know, especially not Chen, who she had liked. The reason why Pan would like Chen was not complicated. As the saying goes, a good girl is afraid of being stalked by a groom. At that time, Chen and Li Taiju sent Pan home every day. At first, Pan was a bit disgusted, but over time, she got used to it. If one day Chen and Li Taiju do not send her, she instead some feel uncomfortable. As for why she liked Chen instead of Li Taiju, it could only be said that it was a matter of taste. Li Taiju developed very quickly. At that time, already 1.7 meters or so, and also grew very fat. Not Pan's dish, but Chen is not the same. Not only the body proportion is very good, but also grow some small handsome. Although Pan do not even know, that is called not called like, time has changed. On the surface she seems to be in a good mood, but in fact, she also has her difficulties. At that time, in order to develop the company, she borrowed a loan shark. With the operation of the company, it is completely capable of repaying. However, after being rolled away by her partner who took most of the company's cash flow, the loan shark that she borrowed from Long was very difficult to pay back. At first, in order to borrow this loan shark, Pan used her own body as collateral. In other words, if Pan couldn't pay back the money, she would have to be Brother Long's woman for a year. Chen saw Pan's stubbornness and shook his head, saying, "I didn't hear anything." Hearing Chen's words, Pan's face finally looked a little better. Even if he was embarrassed again, he couldn't be embarrassed in front of his old classmates. Class president, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, I can help you. Although Pan did not turn on the speakerphone just now, Chen had amazing hearing and still heard the content of the call. "I'm a big president. I still need your help. Go back to eat." Pan forced out a smile. Chen didn't say much and followed Pan back to the private room. After returning to the private room, Pan had been restless, listening to the praises of her classmates. Pan could not speak of her bitterness. "If I had known this, I shouldn't have tried to borrow loan sharks. Might as well be an ordinary." Now, she just want to cry. Do not dare to cry. Obviously heart is very sad, but also pretend to smile. Finally, she insisted until the party was over. However, just as the crowd was preparing to leave, the door of the box was kicked open. Then, more than a dozen people came in. At the head was a man with a dragon tattooed on his neck. Upon seeing the visitor, Pan's face instantly turned white. Unexpectedly, Brother Dragon had found him so quickly. Pan, finally I let my labor find you. Brother Long had an excited look on his face. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Gui didn't seem to be able to differentiate the situation and loudly scolded. As a result, Brother Long slapped him right on the face, knocking him to the ground. "I'm here to ask Pan for money. You either help her pay back the money, or shut the up, or else I'm not going to recognize you with my knife." Brother Long directly stuck a sharp knife on the table. "Brother Long, today is my classmate reunion. Give a face. Our things, say later, okay?" Pan said pleadingly. "Pan, at the beginning we agreed, if you can't pay back the money, you have to accompany me for a year. Don't say I'm not merciful. I've already allowed you 3 months. Brother Long said in a cold voice. Brother Long's words made Pan's face look like ashes. The way the others looked at Pan also changed. Thought it was so powerful, but it turns out that you also borrowed from loan sharks. That's right, still quite good at pretending. Even, someone whispered, at least it's our class president. Why don't we put it together? A female classmate who was still on good terms with Pan spoke up. Class president, how much money do you owe him? With interest, $10 million, Long said with a cigarette in his mouth. $10 million. This was not a small amount. Even for Wu Yuliang, it wasn't that easy to come by. He bragged that the company could earn $100 million a year, but in reality, that was the gross profit. The real pure profit is only $20 to $30 million. $10 million, almost as much as the profits of the first half of the year. Hearing the figure of 10 million, everyone was silent. Why don't we find Brother Arigato to borrow it? Right now, I'm afraid that only he can afford to take out so much money. The female student sighed and said, if the money Pan owed wasn't much, everyone would still be able to scrape it together. But that was $10 million. Only Wu Yuliang could afford it. Wu Yuliang sniffed his eyebrows but frowned, saying, let me be honest, 10 million, I can take it out, but it's not a small amount of money. Class president, I can help you pay back this money, but I can't help for nothing. Wu Yuliang, when I slow down, I can give you 10% interest. Pan immediately said. Wu Yuliang, however, shook his head. I don't want interest. Then what do you want? Shares in the company? I can also give them to you. I don't want shares either. Then what exactly do you want? I want you to be my girlfriend. Wu Yuliang opened the door. After all, this was $10 million. He was a businessman. If there wasn't enough profit, he couldn't possibly do a losing business. Wu Yuliang's words instantly dashed Jiang Pan's just ignited hopes. What was the difference between being Wu Yuliang's girlfriend and being Brother Long's girlfriend? If you really have to choose between the two, it would be better to choose Brother Long. After all, she had nothing to do with Brother Long, but Wu Yuliang was her classmate, and if she spent all day with Wu Yuliang, she would feel disgraced. Brother Yuliang, didn't you already ask me to be your girlfriend? At this time, Chen Ting finally couldn't help but speak up. Chen Ting, you don't look at what you are like, a broken shoe. Still want to be my Wu Yuliang's woman? I'm just playing with you, Wu Yuliang said nonchalantly. Although, this is very offensive, but for Wu Yuliang, this is just a group of poor classmates. Offended is offended. In the presence, only Jiang Pan could draw his attention. Chen Ting was trembling with anger, but did not dare to attack. After all, she couldn't afford to mess with Wu Yuliang. Why don't you say yes, class president? After all, Brother Yuliang is young and talented, and the two of you together are also a good match. Someone persuaded. Have you guys discussed it yet? If you haven't discussed it, I'm going to carry someone. Brother Long exhaled a smoke ring and said, Chapter 30, Hidden Big Brother. Jiang Pan's silver teeth clenched her lips, not knowing what to do. Finally, Jiang Pan had a decision. Although, she did not want to choose Wu Yuliang, but with Wu Yuliang, at least it was honorable. But this Brother Long has a family. It was equivalent to being a mistress. A mistress. I'll help her return it. However, Jiang Pan was just about to open her mouth when a voice rang out. The one who spoke was clearly Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you know how much $10 million is? Without any nonsense, Yi Chen directly threw the supreme black card to Brother Long and said, There's no password, take it and swipe it yourself. Brother Long originally had a face that didn't care, but when he saw the black card thrown over in Yi Chen's hands, his face changed. The others couldn't see it, but how could he, who was specialized in letting water out, not recognize it? This card was extraordinary at a glance. It was by no means an ordinary bank card. Alright, I'll send it over to you later. Brother Long left with his men. Thank you, Yi Chen. Jiang Pan never expected that in the end. It was actually Yi Chen who helped her out. As for Wu Yuliang, his expression was very unhappy. Originally, he thought that he could get the goddess that he had dreamed of during his student days. However, he was interjected by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be so rich. At this time, the crowd's attitude towards Yi Chen changed. Previously, the fact that Yi Chen had taken out a few $1 million to buy the clothes in Chen Ting's store did not prove that Yi Chen was rich. But now, Yi Chen actually took out another $10 million to help Jiang Pan pay back the money, which showed that Yi Chen might actually be rich. You guys really think that he has that much money in his card? If Brother Long finds out that there is no money in his card in a while, he will definitely come back to look for trouble. At this time, Zhang Gui suddenly spoke up. Only then did the crowd react. Yes, what kind of money could Yi Chen have? Shen Aoxue could give him $10 million in breakup fees? Even if Shen Aoxue was worth tens of billions of dollars now, it was impossible for her to be that generous. Moreover, the richer the person was, the more stingy they tended to be. Moreover, do you guys know who Brother Long is? He's a henchman of the Four Tough Widows, and even the Shen family is not willing to mess with it. Zhang Gui continued. Then, we'd better get going. Hearing Zhang Gui's words, the crowd was a bit subdued. Learning that Long was actually the widow's henchman, Wu Yuliang was also a bit flustered. He had also heard of the four big tough guys. They were all killers without blinking an eye. Yi Chen, if you don't have the ability, don't pretend. If you're like this, you'll get the class president killed. That's it. Wouldn't it be fine to let Brother Yuliang help the class president pay back the money? The crowd pointed at Yi Chen. Jiang Pan was also a little worried and said to Yi Chen, I know you want to help me, but this is not something you can solve. Just go. Why should I leave? I still have to wait for him to send the card over. Yi Chen replied. Yi Chen, you're still pretending even at this point. Do you know who the widow is? That's the underground queen of Jiangdu. Even the Shen family doesn't dare to mess with it. I'd hurry up if I were you. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave in a while. Just at this time, Long personally sent the card back. Jiang Pan, count your luck. Our account, too clear. Brother Long left with his own people. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. Brother Long actually left. Could it be that Yi Chen really had that much money in his card? It seems that this Shen Aoxue is quite generous, actually giving you such a breakup fee. Wu Yuliang said somewhat unwillingly. Buy the bill. The party ended. The crowd was ready to buy the bill and leave. Your order has already been bought. However, the waiter said so. The crowd was at a loss. They hadn't seen anyone going to buy the bill either. I know, there must be Brother Liang quietly buying it, right? Today was originally said to be AA. I didn't expect that brother Arigato actually quietly bought the bill. Worthy of being a big boss worth over $100 million. Really has a pattern. Zhang Gui continued to pat his ass. I was planning to buy it, but I haven't bought it yet. Wu Yuliang, however, shook his head. It's like this. Our boss has explained that the consumption of your table today is completely free. The waiter said. The crowd was even more puzzled. The boss, why would he give them a free bill? Brother Yuliang, do you know the owner of this store? Zhang Gui looked at Wu Yuliang. Don't know him. Wu Yuliang shook his head. Zhang Gui thought for a moment and said, is there this possibility that brother Yuliang, you don't know the owner, but the owner knows you and wants to cooperate with brother Yuliang for a long time, and purposely waived today's order? Is that so? Wu Yuliang was a little suspicious in his heart. This was a Prince Hotel, 6-star, in front of the owner of this store. His over $100 million, he could only be considered as a tiny little boss. There was absolutely no need for people to give him face. Definitely, Zhang Gui said with an affirmative face. It's better to follow brother Liang and have face. Thanks for having brother Liang. The crowd of old classmates thanked one after another. After all, the consumption of this meal was not low. Even if it was AA, everyone would have to be in the thousands. Then tell your boss. Thank you. I will come often in the future. Wu Yuliang said to the waitress with a leadership demeanor. However, the waitress frowned and said, our boss is not giving you a free bill. What are you thanking for? Wu Yuliang's expression froze. If he wasn't given a free bill, then who was it for? Jiang Pan? Even he wasn't qualified to waive the bill. So who was Jiang Pan? It couldn't be Yi Chen, could it? Yi Chen, how is it? Our family's food is not bad, right? At this time, Yi Chen's shoulder was tapped. Behind him stood a stunning beauty. Who else could it be if not Lin Ruoshi? Good day, boss. The waiter immediately bowed to the beauty. You're Mr. Lin? At this time, Wu Yuliang also recognized Lin Ruoshi. Although Lin Ruoshi wasn't as famous as Shen Aoxue, she was also a popular figure in Jiangdu. Under her hand, she operated hundreds of hotels. She was worth more than $5 billion. In front of a big shot like Lin Ruoshi, Wu Yuliang was nothing but the dregs of the dregs. Lin Ruoshi skimmed Wu Yuliang and coldly said, do I know you? Mr. Lin, you don't know me, but I've seen you before. My name is Wu Yuliang. I'm in the business of. Nice to meet, Wu Yuliang said, and wanted to hand over his business card. Stop, I'm not interested in knowing you. However, Lin Ruoshi directly interrupted Wu Yuliang, who wanted to introduce himself. Then her gaze completely fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, in the future, if you want to come over, give me a heads up in advance. I'll reserve the best private room for you. The crowd first looked puzzled, then seemed to understand. Lin Ruoshi wasn't giving Wu Yuliang a free bill, but rather giving Yi Chen a free bill. This Yi Chen, what on earth is he capable of? By virtue of him being the Shen family's son-in-law? Not to mention that Shen Aoxue has already married Su Tiancheng. Even if Yi Chen is still the Shen family's son-in-law, Lin Ruoshi will not give him a free bill. After all, even if Shen Aoxue personally come over, Lin Ruoshi may not give face. At this point, even if the crowd was stupid, they knew what was going on. Yi Chen was the hidden big brother. Chapter 31, The Brazen Widow. Yi Chen, so you and Mr. Lin know each other? Why didn't you say so earlier? That's right, when I was in school, I thought you would definitely have a future. A group of old classmates. Their attitude towards Yi Chen suddenly underwent a 180-degree transformation. Obviously, the current Yi Chen was no longer the statusless door-to-door son-in-law they knew. Yi Chen, do you have a girlfriend now? Why don't we add a WeChat? The female classmates even took the initiative to come over to ask for contact information. This made Wu Yuliang very embarrassed. Obviously, he was the main event today. These women should be surrounding him, especially the class president. Jiang Pan looked at Yi Chen's eyes changed. After all, if it wasn't for Yi Chen today, she would have to agree to be Wu Yuliang's girlfriend. For those female classmates who wanted to add WeChat, Yi Chen directly told them to add Li Tieju's. Although the female classmates actually wanted to add Yi Chen, they knew that Li Taiju and Yi Chen wore the same pants. Adding Li Taiju is the same as adding Yi Chen. Li Taiju also came to the rescue, uniformly added. As for Chen Ting, it looked a bit awkward. She originally had Li Tieju's WeChat. Only unfortunately, when they broke up, they directly pulled Li Taiju black. In the current situation, she didn't have the face to add Li Tieju's WeChat again. She only had to leave with a sense of humor. A group of female classmates, although they didn't manage to add Yi Chen's WeChat, still surrounded Yi Chen, unwilling to leave. Yi Chen, when are you free? Come to my house to eat. My house has jumping candy and jelly. There was even a particularly fierce female classmate who directly asked Yi Chen to go to her house for dinner. Yi Chen, come here, I have something to say to you. Class President Zhang Pan's voice rang out. Alright, all of you don't argue with the class president. You're not as good looking as the class president. All disperse. Yi Chen followed Zhang Pan and arrived at the stairway. Yi Chen, thank you for helping me today. Zhang Pan looked forward to the still handsome man in front of her with inexplicable feelings in her heart. Once, she thought that she would not have any more interactions with Yi Chen in her life. Especially, 3 years ago, Yi Chen had an accident. She even thought that she would never see Yi Chen again in her life. But she didn't expect that after 3 years, she would actually see him again. Moreover, Yi Chen had even helped her solve her pressing problems. Oh, they are all old classmates. They should be. Yi Chen said indifferently. Master Killing Emperor had said that for a truly strong person, money was just a number. Because if he wanted money, he could have as much as he wanted. Yi Chen, I know, maybe for you, 10 million is nothing. But you know what? For me, this is like saving my life. For the past few months, I can't sleep every day. And even when I fall asleep, I get woken up by nightmares. I won't ask for your money for nothing. If you have any conditions, you can mention it to me. As long as it's not too much, I'll oblige you. Zhang Pan lowered her head. Her small hand gripped her coat corner tightly, and said in a small voice, I don't have any conditions. Yi Chen shook his head. Time had changed, and this goddess from her student days had become more mature and more flavorful. The slender and slim upper body was wearing a white strapless t-shirt, while the lower part was covered with a pair of white skinny jeans, and with 7-centimeter high heels with bows. She looked beautifully generous and decent, making the heart thump. However, the current Yi Chen was not the hormonal big boy back then. In order to pursue the goddess, hard to force to send someone home to send a semester, but that actually wasn't called love at all. It was just wanting to conquer Zhang Pan because she was the goddess in everyone's mind. Alright, class president. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yi Chen said and was about to leave. Then I'll give you shares. Although my company isn't very big right now, but the development prospect is very good. It will definitely make a lot of money. Zhang Pan said. That's fine too. Yi Chen didn't refuse either. After all, if he really didn't want anything, maybe Zhang Pan would think more. When he left the Prince Hotel, Li Taizhu was happy in his heart. Finally, he had raised his eyebrows for once, especially when he saw Chen Ting's defeated appearance. His heart felt even more painful. Yi Zi, this is the small note they asked me to pass on to you. Li Taizhu handed over the small note that the female classmates had written to Yi Chen. Throw it away. Yi Chen casually said. Yi Zi, could it be that you don't want to see what they all wrote to you? Li Taizhu said with a bad smile on his face. Not interested. Yi Zi, you don't know. Those female classmates. Really ings. After knowing that Yi Zi you have money, can't wait to immediately pounce on. And even some people said, let me help her chase you. As long as I can help her chase you, then give me sleep. I pondered. This is going to really do this. Isn't it the same as giving you a green hat? Li Taizhu was excited. The two were about to take a taxi back to the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, a large group rushed out. The two were surrounded. At the head of the group was a woman wearing a leather jacket and pants. The hot body seemed as if it was going to burst the leather jacket and pants. The woman was very pretty, but one of her eyes was blindfolded, looking full of killing aura. Seeing the woman, Li Taizhu couldn't help but swallow his saliva at once, because he knew this woman. To be precise, in this Jiangdu, there wouldn't be many people who didn't recognize this woman. She was the widow, one of the 4 tough bandits. You're the one who wasted Changzi? The widow narrowed her eyes as she sized up Yi Chen, a dangerous aura flickering in her one eye. It's me. Yi Chen spat. Kid, do you know what the consequences are for touching my people? The corner of the widow's mouth raised in an arc. I really don't know. Yi Chen said. That would be death. Yi Zi, be careful. She's the widow. Li Taizhu couldn't help but warn. However, the widow did not do it herself. Instead, she said to the man behind her, Black Dragon, go try him. Black Dragon was the previous brother Long. He, along with brother Chang, were the widow's men, specializing in loan sharking. Yes, sister widow. Black Dragon immediately stepped forward. Black Dragon was unusually lanky, standing at a full 1.7 meters. His body was full of tendon meat, and he had a dragon tattooed on his neck, making him look quite imposing. An ordinary person would be bluffed just by seeing the Black Dragon's looks. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen. Without any nonsense, the Black Dragon directly slammed his fist towards Yi Chen's face. However, Yi Chen lightly grabbed Black Dragon's fist. No matter how hard Black Dragon tried, he could not move an inch. Widow, why don't you go yourself? Or you guys can go together. Yi Chen said indifferently. The widow smiled at his words and said to the Black Dragon, Black Dragon, stand down. Immediately, she spat towards Yi Chen. Kid, you will regret this decision. Chapter 32 Ning Xin arrested. The widow's high-heel-clad feet slammed on the ground, and the concrete floor directly cracked. In the next moment, her body, like an arrow off the string, rushed towards Yi Chen. Obviously, the widow was a martial artist whose strength was not weak. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to become the king of Jiangdu's underground forces. Yi Chen was about to respond. A figure blocked in front of him. It was actually Red Leaf. Obviously, Red Leaf should have gotten the news that the widow wanted to make a move on Yi Chen and thus rushed over. The widow's body stopped violently, and she said with an ugly expression, "Rakshasa, what do you mean by this? This is my master. Don't make a scene." Red Leaf said in a deep voice, "Your master? Rakshasa, you actually betrayed Big Sister." The widow said in a cold voice, "Red Leaf, I didn't betray Big Sister." "Widow, without betraying Big Sister, why did you recognize your new master?" "I swore that the master of the courtyard is my master," Red Leaf said. "Ha ha ha, Rakshasa, you've been guarding that broken courtyard for more than 10 years. Has he ever come back to see you? If I were you, I would have sold the courtyard long ago, and give back a brat as a maid. You wouldn't be lonely and want a man, would you? If you want a man, sister, I have plenty of them here. Look at how the black dragon is. This physique can definitely make you fly." The widow laughed out loud. The widow's words made Yi Chen a little surprised. He didn't realize that Red Leaf hadn't seen the Killing Emperor for over 10 years. In other words, the last time Red Leaf had seen the Killing Emperor, he was only a few years old, properly raised. "Ah, Rakshasa, let me help you kill her today and completely give you freedom," the widow exclaimed. "I won't let you hurt him." Red Leaf frowned. "Rakshasa, do you think you can stop me?" The widow snorted lightly, and then was pulling out a leather whip from her leather jacket and lashed it towards Red Leaf. Red Leaf, on the other hand, drew the dagger he carried with him and fought with the widow. The widow's attacks were wide open. Each whip would emit a sonic boom sound, and when it hit the ground, it even cracked the ground directly. At this time, the widow, a tight leather clothes, coupled with a small leather whip. If it is not here, but in a certain place, it must be very exciting. Only, if you really want to be lashed by the widow's leather whip, it is estimated that the bones will be broken into several sections. Red Leaf, on the other hand, was superior in speed. For a while, the two unexpectedly fought hard. The strength of Red Leaf and Widow was originally in between, so it was basically impossible to separate the winner from the loser in a short period of time. Yi Chen quickly saw the strength of the two. 7 steps away, the widow was strong, and within 3 steps, it was Red Leaf who was strong. As long as Red Leaf could get within 3 steps of the widow, he would be able to defeat the widow. But obviously, it was impossible for Red Leaf to get within 3 steps, or even within 5 steps. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Red Leaf, "Red Leaf, Chi sinks into the dantian. Left 2, right 3, retreat 1, advance 2, front 3, back 4. Red Leaf understood that what Yi Chen was talking about should be a pace. Immediately, she carried out the steps according to what Yi Chen had said. Instantly, she felt that her speed had increased quite a bit. Whether it was attacking or dodging, it had become exquisite. As the saying went, an inch long, an inch strong. The widow had a long whip in her hand, and Red Leaf couldn't get close at all. Her dagger couldn't exert much effect, but with the pace that Yi Chen had taught her, she was actually getting a little bit closer. Soon, she got within 3 steps of the widow. Brush! The dagger swung several times, instantly slicing the leather jacket on the widow's body by several slits. This was still Red Leaf staying her hand. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just slicing the leather jacket, because the widow's body was very hot. The leather jacket was already being held up and about to split, and when it was cut by Red Leaf's dagger, it instantly exploded, revealing a large area of snow white. The widow hurriedly clasped her hands around the ferocious to prevent getting naked. "You win!" The widow had to admit defeat. Su Tianyu is back, and the forces behind the Shen family. "Rakshasa, you can't protect him," the widow said coldly, then left with her people. Although the Shen and Su families tried to block the news as much as possible, however, the widow, as one of the 4 great bandits, had eyes all over Jiangdu, and thus was aware of what Yi Chen had done recently. Red Leaf of course also knew, but no matter how strong the opponent was, she would not back down. Hearing the widow's words, Yi Chen looked at Red Leaf and asked, "Red Leaf, do you know who the power behind the Shen family is?" The force behind the Shen family was the one who took away Yi Chen's other kidney. Red Leaf shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that it is a very terrifying existence. I've asked people to look into it in the past 2 days, but those who might know about the existence of that force, all of them preferred to die rather than talk about it. So I don't have a clue for the time being, but I'll continue to ask people to look into it. It doesn't matter. I believe it won't be long before Shen Wanhua can't help but contact them." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Right, Yi Chen, what pace did you just teach me?" Red Leaf looked at Yi Chen with some excitement. This was the first time that she had, head-on, defeated the widow. In fact, the relationship between the four humongous bandits was not good, and it could even be said that the relationship was stiff. Between the four, there were frictions from time to time, and even, they wanted to annex each other's territory. For example, Red Leaf's quadrangle. The widow had been looking at it for a long time, wanting to take it over, but, unfortunately, had been unsuccessful. 7 steps to kill. If practiced to the extreme, with your melee combat killing ability, you can at least cross 2 small levels of combat. Yi Chen said. Hongya's strength was at the middle stage of the moon rank, which was a little stronger than Hong Tao's master. In other words, if she practiced the 7 steps to kill to the extreme, her strength could reach invincibility at the moon rank. Go back. Su family. Su Tianyu had finally returned. Brother, you're finally back. You must avenge me. Seeing Su Tianyu return, an ecstatic look surfaced on Su Tiancheng's face. Su Tianyu faintly said, "Don't worry, if you dare to harm my sibling, I will definitely make him pay." At this moment, Su Tianyu exuded a powerful aura that made Su family provider Chen Kuan feel a palpitation in his heart. Was this the disciple of the god of war? It was unknown how many times stronger than even Hong Tao's master. Brother, what strength have you reached now? Although his brother was the disciple of the god of war, Su Tiancheng still had some uncertainty in his heart. After all, Chen Kuan had been slapped away by Yi Chen. Currently at the peak of day level, my master said that in at most 1 year, I will be able to enter the ranks of a grandmaster. Su Tianyu proudly said, peak of day level. Although he already had a guess sight in his heart, Chen Kuan realized that he had still underestimated Su Tianyu's strength. He had thought that Su Tianyu was at most at the beginning of the day level. Having a war god's master was good. Bring the people up to me. Su Tiancheng clapped his palms. In the next moment, a dozen men and women were brought up by the Su family bodyguards. It was the Ning family's people, the Ning family's old man, Ning Kaishin, as well as a group of the Ning family's direct lineage, and of course, Ning Xin, Ning Fugue, and the 3 of them were all captured by Su Tiancheng. Chapter 33, The Cruel Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu wasn't like Gao Yuanshan, who had to go to Yi Chen personally. He directly asked Su Tiancheng to capture all the people from the Ning family, so that Yi Chen would obediently come to die. At the same time, it also prevented Yi Chen from getting the news in hiding. Of course, Yi Chen could still hide, but then, all of the people from the Ning family would have to die. Facing the Shen family, the Ning family didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Young Su, 3 years ago, we had already severed our relationship with Ning Fugue's family. It's really none of our business. Ning Fugue's elder brother, Ning Yugue, said with a face of fear, and very spinelessly knelt in front of Su Tiancheng. Yes, Mr. Shen, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we will definitely send that bastard Yi Chen to you. At your disposal. The only thing Yi Chen cares about is Ning Xin. You can just arrest Ning Xin. There's absolutely no need to arrest us. A group of people from the Ning family cursed Yi Chen while begging for mercy from Su Tiancheng. There was no way around it. For the Su family to crush the Ning family, it was as simple as crushing an ant. Not to mention, the current Su family had produced a future god of war. Let them all go. They don't have anything to do with me. I'm no longer a member of the Ning family. Listening to the cold words as well as the abuse from the people of the Ning family, Ning Xin clenched her silver teeth and said, "Woman, make a call and call Yi Chen over." Su Tianyu said with a smirk, "Is it true that if we call Yi Chen over, you will release us, Mr. Su?" Ning Kaishin looked at Su Tianyu with anticipation. Of course, not. Today, if Yi Chen comes, you guys have to die. And if Yi Chen doesn't come, you guys also have to die. A touch of cruelty surfaced on Su Tianyu's face. Wanting to be the disciple of the god of war was not an easy thing. What did it mean to be a god of war? It wasn't just that you could be called a war god if you had high martial arts, but you needed to go to the real battlefield to kill. Although Su Tianyu wasn't a war god yet, in order to cultivate him, the heavenly green war god had already begun to let him fight on the battlefield. This led to the fact that Su Tianyu was filled with hostility. Therefore, offending Su Tianyu was a death sentence, and because he had the war god to cover for him, he could basically kill whoever he wanted. Su Tianyu's words caused the faces of everyone in the Ning family to turn white. Yi Chen, you thousand killer. Yi Chen, I just won't let you go even as a ghost. It's all your fault. You're the one who victimized the Ning family. A group of people from the Ning family broke into curses. Even if Su Tianyu wanted to kill them, they didn't dare to curse Su Tianyu. They could only spread their grievances on Yi Chen and Ning Xin. Ning Xin, call Yi Chen and tell him to come over and die quickly. Su Tiancheng said to Ning Xin. I won't call. Ning Xin stubbornly shook her head. Anyway, whether Yi Chen came or not, Su Tianyu would not let the Ning family go. so why let Yi Chen come over to die? Although Ning Xin knew that the current Yi Chen was not the same as 3 years ago, but Su Tianyu was the disciple of the god of war. Yi Chen, for sure, was no match. If you call Yi Chen to come over, although you will also die, I will let you die a painful death. But if Yi Chen doesn't come, then you will know what it means to be terrified. Su Tianyu stood up from his seat. He casually grabbed a man from the Ning family, then pulled out a butterfly knife. Puff puff puff. As Su Tianyu moved, the Ning family man's tendons and hamstrings were all picked off. Ah! That person screamed in pain. Ning Xin. Mudma, you have to call Su Tianyu. If there's anything you charge at me, don't hurt anyone else, Ning Xin exclaimed. As for the other Ning family members, when they saw the scene, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. I'll say it again. Call Yi Chen. Su Tianyu coldly snorted. Ning Xin's silver teeth clenched her lips. Although she didn't want Yi Chen to come and die, she also didn't want to involve the people of the Ning family. For a while, she didn't know what to do. Don't care about him, right? Then your father. You won't care, right? Su Tianyu walked to Ning Fuguei and picked him up. Then, taking out his butterfly knife, he was about to pick out Ning Fuguei's hamstring and leg tendons. Ning Fuguei's entire body was paralyzed with fear. Xiao Su, I know how to find Yi Chen. Oh, Su Tianyu grinned and said, speak. That brat became Red Leaf's gigolo. As long as we find Red Leaf, we should be able to find that brat. Ning Fuguei looked at the butterfly knife that was less than a centimeter away from his neck and swallowed his saliva and said, who is Red Leaf? Su Tianyu narrowed his eyes and asked Su Tiancheng. It's the president of the Red Leaf Group, and she also has another identity, one of the 4 great bandits of Jiangdu, the Rakshasa. Su Tiancheng said, under normal circumstances, even the Su family would never dare to mess with the 4 great tough bandits, but it was different with Su Tianyu around. In my territory, how dare you call yourself the Black Sharpshooters? Su Tianyu let out a cold laugh and then turned to Su Tiancheng and said, immediately ask the one called Red Leaf to bring Yi Chen and get over here for me. Yi Chen's contact information Su Tiancheng did not have, but Red Leaf's was still very easy to find out. Immediately, he had his men find Red Leaf's phone number and dialed it. This is Red Leaf. May I ask who you are? A moment later, a cool voice came from the phone. This is Su Tiancheng. Bring Yi Chen to the Su family immediately, Su Tiancheng said in a commanding tone. Sick, Red Leaf said coldly before hanging up the phone directly. Obviously, as one of the 4 humans, she didn't put Su Tiancheng in her eyes at all. Brother, she hung up on me. Su Tiancheng looked at Su Tianyu with some embarrassment. How? Kind of interesting. Call again, Su Tianyu coldly said. The phone dialed again. This time, the phone was in Su Tianyu's hands, and he only said one sentence. I'm Su Tianyu. Hearing the 3 words Su Tianyu, Red Leaf's brows suddenly frowned slightly. Today, the widow had said that Su Tianyu had returned, and she couldn't protect Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, it came to the door so quickly. Mr. Su, what do you want? After a moment of silence, Red Leaf opened her mouth and asked. Su Tiancheng she could not put in her eyes. But Su Tianyu was different. I'll give you half an hour to bring Yi Chen to the Su family. Otherwise, no matter if it's the Red Leaf Group or whatever Rakshasa is, tomorrow, it will cease to exist. Su Tianyu indifferently said. Oh yeah, the Ning family is all in my hands, including the one called Ning Xin. Su Tianyu added. Su Tianyu, as the disciple of the god of war, you actually used such a dirty trick. Are you still not a man? Hearing that Ning Xin was in Su Tianyu's hands, Red Leaf's complexion immediately changed as she shouted into the phone. Am I not a man? How about, in a while, you go ask that woman called Ning Xin. Chapter 34 Memories of Youth. Sister Hong, what happened? Li Taizhu, who was eating a hot dog, looked at Hong Yi, whose face was blue, and opened his mouth to ask. Ning Xin was arrested, Hong Yi said in a deep voice. What? Then I'll inform Yi Ci immediately. Li Taizhu was so scared that he dropped his hot dog on the ground and hurriedly took out his phone to dial Yi Chen. After all, he knew that Ning Xin was Yi Chen's current scales. Oh no, Yi Chen's phone is off. It's fine, I have other contacts. Li Taizhu hurriedly opened WeChat. Just now, originally Yi Chen was with them, but it didn't go far. Yi Chen was called back by the beautiful class president, Jiang Pan, and said that he had to sign a share transfer agreement to him. Female classmates phoned Li Taizhu basically all added, but only did not add Jiang Pan's contact information, so you can only find other female students to ask to see if there is Jiang Pan's contact information. Brother Taizhu, you miss me so soon? Big fierce female classmate Wan Mei's voice rang out. Miss you my ass. Do you have the class president's contact information? Quickly give me the class president's contact information. Li Taizhu opened his mouth. Jiang Pan's? I don't have it either. The big fierce female classmate said. Of course she had it. she just didn't want to give it to Li Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, why are you looking for Jiangpan? Am I not pretty? The big fierce female classmate's voice became more and more crispy. Listening to the other side did not. Li Taizhu directly hung up the WeChat voice, and then called another female classmate, but got the same result. Said that there is no contact information of Jiangpan. Obviously, they are not no, but do not want to give. This can put Li Taizhu anxious. Fortunately, the Red Leaf approached more. Through the company information, found the phone number of Jiangpan, but Jiangpan's phone also turned off. Why are these two people off the phone? Li Taizhu was like an ant on a hot pan. It's okay, I'll have someone go directly to Jiangpan's company to find it. I'll go to Sue's house first. If you're afraid, don't follow, Han Yi said in a deep voice. I'm afraid of a door. Li Taizhu immediately said. Didn't you say sign the share transfer agreement? Yi Chen looked at Jiangpan with some doubt. Jiangpan clearly said that she was signing a share transfer agreement, but she brought Yi Chen to the school. The share agreement is in the company. The secretary will send it over to me in a moment. Will you accompany me to the school for a walk? Jiangpan stood in front of the school, her hands behind her back, and looked at Yi Chen with a crooked head. Her pretty cheeks were unusually good looking under the sunlight. The high heels had been taken off and replaced with a pair of small white shoes, while her hair was tied into a ponytail. This scene let Yi Chen for a moment, as if he had a feeling of going back to the age of 17 or 18. At that time, everyone was very simple. Unlike now, all for the sake of profit. Sometimes, in order to benefit, even the pillow can be down. And back then, holding hands for a while seemed like a lifetime. Jiangpan is still very beautiful. The school is still the same school, just renovated. Not much change, but youth passes away forever. Yi Chen nodded, followed Jiangpan, together toward the school. But not allowed to enter at all. The two were stopped by the security uncle. Uncle, both of us are students of the school, and we want to enter the school to have a look. Yi Chen said to the security guard. Students, take out your student ID and show it to me? The security uncle narrowed his eyes and said, we are former students. Without a student ID, you won't be allowed in. The security uncle was resolute. In this case, go and tell the school leaders. Just say that I want to donate $1 million to our school. Yi Chen thought about it and said, thinking to himself, the donation could always get in, right? You just donate $10 million. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's still the same thing. If you want to enter the school, take a student ID, or a teacher's ID. The security guard closed his eyes after saying that, and didn't even seem to want to pay attention to the two. It's okay, I have a way. Jiangpan pulled Yi Chen and ran away. Jiangpan pulled Yi Chen under a fence, then turned back to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, let's go over the fence and go in. It's not too good. Yi Chen swallowed his saliva and said, now you know it's not good. When you were in school, you and Li Taizhu always climbed over the fence to escape from class. How can I say that to you guys? You don't even listen. Jiangpan laughed. At that time, I was young and didn't know any better. Yi Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Yi Chen, come here. Jiangpan patted the fence, then said to Yi Chen, what for? Of course you're sending me up. I'm a girl. How can I scale such a high fence? Jiangpan seemed to be very excited. From her student days, she was a good girl, excelled in her studies and never did anything bad. But when she got to the society, she realized that this world was not as simple as she thought. For example, that partner, who was obviously someone she trusted very well, in the end, still betrayed her. Class president, you really want to flip ah? Looking at Jiangpan's leaping appearance, Yi Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Aha, Yi Chen come over and hump me. Thus, Yi Chen took the initiative to squat down and let Jiangpan step on his shoulders. Higher, higher, okay, I'm going up. Yi Chen, I'm coming up. You come up too. Good. Yi Chen had just climbed over the fence when he saw the security uncle running towards the two of them with a rubber stick. What are you guys doing? Not good. The security guards are coming. Run. Jiangpan pulled up Yi Chen's hand, and the two of them drew their legs and ran wildly. Familiar sights came into view, full of memories. The two ran tired and hid under the ping-pong ball. Jiangpan's physical strength was relatively poor, panting heavily, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her face. However, on her stunningly beautiful face, happiness was written all over it. This was the first time she had done something bad since she was a child. Unexpectedly, it was quite exciting. Yi Chen, do you still remember? At that time, every day after school, you and Li Taizhu would come to send me off, and said that I was the horse of the two of you, and that whoever dared to hit on me would have to beat them up. I thought you two joke it. Did not think really beat but also by the school to remember. But after that time, there are really not a few mail to me to write love letters, but let me quiet a lot. You and Li Taizhu's feelings are really good. However, Yi Chen, you say, if I really agreed to be the girlfriend of one of you two at that time, you two brothers will not turn against each other. At that time, the two of us were just chasing after it for fun, and didn't think about what it would be like to chase after it. Yi Chen scratched his head. So, you two chased me, not like me, just chasing for fun. Zhang Pan pretended to be angry and said, like, of course like, at that time almost all the boys, like you, Yi Chen said. What about now? Zhang Pan inclined her head, with big beautiful eyes, looking at Yi Chen. Chapter 35 Red Leaf Gothic. At this time the distance between the two is only a dozen centimeters. Yi Chen can clearly smell the perfume on Zhang Pan's body. Not a very strong flavor. Light, like the fragrance of jasmine. Every man in the student era, the heart has lived a class flower cannot get. Yi Chen is the same. What's more, Zhang Pan was not only the class flower, but also the school flower. Yi Chen, actually you know what? At that time, although I said that I hate you guys, so that you do not come to send me, but in my heart, in fact, quite want to see you. The two of you. If one day you two did not come, it feels like there is something missing. Originally Zhang Pan wanted to say quite want to see Yi Chen, but in the end, she said she wanted to see you too. Looking at Zhang Pan's stunningly beautiful face, Yi Chen, for a moment, was somewhat lost in thought. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. The two of them were also getting closer and closer. There they are. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. The two were found by the hateful security uncle, only to start running again. Security uncle, we're really here to donate. Don't chase after us. If you keep chasing after us, I'll donate to the school next door. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. However, the security uncle didn't listen to Su family. Su Tianyu cupped Ning Xian's chin with his hand and measured Ning Xian's face. Although she's blind, she's quite good looking. You, what do you want? Ning Xian forced her face to break free from Su Tianyu's hands. Your man bullied my sibling. I'm bullying you. Fair enough? Su Tianyu laughed evilly. Immediately, he said to Su Tiancheng, send her to my room. I'll enjoy it first, and when Yi Chen comes, then kill his woman in front of him. He'll definitely be in pain. Su Tiancheng immediately said to his men, did you hear what the young master said? Send her to the eldest young master's room. Yes, second young master. Su Tiancheng, Su Tianyu, you shall not die. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Ning Xian said as she was about to bite her tongue and kill herself. But, Su Tianyu seemed to have anticipated this and directly unloaded Ning Xian's jaw. You guys let my daughter go, please. Ning Fugue Qin Xiu. The two of them, bitterly begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Su Tianyu was not moved at all. This woman is also quite good. Send her to my room as well. Su Tianyu looked at Chen Xiu's flavorful face, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Su Tianyu, I'll fight you. As his wife and daughter were about to be humiliated, Ning Fugue could no longer hold back and rushed towards Su Tianyu. However, Su Tianyu casually choked Ning Fugue's neck. Laughing coldly, he said, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. With that, he was about to break Ning Fugue's neck. Seeing this scene, in the Ning family, not a single person dared to say a word. Stop. Just as Ning Fugue's neck was about to be snapped, a cold cry rang out. Then, dozens of figures rushed into the hall. Red Leaf had come, with dozens of capable henchmen. These were her inner circle, and their strength was outstanding. If in normal times, with so many people out at the same time, they could even overthrow a family like the Shen family. But at this moment, Red Leaf's expression was incomparably grave, because she was facing Su Tianyu. Seeing Red Leaf, a flash of amazement surfaced in the eyes of Su Tianyu, who was about to enjoy himself. Red Leaf's face value was extremely high, and her body was also very hot. With a fiery red open cheongsam, she looked unique. You, are Rakshasa? Su Tianyu sized up Red Leaf and asked. I am. Release them. Red Leaf said. Who is Yi Chen? Su Tianyu scanned the crowd and spoke. Brother, Yi Chen doesn't seem to be here. Su Tiancheng said. Su Tianyu's brow furrowed. I remember. What I said was for you to bring Yi Chen and roll over. What? Treating what I said as fart? Without any nonsense. Red Leaf said to his men. In a moment, I'll stop Su Tianyu. You guys go and save him. With that, he rushed towards Su Tianyu. Stop me? Ha ha ha, you think too highly of yourself. Su Tianyu shook his head disdainfully. Red Leaf held the dagger in her hand and stepped on the 7 killing steps. Although, right now, she hadn't practiced the 7 killing steps to the state of realization, it still added a great deal to her. With her current strength, she could barely fight a battle with a high moon rank. The others, too, fought with the Su family guards. Brush brush brush, because she knew that Su Tianyu was strong. She didn't hold back, and when she came up, it was all killing moves. Every move went straight for Su Tianyu's vitals. However, Su Tianyu had his hands behind his back, moving within just 3 steps, and Redleaf's dagger couldn't even touch the corner of his coat. He casually slapped out a palm, and Redleaf's body immediately flew backwards, hitting the wall. A large mouthful of blood was spat out as his mouth dug in. Underground Queen. I thought how strong it was, but it's nothing more than that, Su Tianyu said proudly. Redleaf slowly stood up and wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she knew that Su Tianyu was definitely strong, she didn't expect that it was actually strong to this extent. She couldn't even catch a single move. Obviously, Su Tianyu's strength was far above hers, and was a day-level powerhouse. As for the others brought by Redleaf, they were stopped by Chen Cohen. Chen Cohen's strength had reached the middle star level, and he had stopped several people. Moreover, he had the upper hand. In just a few minutes' time, he had knocked all the people Redleaf had brought to the ground. Rakshasa, your strength is considered to be at the forefront of Jiangdu, but unfortunately, in front of me, it's not worth mentioning. I'll give you a chance to live. Pledge allegiance to me and be my dog, Su Tianyu said with his hands still behind his back. You dream. Redleaf coldly drank. Don't be in a hurry to answer. I'll give you time to think about it. After Su Tianyu finished speaking, his body disappeared. It directly appeared in front of Redleaf's #1 fighter, Lu Green. With his hand, he grabbed Lu Green's head. This woman should be your #1 henchman, right? Su Tianyu grinned. Then, he squeezed his hand violently. Boom! Lu Green's head exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. The headless corpse collapsed powerlessly. This scene stunned everyone. This was Su Tianyu, powerful and cruel. Lu Green, seeing that his own men had their heads directly pinched and exploded, Redleaf's body trembled violently. Now, how have you considered it? Su Tianyu sneered. However, what answered him was Redleaf's dagger. Seeing that Redleaf still dared to make a move towards himself, Su Tianyu let out a cold snort. Then, his body transformed into a streak of light. Boom boom boom. His fists fiercely bombarded on top of Redleaf's body. With every punch, a large mouthful of blood would be spat out of Redleaf's mouth. At this time, Redleaf realized that she had still underestimated Su Tianyu's strength. This Su Tianyu, not only was he a day-level powerhouse, he might as well be a high day level. Su Tianyu lifted Redleaf high in the air with both hands. Then he slammed her hard towards his knees. Chapter 36, you can start running away. This is 20% of the original shares of our company. That's all I can give you. Zhang Pan handed the signed share transfer agreement to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and accepted it. Taking out his cell phone, he wanted to see what time it was, only to find that his cell phone was turned off. It should have been that he forgot to charge his cell phone last night. Zhang Pan had 2 cell phones, one for the company and one for herself, and few people knew her phone number on the one she used. The company's one just ran out of battery. She swept a shared charging treasure for Yi Chen with the cell phone she usually used. Charging it, Yi Chen had just turned it on when the phone vibrated violently. A series of text messages bombarded over. When he clicked on one to check it, his face changed drastically. It was a message from Li Taizhu, saying that Ning Xian had been captured by Su Tianyu, and that Redleaf and he had already brought people to the Su family to rescue her, and also sent Yi Chen a location. Yi Zi, Su Tianyu that is so powerful. If you don't come again, Sister Hong Yi will be lost. This was the last message sent by Li Taizhu. Class President, I have something urgent. I'm leaving first. Yi Chen had no time to explain and left directly. He didn't even call a car and directly ran towards the location that Li Taizhu had sent him. Hong Yi, hold on. At this moment, his running speed was actually faster than a car. Looking at the direction where Yi Chen disappeared, Zhang Pan murmured to himself, Yi Chen, these 3 years, what exactly have you been through? Click. A sound of bones breaking rang out. Redleaf's back was viciously knocked onto Su Tianyu's knee. The spine instantly snapped. Although, Redleaf hadn't died immediately, but she was already not far from death. Moreover, even if she managed not to die, she would still become a vegetable. Young lord, Redleaf tried her best. Redleaf slowly closed her eyes. Boring. Su Tianyu casually threw Redleaf's body onto the ground. Redleaf was only at the middle stage of the moon rank strength. Together with the 7 killing steps that Yi Chen had imparted to her, she was just barely able to fight with a high moon rank. On the other hand, Su Tianyu's strength had reached the peak of the day rank, and the difference between the 2 battle strengths was too great. Su Tianyu hadn't even gotten over it yet. Send these 2 women to my room, and the rest, kill them all, Su Tianyu said with some disinterest, preparing to vent in another way. Okay, brother, Su Tiancheng responded. Shen Kuan, on the other hand, carried a mountain-opening sword and headed towards the people of the Ning family, preparing for a massacre. With Su Tianyu backing him up, even if he killed the Ning family members, there wouldn't be any problems. The Ning family members burst into tears. Some were even directly scared to the point of incontinence. Su Tianyu. However, just as the mountain opening knife in Su Qingquan's hand was about to slash at the bodies of the Ning family's people, a bellowing cry rang out. Yi Chen had finally arrived. Seeing Red Leaf's miserable state, Yi Chen was enraged to the extreme. Although he had not known Red Leaf for a long time, but Red Leaf had taken him as his master and did not have any reservations about him. He even knew that he was not Su Tianyu's opponent, yet he still chose to come and save him. This favor, Yi Chen would not forget. You are Yi Chen? Su Tianyu, who was about to turn around and leave, saw Yi Chen, who was rushing over, and his eyes narrowed. Yi Chen ignored Su Tianyu and picked up Hong Yi. Hong Yi, are you alright? I'm sorry, young lord, I tried my best. Red Leaf squeezed out a smile towards Yi Chen, and then fainted. Yi Chen's palm gently brushed over Red Leaf's body, feeling the damage to her body. Through the injuries that Red Leaf had sustained, Yi Chen was able to know what Red Leaf had just experienced. Su Tianyu had almost broken all the bones in her body, and even had broken her spine. After probing the injuries, Yi Chen took a deep breath and took out the 9 turns golden needle, and began to heal Red Leaf's injuries. At this moment, Red Leaf was extremely injured and had to be treated immediately, and when Su Tianyu saw this scene, his face became ugly. Drinking towards Yi Chen, he said, Yi Chen, you dare to ignore me? Yi Chen still ignored Su Tianyu. The 9 turns golden needle in his hand flew and stabbed on Hong Yi's body. Seek death. Su Tianyu's body transformed into a flash of light and shot explosively towards Yi Chen. With his palm, he ruthlessly slapped towards the back of Yi Chen's head. A palm from a peak day level powerhouse was enough to break hard granite. If it was slapped on a person's head, then the result would be the same as Red Leaf's henchman, Willow Green, who would directly explode into a bloody mist. Facing Su Tianyu's supreme strike, Yi Chen acted as if he had not seen it. He was still concentrating on treating Red Leaf. Yi Ci, be careful. Li Taizhu couldn't help but shout towards Yi Chen. Boom! Su Tianyu's palm fiercely blasted down. A loud sound was emitted. It was as if the entire hall trembled. However, this palm, did not slap on Yi Chen's body. Instead, it stopped a few centimeters away from Yi Chen's body. No, it should have been blocked by an invisible wall of qi. Body protecting deity qi. Seeing this scene, a look of disbelief immediately appeared on Su Tianyu's face. One must know that body protecting deity qi was a move only possessed by martial arts masters. Once it was performed, it was nearly invulnerable to swords and spears. Yi Chen was actually a martial Dao sovereign. Are you kidding? He, Su Tianyu, was 28 years old. His cultivation had reached the peak of the day level, and he had already been hailed by the heavenly green god of war as a genius that was rare to see in 100 years. Even the heavenly green war god asserted that Su Tianyu could step into the realm of a grandmaster before the age of 30. Although, this kind of talent was still far from the super demons of those hidden families, but for the ordinary families in the secular world, it was already at the ceiling level. However, at this moment, he realized that Yi Chen was actually a martial grandmaster. One must know that according to Su Tiancheng, Yi Chen was only 23 or 24 years old. How was this possible? Su Tianyu's body retreated several steps backward, fear in his eyes. Although his cultivation was at the peak of the day level, however, he knew that compared to a day level powerhouse and a martial grandmaster, their battle power could be considered as different. Possibly, with all his strength, he could not even break Yi Chen's protective astral aura. Soon, Yi Chen's treatment was over. Red Leaf's broken spine had already been connected, and only needed to recuperate for a period of time to recover as before. Pillar, you take them all away. The next scene is not suitable for you to watch, Yi Chen said in an indifferent tone. Yi Zi, can you do it alone? Li Taizhu asked with some concern. After all, Su Tianyu was the disciple of the god of war. Yi Chen did not answer, but instead swept his gaze over the people of the Su family, including Su Tianyu, before slowly saying, you guys can start escaping now. You guys can start running away now. What arrogance! Obviously, Yi Chen was prepared to go on a killing spree. The people of the Su family actually dared to touch Ning Xin, so be prepared to meet death. Chapter 37 Yi Chen is a Zong master? Li Taizhu immediately left with Ning Xin as well as Red Leaf's people. The people of the Su family, on the other hand, actually didn't dare to leave. Not leaving and waiting for death? Li Taizhu shouted towards the people of the Ning family, and the people of the Ning family finally reacted. Flying quickly, they left the scene. Facing Yi Chen's gaze, Su Tianyu's body trembled terribly. He wanted to escape very much, but, could he escape? Yi Chen was a grandmaster. Finally, after a brief celestial battle, Su Tianyu actually flung himself down and knelt in front of Yi Chen. Brother Tianyu, I'm here. Did you catch Yi Chen? And just as Su Tianyu knelt down, a voice rang out. It was Shen Aoxue who had come. She was being pushed by Shen Aoxue in a wheelchair. When she heard that Su Tiancheng's brother Su Tianyu, had returned and captured Ning Xian's family. She immediately asked her own father to send her over. She wanted to see Yi Chen being abused by Su Tianyu with her own eyes. No, she couldn't see it anymore, so let's feel it in person. However, no one answered her. The entire scene was surprisingly quiet, and a pin could be heard. Dad, is Yi Chen here? Shen Aoxue was a bit puzzled, but because her eyes couldn't see, she didn't know what was happening and could only ask Shen Wanhua. Shen Wanhua looked at Su Tianyu, who was kneeling in front of Yi Chen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He swallowed his saliva and said, Great, Yi Chen, with brother Tianyu here. This time, let's see where you can escape. Shen Aoxue laughed. Why would I run away? Yi Chen glanced at Shen Aoxue and faintly said, do you know how powerful brother Tianyu is? He is the disciple of the god of war. Do you understand the god of war? That's a height you won't be able to reach in your entire life. Shen Aoxue said with great pride. A big reason why she would marry Su Tiancheng was because Su Tiancheng's brother, Su Tianyu, had worshipped under the war god. Once Su Tianyu became a war god, then the Shen family would have one more superb backer, Yi Chen, on account of the fact that we used to be husband and wife. If you come over here now, lick my feet, and then obediently dig out your kidney and return it to me, I can let brother Tianyu give you a hard time, Shen Aoxue said with a face full of excitement. Hearing Shen Aoxue's words, Su Tianyu almost didn't pee in his pants. Letting a martial arts grandmaster lick your feet? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru wasn't even this tigress. At this moment, Su Tianyu really wanted to slap Shen Aoxue to death, but Shen Aoxue had no idea what was happening. She continued, Yi Chen, aren't you crazy? Why don't you say anything? Hurry up and beg for mercy from me. Looking at Shen Aoxue's expression of eating his face, Yi Chen really felt both angry and amused. How about, you guys ask them about the current situation? Yi Chen lightly hummed. Do I still need to ask? It must be brother Tianyu who beat you to your knees and begged for forgiveness. Yi Chen, when one is under the roof, one has to bow down. Anyway, 3 years ago, weren't you the same, kneeling down and licking my feet? Isn't this what you dream of? Shen Aoxue laughed. Yi Chen shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to this self-righteous woman. His gaze fell on Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu was trembling in fear. It was over. Having angered a martial arts master, I was afraid that only his master could protect him. Brother Tianyu, why don't you say anything too? Finally, Shen Aoxue seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere of the scene was not quite right and opened her mouth to ask, Shen Aoxue, if you can't speak, don't speak. Su Tianyu finally broke into a curse. Didn't he mind that he wasn't dying fast enough? Brother Tianyu, what are you scolding me for? Shen Aoxue was at a loss. Su Tianyu, he knelt in front of Yi Chen. At this time, Shen Wanhua finally spoke. Ha ha, Dad, you really know how to joke. How could brother Tianyu kneel in front of Yi Chen? Shen Aoxue certainly did not believe it. Shen Wanhua also wished he was joking, but it was not a joke. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it. I'm not joking, Shen Wanhua said with difficulty. Su Tianyu, what other last words do you have? Yi Chen said in a cold tone. Yi Chen, don't kill me. Isn't it just a woman? As long as you let me off the hook, I'll get you any woman. How about the 4 humongous bandits? I'll get them all for you. Su Tianyu knew that toughing it out would only lead to death. Begging for forgiveness was the way to go. However, Yi Chen did not say anything. I know. It's all because of this woman Shen Aoxue who has harmed you. Why don't I help you kill her now? Su Tianyu thought that Yi Chen was not satisfied and continued. Hearing Su Tianyu's words, Shen Aoxue was confused. Su Tianyu, what are you talking about? Su Tianyu, do you think, today you can still live? Yi Chen's gaze was like electricity. Daring to injure and strike at Ning Xian, as well as beating Red Leaf like that, there was no way he would let Su Tianyu go. I'm the disciple of the god of war. Su Tianyu wanted to take out his war god master to shock Yi Chen, not to mention that the god of war is not here. If he is here, I will kill you today. Be on your way. Yi Chen stopped talking nonsense. Wait, my master's phone. He has something to say to you. Right at this moment, Su Tianyu handed his phone to Yi Chen. Just now, he had sensed Yi Chen's killing intent, so he dialed his master's phone ahead of time. A sect master is trying to kill me, Su Tianyu said into the phone. Right now, the only one who could save him was his master. Yi Chen took the phone from Su Tianyu and opened the speakerphone. Asked, who are you? I am the Tiancheng war god. A domineering voice came from the receiver. This patriarch friend, if my disciple has offended you in any way, I'm here to apologize to you and hope that you'll let him off the hook, the heavenly green war god said. He was still very satisfied with Su Tianyu as his disciple. Very talented. If cultivated, within 10 years, he would become a war god. Sorry, I don't accept your apology. Yi Chen coldly said. Yi Chen's words caused the heavenly green war god to instantly catch fire. Kid, don't give your face away. If you dare to harm a single hair on yours head, I want your entire family to be buried with you, the heavenly green war god said angrily. However, just as he finished his words, Yi Chen pointed a finger at Su Tianyu's head. A bloody hole immediately appeared on Su Tianyu's forehead. Then, his entire body fell to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present. Yi Chen had actually killed Su Tianyu with a single finger, completely not giving the heavenly green war god any face. Dad, what did the heavenly green war god say just now? Said that Yi Chen was a grandmaster? How is this possible? Shen Aoxue looked like she had heard a big joke. Shen Wanguo looked at Su Tianyu, who had already lost his life breath, trembling terribly, and said, he is indeed a patriarch. He just killed Su Tianyu. Chapter 38, The Last Hope. At this time, the heavenly green war god also finally realized what had happened. You killed Yuer, or else? Yi Chen replied back without a care in the world. Good, very good, boy, prepare to receive the wrath from a war god. The heavenly green war god let out a furious cry, followed by a crunching sound from the phone, and then no sound. Presumably, he had smashed the phone in anger. Those who leave the Su family now, I will leave you alive, or die. Yi Chen swept a glance at the Su family's crowd and coldly said, I declare to leave the Su family. Chen Koan was the first to speak. He was only a martial arts provider for the Su family. The Su family gave him money, and he solved troubles for the Su family. He wouldn't lose his life for the Su family. Me, I'm also breaking away from the Su family. Following Chen Koan, the Su family's guards all dropped their weapons. Then they fell away and fled. Only Su Tiancheng was left alone. Yi Chen's gaze fell on Su Tiancheng and asked with a smile, aren't you going to break away from the Su family? Me, can I? Su Tiancheng's entire body was bad. Of course not. Yi Chen blasted Su Tiancheng's brain with a palm. Su Tiancheng immediately died with blood spilling from his mouth and nose. The deaths of Su Tiancheng and Su Tianyu signaled the complete destruction of the Su family. Originally, Su Tianyu had worshipped under the war god's door, and if he became a war god in the future, then the Su family would most likely grow into a giant on one side. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. Dad, don't joke. This joke isn't funny at all. Shen Aoxue swallowed her saliva and said, I'm not joking. Su Tiancheng was also killed by him. Shen Wanguo man had gone numb. I don't believe it. You guys must be lying to me. How can Yi Chen be a grandmaster? Shen Aoxue was unwilling to believe this result. 3 years ago, Yi Chen was still a licking dog that only served women. 3 years later, he had unexpectedly become a martial arts grandmaster. What a martial Dao patriarch meant, Shen Aoxue knew very well. If there was a martial arts grandmaster sitting in the town, then, even a smallest family could easily grow to the 100 billion level. Had I known that Yi Chen had such a strong talent for cultivating martial arts, what's the point of having a bicycle? Just serve Yi Chen well? At this time Shen Aoxue, the heart will be anxious after. No, 3 young Yi Chen is just an ordinary person. Obviously, Yi Chen fell down the abyss after obtaining a strange encounter. Yi Chen, even if you became a sect master, so what? You killed Su Tianyu. The Tianqing war god will not let you go. Shen Aoxue hissed. Yi Chen indifferently glanced at Shen Aoxue, then left the Su family straight away. The hatred towards Shen Aoxue had long since disappeared. Yi Chen had just walked out of the Shen family, when he saw Red Leaf Li Taiju Ning Xin and the others, standing at the door waiting for him, with anxiety written all over their faces. It was only when they saw Yi Chen come out that they relaxed. Yi Zi, the crowd greeted him. You killed Su Tiancheng Su Tianyu? Li Taiju couldn't help but ask. He had just heard from the people who had escaped from the Su family that Yi Chen had killed both Su Tianyu and Su Tiancheng. Moreover, Yi Chen was also a martial arts master. Yi Chen nodded. Nyobi I never thought that I, Li Taiju, would have a sect master brother. Li Taiju said excitedly. Yi Chen. Ning Xin's voice rang out, only to see that she was looking at him with affection. Those eyes were as good looking as 2 precious stones. Sister Xin, your eyes, they can see? Yi Chen said in surprise. Well, little Chen, I can see. Ning Xin had happy tears in her eyes. The two of them embraced each other. Little Xin, come back to the Ning family with me. At this time, Ning Fugui's voice rang out. Back to the Ning family? Ning Xinchuan was still a bit unresponsive. Your grandfather has given us permission to return to the Ning family, Ning Fugui said excitedly. Expelling Ning Fugui's family from the Ning clan was actually not something that Grandpa Ning had wanted. At the time, it was only a last resort to preserve the Ning family. But now, the Shen family, the Su family, had all been exterminated, and there was nothing to be concerned about. Really? Ning Xin was pleasantly surprised. She knew that her father had always wanted to return to the clan. The fact that Ning Fugui would be expelled from the clan was also caused by her. and now that she heard that her father could return to the clan, she was naturally very happy. However, your grandfather has one condition, and that is that he should never be with Yi Chen again, Ning Fugue said in a deep voice. Ning Xian's delicate body trembled at the words. It couldn't help but ask, why? Although he annihilated the Shen and Su families, you should also know that Su Tianyu was the disciple of the heavenly green war god, and if Yi Chen kills Su Tianyu, the heavenly green war god won't be satisfied. Ning Fugue sighed. If Yi Chen hadn't killed Su Tianyu, with Yi Chen's status as a martial arts patriarch, he would never stop Yi Chen and Ning Xian from being together. This was because if there was such a patriarch escorting them, it could be said that it would be easy for the Ning family to surpass the Shen family back then. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had killed Su Tianyu and offended the heavenly green war god. The wrath of the heavenly green war god was not something that a martial arts patriarch could withstand. However, Yi Chen, uncle can see that you really like Shen Aoxue, and Shen Aoxue loves you, so uncle won't stop you too. However, you have to survive the Tianqing war god's wrath, and as long as you can get past the Tianqing war god, uncle will allow you to be together. Ning Fugue opened his mouth and said, although he didn't think that Yi Chen would be able to withstand the wrath of the heavenly green war god. However, Yi Chen had given him too many surprises in the past few days. What if Yi Chen really didn't fear the heavenly green war god? Good. Yi Chen didn't say anything more. Yi Chen. Ning Xian was however a little reluctant to leave. Moreover, she was worried that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to carry the wrath of the heavenly green war god. Sister Xian, trust me, I'll be fine. Yi Chen signaled that Ning Xian did not need to worry. In the Su family's villa, Shen Aoxue looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. Originally, the marriage between the Shen family and the Su family might have helped the Shen family move to the next level. But now, nothing was gained. Su family destroyed. The Shen family should not be far behind. Yi Chen did not kill him and Shen Aoxue, perhaps, just wanted to keep their lives. Let them live in regret and fear. Sure enough, not long after Yi Chen left, the Shen family received a notice that all companies that had cooperation with the Shen family, all suspended cooperation with the Shen family. This was the horror of a martial arts master. With just one sentence, the Shen family, a behemoth, collapsed. Yi Chen did not want Shen Aoxue and Shen Aoxue's lives. Naturally, he wanted them to experience what Ning Xian had suffered in the beginning. Shen Aoxue's spirit was a bit abnormal. One moment saying I don't believe it. A moment later, she said that she wanted to ask Yi Chen to forgive her. Dad, do you think, if I go and beg Yi Chen now to come back to me, will he still come back? He liked me so much in the beginning. Yi Chen at the time, did like Shen Aoxue enough? Otherwise, how could he have donated a kidney to her? It was only a pity that she personally pushed Yi Chen down to the abyss of 10,000 feet. It was impossible for Yi Chen to forgive her. The villa where the father and daughter lived was repossessed, and the company's bank card was frozen. If they wanted to live, they could only go to the streets to beg for food. Dad, I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. Because there was no money for dialysis treatment. Shen Aoxue's body, all swollen. Child, we haven't lost, we still have hope. Shen Aoxue discouraged. Shen family was gone, and his only daughter had become like this. Shen Aoxue also hated to die, but he was not willing. He still had a last hope. That was Chapter 39, Yi Chen's sister. The imperial family. A terrifying existence beyond imagination. It was with the help of the emperor family that the Shen family, in just 3 years, was able to grow from a small group that was no more than $100 million in size, to a top-tier plutocracy in Jiangdu that was over $10 billion. In fact, the other party did not even provide substantial help at all. Just that old man casually said a word when he was leaving, and that terrifying old man was said to be nothing more than a servant of the imperial family. A servant, a single word could cause a family to rise. From this, it could be seen that the emperor family was terrifying, as long as the imperial family sent someone over. Even if Yi Chen was a martial grandmaster, in front of the emperor family, he would still be like an ant. The people from the emperor family would also definitely help him get back everything he had lost. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Chen could carry the wrath of the heavenly green war god. Tianqing war god. That was a war god. His own strength was incomparably strong, not to mention his connections were extremely wide. If he wanted to kill Yi Chen, perhaps, it would only be a matter of words. Daughter, even if we have to die, we have to die after Yi Chen dies. Shen Aoxue gritted his teeth. Even if the heavenly green war god couldn't deal with Yi Chen, there were still the people from the D family. Right, I can't die yet. I want to live. Hearing Shen Aoxue's words, a flash of divine light surfaced in Shen Aoxue's eyes once again. She picked up the steamed bun that a passerby had just thrown to her and frantically gnawed on it. Yu Zhou. In the middle of an incomparably luxurious villa, a middle-aged man with a sturdy and imposing figure slammed everything visible in front of him to smithereens. He was the heavenly green war god. Just now, his favorite disciple was actually killed. Although not in front of him, he had already informed the other party of his identity over the phone. But the other party did not give him, the war god, any face at all. He directly killed Su Tianyu. He couldn't wait to immediately travel to Jiangdu and kill Yi Chen. However, right now, he had important matters to attend to and was not yet able to leave. Pass the order down to me. Those who kill Yi Chen will be rewarded, and those who capture him alive will be heavily rewarded. The energy of a war god was enormous. As soon as the news came out, the entire Yu state became turbulent. For a while, countless strong men gathered and flooded into Jiangdu, wanting to capture or kill Yi Chen alive. Among them, the most notable ones were a pair of brother and sister. This pair of siblings were known for their ruthlessness. Because the brother liked to wear black clothes and the sister liked to wear white clothes, they were labeled as black and white irregulars. Both of them possessed the strength of a grandmaster. They can beat a grandmaster in a single fight, and when they are together, their strength is doubled. Ordinary masters, encountering the impermanent siblings, will die for sure. Moreover, these two are extremely cruel. Those who are killed by them will not only die, before they die, they will be subjected to extreme cruelty and torture. It was said that not long ago, the two had killed a grandmaster. That master was tortured by the two for 3 days and 3 nights before he died. When the body was discovered, it was already completely unrecognizable as a person. Yi Chen did not take the order of certain death given by the heavenly green god of war seriously at all. After leaving the Su family, he did not return to the imperial mansion. Instead, he arrived in front of a dilapidated neighborhood. However, he was hesitant to enter, because here lived his godmother, Yi Qi. Yi Chen didn't have parents, and it was his godmother who single-handedly raised him. Godmother, although I'm not your own, you treat me like your own son. 5 years ago, it was me who let you down. From now on, I won't let you down again. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It seemed that he had finally made a decision and walked towards Yi Qi's home in his memory. 5 years had passed since the last time he came here. It wasn't that he didn't want to come 5 years ago, but he didn't have the face to come. When he donated a kidney to Shen Aoxue, Yi Qi was firmly against it, because a kidney is too important for a man. Without a kidney, although he can still live, but in some ways, it will be greatly affected. In order to make Yi Chen not to donate a kidney to Shen Aoxue, she even put out a cruel word. If Yi Chen dares to donate a kidney to Shen Aoxue, then she will not have Yi Chen as a son. But Yi Chen finally donated his kidney to Shen Aoxue. For one thing, it was because he liked Shen Aoxue, and for another, it was a way to save someone's life. He knew that he was ashamed of Yi Qi and did not dare to come back to her. He could only quietly send the pocket money Shen Aoxue gave him to her anonymously. Later, when something happened, he couldn't come even more. I don't know if my godmother still lives here, if she's still doing well, and if Sister Suyu has grown taller as well. Yi Chen recalled Yi Qi's gentle face, as well as Yi Qi's own daughter, Suyu, and his heart's longing multiplied. However, he had just walked to the door when he saw several fierce men smashing the door of his godmother's house. What are you doing? Yi Chen chided with a cold face. The several men turned around and glanced at Yi Chen, and immediately cursed. What the laborers are doing is none of your business. If you don't want to die, get out of the way and mind your own business. Boss, could this kid be Suyu that's relative? One of the punks with dyed yellow hair sized up Yi Chen and said, "Hey, what's your kid's relationship with Suyu?" At that moment, the leader of the gangsters walked over towards Yi Chen and asked, "She's my sister. What are you looking for her for?" Yi Chen said, "Your sister? Your sister injured our boss. This matter, you say what to do?" The chief snorted coldly. "I'm a doctor. I can help heal your boss." Yi Chen said back, "Kid, do you know where Suyu injured our boss? And you dare to say you'll help heal our boss? No matter where the injury is, I can heal it." Yi Chen said confidently, Our boss hurt his egg." "What? Are you going to compensate an egg to our boss?" The punks laughed out loud. Yi Chen was stunned and immediately said, "If the egg is still there, it can be cured. It's useless. It's been surgically removed and is now soaking in formalin." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Although his medical skills were at the peak, but he had not yet reached the realm of creating something from nothing. If he could really create something out of nothing, then it wasn't called a doctor. It was called a god. "Alright, don't say anything, quickly let your sister roll out," our boss said. "He's useless there. He can't get a wife in this life. He can only let Suyu be his wife. Don't think of hiding. Our boss is not someone you can mess with." The gangster's expressions gradually became vicious. "I can compensate you guys with money." "Holy, is it money our boss wants? He wants eggs." "Forget it. If we can't find Suyu's brother, we'll arrest his brother first. Otherwise we can't go back to the boss." Several gangsters said that they were going to come over and arrest Yi Chen. However, just at this time, a delicate cry rang out. "Don't hurt him, I'll go with you guys." Immediately, a tall figure slowly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Yi Chen looked over. It was a girl with an extremely high face value. Only, the dress code was very bold. Ultra-short black leather pants, black small vest, inside only a white fierce, revealing a flat belly button also set with a rhinestone. Two long, snow-white legs, especially eye-catching in the night. Not Suyu. Who else could it be? Chapter 40, The Cold Sister. 5 years ago, Suyu was only 14 or 15 years old. At that time, Suyu was well-behaved and understanding, and her academic performance was also very good. She was a good girl in the eyes of adults, but now Suyu, painted with smoky makeup, hair permed into big waves, also dyed red. She was either a KTV princess or a bar hostess. Suyu, so you're at home. When the gangsters saw Suyu, they couldn't help but let their eyes light up. It had to be said that even in a nightclub, an extreme beauty like Suyu was extremely rare. Especially, that pair of long legs full of youthful vigor simply killed people. Little you, Yi Chen shouted. Suyu glared at Yi Chen without any good humor. It's not good to come back at any time. But this time, obviously, Suyu had actually come back a long time ago. It was because she saw that there were punks squatting at the door, so she did not dare to show herself. As a result, Yi Chen ran over. Although she had quite a bit of resentment in her heart towards this brother who had disappeared for 5 years, but she also couldn't just stand by and watch him being captured by Brother Long's men. Yi Chen, in a moment, I'll hold them off. You find a chance to hurry and run, Suyu whispered to Yi Chen as she passed by his side. Still remembering, in the past, Suyu and Yi Chen had an extremely good relationship, just like a follower, following him every day, calling out brother. Even, she had said that she would marry him as her daughter-in-law in the future. But now, it was calling him by his name. Suyu, obediently go back with us. The gangsters surrounded towards Suyu. However, Yi Chen was in front of Suyu. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to hurry and run? Suyu frowned. It's alright little Su. I won't let them take you away. Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Yo-ho, kid, are you looking for death? The punks lost their patience. Immediately, a strong gangster grabbed Yi Chen's collar and wanted to throw him out. However, the bullish gangster used all his strength, but Yi Chen didn't move at all. It's a tough guy. Everyone together. Several punks struck out at the same time. One of them even pulled out a folding knife and stabbed directly towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, be careful. Suyu let out a cry of alarm. Facing the gangster's attack, Yi Chen was fearless. To him, these punks were no different from newborn babies. He gripped the wrist of the punk with the folding knife and twisted it gently. With a click, the man's was directly twisted off. Then, by casually kicking out a few feet, he knocked those punks to the ground. The point is too hard. Retreat first. The punks knew that they had encountered a tough opponent and hurriedly retreated. Kid, count on you. Suyu, you can't run away from the temple. Brother Long already knows where your mom works. The punks ran far away before they dared to put out harsh words towards Yi Chen and the two of them. You guys dare to touch my mom? I will fight with you. Suyu gritted her teeth. Little you, what's going on? Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked Suyu. Suyu took out the key from the butt pocket of her super short pants and opened the door, and the two of them entered the house together. Suyu received a cup of water herself and took a big gulp before handing it to Yi Chen. Drink it or not? Seeing this scene, Yi Chen knew that this girl still had herself in her heart. Immediately, he took the cup. His eyes surveyed the house. This house, compared to 5 years ago, had hardly changed much. The only change was that there was a lot less furniture. Suyu removed the heavy makeup from her face in 3 tries. Then she took out clothes from the closet and was about to change in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen hurriedly turned around. Although in the past, Suyu often changed clothes in front of him, and even let him help pull a zipper or something. But at that time, Suyu was still small after all. But now, Suyu had already grown up. She had grown into a big girl who was standing tall. She should avoid suspicion. Soon, Suyu changed her clothes. The upper body was a t-shirt, while the lower part was covered with a pair of tight jeans. Instantly, she changed from a nightclub-style-esque girl to a well-behaved and understanding little sister next-door appearance. Didn't you fall off a cliff and die? How come you're still alive? Suyu stared at Yi Chen with her big beautiful eyes. In fact, it could be seen that Suyu was still very concerned about Yi Chen. I was saved by someone and survived by a fluke. Yi Chen replied. Oh, Suyu casually said oh. Then, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Where's godmother? Yi Chen asked. She's at work. Why are you dressed like that? Yi Chen finally asked. What do you care about me? Yi Chen, I'm telling you, what you just saw. Don't say a word to my mom, or I'll make you look good. As Suyu said, she waved her pink fist, making a fierce expression, but it looked so cute. In the past, Suyu was very pretty. Now that she had grown up, she was even more moving, especially the once small hill, but now it was extremely swollen, holding up the Pikachu pattern on the t-shirt and changing its shape. Did you eat? Suyu from asked. Not yet. Yi Chen shook his head. I'll go cook. After Suyu finished speaking, she tied on her apron, walked into the kitchen and started cooking. Looking at Suyu's slender back, the memory seemed to have returned to 5 years ago in an instant. At that time, Suyu did not know how to cook at all, and it was Yi Chen who cooked for her. Unexpectedly, now, she had learned to cook. However, it was Yi Chen who thought too much. After about 10 minutes or so, there was a scream from the kitchen. Yi Chen hurriedly walked in. He found that Suyu had been scalded. 2 small hands tightly pinched their earlobes, tears of pain, and on the countertop, there was still a night of food that looked as if it was noodles. It's better for me to do it. Yi Chen shook his head in amusement, then opened the refrigerator to see what food was there. However, he found that in the refrigerator, apart from a handful of noodles and a few chopped scallions, there was basically nothing else. His heart could not help but be a little sour. One must know that in the past, although Yi Chi's family was not rich, it was definitely not poor either. At least they were well clothed and fed, and had meat to eat every day. The refrigerator in the house at that time was always stuffed to the brim. Luckily, there was a small tub of lard. This way, Yi Chen could make a Yangchun noodle. When Yi Chen started cooking the noodles, Suyu took off her apron and helped Yi Chen tie it on. Soon, 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles were cooked, sprinkled with some soy sauce, with a spoonful of lard, and a little chopped green onion. At once, a fresh fragrance spread out. Smells good. Suyu's cute little nose inhaled, and then she took a big bite. Slow down. Be careful, it's hot. Delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious noodles for a long time, Suyu said with a satisfied face. After eating the noodles, Suyu took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. Alright, Yi Chen, you go. Suyu opened the door. Chapter 41, Helping my sister with her troubles. I haven't even met my godmother yet. Yi Chen didn't expect Suyu to drive herself away. To my mom, you're already dead, Suyu coldly said. Little you. I'm sorry for you guys in the past. I'll take good care of you and my godmother in the future, Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Suyu could no longer hold herself back, cried out loudly. As she wiped her tears, she said, Yi Chen, you don't even want your own mom for a woman? I'm not disowning my godmother. It's just that my godmother said that if I dared to donate a kidney to Shen Aoxue, she would sever her relationship with me, and I don't have the face to come back, Yi Chen said through gritted teeth. No face to come back. Then my mom went to Shen family to look for you. Why don't you see? Suyu said with a sad face. What? Godmother came to the Shen family to look for me? Yi Chen was stunned. Even if you didn't see it, why did you let the bodyguard throw my mom out? Do you know? That day, after my mom came back, how sad she cried. And when she saw people, she said that his son had died. But, even so, my mom didn't really disown you. She thought of all sorts of ways to see you, even disguised as a nanny of the Shen family, just to see you from afar. She knew that you had no status in the Shen family, and did not dare to recognize you, and could only quietly make your favorite chicken stewed mushrooms. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. Let's just say that once, the Shen family's nanny made chicken stewed mushrooms. The flavor, actually exactly the same as what his godmother made. He wanted to meet that nanny, but after the nanny finished that meal, she quit her job. It turned out that it was his godmother who secretly came to see him. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Tears finally slipped from Yi Chen's eyes. To know, 3 years ago, when he was dug out of his kidney by Hong Tao, pushed down into the abyss by Shen Aoxue, and trained in an almost brutal way by master-killing emperor, he didn't even shed a single tear. But now, he was finally unable to hold back and shed his first tear in 5 years. Later, Shen Aoxue said that you fell off the cliff and died. My mom didn't believe it, so she went to the Shen family to ask for a claim, and as a result, by the Shen family's bodyguards, broken arm, Suyu, has sobbed uncontrollably. You know, mom is doing handmade, hand waste, can no longer do handmade, the company dismissed her. She can only take some private work to make money. Sometimes I really want to stop studying, so that mom doesn't have to work so hard, but my mom beat me to death and wouldn't let me quit school, so I secretly went to work in a bar. I lied to her. I got a scholarship. My mom praised me, saying that her daughter finally got ahead, and that her suffering hadn't been in vain. Do you know, at that time, my heart, how much it hurt? Yi Chen then said, Suyu grew up as a good girl. How could she go to work in a nightclub? It was all forced by life. If, at that time, he didn't donate a kidney to Shen Aoxue, none of these things would have happened. Godmother's hand will not be broken. 3 people, still living happily together. It is him. Sorry godmother. Sorry Suyu. It was no wonder Suyu did not call him brother. Yi Chen, my mom has already gotten used to living without you. What are you still coming back for? Hurt her again? Suyu questioned loudly. Little you. This time, I won't let my godmother down again, and I won't let you down either, Yi-chen said quietly. Hearing Yi-chen's words, Suyu cried even more. In fact, seeing that you are still alive, I'm very happy, but it's really not the right time for you to come back. I wasted brother long. He won't let me go. Tell me, what's going on? Yi-chen used his hand to gently brush away the tears on Suyu's face and asked gently, although I work in the bar, but I'm in the atmosphere group. When I was working a few days ago, I was looked at by brother Long, and had to go to accompany him. I was not willing to go. He let his man forcefully grab me. I took advantage of his inattention, and kicked him with my high heel shoes, and I didn't think that the kick on the... I heard that he has been wasted. Now not only Long, the bar side is also blocking me. I don't know what to do. I'm not afraid of him, but I'm afraid that he will hurt my mom. Learning about what happened, Yi-chan was relieved. Just at this time, Suyu's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and didn't dare to pick it up. It's fine, pick it up, I'm here. Yi-chen signaled that Suyu didn't need to worry. Only then did Suyu pick up the phone. Suyu, you're so damn awesome. You actually wasted brother Lung. Do you know what the consequences will be? You now, immediately give me a role to Red Romance. Otherwise, I'll chop your whole family. As soon as the phone was connected, a grumpy voice was coming from the receiver. It was Red Romance's manager, Zhang Jian. When something happened to brother Long in his venue, he naturally couldn't get out of it. Brother Long had already sent word that if he didn't send Suyu to him within 3 days, he would have to close Red Romance. But Zhang Jian called Suyu dozens of times, but Suyu did not answer. Suyu looked at Yi-chen, not knowing what to do. Tell him that you'll go right away, Yi-chen whispered. Suyu was a little worried. If she went to Red Romance now, wouldn't that be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Don't worry little you, I'm very powerful now. Suyu recalled that Yi-chen had just easily knocked over those punks, and finally gained a bit of confidence. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'll be right over. She actually didn't want to take Yi-chen on a risk, but the other party already knew her home address, and she wanted to settle this matter before Yi-chi knew about it. That's right, brother Long is a reasonable person. It's not like he's going to eat you up. Hearing Suyu say that she would go over, Zhang Jian's tone softened at once. He was also afraid. If Suyu hid, then brother Long would definitely find him to start a fight. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jian felt that something was wrong. By all rights, Suyu should not have the guts to come over. After thinking about it, he said to his men, call the brothers over. Half an hour later, Yi-chen and Suyu arrived at the entrance of Red Romance. Yi-chen, why don't we not go in? Suyu was a little scared. She had seen what happened to those disobedient girls a few times. Go in. Don't you not want your godmother to know about this? Yi-chen patted Suyu's shoulder. Just as he walked into the bar, he ran into a heavily made-up woman. When she saw Suyu, a touch of hostility surfaced in her eyes. Then she sneered. Suyu, you still dare to come here, looking for death? Lu Jia, whether I seek death or not, what does it have to do with you? Suyu gritted her teeth. Lu Jia was also in the bar atmosphere group. Originally she was the first sister of the atmosphere group, but after Suyu came, she snatched the first sister's position away. It made her lose a lot of stage. Therefore, she was very upset with Suyu. In particular, the Red Romance manager Zhang Jian, who had originally gotten involved with her, had also become very cold towards her and turned into Suyu's dog licker. It made her even more upset. Learning that Suyu had offended brother Long, she was naturally the happiest. Suyu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Brother Jian called everyone in the venue. If you're not afraid to die, go in. Chapter 42, giving you 3 choices. Hearing Lu Jia say that Zhang Jian had called all the people in the venue, Suyu's petite body slightly trembled. Yi-chen grabbed Suyu's small hand and said, go in little you. Everything has brother in. Being grasped by Yi-chen's hand, Suyu subconsciously resisted. It wasn't that she resented Yi-chen holding her hand, but she hadn't completely forgiven Yi-chen until now. However, it was only a slight resistance. Then, she let Yi-chen take her hand in his grip. The two of them walked together towards the Red Romance. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Jia's mouth raised in an arc. After today, she, Lu Jia, would once again become the first sister of Red Romance. As for Suyu, it was a toss-up whether she could leave Red Romance alive or not. I heard that Suyu's kick was ruthless enough to directly make brother Lung lose an egg. As long as brother Lung is not a little cutie, he won't let Suyu off easily. Originally, Suyu was quite scared, but for some reason, the temperature coming from Yi-chan's hand made her feel a burst of peace of mind, just like when she was a child. No matter if she made a mistake, Yi-chen would always stand in front of her and say, don't be afraid, there is a brother. A sentence of everything has brother in. Let Suyu for a moment as if back to that innocent. As long as unconditionally believe Yi-chen is good times. It was not yet business time. so there was no one inside to consume. However, the hall was black with people. Lu Jie didn't lie to Suyu. Zhang Jian had indeed shouted over all the people in the venue. This battle was obviously not prepared for Suyu. After all, Suyu was just a part-time college student, not worthy of this gesture. Zhang Jian called all the people over to deal with Brother Long. That's right, he wanted to cover for Suyu. Of course, there are conditions. After all, not everyone has the courage to challenge Brother Lung's majesty. Originally, Zhang Jian still had a smile on his face, but after seeing Suyu being led in by a man, the smile on his face froze. Kid, who the hell are you? Who told you to hold Suyu? Zhang Jian had a cigarette in his mouth and cursed. I'm her brother. Yi Chen replied. Hearing Yi Chen's reply, Zhang Jian's face became full of smiles again. So it's great uncle, who turned out to be Xiaoyu's brother. Please sit down quickly. Zhang Jian almost said what was really in his heart. Obviously, Zhang Jian had a favorable impression of Suyu, wanting to make Suyu his girlfriend. Although he was the manager of the bar, he had seen not 10,000 women, but several thousand for sure. Moreover, all of them are not bad, and their bodies are also very hot. For example, the one called Lu Jie, sexy and hot. The key is, especially good at playing. Every time, it makes him feel good to be a man. However, Zhang Jian always felt that there was something missing between him and Lu Jie. The two of them can sleep together, but let Lu Jie be his girlfriend. Zhang Jian seems to be reluctant, but since Suyu came, Zhang Jian finally understood what was missing on Lu Jie's body. Although Lu Jie was also beautiful, she had a price. A human woman with a price. Even if she was beautiful, it would be hard to stir up a man's desire to conquer. After all, he knew that as long as he spent money, this woman would obediently open her legs and let herself explore to her heart's content. Of course, others are the same, and Suyu is priceless. In the face of a priceless woman, men often willing to pay everything for her. Like this time, for example, Zhang Jian clearly knew that going against the Dragon Kingdom was not a wise choice, but for Suyu, he still decided to put up a fight. Brother Long, how is it going? After the two of them sat down on the chairs that Zhang Jian had asked someone to move, Suyu couldn't help but ask. After all, although she probably knew where Brother Long was injured, she still had some disbelief that she was able to waste Brother Long just by casually kicking him. Hey, Xiaoyu, that kick of yours? The location of the kick was too good, especially since you were still wearing 10-centimeter thin-heeled high heels that night. It was no different from a nail. Brother Long was scrapped on the spot. Zhang Jian sighed and said, although she had already been mentally prepared, but after hearing Zhang Jian's words, Suyu still couldn't help but worry. Brother Long gave you two choices. 1. To be caught by him and sunk into the river. 2. To marry him as his wife and spend your whole life to make up for your faults. Suyu lowered her head. Obviously, both choices, she didn't want to choose. I'll give you a third choice. Zhang Jian suddenly spoke. Suyu's eyes lit up and she looked up at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian looked at Suyu's absolutely beautiful face, and his heart was even hotter. He swore that as long as Suyu was willing to be his girlfriend, then, even if Brother Long was more powerful, he would still have to touch base with him. Be my girlfriend. Zhang Jian opened his mouth and said, Suyu, as you know, Brother Long has a lot of power in Jiangdu. If I want to fight against Brother Long, I have to take out all my cards. If you are just an employee of our ambience group, I don't have to do that. But it's different if you are my girlfriend. Yi Chen sized up Zhang Jian, so the other party had this idea in mind. Immediately, he said, no need for you to help. Brother Long, I'll take care of it myself. Brother, you are afraid that you don't know the background of Brother Long. In this Jiangdu, the person who dares to say that he can solve Brother Long is not out of the double 10. Zhang Jiawen smiled and said, of course, there was an element of exaggeration in his words, but it wasn't too much of an exaggeration. Brother Long wasn't scary. It was mainly the forces behind him that were scary. Once targeted by that power, even a family worth tens of billions of dollars would have to have a headache. If it wasn't because he liked Suyu too much, Zhang Jian really didn't want to get into this mess. Obviously, Suyu could not agree to Zhang Jian's conditions, but if she didn't agree, what could she do? Little you, think about it. If you don't become my girlfriend, you'll have to marry Brother Long. I'm better than a cripple, right? Zhang Jian persuaded. Marred, who dares to say that labor is crippled? Just as Zhang Jian's words were finished, a violent shout rang out. It was Brother Long's men who came. It wasn't just Brother Long. He also brought several hundred people with him. When he saw Brother Long rushing in with his men, Zhang Jian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Unexpectedly, the other party came so quickly. Moreover, there were quite a few of his own fighters outside. This Brother Long, how did he get in? Of course it was beaten in. Brother Long wasn't stupid. Seeing that Zhang Jian had gathered so many people, he probably guessed that Zhang Jian wanted to cover for Suyu. his eyes like electricity, coldly staring at Zhang Jian, said, Zhang Jian, just with you, you want to cover for Suyu? Brother hey, I will compensate your losses, but Suyu, you can't take it away today. Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and said, until now, he hadn't given up hope. Compensate my losses? How are you going to compensate for the fact that the laborer lost an egg? How about I scrap your egg as well? Brother Long cursed in a broken voice. Immediately, he shouted, not to mention you, a tiny Zhang Jian. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to stop me from taking Suyu. As Brother Long spoke, he swept the entire scene with a disdainful gaze. However, his gaze suddenly swept onto a person. Then, the entire person was suddenly struck by lightning. Chapter 43, it's because he's afraid of me. That person. It was clearly Yi Chen. This bogeyman. Why is he here? Upon seeing Yi Chen, Long's entire being was bad. The first time he met Yi Chen, he only knew that Yi Chen was more powerful. But now, he realized that Yi Chen was more than powerful. It was simply invincible, alright? A sect master in his 20s. Even Su Tianyu had poked him to death with a single finger. One of the 4 great bandits, Rakshasa, was accepted by him as a maid. At that time, he was still puzzled. Rakshasa has always been above the rest. Other than her big sister, she hadn't submitted to anyone. Even if they were much stronger than her, she would rather burn with jade and stone than ever submit. But she had submitted to Yi Chen, and it was an unconditional submission. Brother. The appearance of Brother Long made Suyu feel a little scared. She couldn't help but grab Yi Chen's hand. And, once again, she shouted out the brother that she hadn't shouted out in 5 years. Hearing Suyu call herself brother, Yi Chen's heart instead thanked Brother Long. If it wasn't because of Brother Long's matter, perhaps, it would be difficult for Suyu to accept herself again. All come out. At this time, Zhang Jian called out all the people he had arranged. It was black and pressurized, not less than Brother Long's people. In order to be able to keep Suyu, Zhang Jian had also put in his blood. As for Brother Long, after hearing how Suyu addressed Yi Chen, he was immediately taken aback. Suyu was this fiend's sister? Immediately, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If Yi Chen was Suyu's brother, then don't say that he would lose an egg. Even if he lost his life, he wouldn't dare to come and take revenge. Since Yi Chen was Suyu's brother, Brother Long could only consider himself unlucky. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Brother Long directly retreated with his men, facing Yi Chen. Not to mention him, even if his big sister came, she would have to kneel. What bloody bad luck. Seeing that Brother Long had actually left, Zhang Jian's face showed a touch of joy. He thought that it was his people who had scared Lung back. Deliberately, he said with a big brother posture, Black Dragon, take your time. It seems that the 4 big bandits are nothing more than that. I've heard that the 4 big bandits are rampaging in Jiangdu. Today, they are just a bunch of cowards. Of course, Zhang Jian was still a bit panicked. This is the best result without any bloodshed. Little you. Although I temporarily shook off Black Dragon, you know that Black Dragon is a person who bares his teeth. Without my protection, it will be hard for you to gain a foothold in Jiangdu. Zhang Jian said to Suyu with a confident face. Thank you, Brother Jian. Suyu said a thank you. Little you. You know, what I want is not thanks. Zhang Jian said. Suyu lowered her head and didn't say anything. The fact that she would come to the bar to work part-time was purely because she was forced to make a living. She did not want to have too much interaction with the people in the bar, especially Zhang Jian. Basically many of the pretty girls in the bar had been screwed by her. Take Lu Jie for example. She was able to become the first sister of the ambience group, but it wasn't because Zhang Jian was backing her up behind the scenes. But to be reasonable, Zhang Jian was still quite good to Suyu. He also took very good care of her on weekdays. I'm sorry, Brother Jian. I'm just treating you like a big brother. In the end, Suyu gritted her teeth and said. When she said this, she seemed to be afraid that Yi Chen would be angry and quietly glanced at him. It was adorable. However, Yi Chen did not care. The reason why he was still sitting there properly listening to Zhang Jian right now, it was because Suyu had said that Zhang Jian took care of her. Zhang Jian would treat Suyu well. Of course there was an idea. Moreover, with his strength, he could totally use force on Suyu. Only, that would be meaningless. What he wanted was for Suyu to volunteer. But right now, it seemed that Suyu was not willing. Little you, I offended Brother Lung for you. Are you just going to thank me like this? Finally, Zhang Jian lost some of his patience. Especially, Yi Chen's appearance made him feel a crisis. Although Yi Chen said that he was Suyu's brother, but he could tell from the way Suyu looked at Yi Chen. I'm afraid that the relationship between the two was not simple. Yi Chen and Suyu were indeed known as brother and sister, but the two did not have a trace of blood relationship, even as a child. Suyu had said that when she grew up, she wanted to be Yi Chen's daughter-in-law. Then what do you want? Suyu asked through clenched teeth. Suyu, You disappoint me. Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed. Immediately, he gave a wink to his men. The men understood and directly surrounded Yi Chen and Su Yu. Being surrounded by hundreds of people, it was impossible to say that they were not afraid. Su Yu could only hold Yi Chen's hand tightly. She couldn't help but incline her head to look at Yi Chen. I'm sure that brother will also be scared, right? Did I do something wrong? Shouldn't I involve brother in this? At this moment, Su Yu even regretted a little in her heart for letting Yi Chen accompany her. However, at this moment, the expression on Yi Chen's face was very breezy and did not show the slightest expression of fear. Kid, are you really Su Yu's own brother? Zhang Jian finally couldn't help but ask, because he always felt that the way Su Yu looked at Yi Chen, it wasn't like a younger sister looking at her brother, that kind of look. No, Yi Chen replied. Marred, I've long seen that you guys aren't right. Su Yu, you don't want to be my girlfriend because of him, right? Zhang Jian's face showed a fierce light. Zhang Jian's words caused Su Yu's pretty face to turn slightly red. However, she was defensive. Zhang Jian, what are you talking nonsense about? I'm not your girlfriend because I don't like you at all. Don't like me? Ask this red romance. How many women don't like me? Zhang Jian seemed unable to accept this result. Indeed, Zhang Jian was quite good looking. He was also tall, and he was also the manager of Red Romance. Therefore, in Red Romance, quite a few women had secret glances for him, just like Lu Jie. For example, just rely on Zhang Jian, all the way long red, from a tea-serving little sister, mixed to the position of the first sister of the Atmosphere Group. It's their business if they like you. I don't like you anyway. Since the words were said, Su Yu also did not euphemize. Su Yu, you're so damn shameless. If it wasn't for brother Jian, you wouldn't know how many men you've been screwed by in this Red Romance. Lu Jie finally didn't hold back and opened her mouth to curse. The person she desperately wanted to flatter was actually rejected by Su Yu in such a way. However, Lu Jie's words just fell. She received a few big slaps on her face, and her face instantly became red and swollen. Even the nose that had just been made was knocked askew. Dare to mouth disrespect to my sister again. Die, Yi Chen said indifferently. Ah, my nose, brother Jian, he hit me. You quickly avenge me. Kid, even brother Lung doesn't dare to be wild in my Red Romance. What kind of a thing are you? Give me on. Get this kid killed. As for Su Yu, send him to my room. Zhang Jian was ready to use force. Although the melon twisted by force is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. At once, a black press of people rushed towards Yi Chen and Su Yu. Little Yu, close your eyes, Yi Chen said to Su Yu. Su Yu had always listened to Yi Chen's words, and immediately obediently closed her eyes. In fact, this scene made her subconsciously want to close her eyes as well. Boom boom boom. Zhang Jian's people, one by one, were knocked over by Yi Chen. In just less than a minute, all of Zhang Jian's people fell to the ground. This scene looked silly to Zhang Jian. Do you think there's a possibility that Black Dragon left because he was afraid of me? Yi Chen grinned towards Zhang Jian. Chapter 44 Godmother misunderstood as a thief. Black Dragon left because he was afraid of me. Yi Chen's words caused Zhang Jian to completely freeze. He actually had some doubts in his heart. After all, Black Dragon was known for his bravery on the road. Even if he wasn't an opponent, he would still have to do it first. Moreover, the people that Black Dragon brought with him today were not less than his people. But Black Dragon, however, obediently left. Moreover, when he left, in his eyes, fear was clearly written. So, what Black Dragon was afraid of wasn't him, Zhang Jian, but this man in front of him? You? Who the hell are you? Zhang Jian swallowed his saliva and asked. My name is Yi Chen. My name is Yi Chen. These two words caused Zhang Jian to be struck by lightning. These two words, Yi Chen, were a thunderclap in Jiangdu nowadays. Zhang Jian couldn't believe his ears. Su Yu was actually little bully Yi Chen's sister? That's right, because of Yi Chen's behavior when he came back, he already had a title. Little bully, overbearing, peerless, the disciple of the god of war, kills when he says so. Just ask, in the entire Jiangdu city, how many people can do that? Not to mention Jiangdu, even in Yuzhou, not many people would dare to lay their hands on a war god's disciple. After all, a war god represented the king of a state. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know that Xiaoyu is little Zai Wang your sister. If I knew that, give me 10,000 guts wouldn't dare to hit her idea. Zhang Jian flopped down on his knees. Little Zai Wang? What the hell? Yi Chen was dumbfounded. This is the nickname that everyone has given you. If you don't like it, I won't shout it. Zhang Jian furiously swallowed his saliva and said, I don't like it. Yi Chen frowned. This name, it was retarded at first listen. Still little bully, why don't you call him little bastard? Then, I'll call you Yi Xiao, and ask Yi Xiao to let me off the hook. Yi Chen nodded and said, on account of the fact that you're nice to my sister, I won't bother with you today, but in the future, if I find out again, Who dares to have thoughts about my sister? Humph, then don't blame me. Don't worry, Yi Xiao, Xiaoyu is your woman. Whoever dares to hit on her again, isn't that being too old? Xing Jian patted his ass and said, what nonsense, little Yu is my sister. Yi Chen blared at Zhang Jian. I understand, it's a sister, Zhang Jian could only agree. Just like this, a crisis was easily resolved. The young girl swept away the previous shade and bounced out of red romance. Brother, I haven't been this relaxed for a long time. Suyu took a deep breath of air, feeling free like never before. In the past, she was on edge every day. At work, she was afraid of being bullied. And after work, she was afraid of being discovered by Yi Qi. At the bar, she was afraid of being recognized by her acquaintances. Especially, after hurting Lung, Suyu felt that she was definitely finished. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen, who had disappeared for 5 years, came back. He was still the same as before, standing in front of her and protecting her. Little Yu, don't come to work here in the future. I can afford you, Yi Chen said to Suyu. Suyu hugged Yi Chen's arm and nodded vigorously. But, brother, what did you mean when you just said that to Zhang Jian? Suyu suddenly pouted and asked. What words? Yi Chen had already forgotten what he had said to Zhang Jian. You said that if I let you find out that whoever has thoughts about me, you'll have to. You're forbidding me to find a boyfriend? Dang, of course not. I just said that to the people in the bar. After all, there aren't many good people in there. Yi Chen explained. Then the people outside the bar, can they chase me? Suyu inclined her head and looked at Yi Chen with big beautiful eyes. I think that you should still focus on your studies. Yi Chen thought about it and said, brother, you didn't allow me to fall in love before, but now I'm already in college. Hey, Suyu said with dissatisfaction. Then it's okay for you to find a boyfriend, but you have to bring it back to me as a gatekeeper. Okay brother, then you can't beat people up again in the future, haha. Suyu lightly laughed, as if remembering, when Suyu went to school, there were a few male classmates that always approached Suyu, and as a result, they were beaten up by Yi Chen. As long as he doesn't bully you, I won't beat him up, Yi Chen said. Brother, it's good to have you. Suyu rested her head on Yi Chen's arm and said quietly. Yi Chen knew that Suyu had suffered a lot during the years he was away. Immediately, he rubbed her head and said, from now on, brother will always be there. Brother, let's go home. If mom sees you, she will definitely be happy, Suyu said excitedly. Aha. The two of them called a car and prepared to go home. However, at this time, Suyu's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Yi Qi's daughter Suyu? In the receiver, a voice like this came out. I am. May I ask who you are? Suyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Come over quickly. Yi Qi is going to jump off the building. The voice on the phone looked a little anxious. What? Tell me where. A villa was already filled with people in front of it at this time. On the villa's balcony, there was also a woman standing. It was none other than Yi Chen's godmother, Yi Qi. Yi Qi used to do fine embroidery, and since her hand was broken, she was dismissed from the factory. In order to pay for her daughter's college education, she took up cleaning. Today, she was called in to clean the villa. The villa was huge and it was a pain in the ass to clean. However, when she thought that she could earn $300 after cleaning the villa, Yi Qi was still very happy in her heart. However, when the owner of the villa was inspecting the house, he said that he had lost a gemstone necklace. Bitingly, he said that it was hidden by Yi Qi. I really didn't. Yi Qi's face was streaked with tears. Although she was poor, she never did anything to steal. Even if she found money on the road, she would take the initiative to hand it back to the owner. You're the only one who came to our house today. Who else could it be if not you? Let me tell you, that gemstone necklace is worth $500,000. It's not too late for you to take it out now. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to sit through the bottom of the jail. A woman with thickly painted makeup said coldly. Mrs. Qi, I really didn't take your necklace. The things I took them all because you said you didn't want them. Yi Qi cried. I see you a person woman still have to clean such a big villa poor. Only will the home don't want things to give you. Did not expect. You actually steal my family things. Still want to have a face? Mrs. Qi exclaimed. Really heartless. People kindly will not want things to give her. She also steal people things. That's right. In the future, we have to keep an eye on the housekeeping, so we can't be sure that the thief will be invited in. Look at her. She's so pretty and she's still working as a housekeeper. There's something wrong with her. I'm afraid she's trying to hook up with her rich father, right? The people downstairs, pointing and talking to Yi Qi upstairs. Where had Yi Qi ever received such aggravation? She knew that she couldn't wash away even if she jumped into the Yellow River today. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. The passersby's abusive voice made Yi Qi completely collapse. Her eyes closed, she loosened her grip on the guardrail. Her body, at once, fell towards the ground. Chapter 45, Slapping Mrs. Yi Qi was originally an honest person. Where can she stand this kind of aggravation? Actually intend to die to show their will. In fact, this is useless, but will be more solidified the fact that she is a thief. The other party, out of humanitarianism, may compensate his family a few tens of thousands of dollars, and even do not have to compensate. Although the windowsill where Yi Qi stood is the third floor of the villa, but the villa's floor height is 6 meters. The third floor is 12 meters. If you fall down from this height, you will be disabled or die a violent death. Seeing Yi Qi really jumping down, the people below were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Qi to actually jump off a building, especially the few constables who had persuaded Yi Qi to come down. Their faces changed drastically. 120 prepare to save people. Fortunately, 120 was called ahead of time. If the injury was not serious, there was still a possibility of being saved, but the disability is definitely going to be disabled. However, right at this moment, a figure shot out from the crowd, directly catching Yi Qi, who was about to fall down as well. It was Yi Chen. He and Suyu finally arrived at the critical moment. Boom! A muffled sound. Yi Chen hugged his godmother, and the two of them landed on the concrete floor together. The concrete ground under his feet directly cracked like a spider's web. This showed the power of the impact. However, Yi Qi did not feel much, because Yi Chen had unloaded all the impact into the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but applaud. Although they had just cursed Yi Qi, it was only because they were disgusted by the thief and did not want Yi Qi's life. The few 120 personnel carrying the stretcher looked at a loss for words. They didn't know whether to go up and save the life or not. Was this considered a fall, or not? Thanks to you guys, my godmother is fine, Yi Chen said to the 120 people. The 120 looked at me and I looked at you before returning to their ambulance with a confused look on their faces. The few constables also looked dumbfounded. Just now they only saw a silhouette rushing out and then Yi Qi was saved. Listening to the other party's name, it should be the other party's godson. Looking at the countless cracks on the ground, the constables couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This woman's godson, couldn't he be a Superman? Little Chen, is it you? Yi Qi looked at Yi Chen with ecstasy on her face. It's me. Yi Chen nodded. This must be heaven. I guess, if I had known that I would be able to see you when I died, Mom should have come down earlier to accompany you. Yi Qi was also in shock, and when she came back to her senses, she thought she had already arrived in heaven. After all, Shen Aoxue said that Yi Chen lost his footing and fell into an abyss of 10,000 feet, and that his body and bones were nowhere to be found. It was impossible to be alive. If alive, then why did Yi Chen not come back to her for 3 years? This is not heaven. Godmother, I'm back. Feeling the almost non-existent weight in his arms, Yi Chen felt a pang in his nose. Remembering the Yi Qi of the past, she was of the slightly chubby type. There was meat where there should be meat. It was simply the bearer of the microfat world. At that time, Yi Qi was young and beautiful, and there were countless LSPs who wanted to hit on her. But just because Yi Qi brought a Yi Chen, or picked up, so many men cannot accept, can only be single, and Yi Qi never thought of giving up on Yi Chen. If she couldn't find a match, she wouldn't. With her craftsmanship, it was enough to support a family. But looking at Yi Qi now, her face was withered, her skin was yellow, and her weight, it was estimated to be only 80 pounds or so. Obviously, in these 5 years, Yi Qi had not had a good life. And all of this, it could be said, was caused by Yi Chen. The damnable Shen Aoxue actually let someone break her godmother's arm. Originally, Yi Chen felt that the grudge between him and Shen Aoxue had already subsided. But at this moment, in his heart, a strong hatred surged up again. It must have been because Shen Aoxue disliked Yi Qi's identity that she deliberately prevented Yi Qi from seeing him. In other words, in Shen Aoxue's heart, she had never accepted him. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Qi vigorously pinched herself on her leg. It hurts. This is not a dream. Yi Qi hugged Yi Chen. It's my son. My son isn't dead. Look guys, my son isn't dead. Yi Qi was so excited beyond words that she was somewhat incoherent. Yi Chen let Yi Qi pull him along, telling those onlookers and unknown passers-by that he was her son. Looking at Yi Qi's maddened appearance, Yi Chen realized how important he was in Yi Qi's heart. Godmother, it's me who's sorry. I thought you didn't want me anymore. That's why I didn't dare to go home. Yi Chen said quietly. What silly words. You are my son. How could I not want you? Yi Qi said while wiping her tears. When Yi Qi recovered some, Yi Chen said to Yi Qi, Godmother, I don't want you to be my godmother. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Qi was stunned. From now on, I don't want to call you godmother. I want to call you mom. You are my real mom. Yi Chen said word for word. Good, good, good. From now on, you are my own son. Yi Qi hugged Yi Chen, overjoyed. At this moment, It was as if what she had suffered before was not worth mentioning. That what? Are you guys done catching up? What about your mom stealing my gemstone necklace? At this time, that villa's mistress Qi Shanglan's indifferent voice rang out. Snap! The woman's words had just finished when she received a slap on her face. It was Yi Chen who hit her. How dare you hit me? The woman looked at Yi Chen incredulously. A cleaner's son actually dared to hit her? My mom didn't take your necklace, but you wronged her. Shouldn't you hit? Yi Chen put one arm around Yi Qi and said coldly. Yi Chen, you believe me? Yi Qi looked at Yi Chen. Of course I believe Mom. I remember. Mom, you taught us since we were young that we must be honorable. Even if we go to beg for food, we must never do dishonorable things. So Mom, you couldn't have stolen the necklace, Yi Chen said in a loud voice. At this moment, Yi Qi's tears couldn't help but roll down once again. Because, just now, she said that she didn't steal the necklace. Not a single person believed it at all. Even the constable was called in. The constable didn't believe her either and told her to hand over the necklace quickly. She didn't steal the necklace, so how could she hand it over? The constable said he would forcefully take her back for interrogation. At Yi Qi's age, she valued her face the most, so she climbed up to the balcony. In the end, she was forced to die. Today, she's the only one in the house. If not her, who else could it be? Everyone come and judge. Not only did they steal my necklace, but they also beat people up. Qi Shanglan covered her red and swollen face that had been beaten by Yi Chen and said with an aggrieved face. At this time, the constable also came over. Frowning, he said to Yi Chen, young man, regardless of whether she stole the necklace or not, you shouldn't hit anyone. Yi Chen smiled at his words. Then what do you mean? My mom deserves to be wronged? Deserved to jump off a building? If I hadn't arrived in time just now, my mom would probably be dead. Chapter 46 A cleaner's son must be poor? Yi Chen's words disliked the constable speechless. After a moment, he said, how are you sure that your mom didn't steal the necklace? It is said that the necklace can be worth more than $500,000. Your mom is just a janitor. A day's salary is only $200 or $300. $500,000. Enough for her to earn half a lifetime. It is reasonable to want to keep it for herself. You're talking nonsense. Even if it's worth $1 million, my mom wouldn't steal it. Suyu said loudly. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes at this and said, that is to say, you guys have no evidence at all to prove that my mom stole your necklace. And just because my mom is a housekeeper, you conclude that she took it? That's right. It's true that we don't have any evidence, but this is highly probable, so we're going to bring her back for investigation, the constable said. Hearing the words of the constable, Yi Qi was a bit scared. It was well known that the common people of the Dragon Kingdom were naturally fearful of constables and the like. Yi Qi was no exception. Although she didn't take the necklace, she had seen many cases of flexing her muscles on TV. When you were caught in, no matter if you had done it or not, you would be beaten first. There were also all sorts of torture devices. It was scary just thinking about it. Of course, this was only because Yi Qi had watched too much TV. In reality, it was still relatively humane, and it was unlikely that something like that would happen again. However, because the amount of money involved this time was rather large, that was why the constable decided to take Yi Qi back first. As a constable, arresting someone without talking about evidence just based on the fact that it's more likely? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, isn't it simple for you to want evidence? The evidence is because you're poor. Because you're poor, that's why you're thieves. Like me, you're just throwing $10,000 in front of me. I'm too lazy to pick it up. Qi Shannon clasped her hands fiercely and said coldly, oh, Yi Chen sized up Qi Shannon. Although this woman was dressed magnificently, and also lived in a villa. However, this villa was not a detached one, plus the location was also average, so the value was not too high. It topped out at just over $10 million. Lord Sheriff, I think you'd better arrest them all. Maybe, they are all accomplices, Qi Shanglan said with a lofty expression. The constable was also in a bit of a dilemma. To arrest someone, there was indeed no evidence, but without arresting, this Qi was more difficult to deal with. Old Wei, you should know who our old master is, right? It can't be that you don't put his old man in your eyes because you see that he's not in charge now? At this time, Qi Shanglan narrowed her eyes and said, hearing Qi Shanglan's words, the constable surnamed Wei could only say to Yi Chen with a stiff upper lip, little brother, we are also working according to the rules. I hope you won't hinder us. Yi Chen shook his head, then said, what do you mean? Because we are poor, we will be thieves. Then what if we are not poor? Not poor. Look at you guys like that. You're close to writing the word poor on your head. Qi Shanglan laughed. Actually, Yi Chen's clothes were not cheap. After all, he had specifically gone to buy a line with Li Fuguei. Only this Qi Shanglan was also a bumpkin, and couldn't recognize a few name brands at all. However, the two of them, Su Yu and Yi Qi, were dressed in ordinary clothes, especially Yi Qi, who was still wearing the apron she wore while cleaning. The two people's entire body combined was estimated to be less than $300. See that car? It's something you guys can't afford in your lifetime. Shannon pointed to a Porsche 911 in the garage again and said proudly. The Porsche 911 landed at least $1.5 million or more. It was indeed something that many people couldn't hook in a lifetime. Brother, no, let's go through the motions. If there's really no evidence, we'll definitely release your mom. This Shannon can't be messed with. The constable couldn't help but whisper to Chen. Of course Chen was unwilling. The reason was simple. The old man had the best face. At this time, so many people were present. If Chi was allowed to be taken away, I was afraid that Chi would have a shadow for the rest of her life. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved on the spot. You want to compare money, right? I'll compare with you. Chen directly took out his phone and called Red Leaf. Asked, Red Leaf, how much cash does the company have? The company has a cash flow of 1.5 billion, but in a short period of time, it can only come up with 100 million. Red Leaf replied respectfully. All of her people were Chen's, so her money, naturally, was also Chen's. 100 million is enough. Chen nodded. Immediately, he continued to ask, what about cars? How many are there? The more luxurious ones. Cars, above $10 million. 7 above 5 million. 3 million. Good. I'll send you a location. All the cars above $3 million. All of them drive over to me. And also, 100 million in cash also bring over. Chen said. For Chen's orders, Red Leaf would never disobey. If anything, her obedience to Chen before was only because Chen was the master of the courtyard. But ever since Chen had walked into the Su family, treated her, and killed Su Tianyu, Red Leaf had not just obeyed Chen. There was also something more. Ha ha, kid, you're afraid you haven't read too many novels, right? And 100 million in cash. Joy beans? Shanglon laughed out loud. What do you care if I'm a joy bean? If I were to prove that I'm richer than you, wouldn't that prove that my mom didn't steal your necklace? Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. Fine. If you can drive a car that's better than my 911 and bring over $1 million, I'll believe that your mom isn't a thief. Shanglon said proudly. Just wait. Chen said indifferently. Chen was calm, but Chi and Su Yu couldn't be calm anymore. Especially Chi. She said to Chen with a nervous face. Xiao Chen, why are you talking big? If you really can't, I'll just let them take it away. I didn't steal it anyway. You're talking big like this, how will you end up in a while? Brother, quickly say if you are bragging. If you are bragging, I can run away earlier. I don't want to die completely socially. Su Yu also waved her small fist and said, although, mom being misunderstood was already enough to make people die socially, but misunderstandings could always be cleared up. She believed that Chi couldn't possibly steal anything, but Chen had just pretended such a big ratio. If he couldn't honor it, it would be a real social animal. Don't worry. Chen signaled the mother and daughter not to worry. He had come back this time to take revenge for revenge, and to repay favors for favors. Therefore, for these two most trusted people, he would not have anything to hide. Time passed by minute, and at this time, the number of people watching the scene was getting bigger and bigger. One after another wanted to know if this cleaning aunt's son was really that bullish. Can take out $1 million in cash. If really can take out, that is absolutely then this year to eat. The biggest one melon. As the people who like to watch the Dragon Country, who do not want to eat a mouthful of good melon. Chapter 47, shocking the whole stadium. Soon, half an hour had passed, but no one came over. Ha ha, kid, where's your car? Where's your money? I think you're just stalling for time. Constable, quickly arrest him. You don't really think that he, a janitor's son, can come up with that much money, do you? Shannon laughed. What's wrong with my cleaner's son? Can't a cleaner's son have money? The other party's mouthful of cleaners made Chen's face not look very good. He didn't care if others insulted him, but would never allow others to insult his mother. What's wrong with a cleaner? Can't a cleaner be rich? I'm telling you, don't underestimate the cleaners. I heard not long ago that a cleaning aunt's company's funds broke to go bankrupt, and the cleaning aunt directly took out $6 million to bring the company back from the dead. That's right, the cleaner does not steal or rob. They make money with their own strength. Is there a problem? At this time, someone was finally willing to speak for Chi. The key is that she just stole. Ha! Shanglon grunted. Pa! Shannon received another slap on her face. In the future, as long as you say that my mom stole once, I will slap you. Chen coldly said. Old Wei, why don't you arrest this extrajudicial lunatic? Both sides of Shanglon's face were swollen high up, looking like a pig's head. Over here, the constable Old Wei was also sweating profusely. Although, he didn't believe that a cleaner's son could come up with $1 million. But what if it was true? This dam is both sides do not dare to offend. seeing Lao Wei not moving, Qi Shanglan was a few feet away from Lao Wei. You useless thing. After kicking also did not forget to curse a few words. What are you doing? You're assaulting a constable. We can arrest you. A young female constable frowned and said. She was the one who had just found Suyu's phone number through the system and told her to hurry over, because Yi Qi was very unstable at that time. She wanted Suyu to come over to stabilize Yi Qi's emotions. However, just as the female constable finished her words, Qi Shanglan directly slapped her. Who the hell are you? Who are you to speak here? The female constable was furious and immediately took out her handcuffs, ready to cuff Qi Shanglan. However, she was stopped by Old Wei. Xiao Meng, stand down. Don't look at the fact that this Qi Shannon lives in a villa of just over $10 million. Her background is not small. If he really handcuffed Qi Shanglan, the consequences would be serious. Not something that he, an ordinary constable captain, could afford. Captain, but he attacked the constable. Xiaoming clenched her silver teeth and said with an unwilling face, according to normal procedures, attacking a constable could be directly arrested. If the circumstances were egregious, one could even be able to be shot directly. But that was just the normal situation. Obviously, Qi Shanglan was not in the normal category. Xiaoming was furious, but naturally, he was just the most ordinary constable, so he could only listen to the captain's words, put away the handcuffs, and obediently retreated. Oh, look at your appearance is still very unconvinced, not to mention that this slap I hit is you, even if it is to hit the Old Wei, or your chief constable, that is also hit is hit. Qi Shannon was arrogant. Old Wei, this kid slapped me twice. Look at what it's done to me. If you don't arrest him, I'm going to call my family's old man. Qi Shanglan seemed to have lost her patience. Wei Guangming's face changed several times. In the end, he could only take out his handcuffs and walked towards Yi Chen. Obviously, today's matter was no longer just as simple as stealing a necklace. Yi Chen should never have gone to beat up Qi Shanglan. However, just at this time, the roar that belonged to the unique V16 engine came. The crowd couldn't help but look over, only to see a Bugatti quickly drove over. After the Bugatti, there was also a car of other models. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley, Maybach Limited Edition. In short, all the top luxury cars. These cars, usually it was very rare to see one. But now, they appeared here in large numbers. Although this is a villa area, but obviously, the people who live here cannot afford to consume such a top luxury car. After all, these cars, one is almost worth a suite of rooms here. Soon, the Bugatti stopped in front of Yi Chen. Then, a man and a woman came down from the Bugatti. The woman was tall, wearing a red fire cheongsam, and her face value was even more top-notch. The male was a bit more pretentious, with a toadstool. Hooray is Red Leaf and Li Taizhu two people. At this time, Li Taizhu is incomparably pretentious. After all, this is Bugatti, tens of millions of it. Previously, he can only see in the TV. Did not expect, today not only see, but also opened a time. 16 pistons, thieves pull fierce. Whoever meets it will have to soften their legs. Seeing this scene, people are all stunned. Could it be that the son of the cleaning ant really have such a great ability? Qi Shanglan's face also changed slightly, but soon, she was laughing out loud. Kid, rented a car, right? In order to help your mom clear the suspicion, bring a year's salary to rent a car. Old lady was almost bluffed by you. At this time, people also reacted. After all these luxury cars together cost over $100 million. A boss with over $100 million, and his own mother was working as a housekeeper. Was this possible? But if it was a rental car, these cars, for a day, were only a few tens of thousands of dollars, at most $100,000 in rent. Even ordinary people could afford it. However, just at this time, a minivan drove by. The crowd was a bit puzzled. The heart said, it's not your turn to appear here. After all, the front of the car are millions of tens of millions of dollars. You a minivan to come to the fun? Just when everyone is puzzled, the mask on the minivan was lifted up. Then, the favorite man of the entire Dragon Kingdom appeared in front of everyone's eyes, only to see that the pockets of the minivan were filled with dragon coins of $100 each. An entire wagon. Definitely more than $100 million. Shocking, incomparably shocking. This kind of scene, other than on television, was simply impossible to see in reality. I took some from the widow's place and brought 200 million over. Young Yi, please what is your order? Red Leaf bowed to Yi Chen, then said respectfully, there's no need to do anything, just show them. Yi Chen said indifferently. At this time, even Qi Shanglan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. If anything, Yi Chen's car was rented. It couldn't be, the money was also rented, right? Props, it must be props. Qi Shannon was still unwilling to believe the scene she saw in front of her. You can go up and take a casual look, Yi Chen said confidently. He believed that Red Leaf would never fool him with fake bills. Even Shannon had seen so much money for the first time. Her whole body trembled as she walked over to that entire cart of Dragon Kingdom coins, casually took a bundle out and checked it. It was all. Chapter 48, Beautiful People, Kind Hearts, all genuine banknotes. Shannon didn't believe it. She took another bundle out at random and examined it. Without a doubt, they were all real banknotes. Is this moving the bank? No, banks don't even have that much cash. And Chen actually got it all together in just less than an hour. How terrifying is this? In other words, if Chen was given time, he might even be able to get more money. It could be several times or even a dozen times more than 200 million. Looking at Shanglan, who was already almost scared silly, Chen indifferently said, "Now, do I count as a rich man?" Everyone swallowed their saliva. If this wasn't considered a rich man, then who was still called a rich man? Even the Shake Shack comment section didn't dare to be this crazy. If Chen had so much money, it was indeed impossible for him to have thoughts about her necklace of a mere $500,000. But you are obviously so rich, to still have your own mother come out to work as a housekeeper. Is that sick? At this time, Chi was also shocked beyond words. Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money? It can't be from robbing a bank. This was a mother, always putting her child first. Seeing Chen get so much money and so many luxury cars, her first reaction was not that she could get rid of the suspicion, but to question Chen about whether the money came from the right place. Cough cough. Mom, do you think that if you rob a bank, you can rob this much? Which bank has this much money? Chen awkwardly touched his head. The average branch bank reserve was only a few $100,000. Bigger banks, a few million, 200 million in cash. I'm afraid that only the head office of the Dragon Country Bank could take it out. Even if Chen wanted to go and rob the head office of the Dragon Country Bank, it was not in Jiangdu. Also, Chi thought about it. Then where did you get so much money? Chi still wanted to know where the money came from. Chen had no choice but to say, actually, this money isn't mine, it's hers. Chen pointed at Hong Yi and said, Mr. Red? I didn't expect Chi to actually recognize Hong Yi. Auntie, you know me? Hong Yi was a bit flattered. I went to your company to do cleaning for your company. Mr. Red's company is huge. We went to a dozen people at once, and they all cleaned for a whole day. Chi said. Hong Yi was startled at the words, hurrying to say, I'm sorry auntie, I didn't know that you were Chen's mom. Chen also signaled that Hong Yi didn't need to care. After all, at that time, he and Hong Yi didn't know each other either. Mr. Red, you mustn't say you're sorry. I should be thanking you for helping me so much and helping our family, Xiaochen. Chi said gratefully. Immediately, he pulled Chen to one side and said, You brat, why are you eating General Manager Hong's soft rice again? Are you addicted to eating soft rice? However, this General Manager Hong is much better than the heartless Shen Aoxue, and she's beautiful and kind-hearted at first glance. Chen's mouth twitched as he heard this. Beautiful and kind-hearted. That's because you haven't seen her kill people. From this code name of Red Leaf Rakshasa, it was obvious that she was not a kind-hearted person. Chi, an ordinary person, naturally couldn't know that much. She just felt that Red Leaf treated her with respect, actually calling her aunt and apologizing to her. Shen Aoxue, on the other hand, didn't even let her see Chen. She even had her men break her arm. Mom, I didn't eat soft rice, Chen said with incomparable embarrassment. It was all because of that Shen Aoxue. I'm afraid that he would have to wear the hat of eating soft rice for the rest of his life. Hey, it's okay, Mom is not capable of much, and is not qualified to say you, but people Red always help you so much. You have to treat them well, Chi said in a serious tone. Auntie, you don't have to worry, Chen is very good to me. Hong Yi walked over and directly held Chi's hand. Girl, this can't be allowed. How dirty my hands are. Chi's calloused hand shrunk back, wanting to break free from Hong Yi's hand. After all, Hong Yi's hands were snow white and delicate, pink and red, while her hands were covered in cracks and calluses, forming a stark contrast. Auntie's hands aren't dirty at all. You have the cleanest hands in this world. Some people look clean, but in reality, they don't know how dirty they are. Hong Yi skimmed Shi Xianglan and hummed. How do you curse? Shi Xianglan didn't have the arrogance she had before at this time. Obviously, Chen had a large background. This woman called Hong Yi was not an idle person. How do I curse? Do I still need to say it myself? I advise you to better say it yourself. Red Leaf's gaze turned cold. Me? What am I saying? Even if you guys are rich, it doesn't prove that the necklace wasn't stolen by you. I heard that there are some rich people nowadays who specialize in stealing people's things in order to find excitement. Or else, if you're obviously so rich, why do you still want to let your mom come out to be a housekeeper? Although Chen's background was big, Shi Shanglan's background was not small, and there were so many people at the scene, As long as she was justified, she had nothing to be afraid of. And it wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before. There was once a rich man who went to steal a battery car in order to find excitement. Chen laughed and said, "That's not what you just said. You said that as long as I have money, I can prove that my mom didn't steal your necklace." What? Now you want to back out? Qi Shanglan was a bit speechless for a while, but as she looked at the red ticket on the truck, she still couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said, "No matter if your mom stole the necklace or not, the necklace was missing when she was doing the cleaning, so she has the responsibility. Let's do it this way. Anyway, you're so rich, if you compensate me with $500,000, I'm not going to pursue this matter." Good. Hong Yi immediately walked to the side of the truck, took 5 bundles of 100,000 and threw them to Qi Shanglan. Red leaf. Yi Chen frowned slightly. If the money was paid out, wouldn't that be a fulfillment of Yi Qi's crime of stealing the necklace? Don't worry, I will give Auntie justice. Red Leaf signaled that Yi Chen did not need to worry. Qi Shanglan didn't expect Red Leaf to really give money, and happily held the money in her arms. Alright, since you guys have lost the money, then this matter today, let's leave it at that. Qi Shannon held the money and wanted to go back to the villa. Wait, however, Hong Yi called out to her, "Bring the people here." Red Leaf clapped her palms, and soon, several people brought over a man who looked treacherous at first glance. It was actually the shopkeeper of the Golden Dawn pawnshop. Seeing the shopkeeper, Qi Shanglan's face instantly changed. "Speak," Hong Yi said to the shopkeeper. I'll say, it's her. She came to our house yesterday and pawned a necklace. I gave her $350,000 at that time. She said that she lost a lot of money playing mahjong, there was no way to pay her family," the shopkeeper said with trepidation. You're talking nonsense. I don't even know you." Qi Shannon gulped furiously. "Oh, by now, you still want to weasel your way out of this? Look at what this is." Chapter 49, You call this a beautiful person with a good heart? Hong Yi threw a pawn agreement over. It was signed in black and white by Qi Shannon, who also pressed her handprint. That's right, Qi Shannon's necklace was not lost at all. Rather, it was pawned by her. She recently lost too much money playing mahjong, and was afraid that the family would find her trouble. So she came up with this plan. First, she pawned the necklace, and then said that it was stolen by the cleaning lady. A cleaning lady with no power is still at her mercy. Just did not expect. This time she kicked the iron plate, and it's a super iron plate. Qi Shanglan, what else do you have to say? Hong Yi coldly looked at Qi Shannon. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged her. Qi Shannon was finally afraid. Obviously, the other party's strength was not trivial. Otherwise, it was impossible that even the treasurer of the Golden Dawn pawnshop had been captured. One must know that this Golden Dawn pawnshop shopkeeper was also somewhat powerful. Moreover, he had always kept his customers' secrets, so going to him to pawn things was absolutely safe and reliable. But now, the treasurer was trampled on the ground by Red Leaf's people like a dead dog. Obviously, this Red Leaf is not small. This time, the truth finally came out. Yi Qi couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes. Old people, the thing they couldn't bear the most was being wronged. Now that the injustice had been cleared, she was naturally very happy. Moreover, not realizing that her son was also still alive, she was even more joyful. Big sister, how to clean her up? The henchman looked at Hong Yi, chopped up and fed to the fish. Hong Yi subconsciously said. Immediately, she saw that Yi Qi was looking at her with a horrified face. Immediately becoming gentle, she once again held Yi Qi's hand and said, Auntie, I'm hungry. I'll take you to eat fish. Good. The more Yi Qi looked at Hong Yi, the more she felt fond of her. She could see that this woman's eyes were filled with Yi Chen. If it was Red Leaf, she was willing to let Yi Chen eat this soft meal. Seeing her big sister walking away, the henchman was dumbfounded. So, big sister, to chop or not to chop? Red Leaf turned back and glared at the unenlightened henchman, saying with her lips, chop your head off. Big sister, I'm wrong, don't chop my head. That henchman was scared out of his wits. As for Qi Shanglan, she had long been scared silly, because she didn't look like the other party was joking when they said they would chop her. It's over. All disperse. Red Leaf's men started to go and evacuate the crowd. There were nothing melons to eat, and since Red Leaf's men weren't good at first glance, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. A few of the henchmen surrounded Qi Shanglan and made a mistake. This was because they had yet to receive precise instructions from Red Leaf. According to me, simply chop it up and feed it to the fish. Didn't Big Sister say so? Then Big Sister also said to chop your head. Should I chop it? Several people did not know what to do. In the end, it was decided that Qi Shanglan's hands and feet would be broken, and then all of her teeth would be pulled out again. See if she dares to falsely accuse people in the future. Looking at Qi Shanglan lying on the ground like a dead dog, a few people were satisfied and left, completely unaware of how much trouble they had caused. After the crowd left, a Maybach drove into the villa area. From the Maybach came down a man. Seeing the inhumanly shaped Qi Xianglun, he immediately let out an angry growl. Who is it? Who beat my mom like this? Spinning around, he took out his cell phone and dialed. Grandpa, my mom had her arms and legs broken and all her teeth pulled out. What? There is such a thing. Who did this? My mom said it was done by someone called Yi Chen. Yi Chen? I've never heard of it. Daring to touch my daughter-in-law. Could it be? Is it because you think I, Qi Weiguo, am old and useless? Qi Weiguo was furious. Immediately contact the city lord's mansion for me. The Jiangdu War Department. Oh yeah, give old General Master Chen a call as well. Just say that I, Qi Weiguo, have something to find them. With Qi Weiguo's phone call, the entire Jiangdu was immediately filled with rain. Countless loaded warriors assembled. Armored vehicles were driven onto the streets. Armed helicopters hovered in the air, as if something big was going to happen. On the other hand, Red Leaf really took Yi Qi to eat fish. The four of them came to a hot pot fish. Auntie, do you like red soup or clear soup? Red soup, I guess. You definitely need to eat red soup to eat fish. What's so good about clear soup fish? Before Yi Qi had time to speak, Suyu was quick to say, you girl, do you have any manners left? Let Chief Red order. Yi Qi gave Suyu a blank look. Suyu was scolded and pouted in aggravation. Adorable. Then, red soup it is then, Hong Yi said with a smile. Soon, the hot pot fish came up. The four people ate it. After eating the fish, the four of them went for a walk together by the river. Brother, I want to eat sugar gourds. Suyu jumped up and down, holding a roasted sausage in her hand, and when she saw the sugar gourds, she wanted to eat them again. I'll go buy it. Hong Yi hurriedly went to buy sugar gourds. You ninny, how can you trouble Mr. Hong? Really no big deal. Yi Qi gave Suyu another blank stare. Immediately, she sighed and said, I can see that this girl, she really loves you. Xiao Chen, you must not let people down. Mom, you misunderstood. Hong Yi and I are not the kind of relationship you think. Yi Chen explained. He, not that kind of relationship. Do you think mom's eyes are blind? If she didn't like you, she would listen to you and everything as a big president? Do everything for you? Just now that hot pot fish, she obviously can't eat spicy, but still hard to eat. Spicy head full of sweat. Yi Chen touched his head in embarrassment, not realizing that Yi Qi had observed so carefully. Of course Yi Qi was observing carefully, because she was looking at Hong Yi with the eyes of her future daughter-in-law. However, if Yi Chen and Hong Yi were together, it was inevitable that they would have to enter the family again. As long as one was a mother, one would not want their son to be a house son-in-law. She remembered clearly how humble Yi Chen was in Shen Aoxue's house. He didn't even have the qualifications to eat at the table. But Hong Yi should be too much better than Shen Aoxue. Shouldn't bully Yi Chen too much. Or that saying, just look at the face. You can tell that the person is beautiful and kind-hearted. However, just at this time, Red Leaf fought with someone. A dozen people, surrounding Red Leaf. Those dozen were so people. Each one of them was ferocious, with an icy killing aura emanating from their bodies. They held sharp blades and slashed towards Red Leaf. Red Leaf pulled out his dagger and fought with the dozen or so people. The strength of these people was not too strong. Plus Red Leaf had practiced the 7 killing steps, so even though she had not yet recovered from her serious injuries, she could still easily deal with them. The battle lasted for more than a minute, and the dozen or so people all collapsed in a pool of blood, having their hamstrings and tendons severed by Red Leaf's dagger. This was still her deliberate retention of her hand. Otherwise, she would have directly slit their throats. After all, in front of Yi Qi, it didn't seem too good to be too ferocious, but this was also ferocious enough. At this moment, Yi Chen was tempted to say to Yi Qi, Mom, what do you call this? A beautiful person with a good heart? Say, who sent you guys? Red Leaf held a dagger to the neck of an assassin. Ha ha, we're just the vanguard. Today you guys are dead. After that assassin finished speaking, he actually took poison and killed himself. Chapter 50, Who Let Her Live? What's going on? Yi Chen walked over and inquired. No results were asked. They all committed suicide by taking poison. Hong Yi shook her head and said, seeing Yi Qi, she hurriedly put the dagger away. Auntie, didn't scare you right. Red Leaf once again turned into a meek appearance. It was a stark contrast to the killing coldness from before. Yi Chen had heard before that a woman's speed of changing her face was faster than turning a book, and today he had finally seen it. Yi Qi shook his head, but in her heart, she was still worried and scared. After all, so many people had died at once. In the Dragon Kingdom, murder was a felony. Mom, Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. They started it. Hong Yi was just defending herself. Yi Chen said to Yi Qi, when he died, he said that they were just the advance team. I reckon, there are still killers coming. Why don't you Yi Chen, take Auntie back to the Imperial Mansion first? Hong Yi said to Yi Chen. Aha. Yi Chen nodded and said, Yi Chen left with Su Yu and Yi Chi. Along the way, Yi Chi was preoccupied. Little Chen, why would someone kill Red Leaf? You're letting girl Red Leaf deal with it alone. Can she do it? Obviously. Yi Chi had already treated Hong Yi as her daughter-in-law and was worried that something would happen to her. It's probably the person that Mrs. She just called. It seems that this Mrs. She is not simple. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "No, let's report it to the patrol room." Yi Chi's face was a little pale. Just now you also saw how the constable reacted to that Mrs. She, reporting the constable's office. I'm afraid it's useless. Yi Chen shook his head. Then, what then? Xiao Chen, Mom told you, Hong Yi is a good girl. You can't let anything happen to her. Of course, you can't do anything either. Yi Chi said nervously. I'll send you guys back first. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. No, Xiao Chen, we can't just go back. We can't let girl Hong Yi be alone there. Yi Chi shook Yi Chen's shoulder, determination in her eyes. Little you, what about you? Of course I want to help sister Hong Yi. Su Yu also nodded firmly. Good, then we'll go back. Yi Chen sniffed and directly told the driver to turn around. He believed that with him around, no one could harm Yi Chi and Su Yu. Instead, it would be bad to send them back and come over by himself in case the other party sent someone to deal with Yi Chi and Su Yu again. By the river, Hong Yi was once again surrounded by dozens of people. The strength of these dozens of people was clearly much stronger than those dozens of people. If when she was uninjured, Red Leaf would definitely be able to deal with them. However, she had been heavily injured by Su Tianyu. Even though she had been saved by Yi Chen, she had not completely healed. Before that, she had gone through another great battle. After facing dozens of martial artists who possessed peak strength at the EN level, it was also a sight to behold. Boom! After stabbing over a dozen people, he was finally kicked in the back. This kick sent Red Leaf flying out several meters away. While spat out a mouthful of blood, Red Leaf wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes became even colder. She got up and instead took the initiative to charge towards the dozens of people. The opponents didn't expect that Red Leaf's strength was so strong, and after she was injured, she instead became even more ferocious. Puff puff puff, the daggers were like poisonous snakes weaving through the group of martial artists, leaving behind a bloody wound. It was also because of the injuries. Otherwise, for goods like this, she would have slashed them one by one. The battle went on for several minutes. The dozens of people on the field were finally all cut down by Red Leaf. Of course, Red Leaf didn't feel good either. Her right hand was fractured, and blood was left in her mouth. But, that didn't mean she was victorious, because, she saw that more people in black surrounded towards her. It was at this time that she noticed that there were no ordinary pedestrians present within a few miles of this riverside. Obviously, it had been quietly evacuated. It seemed that the other party was from a very large source. Otherwise, it was impossible to evacuate the crowd in such a short period of time. Facing the black-clothed men who swarmed around, Red Leaf did not flinch as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged forward once again. She was like a blood-bathed cultivator. The red Cheongsam was all dyed black with blood. However, there were too many people on the other side. There were hundreds of them. Finally, Red Leaf's stamina ran out. She was hacked to the ground by one person. Then, more sharp blades slashed towards her. Red Leaf's expression was calm. After so many years, she had long since looked down on life and death. What's more, she had already experienced life and death once today. A woman like her had killed countless people in her life. To end up being hacked to death by a random knife should be her retribution. However, just when those sharp blades were about to hit her, a figure descended from the sky. It blocked above her. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen actually came back, as a subordinate, breaking the back of her master. Even if she died or fell, it was what she should do. But Yi Chen actually came back. Dang dang dang. Countless sharp blades slashed on top of Yi Chen's protective astral aura. Unable to advance an inch. Get lost. Yi Chen let out a loud shout. In the next moment, the group of people surrounding Red Leaf were all shaken out. Yi Chen's fingers flew and clicked a few times on Red Leaf's body to help stop the bleeding. At this moment, Red Leaf's body had been hacked out with dozens of shocking wounds. The Cheongsam was almost hacked to pieces. Why aren't you leaving? Where are Auntie and the others? Red Leaf said quietly. I came to save you. I put them in a safe place. At this moment, Su Yu and Yi Chi were standing on the roof of a building that was over 300 meters high, looking at everything below. Of course, they could only see a group of small people at best. It's all my fault. I'm the one who caused trouble for Xiao Chen. Yi Chi blamed herself very much. Mom, trust brother. Now brother is not an ordinary person. Su Yu signaled Yi Chi not to worry. After all, even characters like Brother Lung were scared off by Yi Chen. The camera returned to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen and Hong Yi were already surrounded by hundreds of people. Moreover, there were still people closing in. Unexpectedly, that Mrs. She actually had so much energy. Marred. You're mad again. At this time, an incomparably angry, but slurred-sounding voice rang out. Yi Chen turned around, then saw a person whose entire body was wrapped into a dumpling, being pushed over with a wheelchair. From its approximate shape, Yi Chen recognized that it should be that Lady Qi. At this moment, her hands and feet were all in plaster, and there was not a single tooth in her mouth, but her face was filled with endless anger. Seeing the miserable-looking Mrs. Qi, of course Red Leaf knew that it was her men who did this, and her men, at this time, had already been caught and captured. One by one, they were beaten into a pig's head and thrown in front of Red Leaf. I'm sorry, big sister, we didn't know that she was the daughter of General Lord Qi. A few of the little brothers who had been beaten beyond human shape, cried out to Red Leaf. They felt that they were the ones who had gotten their big sister into trouble. However, Red Leaf just coldly came. Bunch of losers, who told you to let her live? Chapter 51 10,000 Armies Crusade Against Yi Chen. That's what a Rakshasa is. Since you are recognized as an enemy, then, no matter who you are, kill them all. She didn't feel that her little brother was wrong for scrapping Mrs. Qi. Instead, she felt that it was only wrong for them to let her live. Rakshasa, right? Could it be that you really think that in this Jiangdu, no one can do anything about you? The youth pushing the wheelchair said with a cold face. Son, don't talk nonsense with them, kill them all, kill them, Qi Shanglan said with a leaky mouth. In this Jiangdu, anyone who dares to bully my He family hasn't been born yet, kill them for me, the youth ordered immediately. The next moment, hundreds of people, all rushed towards Yi Chen Hongyi. Red Leaf, can you still fight? Yi Chen inclined his head and asked. Yes. Red Leaf's reply was simple and dry. Yi Chen bent down and picked up the sharp blades that had fallen on the ground and directly killed the crowd. Pfffff. Yi Chen looked like he was chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, leaving no one alive wherever he passed. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally had no reason to stay. At first, the youth had a teasing smile on his face, but slowly, a frown creased his brows. In the end, the face became incomparably ugly. 3 minutes. In just less than 3 minutes, Yi Chen and Red Leaf had killed hundreds of people, all of them. The two had blood stained on their bodies as they walked towards him step by step. At this time, a flash of fear finally surfaced on the youth's face. You guys, what are you doing? Just now, you said you wanted us to die? Yi Chen asked with narrowed eyes as he carried the sharp blade. The youth swallowed his saliva and said, I'm the grandson of General Lord Qi. You can't kill me? Oh, it means that you have a background, so you can kill people, but others can't kill you? Where is this kind of reasoning? Yi Chen's expression played with flavor. Then, he was ready to end the other party with a single slash. Stop. At this time, a stern cry rang out. A large group of people rushed over. I am the Deputy City Lord of Jiangdu. I order you to put down the weapons in your hands. If you dare to touch a hair on Duqi's head, I will let you die without a burial. Puff. Blood splattered. Before the other party could finish his words, a head flew up. Qi Shanglan watched her son's head fly up and immediately wailed in fear. How could she not expect that Yi Chen actually dared to make a move when the Vice City Lord of Jiangdu was here? Sorry, you spoke slowly. It was at this time that Yi Chen turned back and grinned towards the middle-aged bald man, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. How could Deputy City Lord Wrinkle Jianman not expect that Yi Chen was so bold that he dared to kill in front of him, in front of the Jiangbei army as well? My grandson. Qi Weiguo's eyes cracked and bared as he watched. Originally, he had brought so many people over to kill Yi Chen. As a result, Yi Chen didn't die, and his grandson died instead. Yi Chen, I want you to die. Qi Weiguo roared. If you want me to die, I'll die. Then how disgraced am I? Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said, Good, very good. All Jiangbei army listen to the order. This son is lawless, killing people on the street. His crime is unpardonable. I order you to kill him immediately. Qi Weiguo said towards the Jiangbei army. The Jiangbei army that came this time was not the same as the ones from Shen Aoxue's wedding last time. This time, there were tens of thousands of people. All of them were loaded with bullets. This lineup, incomparably luxurious. It could simply be a battle of no small magnitude. I killed someone on the street. It was clearly you who told them to kill me. I was only acting in self-defense. Yi Chen said indifferently. Alright, Hao Feng, take him down for me. The Deputy City Lord lost his patience and directly ordered. Hao Feng glanced at Yi Chen and eventually said stiffly, Yi Chen, even though you have the god-killing trigger finger, you can't kill innocents so indiscriminately. Take them down for me. The Jiangbei army was about to act immediately. The Vice City Lord seemed to have heard something as he asked Hao Feng. You said, what does he have? Back to Vice City Lord. He has the god-killing trigger finger? Hao Feng said. Are you sure? It's not wrong? It should be right. After all, in this Dragon Kingdom, no one dares to forge the god-killing trigger finger. Hao Feng replied. Why didn't you say so earlier? Stop it. Everyone, go back with me immediately. The deputy city lord directly ordered. This scene caused Hao Feng to be confused. Although he knew that the god-killing trigger finger was powerful, he didn't expect that even the vice city lord was afraid. He has the god-killing trigger finger. Only the Dragon Empress can interrogate him. Before meeting the Dragon Empress, he can kill whoever he wants to kill. I don't want to die, the deputy city lord whispered, then directly got into his Hummer. Seeing that the city lord had slipped away, Hao Feng naturally had no choice but to have the Jiangbei army retreat. Even Yi Chen rushed to be surprised by this scene. Although the killing emperor master had told him that he had the killing god trigger finger, which could be used first and last, he did not expect that even the vice city lord was afraid. Of course Zhou Jianmen was afraid. What was first cut and then kill? That means killing you first, and then reporting it to the queen, so that she can decide whether you are guilty or not. But what's the point even if the empress judges you not guilty after the people have been killed? Zhou Jianmen didn't want to use his own life to prove Yi Chen guilty. If he had known that Yi Chen had the god killer trigger finger, Zhou Jianmen would not have come. In an instant, tens of thousands of Jiangbei troops disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Qi Weiguo was incomparably angry. But, how could he not expect that Yi Chen actually possessed the god-killing trigger finger? However, this did not mean that he was afraid of Yi Chen. The god-killing trigger finger only allowed Yi Chen to have the power to kill him first. It didn't say that he couldn't kill him. Dad, he killed my son. He can't be spared. Qi Shanglan shouted. Don't worry, he will die today, Qi Weiguo said confidently. In the next moment, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and countless warriors appeared in one strike. It was the people from the Jiangdu war zone. Qi Weiguo was a one-star general master. Although he had retired, the energy he possessed was not small. With a single word, he had the vice city lord bring over 10,000 Jiangbei army. However, that grandson, Zhou Jianmen, slipped away when he learned that Yi Chen had the god-killing trigger finger. Luckily, he had prepared a backhand. He had transferred the people from the Jiangdu war zone. The people from the Jiangdu war zone could be much more ruthless than the Jiangbei army. Just the weaponry is much more advanced. Snipers, rockets, armored vehicles, helicopter gunships, everything. This kind of firepower was enough to exterminate a group of day-level powerhouses, or even exterminate ordinary sect masters. Colonel Lord Guqian meets old General Lord Qi. A burly man saluted Qi Weiguo. Guqian, your kid is now a Colonel Lord. Not bad. Cheer up. You can definitely become a General Lord in the future. Qi Weiguo patted Guqian's shoulder. After exchanging pleasantries, Qi Weiguo said with a gloomy face, Guqian, this person called Yi Chen, broke my daughter-in-law's arms and legs, and also killed my grandson. Today, you must take revenge for me. Don't worry, old General Master. I will execute this kind of brutal person. Guqian nodded. However, he has the god-killing trigger finger. You won't be afraid, right? Qi Weiguo said. Chapter 52, Whoever moves her will die. Hearing the god-killing trigger finger, Guqian clearly paused for a moment. Obviously, he also knew the power of the god-killing trigger finger. That was a legitimate killing credential issued by the queen herself. Whether you were guilty or not, he could kill first before convicting you. Normally, dead people had no say in the matter. In other words, if you were killed by someone who possessed the god-killing trigger finger, the odds were that you died in vain. Because, you are dead. Even if you were to have grievances, other people would not go against the person who possessed the god-killing trigger finger for the sake of a dead person. However, his words have been put out. The god-killing trigger finger is very powerful, but the prerequisite is that you have enough strength. Without strength, it was still possible to be killed. Looking at Yi Chen, he was only in his 20s. Even if he was a heavenly pride from an ancient martial arts family, he couldn't be that strong. Although, it would still lead to some trouble. But after all, Yi Chen killed first. It was reasonable for him to kill Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen hadn't lit up the god-killing trigger finger yet. No, even if he lit it up, this place was full of his people. Who saw it? Kid, you're on your way. Guqian was immediately about to order the extermination, letting his people beat Yi Chen into a sieve. Red Leaf's expression was grave, but there was no fear. Dying in this scenario was considered very honorable. After all, this was a war machine that could exterminate a group of day-level powerhouses. However, Yi Chen's expression remained calm. It seemed that he did not place this army of 10,000 in his eyes. Stop! Just as Guqian's people were about to make their move, an old, but very majestic voice rang out. Then, an old man and a young man, both walked over. Fei Long, you're here. Great! Qi Weiguo's face revealed a touch of joy. Just now, he was worried that Guqian would not dare to make a move because Yi Chen had the god-killing trigger finger. Now that there were two retired general masters sitting in the town, even if Yi Chen took out the god-killing trigger finger, Gu Qian had no reason to be afraid. That's right, this old man and young man were flying Dragon General Master Chen Feilong and his granddaughter Chen Shanshan. But as soon as Chen Feilong opened his mouth, Chi Weigua's face turned ugly, only to see Chen Feilong say to Chi Weigua, "Old Chi, for my sake, how about letting Yi Chen off the hook?" "Chen Feilong, are you crazy? I called you over to kill Yi Chen, and you're telling me to let him go? Do you know what he did? He killed my grandson," Chi Weigua said angrily. Chen Feilong was also stunned at his words. He had heard that it was someone who had wasted Chi Weigua's daughter-in-law, hence the big fuss. However, when he saw that it was Yi Chen, he immediately wanted to bail him out. After all, Yi Chen had saved his life. But unexpectedly, Chi Weigua actually said that Yi Chen had killed his grandson. This was a big trouble. "Yi Chen, why are you so reckless, even daring to kill old Chi's grandson?" Chen Feilong said with an ugly expression. "What's wrong with that? Didn't he even kill Su Tianyu, the young girl next to Chen Feilong?" Chen Shanshan bristled. Also as a young man, Chen Shanshan was quite appreciative of Yi Chen. After all, those who dared to kill the disciple of the god of war, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were not many. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen already had a sweetheart, maybe, she would really have something with this man. Yi Chen looked at Chen Feilong and said indifferently, "Old General Master Chen, if someone wants to insult your granddaughter, do you let or not let? Then of course I can't let it," Chen Feilong immediately said. Chen Shanshan was his precious granddaughter. Anyone who dared to touch a single hair on her head, he would have to fight with them. "Then she bullied my mother first. What's wrong with me taking it out for my mother?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Chen Feilong, there is no such thing as an impossibility." "Yi Chen, then if he can send someone to kill me, why can't I kill him?" For a while, Yi Chen had really put Chen Feilong on the spot. "Old Chi, listen to my advice. Anyway, if he killed Su Tianyu, the heavenly green war god won't let him go. There's no need for you to lose yourself again." After a long silence, Chen Feilong patted Chi Weigua's shoulder and said, "No way. Whatever I say today, I will kill him," Chi Weigua stubbornly said. Although Yi Chen had provoked the heavenly green war god, he was already bound to die, but he couldn't wait for the heavenly green war god. It was rumored that the heavenly green war god had important matters to attend to, and it was impossible for him to spare time to kill Yi Chen in a short period of time. "Then let's see whether Gu Qian gives face to your old Chi or to old man me," Chen Feilong said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was ready to bail Yi Chen out, even if it meant tearing his face off with Chi Weigua. This was what he owed Yi Chen, and it had to be paid back. This was difficult for Gu Qian. Although Chen Feilong's star rating was 1 star higher than Chi Weigua's before, but now both of them were no longer in charge. The reason why he had come, it was just a tribute to the old-timer. It was perfectly fine for him not to come. Now, one said he would kill Yi Chen, and the other said he would not kill Yi Chen. He didn't know what to do either. Seeing that Gu Qian hesitated, Chi Weigua knew that if he wanted to take down Yi Chen today, he was afraid that it would be difficult. His face changed several times, and finally said, "Okay, Yi Chen cannot die. But that girl child beside him must die, because she was the one who ordered to waste Xianglan. In the end, it was because Red Leaf's men had wasted Qi Shannon that Qi Shannon had gone to take revenge. It was only then that his grandson was killed. Now, if he couldn't move Yi Chen, then let Red Leaf die." And Chen Feilong was right. Anyway, in a month's time, when the heavenly green god of war returned, Yi Chen would surely die. The purpose was just as achieved. But how could he not relieve his anger without killing someone today? So, then kill Red Leaf. Chen Feilong frowned and did not speak. He asked Gu Qian not to kill Yi Chen, and Gu Qian should agree. After all, Yi Chen possessed the god-killing trigger finger. If Chi Weiguo must kill Red Leaf, there was no need for Gu Qian to be concerned. In the end, Chen Feilong sighed and turned away. He was willing to use his face to protect Yi Chen, but obviously would not protect Red Leaf. "Gu Qian, you don't dare to kill Yi Chen, but you should have no problem killing a small underground bandit, right?" Chi Weiguo looked at Gu Qian. Obviously, Chi Weiguo had already investigated Red Leaf's background, knowing that she was one of Jiangdu's underground queens. Rakshasa, in other people's eyes, Rakshasa was a name that made people's hearts tremble. But for him, Chi Weiguo, it was nothing. Gu Qian nodded at his words and said, "Don't worry, old General Master. Today, this woman will never live." In the next moment, the weapons of everyone Gu Qian brought with him were all aimed at Red Leaf. The Gatling on the helicopter gunship, the snipers on the roof of the building, even the rockets were aimed at Red Leaf. Seeing this scene, Red Leaf's expression didn't change much. She had, today, almost died in the first place. It was Yi Chen who saved her. Now, she died for Yi Chen, and she had no regrets in dying. Red Leaf closed her eyes and waited for death to come. However, right at this moment, Yi Chen blocked in front of her. Coldly, he said, Whoever moves her, dies. Chapter 53 The miserable Shen Aoxue. Hong Ye's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. She looked at the man standing in front of her with an incredulous expression. How could she not expect Chen would actually say something like this? Whoever moves her will die. At this moment, tears filled Red Leaf's eyes. By serving Chen as her master, she had only promised that person that whenever she was the master of the imperial mansion, was her master. At only 13 years old, she sold her life to that man. He told her that she was just a maid. Her mission was to serve her master and obey all her master's arrangements. Even if her master told her to die, she couldn't have the slightest scruple. Red Leaf kept her promise, taking her life to guard Chen. But, at this moment, it was Chen who stood in front of her, guarding her an insignificant maid. Chen's words also caused the other people present to reveal an unbelievable look, because everyone felt that if Chen wanted to live today, he would have to sacrifice Hong Yi. After all, the old general master's face still had to be given. The old general master's daughter had been wasted, and his grandson had been killed. So today, if he didn't kill one person, it would be hard to calm the old general master's anger. Chen, what are you doing? This is the biggest chance to live that my grandfather can get for you. Chen Shanshan frowned at Chen. She didn't understand at all. What was Chen doing? This was tantamount to seeking death. Chen, don't get carried away. It's just an underground force gangster. There's no need to gamble your life for her. Chen Filong also said in a deep voice. Chen, I will kill her today. This is my last bottom line. If you dare to block, then you will die together. Chi Weiguo said with a fierce face. Chen, you don't have to be like this. I'm just your maid. Everyone was persuading Chen. Even Hong Yi herself said with tears in her eyes. However, Chen's reply remained unchanged. Whoever touches her, dies. Chen, you seek death. Good Chen, finish him off for me. I'll take all the responsibility. Chi Weiguo roared. At this time, a warrior came over to seek an audience. Old General Master, someone wants to come over. Who is it? I'll put my words here today. Today, it's useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Chi Weiguo coldly said. It seems like he didn't come to plead for mercy. It seems like he said that he had a grudge against Chen and wanted to come over to see what he looked like when he died tragically. The warrior replied. Oh, let them come over. A look of amusement surfaced on Chi Weiguo's face. Soon, two people were brought over. A middle-aged man and a blind man with a swollen body. Hurrah! It was the father and daughter of Shen Aoxue. At this time, Shen Aoxue, already completely unable to see her original appearance. The whole body was swollen like a steamed bun. Her face carried a strong hatred. I heard that you guys have a grudge against Chen? Chi Weiguo looked at the father and daughter. That's right, back to old General Master Chi. The two of us have an undying hatred with Chen. Shen Weiguo replied. Good, then you all watch here. I will, today, beat him to a pulp. Chi Weiguo snapped. Old General Master Chi, please make sure you break Chen into pieces. Shen Aoxue roared in one direction, but it was because she couldn't see with her eyes. Therefore, she didn't even know that the direction she was heading towards was with her back to Chen. Daughter, the direction is wrong. Shen Wanhua hurriedly turned Shen Aoxue's direction towards Chen. Ha ha ha, Chen, that's right, I came to see your misery. Shen Aoxue roared again. She is Shen Aoxue? How did she become like this? I remember. She was known as the most beautiful president of Jiangdu. I heard that she was carmed in the waist by Chen, and her company went bankrupt, so I guess she doesn't have money for dialysis, so her whole body is swollen. She shouldn't have a few days to live. I've seen her before. She's indeed very beautiful. It's a pity that she's such a beauty. In the surroundings, people who knew Shen Aoxue all let out sighs. A generation of stunning beauty, but her end was so miserable. It wasn't known how Chen was able to get his hands on her. In fact, this matter cannot blame Chen. I investigated the things of the year. Shen Aoxue got a serious kidney disease. If not kidney, will die, and she is extremely rare blood type. Simply cannot find a match. It happens that Chen can match her, so Chen donated a kidney to her. In order to repay Chen, she married Chen, but soon after the marriage, Shen Aoxue's the Chen another kidney also to dig, and then Chen, the other kidney to dig, and then the other kidney to dig, kidney as well, and then also pushed it off the cliff. Chen was lucky not to die, so he came back for revenge. At this time, a nice voice rang out. It was certainly Chen Shanshan's. That day, after Chen saved her grandfather, she went to investigate about Chen. So it's like this. I didn't expect that this Shen Aoxue, who went around doing charity and also gave Chen a 3-year wait before marrying him, was all pretending. People came to a sudden realization. If it was someone else who said this, it might not be very convincing. But when it was old General Master Chen's granddaughter who said this, it carried a lot of weight. What do you guys know? What do you mean I dug out Yi Chen's second kidney? Did I want to do that? It was someone who had their eyes on his kidney. If I didn't do that, I would have to die. However, at this time, Shen Aoxue roared, Shen Aoxue, tell me who that person is, and I'll cure you. At this time, Yi Chen's voice rang out. After all, it was a woman who had once been loved to the bone, and she had already received the punishment she deserved. But that person who really wanted her kidney had to die. You can cure me? Shen Aoxue looked at Yi Chen with some disbelief. Of course, I have cured all of Sister Xian's eyes, Yi Chen faintly said. But, my kidney is gone. Are you willing to give me your kidney again? Shen Aoxue was naturally unwilling to believe that Yi Chen would give her kidney again. Of course I won't give you my kidneys. I can give you a pair of pig kidneys, which will allow you to live for at least 20 years. Impossible. Pig kidneys simply cannot survive in a human body. Shen Aoxue shook his head. No one else can. I can, Yi Chen said confidently. Like I said, you will really cure me? Shen Aoxue was a little unconvinced. After all, she was not good to Yi Chen, even if she didn't dig out his kidney. In 2 years, she didn't even look at her squarely. Aoxue, are you really going to say it? Shen Aoxue was worried. Dad, what's the difference between us like this and dying? Shen Aoxue said. It's also, but Yi Chen, today, you can't even protect yourself. How can you cure Aoxue? Shen Aoxue looked around the luxurious lineup and frowned. With this lineup, it was only feared that even if Yi Chen was a grandmaster, he would still be exterminated. They can't kill me yet, Yi Chen said expressionlessly. Kid, where did you get the confidence to think that I can't kill you? Gu Qian sniffed and said with great displeasure. He was a colonel master, with thousands of warriors and such good equipment, and he still couldn't kill a tiny sect master? Even a Xianzong would not dare to say such big words. Chapter 54, Killer Present. If I say you can't kill it, you can't kill it. Yi Chen snorted coldly, then turned to Shen Aoxue and said, Shen Aoxue, consider my proposal. Shen Aoxue hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I promise you. I still have one more condition, that is, you and Shen Aoxue both have to kneel in front of you and slap yourself 100 times. Yi Chen added, good, I promise you too. This time, it was actually Shen Aoxue who opened his mouth. Provided you can survive, you guys just do it. Yi Chen remained expressionless. Fine, fine, Yi Chen, since you're looking for death yourself, then don't blame me, Gu Qian said angrily. Immediately, he shouted at the sniper. Sniper, fire. All along, Shen Aoxue had been expecting Yi Chen to die, but at this moment, she wanted him to live. Boom! In the next moment, a sniper bullet, at a speed that exceeded 3 times the speed of sound, shot over towards Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen only slightly tilted his head and dodged it. What? Actually dodged a sniper bullet? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. One must know that this sniper bullet was coming at several times the speed of sound. The sniper was 500 meters away from Yi Chen, and after firing, it would take at least half a second before the sound could be heard. Yi Chen was actually able to dodge it as well? Luck, it must be luck. Keep shooting. Gu Qian continued to give orders. Boom boom boom. 3 shots rang out. Yi Chen's head moved left and right 3 times. 3 shots, all dodged. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Was it still human? Machine gun. Fire. Gu Qian ordered the machine gun to fire again. The machine gun spewed out fire. Then, Yi Chen's hands were seen as if they had turned into 1,000. When the gunfire stopped, Yi Chen's hands also changed back to 2. In his 2 hands, he grabbed 2 handfuls of bullets. Surprisingly, he caught all the bullets with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian finally couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was also a martial artist, and understood very well what realm was needed to be able to achieve this level. Gu Qian looked towards the armored car, as well as the rocket launcher. However, he didn't dare to give orders, because, even sniper fire Yi Chen could dodge it. I'm only afraid that it would take a super high-speed missile to eliminate Yi Chen, but using that kind of Jinhua divine weapon to help Qi Weiguo take revenge, it seemed like it wasn't cost-effective. After a long time, Gu Qian turned to Qi Weiguo and said, I'm sorry Elder Qi, you'd better hire someone else. With that, he told his warriors to back off. Clearly, Yi Chen's strength was beyond imagination, far more than just an ordinary zongsher. Chen Feilong's eyes, on the other hand, were blossoming. Yi Chen's medical skills shocked him, but Yi Chen's strength shocked him even more. Although, Yi Chen's strength might not be at the top yet, but he was only in his 20s, and in the future, it was very likely that he would become a giant on one side. However, Yi Chen also had a very obvious shortcoming. Too much sharpness, doing things without considering the consequences at all. I'm only afraid that it wouldn't go far either. Yi Chen, little friend, old man, I didn't help much, so I'll leave first. Chen Filong arched his hand towards Yi Chen. Although, he didn't know whether Yi Chen had taken off that day or not, but all in all, he couldn't make enemies. Not to mention that Yi Chen had saved him. Many thanks to the old general master for his help. I'll remember it in my heart and will not forget it. Yi Chen nodded his head. Gu Qian left, and Chen Filong also left. Qi Weiguo was left at a loss for words. He was old after all, and was not the general master who had once mobilized thousands of armies. Yi Chen, I can't kill you, but someone else can. Wait and see. In the end, Qi Weiguo also left. He had just gotten word that a large number of assassins had traveled to Jiangdu just to kill Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen survived in the hands of these killers, the heavenly green war god would not let Yi Chen live. The remaining ones present were Shen Aoxue and Shen Aoxue. Yi Chen, I didn't expect that even schoolmaster Gu Qian couldn't help you. Shen Aoxue was really blind. If I had known that you were so powerful, I definitely wouldn't have treated you like I did before. At this time, Shen Aoxue, her heart was complicated. Hate yourself. Why didn't you treat Yi Chen as a human being in the first place? Hate herself. Why she listened to that person's words and dug out Yi Chen's kidney. However, it's too late to say anything now. Shen Aoxue knew that Yi Chen would definitely not forgive her. But you have to keep your words and cure me. I can tell you that the person who wants your kidney's surname is He, and he is a servant of the emperor family. Other than that, I can't say more. I don't know. Emperor family. Knowing this is already enough. Tomorrow, bring 2 pig kidneys that are about a year old and come to the imperial house to find me. Yi Chen said indifferently, then turned around and left. Daughter, there's no turning back after we do this. Shen Aoxue swallowed his saliva and said, Dad, I once chose the D family between the D family and Yi Chen, but this time, I want to choose Yi Chen. Shen Aoxue clenched her silver teeth and said, in the past, Shen Aoxue had never given Yi Chen a proper look, thinking that he was just a wage earner. Even if he donated a kidney to her, he didn't deserve her. Therefore, she refused Yi Chen to touch her body. After marriage, the two of them also slept in separate rooms. But now, she suddenly felt that Yi Chen had changed. It had turned into a man who was incomparably powerful. He spoke very little, but every word he spoke was filled with extreme dominance, which had a fatal attraction to Shen Aoxue. Although, she had been hurt so badly by Yi Chen, but in her heart, she actually, somewhat liked Yi Chen. After all, she was to blame for Yi Chen doing this to her. AI. Shen Aoxue sighed. The D family was the abyss. The current Yi Chen was also the abyss. However, there was no worse outcome than now anyway. The big deal was death. Yi Chen picked up Suyu Yi Chi, mother and daughter, from the roof of the building. Nei-san, you're fine. That's great. Seeing that both Yi Chen and Hong Yi were safe and sound, Yi Chi happily hugged Hong Yi. They were on the roof of the building. Although they could see down below, they didn't know what exactly happened. They were worried sick. Now they were finally relieved. Mom, why don't you hug me? Yi Chen was a little jealous. You're a big man. What's there to hug? Yi Chi said with disgust. Brother, I'll hug you. Suyu ran over, and with her 2 big white hands, she directly encircled Yi Chen's waistband. Suyu, quickly let go of your brother. Still as a child, pay attention to the influence. Yi Chi reprimanded. It's not like it's a kiss. Suyu pouted her little mouth, so she wouldn't let go of Yi Chen. The 4 of them were like a family as they headed towards the imperial mansion. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly turned his body, and Suyu was directly thrown out. Brother, what are you doing? Suyu fell to the ground, rubbed her but that was hurt by the fall, and said in dissatisfaction, there are killers, Hong Yi said in a deep voice. At the same time, he pulled out his dagger and took a defensive stance. Chapter 55 Angel Order. Only to see that on the ground behind Yi Chen, there were 3 darts nailed to the ground, all deeply embedded in the concrete floor. Yi Chen lightly grunted, pulled out a few silver needles, and flung them in one direction. Puff puff puff, a few miserable screams were heard, and a few people fell down in response. Yi Chen knew that it should be the Tianqing war gods people who had arrived. However, if they wanted to kill him, they would have to see if they had the strength. These little minions were not the slightest threat to him. It was almost as if the heavenly green war god himself had come. Yi Chen found the few assassins that he had killed, and after checking them, all of them had silver needles pierced through their brains. These few people, they weren't very strong. They should be cannon fodder. It was assumed that the real main force was still behind. He called a car. Soon, the car drove. However, when passing the bridge, the driver suddenly showed a flash of madness in his eyes, and then, surprisingly, drove the car towards the outside of the bridge. Yi Chen's gaze sank when he saw this, and he directly ripped off the other person's seatbelt, then threw him out of the car window. Ah! The man let out a miserable scream and tumbled on the ground. In the next moment, it was crushed by a truck, and Yi Chen's side of the car was already about to hit the guardrail. However, at this time, Yi Chen had already jumped to the main driver, and then the cab made a drift. The rear of the car swept against the guardrail and passed through in a thrilling manner. Yi Chen drove the taxi and prepared to drive back by himself. Suddenly, he saw two sports cars chasing after him, a Ferrari and a Porsche 911. It came over and crashed directly into the cab. That powerful horsepower almost shoveled the cab. Luckily, Yi Chen stomped on the floor and stabilized the car. "You guys fasten your seatbelts," Yi Chen said, and then began a rapid and furious drive. Yi Chen's car skills were very good. Weaving in and out of the traffic seemed thrilling, but every time, he was able to pass through the cracks. But the two cars behind him were both top-of-the-line supercars. The performance was by no means comparable to his two Jetta cabs. It was very difficult to get rid of the two cars, but this was a city road after all. There were a lot of cars, and despite their strong performance, the two cars were thrown off by Yi Chen every time. This scene stunned the passers-by. A Jetta rental? Actually slipping two supercars? Red Leaf, you drive. I'll take them out, Yi Chen said to Red Leaf. Red Leaf immediately came from the back seat to the front passenger side. Then, it met Yi Chen again to exchange positions. The Jetta was a compact sedan, and the space inside the car was very narrow, and both Yi Chen and Red Leaf were originally very tall. Therefore, when exchanging, their bodies would inevitably squeeze together. Especially, suddenly encountered a bump. Red Leaf directly sat on top of Yi Chen. However, she was agile and quickly came to the driver's seat. After Red Leaf overrode the car, Yi Chen directly climbed from the passenger's side to the roof of the Jetta. His eyes coldly looked at the drivers on the two supercars. In the next moment, he directly threw out two silver needles. Swoosh! The silver needles broke through the air. It struck through the glass of the sports car before shooting into the driver's head. The two supercars, instantly out of control, crashed through the guardrail and rushed into the Jiangdu River. Yi Chen returned to the driver's side. Although he was not afraid of these killers were following him like a shadow, which was also very troublesome. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of assassination. But Yi Chi, Suyu were just ordinary people. He couldn't stay by the two all the time. It seemed that it was time to gather a little help. Thus, he took out the angel order from his Qiankuan bag. Angel order with a phone number on it. This was something that only the owner of the angel order would know. Yi Chen dialed it. In the middle of a huge castle, a Western stunning beauty was lying on her side on top of a 2-meter-wide luxurious bed. The entire room was brilliantly golden, and even the bed, it was like it was made of gold. She was 1 meter 8 in height, and her body curves were incomparably amazing. The most striking thing was that on top of her back, she actually had a pair of white feathers. She wore a crown on her head, and her aura was overwhelming, like an angelic queen. She was resting her eyes with her eyes closed, and two equally superb maids with feathered wings were pounding her legs and rubbing her shoulders. On her face, there was a touch of lethargy, a touch of boredom. Jingling. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang. Hearing the phone call, the Queen of Angels snapped her eyes open. Her eyes were as blue and clear as the ocean. Her expression became somewhat agitated and solemn. Gently, she picked up the phone. "Your servant, Yesa, please ask my lord. What are your orders?" The Queen of Angels said into the phone with incomparable respect. "Is this the Queen of Angels? I'm in a bit of trouble. Send a few people over to help me, preferably stronger ones," Yi Chen said directly. "Listening to your voice, it seems like you are not my master." "And you are?" Yesa was a little puzzled. After all, this angelic order, he had given it to an elder, not a brat. "Right now, I am your master. Just carry out the order," Yi Chen said. "Yes, master." "Yesa, send someone over immediately," the angel queen replied respectfully. If this scene was seen by the Dark Knights, or the Holy See, or that group of fallen fellows, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits. As the Western overlord, Yesa would actually speak to someone in this tone. It was truly a living hell. "I'll give you the address in a moment. Just look for someone named Yi Chen when you arrive." Yi Chen hung up the phone after saying that. This was the first time he had used the angel order, and he wondered if it was as good as Master said. 3 days of beautiful angels at his disposal. "Pass on my order. Angel guard wave heart. Angel Hikari, quickly go to this address and follow the command of a man named Yi Chen." The Queen of Angels gave the order. "Yes, Angel Queen." The two female angels who were around 1 meter 7 tall had knelt in front of the Angel Queen. After the two female angels left, the Angel Queen stretched lazily. "It's so boring. Why don't I go have some fun too?" Meanwhile, on top of the steel cables of the bridge, there stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed in black, the woman in white, with a pointy hat on top of her head. It looked, somewhat, like the black and white Invincibles on TV. The female leaned over and snuggled into the man's chest, saying flirtatiously, "Brother, it seems, that guy is somewhat capable. It's somewhat capable. It's a pity that he met our brother and sister." "Jia Jia," The next moment, the two jumped down from the steel cable. Boom boom. The cement ground. Two small pits directly appeared, dressed as a man, not a ghost, looking for death. A Land Rover braked sharply and stopped in front of the two, breaking into a curse. The woman in white had an extremely good figure, twisting her slender waist and walking to the driver's door. A flirtatious smile was revealed towards the irascible Land Rover brother. Pretty good looking. Mad. You just scared brother. Say it. What to do? Brother Land Rover seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the matter. His gaze full of aggression greedily swept over the proud body of the woman in white. Chapter 56, Black and White Impermanence. White Impermanence sniffed as a flash of playfulness appeared on her pretty face, and she simply plopped down on the window. A pair of huge objects were pressed into shape, because she was wearing a fierce wipe. A large area of Snow White almost blinded Brother Lu Hu's eyes. She continued to say flirtatiously, "Big brother, what do you want people to do?" Speaking, also gently bit the cherry mouth coated with red lipstick. More charming, very horizontal. Looked at the Land Rover brother's saliva wildly swallow. What to do? Accompany the laborer to play a game that men like to play. The laborer will not bother with you. Brother Lu Hu heatedly laughed. Brother Lu Hu was also a big brother with quite a few little brothers in his hands. There were no shortage of things to do when it came to bullying men and women. Right now, for example, in his car, there was a female college student that he had forcibly grabbed, being held down on the seat by two ferocious henchmen, crying like a pair, constantly begging for Brother Lu Hu to let her go. Unfortunately, at this moment, Brother Land Rover's attention was all on the stunning woman lying on the car window. Good, then I'm going to start. White Impermanence smiled even more flirtatiously. In the next moment, her hand passed directly through the door panel of the car door. Then, it penetrated Brother Land Rover's chest. Brother Land Rover looked down. He saw a small, white hand that was rooted into his chest. He was instantly shocked. In the next moment, White Impermanence directly ripped Brother Lu Hu's heart out of his chest. Brother Lu Hu wanted to scream, but White Impermanence directly ripped his body out of the Land Rover and threw it into the river. The two juniors in the back were so scared that they took out their daggers, but before they had time to move, their throats were slashed, and blood suddenly sprayed wildly. It sprayed the female college student's face. The female college student was scared silly, only to see that a man fully dressed in black, not knowing when, had gotten into the Land Rover. Black Impermanence came. Soon, the two juniors collapsed softly in their seats. Although, the female college student was scared, but still warily said, Thank you for saving me." Black Impermanence reached out and cupped the woman's chin, pulling her face to himself. With an evil face, he said, "You, how are you going to thank me? You, how do you want to thank me?" The female college student swallowed her saliva and said, "Black Impermanence," however, directly came over. It was stuck on the college girl's face. The college girl immediately started to struggle. She even bit Black Impermanence. Black Impermanence finally separated from the college girl. Blood flowed out of the corner of Black Impermanence's mouth, but he had an even more excited expression on his face. Poo-poo. Suddenly, two daggers pierced through the female university student's collarbone, pinning her to the seat. The female university student let out a miserable scream in pain. The body didn't dare to move the slightest bit anymore. Black Impermanence smiled evilly, then separated the female university student's legs. "Sister, drive," Black Impermanence said to White Impermanence, who was already sitting in the driver's seat. "Okay, brother, drive." The Land Rover was started. The female university student looked at the man in front of her, who was like a devil. Next to him were two men who had already lost their life breath and had their throats slit. Both of her eyes went black and she fainted. The Land Rover was started, weaving in the downtown. After about 10 minutes, the two men who had their throats cut were thrown out of the car window. Then, the female college student was also thrown out. She had long since breathed her last, and the clothes underneath were in pieces. A large amount of blood was stuck to her legs. Her eyes were round and dead. The body rolled out on the ground continuously for several meters. It happened to roll in front of a woman who was buying pancake nuts. The woman was first startled, and then saw what was on the ground. Both eyes instantly widened. Then she took out her walkie-talkie. A murder and body dumping case has appeared on the streets of Xuanhe. The methods are extremely cruel. Requesting for backup. After she finished speaking, she didn't care about the pancake fruit in her hand, and took a step with her long legs onto a motorcycle next to her, and then she chased after it towards the Land Rover. If Yi Chen was here, he would have recognized that this woman was clearly the female constable He Xiaoming who had been slapped by Qi Shanglan before. When she was in the villa earlier, she was slapped by Qi Shanglan. Later, Hong Yi appeared. Old Wei directly took her away, and told her that it was best for her to stay out of these people's affairs, but she was a constable. This is her duty. Old Wei just said. the world is a big place. Not everything is ours to manage. She patrolled the streets in her motorcycle, hungry and wanted to buy a pancake fruit to eat. As a result, a fruity female corpse was thrown in front of her. There's a big case, even though Xiaoming knew that for this kind of thing, she should wait for support from her colleagues first, but she still chased after them first. Land Rover in front, pull over immediately. Xiaoming held the motorcycle in one hand and took out a megaphone, shouting towards the front. Brother, there are constables. White Impermanence saw Xiaoming through the rearview mirror. Jie, don't mind her, just a trainee constable. Black Impermanence glanced back and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, especially when he saw that female constable's exquisite face, as well as the very proudly developed mountains. He couldn't help but purse his lips. He, who had just finished releasing, seemed to have a renewed interest. Xiaoming saw that the other party did not have the intention of stopping at all, and could only increase the gas pedal to chase up. Completely unaware of how terrifying the person she was chasing was, the Land Rover was still rampaging, chasing after a cab in front of it. Chen, it seems like someone is chasing us again. Hong Yi saw the Land Rover that was chasing after her. This Land Rover, without the slightest concealment, it was hard not to notice it. Chen took a look and there was a motorcycle chasing after the Land Rover. There was also a constable on the motorcycle. Ahead, there was a big straight road. The advantage of the Land Rover's large displacement manifested itself. Gotcha! White Impermanence pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the Land Rover engine roared. It quickly crashed towards the cab. No, can't shake it off. Red Leaf frowned. After all, it was just a Jetta cab, and in a straight line, it could never outrun a Land Rover. However, just as Chen was about to strike, a motorcycle actually rushed up first. Stop the car! Stop the car quickly! Xiaoming took her hand and slapped the glass of the Land Rover. White Impermanence inclined his head to look at Xiaoming. Ignoring it, he continued to chase after the Jetta. Seeing that the other party actually didn't react, Xiaoming finally pulled out her matching gun. Yelling, he said, stop the car, or I'll shoot. Wow! However, right at this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out from the Land Rover's window. It directly passed through the glass and grabbed Xiaoming's shoulder. In the next moment, a huge force struck. Xiaoming's body was actually directly dragged through the window into the Land Rover. Xiaoming had a moment of heavenly rotation. Then she realized that she was actually in the Land Rover. The back seat of the Land Rover was dissatisfied with a large amount of blood. A man with a face as white as a corpse was sizing her up with a playful expression. Chapter 57 White Impermanence exhibits May. You, who are you? Xiaoming hurriedly raised her gun and aimed at the man. Little female constable, don't play with your gun in front of me. My gun is much more powerful than yours. Black Impermanence hemmed and hawed. Stop the car immediately, or I'll shoot. Although, at this moment, Xiaoming was scared to death, she still forced herself to calm down and said, she told herself in her heart that she was a constable, and at this time, she absolutely could not be afraid. Seeing that the other party didn't pay any attention to herself at all, Xiaoming crossed her heart and fired a shot towards the roof of the car. This shot was considered a warning. Seeing that Xiaoming really dared to shoot, Black Impermanence's pupils shrunk. In the next moment, Xiaoming didn't even see what the other party was doing. The gun in her hand reached the other party's hand. Then Black Impermanence pinched his hands a few times with force. The gun was actually pinched into a ball of scrap metal. This scene caused Xiaoming to swallow her saliva. Black Impermanence threw the gun that had become scrap metal directly out of the window. Then, it took out a dagger and pressed it against Xiaoming's murderous mouth. I've already seen your gun. Now, it's time to show you mine. An evil smile appeared on Black Impermanence's ghastly white face. With the shaking of his dagger, Xiaoming's first button was directly picked off. Xiaoming's body stiffened, but didn't dare to make any movements, because that dagger was incredibly sharp and glowing with a cold light. The dagger shook a little more, and the second button was also picked off. At once, the huge object was no longer bound and jumped out. Xiaoming was nervous, but didn't know what to do. Right now, this man in front of her was beyond her knowledge. Snap! Another button was picked off. Soon, the buttons of the clothes were all picked off, revealing the white undershirt inside. Not to mention, the white color was big. At this moment, Xiaoming regretted it. She shouldn't have been impulsive and should have waited for support. But now, it's too late to say anything. Female constable? I haven't played yet. The black and white irregulars moved towards Xiaoming. The interest is quite good. Just when Xiaoming thought she was going to be bullied, an indifferent voice rang out. Who? Black Impermanence was startled violently, and then, he realized that there was actually a person sitting in the back seat. He actually didn't even realize it. My name is Chen. You guys should be here to find me, Chen said indifferently. Earlier, he had seen the female constable being grabbed into the Land Rover. Chen, The two men also recognized Yi Chen. After all, they had gotten Yi Chen's information. To be able to kill the disciple of the god of war, he really does have a few brushes. Black Impermanence narrowed his eyes. She's just an ordinary person. Let her go. Yi Chen glanced at He Xiaoming, whose pants had already been removed to her knees, and said, at this moment, He Xiaoming's entire body was taut. The sharp dagger was against her stomach. She didn't dare to move a muscle, and could only allow the other party to do whatever they wanted to her. It was good that Yi Chen suddenly appeared. When did he appear in the car? Prick la. A piercing sound rang out. The Land Rover finally came to a stop. What are you still waiting for? Go down, Yi Chen said to He Xiaoming. Oh, He Xiaoming then reacted, quickly lifted up her pants, then pulled open the door and got out of the car. The Land Rover started up again. He Xiaoming was left standing on the road, dumbfounded. Luckily, Yi Chen had come, otherwise, she would have been miserable. The Land Rover car. The atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. Did the heavenly green war god send you guys here? Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked. It's not important who sent us. What's important is that today, it's your time to die. Black Impermanence raised his dagger, pursing the blade with his lips as excitement surfaced in his eyes. It seems that the god of war is quite powerful, actually able to invite the black and white impermanence. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, obviously, he had already seen the identities of the two men. Their bodies were filled with a thick aura of blood. Definitely, they were masters of killing people like scruples. Moreover, the strength of the two had already reached the advanced level of Yellow Zone. Yellow Zone, although it was only the lowest level of Zone Master, but two Yellow Zones, and both of them were advanced Yellow Zones. The two joining hands should possess strength comparable to Xian Zone. Then, from the two men's dress, Yi Chen knew the identity of the other party. In the past 3 years, although he spent most of his time in the mountains cultivating, however, his master would occasionally send him down the mountain to carry out some missions. Therefore, he knew some things about the upper Jianghu. For example, this black and white irregulars were a pair of brother and sister. As for whether it is pro or not, it is not known. The strength of both of them is a yellow level sect master. After joining hands, they can even kill Xianzong. Once upon a time, there was a Xianzong who was slaughtered by the brother and sister because of their lightheartedness. How? You actually know our names? White Impermanence observed Yi Chen through the rearview mirror, and realized, Yi Chen was actually exceptionally handsome. For handsome men, White Impermanence always had no resistance. Just like how beautiful women had an abnormal attraction to Black Impermanence. I've heard of it. After all, killers as downright nasty as you guys are still relatively rare. Yi Chen said indifferently. The Black and White Impermanence siblings were notorious. Black Impermanence loved beautiful women. When they encountered beautiful women, they would never let go and would definitely kill them. White Impermanence liked handsome men, and when they encountered a handsome man, it was the same. First enjoy some, and then, kill them with their own hands. White Impermanence giggled. Sorry, not interested, Yi Chen indifferently said. Oh, am I not pretty? White Impermanence drove with one hand and ruffled her hair with the other. Flirtatious. Yi Chen, not pretty. White Impermanence, little brother, are your eyes blind? I'm still not pretty? Indeed not pretty, Yi Chen said again. Even if I'm not the prettiest woman under the sky, but I, definitely, am the woman under the sky. Who understands men the most? Don't you want to try it? White Impermanence bit her lip and said, don't want to. I'm not interested in buses, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, White Impermanence was actually not angry. She giggled. Cluck. What's wrong with a bus? Although it pulls a lot of people, it has good technology. No matter how good the technology is, if the vehicle is not in good condition, it's no fun to drive it. Kid, if my information is correct, it seems like you donated a kidney to someone else. Just like you dare to dislike my sister? Black Impermanence frowned. Killing intent also welled up in his eyes. As the common saying goes, if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost and also be a wind lady little brother. You don't know how to appreciate your honor. White Impermanence's gaze also turned cold. Although she was quite interested in Yi Chen was too ungrateful to actually call her a bus. Sorry, you don't count as a peony, Yi Chen said. Then, what do I count as? You are. Chapter 58 Yi Chen is the undefeated East? You are a shameless. One would have thought that Bai Wuyan would have gotten angry when she heard that. Sister, he's all missing a kidney. I'm afraid he won't be able to let you enjoy yourself. Black Impermanence also laughed. Obviously, they had long since lost any moral bottom line. They did whatever they wanted based on their strength. It's only the kidney that doesn't work. It's not like the whole body doesn't work. He. White Impermanence laughed cheekily. Sister, then I'll keep an extra hand on him later, Black Impermanence said. Then, his dagger violently stabbed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen inclined his head and directly dodged it. Then, he struck Black Impermanence's chest with a palm. Boom! Black Impermanence's body trembled violently. Then, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A horrified look emerged in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's strength was so strong that one palm made him injured. I didn't expect that you are actually a Xianzong. Black Impermanence wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suffer. Without any nonsense, Yi Chen slapped his palm. However, at this time, White Impermanence, who was in front of him, violently hit the steering wheel. Yi Chen's palm missed, but the terrifying cheese still lifted the car door out. Because the speed of the car was relatively fast, after White Impermanence violently hit the steering wheel, the car suddenly overturned. It tumbled. It rolled over a dozen times in a row and eventually rushed into the middle of a wheat field before coming to a stop. Boom! The next moment, the Land Rover directly exploded. Then, the bodies of the three rushed out. White Impermanence and Black Impermanence stood side by side, while Yi Chen stood opposite them. At this moment, both Black and White Impermanence had blood hanging from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, they had underestimated Yi Chen's strength. Originally, they thought that Yi Chen was only a yellow zone, but unexpectedly, he was a Xianzong. Little brother, I didn't expect that. At such a young age, you actually have such terrifying strength. White Impermanence's ferocious mouth rose and fell dramatically. Just as the car tipped over, Yi Chen once again launched an attack on the two. The two were actually still traumatized under their joint efforts. One had to know that the two could completely explode their battle power at the Xianzong beginner's level when they joined forces. In other words, Yi Chen's strength was not only Xianzong, but also a strong Xianzong intermediate level or above. Sister, he is an intermediate Xianzong. The two of us are not his opponent. Black Impermanence swallowed a mouthful of blood and said through gritted teeth. White Impermanence was silent for a moment and actually gave up her attack stance. Instead, she twisted her slender waist and walked towards Yi Chen. Little brother, don't be so fierce, people. As she spoke, her slender jade hand stroked towards Yi Chen's heart. However, before she finished speaking, her person flew out. Wow! White Impermanence spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. Her beautiful eyes looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. Although, Yi Chen said that she was a bus, but even if she was a bus, she was still a luxury bus. As long as it was a man, it was impossible for anyone to not have feelings for her. Sister, brother, I reckon, he lost a kidney. He's already not interested in women. Today, I'm only afraid that the two of us are going to die here. White Impermanence stood up with difficulty. It seems, only use that trick. Black Impermanence's eyes surfaced a touch of hideousness. Don't use that move, brother, you will die. A look of panic surfaced in White Impermanence's beautiful eyes. But, if we don't use that move, we will have to die as well. If we use that move, perhaps, we still have a chance of survival. White Impermanence let out a stern cry. Then, he took out a few silver needles and inserted them into a few major points on his body. Golden needle stabbing points. Yi Chen could see the other party's intention to use it. The golden needle stabbing point was the same as the Yan Wang needle. It belonged to a type of forbidden needle technique. After using it, it could greatly increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. However, the side effects were great, and after using it, one would have to become an invalid without dying. Few Black Impermanence exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I feel so powerful. Black Impermanence moved his neck and instantly let out a figure like bursting beans. The aura on his body also became incomparably strong. Already, it had reached the peak of Xianzong, and there was a hidden tendency to touch the threshold of Earth level zone. Kid, you actually caused me to use the golden needle stabbing point. Today, you are a Xianzong. You must also die. Black Impermanence let out a furious shout. The current him was completely comparable to a peak Xianzong, and with the addition of a peak yellow level zone master, killing Yi Chen was as easy as a slap in the face. Die! Black Impermanence stamped his foot on the ground, and his body was like an arrow off the string, shooting explosively towards Yi Chen. The speed was incredibly fast. It was as if the air was thrown behind him. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Then a figure shot out. It smashed hard on the ground. It was actually not Yi Chen, but Black Impermanence. How possible? Black Impermanence lay on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't believe that he had already raised his cultivation to the peak Xianzong level by using the golden needle stabbing point. Yet, he was still no match for Yi Chen. Moreover, he was killed in a second. The other party, just how strong was he? Could it be that he was an Earth zone? The data showed that Yi Chen was only in his 20s. An Earth relic in his 20s? You're kidding. But the facts told him that it wasn't a joke. Brother, White Impermanence let out a hoarse cry. I'll fight you. Although the two of them were free of evil, the affection between the two siblings was very good. At this moment, Black Impermanence's ferocious mouth had collapsed, and with the use of the golden needle, it was obvious that he would not live long. Just as White Impermanence was preparing to fight Yi Chen to the death, Black Impermanence grabbed White Impermanence's wrist and shook his head towards her. Sister, we are not his opponent. Escape. In fact, Black Impermanence knew that if Yi Chen was an Earth sect, it was impossible for White Impermanence to escape. Moreover, in the face of White Impermanence's beauty, Yi Chen was not moved in the slightest. Although White Impermanence was very wavy, however, her beauty was unquestionable. Her figure was also incomparably slim and slender. The wave power on her body was even more crazy for men. In the past, men saw her. She only needed one look to make that man fall under her pomegranate skirt. But today, she met Yi Chen. This man actually completely ignored her charm. Brother, we will die together even if we die. White Impermanence didn't run away, because she also knew that in front of an Earth sect, running away was meaningless. She turned to look at Yi Chen and said unwillingly, so what if your strength is higher? You're not even a man. The real-life version of the East undefeated. In this life, you won't be able to experience the wonders of a woman. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, who was originally prepared to result in the two siblings, stopped in his tracks when he heard this. Chapter 59, Incompetent Rage. Ever since he lost a kidney, Yi Chen's need for that area had indeed changed. The attraction of women to him had plummeted. In fact, in his heart, he wanted to try with Shen Aoxue, whether he was still good or not. Unfortunately, Shen Aoxue's eyes are high, completely did not put Yi Chen in the eyes. Simply do not give him a touch. So much so, he also often wondered if he was a normal man. During the years of learning on the mountain, his heart was filled with hatred, and he also didn't have that heart at all. On his way down the mountain, the killing emperor told him that he was not only a normal man, but also a man with unicorn kidneys. He also told him to go find those beautiful senior sisters of his if he couldn't help it. He had also been down the mountain for some time. The development of his relationship with Ning Xian wasn't going well either. As a result, it hadn't touched a woman either. He had suffered too many doubts. There had been many times when he was suspected to be wasted. Although, both Yi Chi and Su Yu were very considerate of his feelings and never brought up this matter. But in his heart, he actually had doubts. Is he actually good or not? Of course, the first time he saw Red Leaf, he had a little reaction. But after all, there was no real battle once. It was impossible to determine whether his function was complete or not. Bai Lingjiao saw Yi Chen frozen in place. She looked at her brother Bai Yulong in her arms, his life breath fading away. She continued to break out in curses. Ha ha, Yi Chen, do you want to kill me so badly? Come on, come and kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to turn into a man. At this moment, Bai Lingjia was obviously bent on seeking death, which was why she kept stabbing Yi Chen's pain points. Sister. Bai Yulong of course knew Bai Lingjiao's mind. Although the two were known as brother and sister, many people thought that the two were not brother and sister, but in reality, the two were indeed siblings. White Impermanence was named Bai Lingjiao, while Black Impermanence was named Bai Yulong. Yi Chen, let me tell you, the taste of a woman, but it's very wonderful, especially a woman like me. You don't see that I have had many men, but let me tell you, I specialize in the art of men and women, and the men who are with me, every single one of them voluntarily begs for their deaths. As long as they can ever feel pleasure with me, they are willing to even take their lives in exchange in order to beg for it once. Outside, I don't know how many men want to get me, but if I can't see it, even if he's powerful and rich, it's useless. It's a pity. It's a pity. Yi Chen, you're useless. Even if I'm the most superb woman in the world, you can't enjoy it. Isn't it very, very angry? Very suffocating? Ha ha ha, you are able to kill me, but so what? Old me. I've already felt the ultimate pleasure in this world, but you're destined to be a eunuch for life. The more Bai Lingjiao cursed, the more energized she became. Anyway, there was nothing else she could do. Cursing a sentence to earn a sentence. Shut the hell up. Yi Chen finally became angry. He instantly rushed towards Bai Lingjiao, directly knocking her out a dozen meters away and then holding her down in the wheat field. He choked Bai Zuanyao's neck, his eyes piercing red. At this moment, on Yi Chen's back, a red scale began to grow. The unicorn pattern appeared, and it kept spreading out around his body. It had to be said, Bai Lingjia was extremely beautiful. Her body was also incomparably hot, with her body again wearing a smudging fierce, and her slender legs covered with white tight casual pants. She looked like two chopsticks, standard chopstick legs, a pair of peach blossom eyes, just like Kin Hook Soul, long eyelashes, gently bouncing, like a mischievous elf. Her skin was like curdled fat, delicate and colorful, like a ripe peach. The evil fire in Yi Chen's heart instantly rushed to his head. He couldn't wait to rub this worldly beauty into his body immediately, but he still had a trace of sanity, forcibly suppressing the evil fire in his body. He just looked at White Impermanence with piercing red eyes. He wanted to directly break this woman's neck. However, His body was actually unwilling to do that. His body, it was as if it was about to be out of his control. Sister, Black Impermanence rolled over with difficulty, wanting to crawl over. Unfortunately, plopping explosions rang out from the large acupuncture points around his body. It left him completely paralyzed on the ground. The side effects of the golden needle stabbing acupuncture points exploded. His entire body was close to having his meridians broken. However, his powerful cultivation allowed him to not die immediately. He could only watch Yi Chen. Come on, kill me, you useless punk. Bai Lingjiao didn't seem to see the changes in Yi Chen's body, and continued to loudly insult Yi Chen. Yi Chen, when I say you're not a man, you're not a man. After all, if a different man had pressed me, it would have been long ago. Unfortunately, old lady's technique, you can't feel it. Bai Lingjiao insulted in one moment and sighed in another. Actually, Yi Chen was very handsome. It wasn't even worse than a star. Otherwise, it was impossible for Shen Aoxue to let him join the Shen family in the first place. After all, Shen Aoxue was a very arrogant person, despite looking down on Yi Chen, but his face still made her feel very dignified. That was why Bai Lingjiao wanted Yi Chen to explore the ultimate mysteries of life with her at first. She just didn't expect that Yi Chen was ridiculously strong. Surprisingly, he had reached the Earth sect level. Such a talent, even if it was placed in those hidden families, it was also 1 in a million. Shut up! Yi Chen hurried himself on the verge of losing control. He slapped Bai Lingjiao's white and tender face. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, what? Old lady poked your pain? You punk! But Bai Lingjiao wouldn't stop talking at all. She was going to die anyway, so why not have a good time with her mouth? Yi Chen, seeing as you have a good skin, why did you foolishly donate your kidney? Kidneys are the most valuable thing a man can have. I heard that Shen Aoxue didn't let you touch her once. That Shen Aoxue is really pretty looking. Unfortunately, you saved her life, but she gave you a big green hat. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Yi Chen kept slapping Bai Lingjiao. However, Bai Lingjiao continuously did not stop talking. Instead, she became more energized. Honestly, a man who can't touch a woman, what's the point of living? If I were you, I would have found a rock and crashed to death long ago. Yi Chen couldn't wait to find something to plug up White Impermanence's mouth. Come on, kill me quickly, old lady in this life. No loss, ha ha ha. Bai Lingjiao saw Yi Chen's appearance and knew that her words had stimulated Yi Chen, and laughed out loud. Any man, as long as the pressure on me Bai Lingjiao, surely will. And you, can only be impotent and furious? Looking at your angry appearance, I'm so happy. Bai Lingjiao adhered to the idea of not being able to kill Yi Chen but also to be angry with him, constantly stimulating Yi Chen. Bai Lingjiao's words finally made Yi Chen completely lose his mind. He grabbed Bai Lingjiao's smeared ferocity and violently. Chapter 60 Yi Chen goes crazy. After their touches came together, Bai Lingjiao froze. She had always thought that Yi Chen was a cripple, and the information showed that Yi Chen's body was crippled, but at this moment, she did not see where Yi Chen was crippled. It was simply more normal than any normal person. Bai Lingjiao looked at the handsome, powerful and fierce man in front of her. For a moment, she actually forgot to scold Yi Chen, and at this time, Yi Chen had completely lost his mind. The fire of the Qilin completely erupted. Xiaoming found her broken motorcycle. She was torn in her heart. She knew that she shouldn't follow it. Reason told her that it wasn't a situation she could deal with. She should wait for backup to arrive. But she still couldn't help but follow towards Yi Chen. She developed a strong curiosity. That man, it seemed like he was even more powerful than both of those two. What she had seen and heard today was completely beyond Xiaoming's knowledge. No wonder, Old Wei would tell her that the world was a big place, and there were some things that he couldn't control. In front of such a terrifying force, what she, a small constable, could do was indeed limited. But her duty told her that she couldn't back down when things went wrong. Finally, Xiaoming saw the Land Rover in a wheat field. No, to be precise, it should be the mangled pieces of the Land Rover. She stopped her motorcycle and then started looking. Soon, she found Black Impermanence in the wheat field next to her. At this moment, Black Impermanence was already lying on the ground, bleeding all over. It was already not far from death. Sure enough, just as she had guessed, Yi Chen was much stronger than those two criminals. It had already defeated Black Impermanence. Where's the other one? Xiaoming began to look for the woman who was driving the car. Soon, she was seeing a scene that shocked her, only to see that a man was bullying a woman. Looking at the clothes on the man should be Yi Chen, and the woman was none other than the Land Rover driver from before. Although, those two people were not good people, but Yi Chen couldn't bully a girl like this. Yi Chen, stop, you can't do this. Xiaoming shouted towards Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was completely deaf at this point. He had become a demon. Hurry up and stop. If you don't stop, I'm going to shoot. He Xiaoming saw that Yi Chen was not paying any attention to her. She wanted to take out her own matching gun, but she suddenly remembered that her gun had already been rubbed into scrap metal by that man. He Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. Finally, bravely, she walked over. Yi Chen, you're breaking the law. He Xiaoming grabbed Yi Chen's shoulders, trying to stop Yi Chen. With his shoulders grabbed, Yi Chen finally turned his head back. When He Xiaoming saw Yi Chen's appearance, immediately, she was startled, only to see that at this moment, Yi Chen's entire body was covered in red scales. It didn't look, at all, like a human. At this time, Bai Lingjiao finally opened her eyes. She also saw Yi Chen's appearance at this moment. She was immediately startled. You, what kind of monster are you? However, there was no reply. No matter what kind of monster you are, I love you to death, Bai Lingjiao said happily. This scene stunned He Xiaoming. Even, Bai Lingjiao actually said to He Xiaoming, little constable, don't disturb the old lady. He Xiaoming was instantly confused. At this moment, she actually didn't know what to do. Arrest Yi Chen? People Bai Lingjiao was volunteering. Catch Bai Lingjiao. But people are not empty right now. Seeing He Xiaoming staring blankly at the two of them, Bai Lingjiao glared at He Xiaoming and said, ah sir, you look at us like this, are you polite? Oh. Only then did He Xiaoming turn her head away in embarrassment. However, her mind was all filled with the images she had just seen. This woman, how could she be like that? It was also too shameless. And Yi Chen, how did he turn into a monster? Forget it, let's go and arrest Black Impermanence first. He Xiaoming came to Black Impermanence and wanted to cuff him. Little constable, if you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Black Impermanence no longer had the slightest power to resist, and could only glare angrily at He Xiaoming. He Xiaoming was so frightened that she sat down in the field at once, but soon, she was bracing herself and took out her handcuffs. I'm not afraid of you. Although her mouth said that she wasn't afraid, it was still evident from her trembling hands that she was scared to death. At this time, Black Impermanence also reacted. This female constable might be a chance for him and his sister to live. Little constable, why are you only one person? Quick, call your big troop over, Black Impermanence said to He Xiaoming. Oh, good. He Xiaoming then reacted. Hurrying to bring out her cell phone, she reported the situation here and sent the location. Seeing this scene, Black Impermanence was finally relieved. Sister, hold on. Hopefully, when the constables arrived, they would be able to stop Yi Chen. Falling into the hands of the constables was better than falling into Yi Chen's hands. In the hands of the constables, they might still be able to survive, but in Yi Chen's hands, they would definitely die. At this moment, Bai Lingjiao did feel like she was about to die. A touch of fear rose in her heart. One had to know that she was a yellow-grade high-level master. The strength of her body far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Under normal circumstances, she could fight 10 by herself. But now, a single Yi Chen actually made her unable to fight. She felt that she was about to fall apart. This wasn't a man. It was clearly a beast. Unfortunately, the beast couldn't hear her. Yi Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Spare me. Bai Lingjiao actually began to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, begging for mercy was useless. At this time, she had already somewhat regretted why she had provoked Yi Chen. How fiercely she had cursed before. How miserable she was now. Finally, Bai Lingjiao was overwhelmed and fainted. Why haven't your people arrived yet? Seeing that his sister had fainted, Black Impermanence's eyes were full of cracks that wanted to be bared. If this continued, his sister, perhaps, would be lifeless. Nay, his entire body's tendons and veins were broken, so he couldn't even go to help if he wanted to. How would I know? He Xiaoming was also incomparably anxious, although White Impermanence was a bad guy, but at this time, Yi Chen's behavior had also violated the law. Finally, after another 20 minutes, the sirens sounded. Soon, the constable arrived in front of He Xiaoming, and surrounded Yi Chen. The sight in front of them simply stunned everyone. The constable shouted towards Yi Chen when he saw this. Unfortunately, Yi Chen simply ignored it. Let go of that girl, the constable shouted and fired a warning shot towards the sky. Unfortunately, Yi Chen paid no attention. After firing his gun into the sky twice, the constable finally aimed his gun at Yi Chen, and pulled the trigger. Don't! He Xiaoming wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The bullet, towards Yi Chen, flew away. He Xiaoming closed her eyes, as if she didn't dare to look at the scene that was about to happen. Chapter 61. It's normal. Bang! The bullet hit Yi Chen's back, but, surprisingly, the bullet didn't go in. Rather, it was directly bounced off. This wasn't Yi Chen's body protecting deity chi. At this moment, Yi Chen had not mobilized his true chi at all. Just the scales on his body alone blocked the bullet. Was this still a human being? Keep shooting. The constables attacked together. The bullets hit Yi Chen's body, rubbing out a large spark and, making a clanking sound. It was as if Yi Chen possessed steel and iron bones. Until the bullets were empty, they did not cause a single damage to Yi Chen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Some couldn't believe what they were seeing. There was actually someone who could block bullets with his body. For a while, the constables didn't know what to do. Time passed minute by minute. The constables had been here for more than 10 minutes already. Little Meng, what's the situation? The captain of the constables came over to inquire. He Xiaoming didn't know how to answer either. In the end, He Xiaoming gritted his teeth and said, half an hour ago. Hearing He Xiaoming's words, everyone was stunned. At this moment, some people even sympathized with white impermanence. However, He Xiaoming did not say that the fiery red monster was what Yi Chen had changed into. It was probably out of a bit of selfishness on her part. The constables didn't dare to get close to the monster either, so they just watched from afar. After all, the other party's body couldn't even be pierced by bullets. God knows what would happen if they got close to him. Finally, another half an hour had passed. Yi Chen's eyes finally regained clarity. He looked at white impermanence, who had already passed out in front of him, and was also in disbelief. At this moment, white impermanence had already fainted. Hold your hands over your head and raise your hands immediately. At this time, the constables raised their guns once again. Yi Chenhui looked around and realized that he was already surrounded by the constables. Looking at his situation again, he was simply like a monster. Without hesitation, he got up and ran. His speed was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The constables wanted to go after him, but they probably couldn't. They could only give up. The crowd looked at white impermanence, who was lying in the wheat field, motionless, and finally, the captain snapped, female comrades, go over and take a look. Soon, He Xiaoming as well as the two female constables walked over. Upon seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, only to see that a large pit had appeared where white impermanence was lying, and white impermanence looked miserable. How is my sister? Black impermanence shouted towards the constables. Only then did He Xiaoming squat down to check. Then with a face full of surprise, she said, she's still alive. Quickly call an ambulance. After all, it was a female sect master, and wouldn't die so easily. He Xiaoming hurriedly took off her own jacket and covered white impermanence. Soon, white impermanence, black impermanence all got into the ambulance. Xiaoming, what kind of monster was that? When the captain recalled the scene he saw earlier, his heart was palpitating. That way, it looked like it should be a person, but a human. How could it grow scales? Why do I feel that the clothes on him are somewhat familiar? Old Wei, the constable, frowned. He felt that the clothes worn by that monster seemed like déjà vu. He Xiaoming immediately looked at Old Wei nervously. Fortunately, Old Wei only felt familiar and did not recall where he had seen it before. A few minutes later, Yi Chen had returned to normal. The scales on his body had completely disappeared. This was also the first time Yi Chen had encountered this situation. In the past, scales would also grow on his body, but they were tightly packed in a small portion. But today, it was actually covered by scales all over his body. It was also fortunate that his entire body was covered in scales at that time. Those constables couldn't recognize him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good. However, that female constable called Xiaoming should know that it was him. But so what? As long as he didn't admit it, the constables couldn't do anything about it. What he didn't expect the most was that he actually gave the white impermanence. Although, at that time he had already lost control. But, there was still a trace of sanity left. Know what happened? White impermanence, indeed, was as outstanding as she said. It wasn't like Yi Chen hadn't done that kind of thing before, but compared to this time, it was a world of difference. Yi Chen looked at the time. It was found that 2 hours had passed since he got into white impermanence's car. It seems that I am normal and, moreover, very powerful. Although by chance, he was stimulated by white impermanence and lost his mind, but this at least proved that he wasn't sick. There was also the scale of his. Would it only grow out then? Then he would lose control. In that case, the other party would definitely not be able to withstand it if they didn't have a senior sect master cultivation. Then wouldn't he have no way to talk to? Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. Yi Chen tidied up his clothes, then called a car and prepared to rush back to the imperial mansion. After all, the killer was definitely more than just black and white. There must be others. Red Leaf might not be able to deal with it. Yi Chen guessed correctly. At this time, there were already many killers who knew about Yi Chen's residence and headed to the imperial mansion. Although, Red Leaf had already transferred everyone from the Rakshasa Hall. However, she was still uneasy. After all, the enemy that came this time was not trivial. She had to hold out until Yi Chen returned. The entire imperial mansion was filled with a feeling of a mountain rain. Chapter 62 Blood Battle in the Imperial Mansion. Ambulance. Oh my god, what has she suffered? a female emergency doctor was treating Bai Lingjiao. Upon seeing the injuries she had sustained, her entire body was stunned. With her experience, she could tell that Bai Lingjiao's injuries were caused by a man. But, how was this possible? In this world, how could there be such a powerful man? Bai Lingjiao's body, it looked exactly like it was given by a wild beast. This shouldn't be an injury that a human could cause. As for Bai Lingjiao's body, it was also quite exaggerated. There were multiple bone cracks and fractures all over her body. There was a lot of blood flowing. She actually didn't die. After all, she was a female sect master. The ability to withstand was still very strong. Under the doctor's rescue, plus after such a long period of time, Bai Lingjiao's strength finally recovered a bit. However, at this time, Bai Lingjiao's eyes had completely changed. In the past, her eyes were filled with ferocity, violence and viciousness. But now, in her eyes, there was a touch of fear. Yes, it was too terrifying. Even taking the initiative to exert her top-notch techniques, it couldn't even beat Yi Chen. One must know that Bai Lingjiao was a specialized expert. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't the slightest problem with one beating 10. But today, she was actually defeated by Yi Chen. She was defeated miserably, no matter how strong her skills were. The other party, 1 power to 10. There was also that state of Yi Chen, like he had turned into a wild beast. Terrifying. It's okay, you'll be fine. The female doctor saw the fear in Bai Lingjiao's eyes and softly comforted her. But, Bai Lingjiao suddenly sat up. With one hand, she held the female doctor down. Her hand grabbed the scissors and was about to stab the female doctor's neck. But just at this time, the images from the wheat field suddenly flooded into her mind, making her body unable to stop trembling. The fight with Yi Chen had actually caused a great psychological trauma to her. To know, in the past, it was her who treated others like that. It turned out, it was that kind of feeling. Bai Lingjiao's scissors ended up sticking on the bedboard. The next moment, she kicked the glass of the ambulance and then the person jumped out of the window. The female doctor was scared out of her wits and thought she was going to be finished. Her heart was even more astonished. This woman, who just looked like she was about to die, actually had this kind of strength. But at this time, Bai Lingjiao was indeed too weak. After jumping out of the car, she tumbled many times before stopping. She wanted to go save her brother, but eventually gave up. For one thing, she didn't have the strength to save Bai Yulong. Secondly, Bai Yulong was injured so badly that if she saved him, Bai Yulong might also die, falling into the hands of the constable. With what Bai Yulong had done, he would definitely be heavily sentenced. However, before that, the constable would definitely heal Bai Yulong first. Therefore, there was no need to worry. She had to get well as soon as possible, so that she could save Bai Yulong. Having captured the black and white irregulars, He Xiaoming naturally became the biggest beneficiary, finally becoming an official constable. Imperial Mansion. The people of the Rakshasa Hall were all on high alert. Any hint of wind and grass would not be spared. Auntie, Su Yu, in a while, you guys will hide in the basement. Don't come out. Hong Yi directly brought Yi Qi and Su Yu to the basement. No matter what, she had to ensure the safety of the two. Girl, you have to protect yourself too. Yi Qi looked at Hong Yi with a very complicated heart. Obviously, Red Leaf was not as simple as she thought. She had thought that Hong Yi was a meek female president, but now she realized, Red Leaf's men were all very afraid of her. In front of her men, she also acted very domineering and strong, especially when she was lecturing the thousands of Rakshasa Hall's men. Like a queen, but it was such a king-like woman, was actually willing to show a gentle side in front of her, an ordinary woman. Obviously, it was all because of loving Yi Chen. It was also unknown what exactly Yi Chen had gone through in these 3 years. This godson of his own. It seemed that he had also become no longer simple. Don't worry, Auntie, I will. Red Leaf smiled gently at the two. Then, it was closing the door of the basement. Sister Red Leaf is so handsome. Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim, I wish I could be half as handsome as Sister Red Leaf. When Red Leaf returned to the top, the people from the Rakshasa Hall had already fought with the incoming offenders. Although, there were quite a few people from the Rakshasa Hall, but the ones who came, there were more. This was the energy of the heavenly green war god. With a single word, he had mobilized the power of nearly half of Yuzhou. I really don't know how strong the heavenly green war god himself is. Almost everyone had heard of the name war god. However, how strong the war god was rarely recognized. However, judging from these killers who were trying to get the rewards of the war god, one could tell how much energy a war god had. Obviously, the Rakshasa Hall was simply powerless to stop it. The most frightening thing was, in addition to the killers from all over Yuzhou, there were also many other underground forces from Jiandu. They had long been looking at the Rakshasa Hall with displeasure. It was just that, due to the strength of the Rakshasa Hall, they didn't dare to make a move against the Rakshasa Hall. But now, it was obvious that the wall had fallen. those forces had also joined in, obviously, wanting to exterminate the Rakshasa Hall in one fell swoop. Soon, thousands of people had gathered outside the imperial mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that most people wanted to fish in troubled waters, the Rakshasa Hall wouldn't have been able to carry it for 10 minutes. But even then, the other party's power was crushing. The Rakshasa Hall was in danger. Rakshasa obediently come out to die. A big man was holding a steel sword, constantly hacking and slashing the people of the Rakshasa Hall, his mouth shouting. This person's name was Hong Chi, and he was once the leader of the Hong gang. His strength was on par with Hong Yi. He had once fought with the Rakshasa Hall. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the Rakshasa Hall. Today, taking the opportunity to kill the door, Red Leaf took on Hong Chi. Although, after learning the 7 killing steps, her strength had increased considerably, but after all, her body had not yet healed from her injuries, so she was unexpectedly unable to defeat Hong Chi. Moreover, besides Hong Chi, there were several other forces. All of them had feuded with the Rakshasa Hall. Hyena, crazy wolf, why don't we join forces and take down this together? Hong Chi shouted towards the leaders of several other forces. Immediately, several leaders, all rushed over. A siege was formed against Hong Yi. Red Leaf instantly fell into a disadvantage. Soon, his back was slashed by Hong Chi. His abdomen was also kicked, and blood spilled from his mouth. At this time, the other people from the Rakshasa Hall were all under the siege of countless powerhouses, constantly getting injured and falling. Blood dyed the ground red. Red Leaf, aren't you very strong? Where is the arrogance that you had when you destroyed my Hong gang? Hong Chi was unforgiving, and the steel blade in his hand slashed out frantically. A knife slashed at Red Leaf's shoulder, and the slash didn't penetrate more than an inch. Chapter 63, Mutiny. Boom boom. Red Leaf's body was sent flying by the combined efforts of several experts. It fell hard onto the ground. She had been hit by several knives, and her cheongsam had been hacked apart, revealing hideous wounds and large swaths of snow-white skin. Blood was even flowing wildly from her mouth, especially her back. She was hit by the mad wolf's wolf toothstick, and by the spikes on the wolf toothstick. Several rows of bloody holes were nailed out on her back. Fresh blood gurgled out. Marred. Hong Chi, you hit too hard. The leader of the wolf gang on the side opened his mouth when he saw this. Crazy wolf, you have the nerve to talk about me. Those kicks you just gave weren't bad either. Crazy wolf hemmed and hawed and laughed. Rakshasa, surrender. If you keep fighting, you will definitely die. The man with a face that looked like a dog said. He was the leader of the hyena gang. Dog face. Red Leaf didn't talk nonsense. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly stood up. Obviously, surrender was out of the question. In her Rakshasa's eyes, there was no such word as surrender. Under normal circumstances, none of these three were her opponents. All of them were existences that were trampled under her feet. But today, the three joined forces, plus she herself was injured. She was actually not an opponent. Rakshasa, all they want is Yi-Chen. There's no need for you to hitch yourself. Why don't you consider joining my hyena gang and becoming my suppress lady? The hyena leader grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, matching his dog face, as disgusting as it could be. Hyena, other person Rakshasa is at least a superb beauty. Just your appearance. Don't scare her. It's better to join my wolf gang. Why not join my Hong gang? Hong Chi said with some dissatisfaction. Damn you, Hong gang is only you. What's there to join? Several chiefs, holding their respective weapons, surrounded Red Leaf, constantly uttering words of molestation. After all, Red Leaf was a woman that countless men had dreamed of conquering, especially for these few chiefs. If they could conquer Red Leaf, it would definitely be their greatest honor. Without any nonsense, Red Leaf directly killed towards the three men. Forget it, don't even argue. The three of us will directly subdue her and play with her for 2 days each. The hyena grinned and heatedly laughed. Good. The three of them once again teamed up to attack Red Leaf. Red Leaf was once again sent flying out. This time, she was almost unable to stand up. It took a lot of effort to stand up. The disciples of the Rakshasa Hall, on the other hand, couldn't hold on any longer. They were even a bit confused. Why did Big Sister want them to participate in this unwinnable battle? They weren't afraid of death, but they didn't want to die for nothing, especially for someone who was not related to them. We will only kill Yi-Chen. Give up resistance and spare your lives. At this moment, many of the disciples of the Rakshasa Hall hesitated. After all, if they were asked to die for Red Leaf, they would not have the slightest hesitation, but to die for Yi-Chen, they were unwilling. Finally, some people put down their weapons, choosing to surrender. Traitor, the second elder of the Rakshasa Hall, Lu Hong, cursed, we owe it to Big Sister. For Big Sister, we can throw our heads and spill our blood. But him, Yi-Chen, why should we fight for him? That's right, why should we fight for him? Soon, there were quite a few people who chose to surrender. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong was also anxious. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. In fact, in her heart, she was also very unwilling. For Yi Chen, her sister, Lu Green had already died. Now, more disciples of the Rakshasa Hall were dying for Yi Chen. Anyway, you have already betrayed the Rakshasa Hall, and it's impossible for you to return to the Rakshasa Hall. Why don't you join us and kill Yi Chen, and when the time comes, the heavenly green god of battle will surely reward you heavily. Someone egged on. Many people from the Rakshasa Hall were somewhat moved. Finally, Third Elder Blue Moon failed to hold her tongue. She gritted her teeth and said, "That's right, Big Sister disregards our lives and deaths for a man who is not related to us. She no longer deserves to be our Big Sister. Kill Yi Chen, get a reward. Kill Yi Chen, get a reward." Soon, there was a large group of people that gathered around Blue Moon. They began to attack the people of the Rakshasa Hall. For a while, it became even more difficult for the Rakshasa Hall to cope. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. However, just as the Rakshasa Hall was about to lose its support, Yi Chen finally returned. Upon seeing the situation in the Imperial Mansion, his face suddenly became very ugly. There were actually so many people coming. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed in. Hong Chi raised the steel sword in his hand, and Crazy Wolf raised his wolf tooth stick, preparing to completely knock Red Leaf down. "Stop!" Right at this moment, a loud shout rang out. The three of them turned around, only to see a figure rushing over. Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen, Red Leaf finally couldn't hold on and her body softly collapsed. Yi Chen instantly came to her side and held her up. Looking at Red Leaf, whose entire body was injured, Yi Chen felt very guilty in his heart. The previous Red Leaf, that was the king of Jiangdu's underground. Infinite splendor. A big shot who had to shake at the underground forces of Jiangdu if he said a word. But since he followed him, at any time, his life hangs in the balance. The old wounds have not healed, but new wounds have been added. Yi Chen wrapped one hand around Red Leaf, swept his gaze indifferently towards the three and asked in a single word, "Did you injure her?" Seeing Yi Chen appear, the three leaders obviously paused for a moment. Obviously, they were still afraid of Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen had killed the war god's disciple. With their strength, it was obvious that they could not be Yi Chen's opponent. "Yi Chen, we know that you're powerful, but so what if you're even more powerful? There are thousands of people who came to kill you today. You're bound to die." Hong Chi narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm asking, did you guys hurt her?" Yi Chen repeated, "So what if it was?" Crazy Wolf held up his wolf toothstick and said arrogantly. However, the next moment, Yi Chen appeared in front of Crazy Wolf. He snatched the wolfsbane from his hand. The wolf teeth stick ruthlessly struck Crazy Wolf's head. Boom! The Crazy Wolf's head, like a watermelon, directly exploded. After finishing off Crazy Wolf, Yi Chen swept his gaze towards the other two. Seeing Crazy Wolf's headless body fall, Hong Chi and Hyena swallowed saliva furiously in their mouths. Subconsciously, they wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Yi Chen would not give them a chance at all. After injuring Hong Yi so badly, how could he stay his hand? Brush! Yi Chen threw out the wolf tooth rod in his hand. The wolf tooth stick broke through the air and directly passed through the hyena's chest. It smashed a large hole in his body. Hong Chi was scared silly. What kind of terrifying battle power was this? Escape! At this moment, in his heart, he only had this one thought. Unfortunately, he had just had this thought. Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. His gaze was icy cold to the extreme, filled with biting killing intent. Yi Chen is here. Kill Yi Chen. At this time, the killers finally reacted. Their purpose was not to fight with the Rakshasa Hall, but to kill Yi Chen. Chapter 64. Surrounded by 10,000s of people, Yi Chen kicked Hong Chi's chest. Hong Chi's body immediately flew out like a kite with broken strings. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. After landing on the ground, he was unable to get up anymore. His chest collapsed into a large area, and he soon died. Yi Chen looked around. There were several thousand people surrounding him. The entire Imperial Mansion was filled with enemies. Their mouths were shouting that they wanted to kill him. There were even some people who originally belonged to the Rakshasa Hall shouting to kill him. Most of the people from the Rakshasa Hall, Yi Chen did not recognize, but a few of the elders, he still had some impression. For example, Blue Moon was the third elder of the Rakshasa Hall. At this moment, he was actually leading a group of people to attack the people of the Rakshasa Hall as well. Having been surrounded by strong men, and having been turned back by more than 100 people by Blue Moon. At this time, the people of the Rakshasa Hall had only a measly 500 or so people. The number of enemies was several times that of their own people. Moreover, even those who were left had unwillingness in their eyes. Yi Chen could see that. Obviously, they were not willing to fight for him. The reason why they had persevered until now, it was all because of Red Leaf. Everyone's kindness, I, Yi Chen, have remembered. Please retreat to heal your wounds. Next, leave it to me. Yi Chen clasped his fist towards the people from the Rakshasa hall whose bodies were all covered in wounds. Then, he turned to look at those who had come to kill him. He's going to single-handedly take on everyone by himself? Seeing this scene, everyone's brows furrowed. Yi Chen was strong and could kill Su Tianyu. However, this was a team of thousands and thousands of people. It was just exhaustion that could tire him out. What's more, these people dared to come to kill Yi Chen. They all had a few skills. In front of a sea of people with so many powerful people, even if it was the heavenly sect, it would be hard to escape death. At this moment, Yi Chen did not have the slightest fear in his eyes, but instead became excited. The Qilin fire that had been doused in the previous battle with white impermanence burned up once again. Kid, no matter how strong you are, today, you will definitely die. Obviously, no one believed that Yi Chen could challenge thousands of people by himself. Yi Chen didn't have any nonsense. He picked up the steel sword that Hong Qi had dropped on the ground, and directly rushed into the crowd. Puff puff puff, blood splattered and severed limbs flew. Wherever Yi Chen's steel blade passed, everything was cut in two. No one could withstand Yi Chen's second slash. One life after another, turned into a dead soul under Yi Chen's blade. At this moment, the people of the Rakshasa hall were stunned. In their line of work, they worshipped the strongest. The reason why they followed Red Leaf so devotedly was because Red Leaf was a strong man. Of course, it wasn't just because of Red Leaf's strength. It is also because of Red Leaf's personality. Although Red Leaf is a cold person, he is extremely protective of his men. However, she was extremely protective of her men. As long as she dared to bully her people, she would kill them. As a result, everyone had great faith in her. At this moment, when they saw Yi Chen's great kill, the eyes of the people from the Rakshasa hall all blossomed with light. They also seemed to somewhat understand why Hong Yi was so dead set against Yi Chen. After all, not anyone had the courage to single-handedly challenge thousands of people. Don't be afraid, everyone. There are thousands of us. I don't believe he can kill us all. Of course, there were those who were not afraid of death, thinking that Yi Chen must have consumed a lot after killing hundreds of people in a flash, wanted to pick up the advantage. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's knife was still sharp. He was like a meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these comers. 10 minutes passed. Bodies were gathered around Yi Chen. There were already thousands of people that had been beheaded by him. However, he did not show any signs of exhaustion. At this moment, the red scales appeared once again. However, it only appeared behind the back. After blood dripped onto the scales on his back, Yi Chen actually felt as if his energy had been replenished. As a result, not only did he not exhaust himself, instead, he became more and more courageous. Finally, when Yi Chen killed 2,000 people, fear sprang up in the hearts of those who were left. Although, the rewards of the god of war were tempting, but if their lives were lost, everything would be lost. Finally, the killers wanted to retreat. But, just at this time, a large group of people arrived. It was several thousand people again. In this way, the number of people who came to kill Yi Chen not only didn't decrease, but instead became even more. The thousands of people who arrived after this were the people that Chi Weigua had brought with him. The revenge of his grandson's murder was something he had to avenge. Therefore, he used all of his financial resources and connections, gathered such a team. The team of killers, together with the people brought by Chi Weigua, exceeded 10,000 people. Seeing this scene, a color of powerlessness appeared on Red Leaf's face. Although Yi Chen had killed over 2,000 people, but 2,000 people was just a fraction. Could he still kill these 10,000 people? 10,000 people. Just the saliva alone could drown a person. Big sister, stop being obsessive. Today, no one can protect Yi Chen. Blue Moon shouted at Red Leaf. In fact, she didn't want to fight with this former sister on a knife edge. She just didn't want her brothers to die in vain. Red Leaf glanced at Blue Moon and did not say anything more. Instead, she directly walked towards the battlefield. She made her attitude clear. Even if she died, she would die with Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, the people of the Rakshasa hall were also infected. They all picked up their weapons and wanted to join Red Leaf. No one is allowed to move. Red Leaf, however, drank them down. She could have died for Yi Chen, and was willing to die for him. However, she was not willing, for her siblings, to die like this. After all, this was an extremely unequal battle. To want to survive in the hands of so many people, I was only afraid that it would require a strong person who surpassed the heavenly sect to be able to do so. Yi Chen looked at Red Leaf, who was dragging his tired body towards himself to kill. A touch of emotion appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, Red Leaf was too weak. Just after charging into the crowd, he was cut to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Chen arrived in time. Saved Red Leaf. The two stood back to back. Around them, there was a black crowd. Not afraid of death? Yi Chen asked softly. Afraid of? Red Leaf replied. Then you still came. Red Leaf, I'm your maid. Yi Chen, no, you are my friend. Red Leaf smiled in a dignified manner. Slowly, She raised the dagger in her hand. Chen, today is the day you die. Kill me. Leave no one behind. Chi Weiguo let out a low cry. In the next moment, thousands of warriors behind him swarmed in. Today, he would bloodily wash the imperial mansion and kill everyone in it to avenge his grandson's death. Kill. Those killers who were originally ready to retreat also regained their confidence once again. 10,000 people. They could consume Chen to death even if they were consumed. If they left now, then all the blood that had been shed before would be in vain. However, right at this moment, two figures came through the air. They landed in the crowd with a loud bang. It was so huge that it smashed out two small pits in the ground. Who is Chen? Chapter 65 Bloodbath Angel. These two figures that suddenly appeared were two exotic women. They were tall and full-bodied, wearing battle armor. That battle armor, however, was not wrapping the entire body. Instead, it was merely wrapping the important locations. The arms, belly, and legs above the knees were all exposed. Their face value was explosive. Fair skin, valiant posture. Especially, on their bodies again, there was a pair of white wings. It looked like the angels in the legend. Seeing this scene, a touch of ecstasy surfaced on Chi Weiguo's face. These two women, at a glance, had extraordinary battle power. Moreover, the moment they came, they called Chen's name. Most likely, they were also here to kill Chen. It seemed that the heavenly green war god's face was just great. It actually called two female angels to kill Chen. Chen, let's see if you won't die today. Chi Weiguo laughed. However, Chen didn't pay any attention to Chi Weiguo as his eyes sized up the two female angels, although he knew that there were angels. But this was the first time he had seen one. Who is Chen? The two female angels once again opened their mouths to inquire. I am. Chen replied. In the next moment, the two female angels actually half-kneeled in front of Chen. Battle Angel Waveheart, Hikari, meet Master. Chen nodded, but his expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Just the two of you? Wasn't it said that the angel order could mobilize a legion of 3,000 beautiful angels? It actually came to just two. This Yi Sha was also too stingy. At this time, Chi Weiguo's face became ugly. He had thought that these two female angels had come to kill Chen. Unexpectedly, they actually called Chen Master. However, there wasn't much of an impact. In front of an army of tens of thousands, two more or two less had no effect at all. Then, let's just kill them all. May I ask for an order? The two female angels asked Chen. Chen's face twitched. Did he even need to ask? They want to kill me. Can't you guys see that? Chen said. The two female angels stood up and swept their gazes around. Inside and outside the entire imperial mansion, tens of thousands of people had gathered. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear on the faces of the two. The two first struck each other's palms. Then they flew in both directions. They could actually really fly. The two flew to a position 20 to 30 meters away from each other. Then, they flew towards the crowd in a hurry. Everyone looked at these two beautiful angels in confusion, not knowing what they were going to do. In their hands, they did not take out any weapons. Could it be that they wanted to fight tens of thousands of people with their bare hands? Finally, after a few seconds, people knew what was going on. After the two angels flew past the crowd, the bodies of those who were between them were all split in two. It was as if there was an invisible blade between the two angels. Wherever they passed, everything was cut in half. The two angels flew around in the crowd like this. Instantly, thousands of people were split by the invisible blade. The crowd fell like cut wheat. Almost every second, hundreds of people died. They wanted to escape, but how could they be faster than the angels that could fly? No, they weren't angels at all. Rather, they were murderous devils. This scene shocked everyone. No one dared to underestimate these two angels anymore. No one thought they were beautiful. They were even more ferocious than the devil. In less than a minute, several thousand people fell in a pool of blood. Their bodies were split in two. The two angels just flew around in the crowd, relentlessly harvesting lives. Earlier, Chen had cut down 2,000 people by himself. It was already shocking enough. But now, the two female angels were even more shocking and frightening. At this moment, no matter if it was the people brought by Chi Weiguo, or the killers who had come over themselves, all of them collapsed. There was no more desire to fight. Between them, there's a silk thread. Get down. At this time, someone finally saw it clearly. Originally, between the two angels, there was an extremely thin silk thread. That silk thread was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, but it was incredibly sharp, let alone a human body. Even some people's weapons were split in two by the silk thread. Obviously, this silk thread was made of a special substance. People woke up like a dream, one after another. They fell to the ground. Sure enough, after lying on the ground, the angels flew by and would not be struck again. However, just in this short period of time, there were already over 5,000 people who had died at the hands of the angels. Shocking, incomparably shocking. Even Yi Chen was very surprised. Even if these two angels weren't strong, their killing efficiency was absolutely awesome. Seeing that the crowd had finally discovered their end, they were all lying on the ground. The two female angels also gave up using the guillotine. Guillotine is the name of this move, because the height of the golden thread is just at the position of the person's neck. Once the golden thread passes, the head falls to the ground. Therefore, they named this move guillotine. A full 1,000 people had just had their heads sliced off in this way. Originally, it was thought that without the guillotine, the angels' killing efficiency would be reduced by quite a bit, but the two female angels directly drew a battle sword from their back. Then they killed into the crowd. The battle power of the two female angels was also astonishing. The killing efficiency was not slower than Yi Chen in the slightest, especially since they had the enhancement of their wings. Killing people was even faster. In just a few moments, thousands of people were killed. Blood stained their white feathers red, their armor was dyed red, their skin was dyed red. They became two bloodbath angels. Yi Chen also joined in the killing. Since he wanted to kill him, he had to be prepared to be killed. The three of them were like a meat grinder, sweeping through everything. No wonder. Master Killing Emperor said that a legion of 3,000 angels could bulldoze everything. Just the two female angels alone were already as terrifying as they were. The number of people is decreasing rapidly. 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. At this moment, no matter if it's the people brought by Chi Weigua or the killers, they've all been killed. They no longer have the desire to fight. They all wanted to escape, leave no one behind. However, Yi Chen gave orders towards the two female angels. The two female angels had the added power of their wings. Those people, there was no way they could escape from them. However, the number of people was still a bit large. In order to avoid being killed, they chose to flee in all directions. No matter how powerful the angels were, there were only two of them. Could it be that it was still possible to kill them all at the same time? Those who were able to survive the angels' killings were also the stronger ones. Once they fled in all directions, the angels simply wouldn't be able to stop them all either. Soon, the fleeing people all disappeared into the night. There were also a few unlucky ones that were killed by the angels. Looking at the people who had completely disappeared, the two female angels were in no hurry at all, because they had already used a special method to mark everyone. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, they could still find them. Chapter 66 Yi Chen demonstrates miracles. This was destined to be a night of bloodshed. Whole tens of thousands of people lost their fresh lives. Blood stained every corner of the imperial mansion. Even though Red Leaf had the Rakshasa Hall do its best to clean up afterward, the thick smell of blood also lingered for a long time. Big sister, we were wrong. Blue Moon brought the brothers of the mutinous Rakshasa Hall and knelt in front of Red Leaf. Just now, Yi Chen had specially explained to the two female angels, leaving those who had mutinied from the Rakshasa Hall alive. Otherwise, I'm afraid that they would have long been beheaded by the angels by now. Fear was written all over each of their faces. They knew what the consequences of betrayal were in the Rakshasa Hall. They looked at Red Leaf with trembling, waiting for Red Leaf's judgment. Red Leaf's gaze swept over those sisters who had once died for him. Her expression was incomparably cold. She was not a kind person by nature. These people, who dared to betray themselves at a critical moment, she would definitely not be lightly spared. Kill. Red Leaf gave the order. Big sister, spare my life. Big sister, for the sake of me following you for so many years, spare my life. Seeing that Red Leaf was actually going to execute them, everyone began to beg for mercy. Kill. However, Red Leaf did not have the slightest expression on his face. The Red Leaf at this moment was not Red Leaf, but a Rakshasa, the true Rakshasa. I'm sorry, although I also really don't want to kill you all, but this is Big Sister's order, Lu Hong said through clenched silver teeth. In her heart, she was very thankful that she had kept her heart at that time and didn't mutiny. Otherwise, she would be the one to be killed now. But in the end, Lu Hong still couldn't lay her hands on her. She knelt in front of Red Leaf. Elder sister, seeing as they've all born and died for you, let's spare their lives. Lu Hong pleaded with Red Leaf for mercy. Please, Big sister, be lenient. At this time, the other people from the Rakshasa Hall also knelt down and pleaded for mercy for those who had gone rogue. Red Leaf did not have the slightest change of expression on her face. It was cold and frightening. Indeed, these were her brothers and sisters. But they had already mutinied. If, in this battle, it was them who won, do you think you guys would be able to survive? Red Leaf's gaze swept towards those who pleaded for the traitors. All of them looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, if this battle, Red Leaf lost, I'm only afraid that everyone would have to die, even if the traitor didn't kill them. Those killers, and the people Chi Weigua brought with him, would definitely not let them go. After all, Chi Weigua had said that he would kill everyone in the imperial mansion. Seeing that the crowd stopped talking, Red Leaf gave the order once again. Kill. On the faces of those traitors, all of them wore the color of despair. They understood Red Leaf. Once she was ruthless. Even if they were her own sisters, she wouldn't show any mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of the title of Rakshasa. Let them go. However, just as the people of the Rakshasa Hall were about to move to kill the traitors, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, those renegades all revealed a flash of hope, because the person who said this was actually Yi Chen. They knew that Red Leaf listened to Yi Chen the most. At this time, I was only afraid that only Yi Chen would be able to stop Red Leaf from killing them. Red Leaf looked at Yi Chen for a moment, then let out a long breath, saying, "Since Young Yi pleaded for you guys, then I will spare you. Thank you big sister for not killing me." Everyone kowtowed and thanked. "You guys should thank Xiao Yi," Red Leaf coldly said. "Thank you Xiao Yi." The crowd kowtowed to Yi Chen again. However, as the alpha figure, Blue Moon, you know what to do. Red Leaf looked at Blue Moon with an indifferent gaze. Originally, hearing Red Leaf pardon them, Blue Moon was still happy, but after hearing Red Leaf's words, her pretty face turned pale. She said with a dark expression, "Subordinate knows." In the next moment, Blue Moon directly drew out a dagger and with a poof, plunged it into her disobedience. It directly sliced open the abdomen. At that instant, intestines flowed out. The scene was incomparably frightening. This was the punishment for traitors, opening the belly and severing the intestines. Many people turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch the scene. "Big sister, take care of my parents." Blue Moon's whole body trembled in pain, and her tears flowed out madly. "Don't worry, I will." Red Leaf sighed lightly. As the third elder of the Rakshasa Hall, Blue Moon had not been with her for a short period of time. The two of them had long been as close as sisters. However, since she was the boss of the Rakshasa Hall, she could not be merciful. The luster in Blue Moon's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. However, a smile surfaced on her face. "Big sister, being able to be your subordinate is the happiest thing in my life." After saying that, the Blue Moon's eyes slowly closed. Seeing this scene, the people of the Rakshasa Hall, all of them also showed a strong color of sadness. Although Blue Moon deserved what she got, however, it was also their brother who was born to die. Just at this time, several light shadows suddenly flew towards Blue Moon. They were stuck on Blue Moon. It was Yi Chen who had struck. "Young Yi, what are you doing?" Red Leaf looked at Yi Chen with some confusion. "After all, she has also put her life on the line for me, so let's consider it as a credit or a demerit," Yi Chen said indifferently. He could see that, killing Blue Moon, although Red Leaf did not have much expression on her face. However, it could be seen from her eyes. She was very reluctant to give up. In fact, Blue Moon did not count as betraying Red Leaf. She was just unwilling to sacrifice her life for Yi Chen. Under Yi Chen's treatment, Blue Moon soon came to her senses. She looked at Yi Chen somewhat blankly, not knowing what was going on. "Moon, it was Young Yi who saved you," Lu Hong said to Blue Moon. Blue Moon looked at her abdomen and realized that all the wounds on her abdomen had actually disappeared. This was also too amazing. Everyone from the Rakshasa Hall was also amazed at the miracle. It was not expected that Yi Chen would actually have such a great ability. Wouldn't that mean that if they suffered any serious injuries in the future, Yi Chen would be able to heal them? "Thank you for saving Yi Xiao's life. If Yi Xiao doesn't mind, from now on, Blue Moon swears to follow you to the death." Blue Moon knelt in front of Yi Chen. "Good." Yi Chen nodded. "Moon, it's great that you're alright." Blue Moon did not die, and the people of the Rakshasa Hall were very happy. "Alright, everyone, clean up the battlefield immediately." Red Leaf ordered the people to start clearing the battlefield. "Yi Chen, thank you for sparing the people of the Rakshasa Hall, and thank you for saving Moon." After ordering, Red Leaf came to Yi Chen's side and said to him. Yi Chen looked at Red Leaf and smiled. "Actually, even if I don't let them go, you won't kill them, right?" Red Leaf was stunned at her words. She did not expect that Yi Chen had actually seen through her thoughts. Indeed, the reason why she must kill those traitors, it was actually to make Yi Chen plead for them. That way, those people would be grateful to Yi Chen and would be willing to fight for him. And ordering Blue Moon to die was also because Red Leaf knew that Yi Chen could cure Blue Moon. "Red Leaf, come, let me take a look at your wounds." Yi Chen looked at the scarred Red Leaf and said with incomparable tenderness. Chapter 67, King's Specialization. Although the time they had known each other was just a few days, Red Leaf had become one of the most important people in Yi Chen's life. He hadn't done anything for Red Leaf, but this woman, however, was willing to put her life on the line for him. Red Leaf's injuries were far more serious than Blue Moon's. He really didn't know what had kept her going until now without collapsing. Yi Chen brought Red Leaf to his bedroom. Red Leaf very obediently took off her clothes. She exposed her wounds in front of Yi Chen. Seeing the injuries that Red Leaf had sustained, Yi Chen couldn't help but have a look of awe emerge in his eyes. There were dozens of wounds on Red Leaf's body, and there were no less than 10 wounds that were more than 10 centimeters long. Some of the wounds were deep enough to see the bones. In addition to the new wounds added today, there were many old wounds on Red Leaf's body. Everyone felt that Red Leaf as the underground queen, unlimited splendor. But who knew what she had paid for it? Chen couldn't help but gently caress those dark wounds. He knew that Red Leaf's journey could not have been smooth sailing. These wounds were the proof. Young Yi, isn't Red Leaf ugly? Seeing Chen looking at the wounds on her body in a daze, Red Leaf gritted her teeth and said, she still remembered that the first time, she wanted to accompany Chen to bathe together. Chen had refused her. Perhaps, Chen disliked the ugly scars on her body. Chen shook his head. These scars, not only did they not make Chen feel that Red Leaf was unattractive, instead, it was even more admirable to this woman. Hong Yi, do you want to get rid of these scars? Chen opened his mouth and asked, May I? Red Leaf looked at Chen with a face full of anticipation. She was a woman, and as long as she was a woman, she would care about her body, although she looked beautiful on the surface, but only she knew that after taking off her clothes, her body, how ugly it was, and trying to remove these scars was simply impossible. Red Leaf herself was running a cosmetics company, also produces scar removal products, although it was also effective, but it could only get rid of those smaller scars. On her body, there were no less than 24 scars that exceeded 5 centimeters. It was impossible to repair them with any more powerful scar removal products. Chen nodded and said, of course it can. However, it requires. Although Chen's medical skills had reached an astonishing level, but there was no way to quickly make those scars disappear quickly. There was only one way to quickly remove those scars. That was, to take those wounds and recut them. Then he would heal them again. Learning about Chen's healing method, Red Leaf directly said, come on, young Yi, I'm not afraid of pain. After saying that, she grabbed the pillow next to her and bit it in her mouth. Chen saw this and suddenly felt that Red Leaf was so cute. Then you bear with it, Chen said. In fact, with Chen's ability, he could completely close Red Leaf's pain nerve, but he did not intend to do that. This was because for a wound to heal into its original form, it needed the help of the nerves. Once the nerves were closed, the wound might not be able to heal into its original form. Chen first sterilized the dagger, and then, cut open Red Leaf's original wound once again. Throughout the entire process, Red Leaf did not make a single sound. Was it because she couldn't feel any pain? Of course not. Fortunately, Chen's movements were also very fast, and it actually didn't hurt that much. A few hours later, Red Leaf stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, constantly turning her body. The beautiful eyes were filled with the color of ecstasy, only to see, in the mirror, was a body that was perfect to the extreme. There was not a single scar anymore. The skin was white and red, and could be broken. Chen had really removed all the scars on her body. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Red Leaf couldn't help but hug Chen. For how many years, she had wanted to get rid of this unsightly scar. All of them failed. At this moment, her heart towards Chen became even more deadened. Being hugged by Red Leaf, Chen also felt pressurized. After all, Hong Yi was just too beautiful. Tall figure, fair skin, stunning face, cold and noble temperament. Each and every one of them was throbbing Chen's nerves. The unicorn fire that had disappeared during the day because he was in the wheat field with white impermanence seemed like it was going to burn up again. This kind of thing, when it wasn't done, it might not have been thought of that way. After Chen had a good fight with white impermanence during the daytime, it had multiplied his interest in that kind of thing. At this moment, looking at Red Leaf in his arms, he was once again dumbfounded. As for Red Leaf, from the time she recognized Chen as her master, she had already decided to give her body, her heart, to Chen. At that time, it was simply because of her oath, and after experiencing so many things, her heart, too, had been completely conquered by Chen. At this moment, no matter what Chen did to her, she would not refuse. Red scales once again surfaced on Chen's back. It gradually spread out. Chen's eyes, too, began to glow red. Things were moving in the direction that everyone loved to see. However, right at this moment, the female angel's voice rang out. Master, the mission has been completed. The angel's voice instantly brought Chen to his senses. He hurriedly let go of Red Leaf. Feeling the scales on his body had covered his neck, it seemed that these scales were really growing with his desire. Recalling the horrifying scene in the wheat field today, Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart. In case he really turned into that state again when he was with white impermanence, it was simply impossible for Red Leaf to stand it. After all, Red Leaf was not a female sect master. It seemed that he had to control his emotions in the future, because Red Leaf did not have any clothes on her. Chen let her lie down on the bed first. He himself walked out. The two female angels had already returned. They had, at this time, turned completely red. All killed? None alive. The two female angels nodded. Originally, Yi Chen was still a little dissatisfied when he saw that Yesa had only sent 2 female angels over. Now, it seemed that these 2 female angels could be worth 1,000 armies. Master, what do you need us to do next? Please instruct. The 2 female angels spoke in unison to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sized up the 2 female angels who wore armor, but did not hide their sexiness, and pondered. These 2 female angels, they just look strong. I wonder, can they withstand his Qilin fire? Master? Seeing Yi Chen looking at them in a daze, the female angel called out to Yi Chen. Only then did she pull Yi Chen back to reality. Yi Chen shook his head vigorously. What was wrong with himself? How did he become so colorful? It seemed to have really answered the words of white impermanence. After feeling the wonderfulness of a woman, one thought about that feeling all the time, wanting to experience it again. In fact, if it was an ordinary woman, it definitely wouldn't have such a big impact on Yi Chen. The strange thing was, white impermanence was a specialized, king-level technique that made Yi Chen miss it all the time. Chapter 68 Yi Chen removes scars for all the women. Up. Thanks for your help. What are your names? Yi Chen looked at the 2 beautiful angels. My name is Hikari. Hikari was a bit taller, almost 1.7 meters or so, with a thin body type, and a head of long straight yellow hair that hung straight down to her hips, looking more cool. My name is Waveheart. Waveheart was slightly shorter, but also had 1.7 meters. Her body type was on the plump side, and her hair had big red waves. Both female angels had high face value and fair skin. From now on, you guys will be responsible for protecting the security of the Imperial Mansion. Yi Chen gave orders to the 2 female angels. Yes, the 2 beautiful angels retreated, with 2 female angels guarding the Imperial Mansion. The security level of the Imperial Mansion directly rose several steps. Only after the 2 female angels had left did Yi Chen have someone bring clothes for Hong Yi. The clothes were sent by second elder Lu Hong. Seeing Red Leaf on Yi Chen's couch, her expression was surprisingly slightly lost. Although she had actually been mentally prepared, when seeing it with her own eyes, it was still hard to avoid feeling uncomfortable in her heart. After all, Lu Hong and Hong Yi had been sisters for many years. The 2 were close. Now, Lu Hong felt that Yi Chen had snatched Red Leaf away. Yi Chen felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off, so he said to the 2 women, "So what? I'm going to fetch my mom and sister out." Then he left the bedroom. After Yi Chen left, Red Leaf got out from under the covers. Lu Hong personally changed Red Leaf's clothes. Her hand stroked over Red Leaf's skin. There was a look of surprise in her eyes. Regarding the scars on Red Leaf's body, Lu Hong was naturally clear as day. Even, for each scar, she could tell the origin. But now, on Red Leaf's body, there was actually not a single scar left. The skin was smooth and delicate like a baby's skin. Big sister, your skin? It's Xiao Yi who cured me. Right, Lu Hong, why don't you let Xiao Yi help you get rid of your scars too? Red Leaf pulled Lu Hong's hand and said. Lu Hong and Red Leaf had been born and died together, and on her body, she naturally had many scars. In fact, there weren't many people from the Rakshasa Hall who didn't have scars on their bodies. For men, these scars were fine as long as they weren't on their faces. Moreover, scars, on the contrary, were their honor. The more hideous the wounds, the more it reflected their ferocity. But it was different for women. There was no woman who didn't want her skin to be polished and flawless. Big sister, will we be together forever? Lu Hong, however, gritted her teeth and looked at Red Leaf. Of course we will. Really, Lu Hong, Young Ye's medical skills are too amazing. In a while I'll let him help you get rid of your scars too. Red Leaf didn't seem to read Lu Hong's eyes and said happily. Basement. Brother, I knew you were fine. Su Yu and Yi Chi were worried in the basement, but they could only wait. It's all settled. Mom, sister, let's go out. Yi Chen brought the 2 out. At this time, the Imperial Mansion had been completely cleaned up, and not the slightest trace of the battle could be seen. However, the air was still filled with a faint smell of blood. It was estimated that it would take some more time for it to dissipate. For those people from the Rakshasa Hall who had been injured in the battle, Yi Chen had given them all a very generous subsidy. If they were killed in battle, their families were properly taken care of. Originally, all of these things used to be done by Red Leaf, but Red Leaf had specially given it to Yi Chen to do. In this way, Yi Chen's leadership once again skyrocketed, and once again, Red Leaf changed from a queen to a gentle and mature female president. By the way, young Yi, Lu Hong also has many scars on her body. Can you help go over them? Of course. Yi Chen nodded. Just like that, Red Leaf brought Yi Chen to Lu Hong's room. Are you there, Lu Hong? Red Leaf knocked on the door. I'm here, big sister. Come straight in. Lu Hong was bathing. Hearing that it was Red Leaf's voice, she directly let Red Leaf in. Red Leaf didn't think much about it. Taking Yi Chen with her, she walked in. However, after seeing the scene in the room, the 2 froze, only to see that Lu Hong was sitting in the bathtub. She held a ladle in her hand. scooped up a ladle, and gently drizzled it down over her shoulder. The water slid down her back like pearls. Although, on Lu Hong's body, there were quite a few wounds, her back, however, was very smooth and uninjured. A tall figure with a straight spine, it looked very eye-catching. Because of the cover of the tub, her waist could not be seen, but from that spreading delicate curve, it was evident that her waist must be very thin. The perfect arc of her back and snow-white skin made Chen a little dumbfounded for a moment. As for Lu Hong, her back was turned to Red Leaf, so she did not see Chen. She did not turn around and directly said to Red Leaf, "Big sister, come over and wash together." Although Lu Hong was Red Leaf's subordinate, in private, the two were as close as sisters. Bathing and back rubbing together happened from time to time, just today. Therefore, Red Leaf did not move. At this time, Chen also reacted and hurriedly hid to the side. Although, in his heart, he actually wanted to continue watching, but still, he forced himself to hold back. After all, our student Yi was considered a gentleman. That, Lu Hong, I'll come back later, Red Leaf hurriedly said, then gave Chen a wink and was about to leave. Hearing Red Leaf say that she would come back later, the emotion of loss in Lu Hong's heart was even more obvious. In the past, if Red Leaf had seen her bathing, she would have directly come in. But today, Red Leaf actually said that she would come back in a while. She felt that Red Leaf must no longer need her because she had Chen. Red Leaf, however, did not perceive Lu Hong's abnormality. Turning around, she was about to leave. But, when she had just turned around, wow, a sound of water rang out. Then, Red Leaf felt that she was being hugged by someone. It was Lu Hong. "Big sister, don't go." Lu Hong hugged Red Leaf tightly, like a man, placing his head on Red Leaf's shoulder, lightly sniffing the scent of Hong Ye's body. Hong Ye's body froze. In the past, the movements of the two were considered intimate, but today's Lu Hong was clearly a bit abnormal. The key was that Chen was still there. Chen was hiding at the side. He had originally averted his gaze, in order to avoid seeing what he shouldn't see, so he moved his gaze from Lu Hong to Hong Yi. But Lu Hong, who had rushed out of the tub, suddenly hugged Hong Yi. At once, the entire person was displayed in front of him. Hong Ye's height was already considered tall, but Lu Hong's height was even taller, especially the two legs. They were very long. The proportions were even a bit exaggerated. On her body, there wasn't a trace of excess flab. The two large whites were pressed and deformed on the back of the Red Leaf. From Chen's angle, he could just see Lu Hong's side, an exaggerated S-shape, perfectly displayed in front of him. Chapter 69. Chen removed scars for all the women. Middle classmate Yi assured that he really didn't want to look at Lu Hong. It was Lu Hong herself who sent it to him, and at this time, Lu Hong was completely unaware that her body had already been visualized by Chen. She tightly hugged Red Leaf. She said quietly, "Big sister, don't go, okay?" That, Lu Hong, you put your clothes on first. Red Leaf naturally knew that Chen was right next to her and hurriedly said, "Big sister, is it that with Yi Xiao? You don't want Lu Hong anymore?" Lu Hong was not moving at all. "Of course not," Red Leaf replied. "Then, why don't you wash with me?" Lu Hong's tone was a little sad. "Lu Hong, I can wash with you tomorrow, okay? You let go of me first, then put the clothes on." Red Leaf breathed out. "Really, big sister?" Hearing Red Leaf say that she would wash with her tomorrow, Lu Hong instantly became happy. She really let go of Red Leaf. Originally, the two's bodies were next to each other. Chen could at most see a side and back. The two of them separated this time. This was great. The mountains and grass could be glimpsed. Chen was stunned. This Lu Hong usually does not show the mountains, wearing the same as a manly woman, but did not expect so material. Red Leaf is at most this willow red, afraid to have brother, Abu Bear de Goose Buddha brother. Seeing that Lu Hong was very happy, Red Leaf put his heart in the right place and told Lu Hong directly, "Lu Hong, Yi Xiao is here." "Yi Xiao? Where?" Lu Hong sniffed and subconsciously looked around, completely forgetting that she had no clothes on. As her body turned, the mountains and grasslands were visible. Finally, Lu Hong saw Chen. Fortunately, Red Leaf was very fast and quickly brought a towel to wrap Lu Hong's body. But at this time, there was no point in wrapping it or not. After all, what should be seen, what shouldn't be seen? Chen saw it all, especially seeing. Chen finally understood why Hong Yi must want him to come and get rid of Lu Hong's scars. On Lu Hong's body, there was a scar that was very large, a full 30 to 40 centimeters. It extended from the left shoulder all the way to the right lower ribs. This cut almost killed Lu Hong back then. It was said that it only missed the heart by a few millimeters. It was really counting her life as lucky to have survived. Yi Xiao, when did you come?" At this time, Lu Hong finally reacted, a face as red as an apple. "Oh, I just arrived," Chen hurriedly said. At this time, Red Leaf poured and let go. "Anyway, Yi Chen had looked at it all. Moreover, even if he didn't look now, in a moment when he was getting rid of the scars, he still had to look. At that moment, she said to Lu Hong, "Lu Hong, I'll let Yi Xiao come and get rid of your scar, big sister." Lu Hong wanted to say that she didn't need to, but the location of that scar was just too made her never dare to wear clothes that were too revealing, always wrapped herself tightly, even more afraid to make a boyfriend. It's not like she hasn't had a boyfriend before, but when the boyfriend saw her that scar, directly scared away. Since then, Lu Hong no longer liked men. Only Red Leaf, who was also covered with scars, can let her find empathy. Gradually, her feelings towards Hong Yi had a subtle change. Big sister, can it really be removed? Eventually, Lu Hong said so. Of course it can. Haven't you already looked at it? Not a single scar is left on my body. Red Leaf smiled. Will it be troublesome? Lu Hong was very curious. After all, there was no possibility of removing such a large scar. She had also quietly seen many dermatologists. Even the best hospitals simply couldn't do anything to completely eliminate this scar. The main thing was that this scar, it was too exaggerated. Dozens of centimeters long and a centimeter wide. It couldn't even be restored with surgery. Perhaps Yi Chen could let her recover. But if it was too troublesome, she didn't want to trouble Yi Chen. It's not troublesome, Lu Hong, let me tell you. Young Ye's medical skills are amazing. So many scars on my body. He just touched them with his hand a few times, and they all disappeared. Hong Yi hurriedly said. After Red Leaf finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Indeed, Yi Chen's treatment was simple. However, the location of Lu Hong's injury was completely different from hers. If Yi Chen were to treat Lu Hong, wouldn't that be, cough cough, that's not touching. I'm using my internal force to promote the rebirth of your cells. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose. This Red Leaf, the wording was not professional at all. That's called nudging. Okay, that, Lu Hong, decide for yourself if you want Yi Xiao to help you get rid of your scars. Red Leaf's cheeks were also slightly red. It was important to know that the scars on her body were almost all over her body. Yi Chen treating her was tantamount to saying, it was actually nothing. Originally she had already considered herself as Yi Chen's person. It was just that it was more or less embarrassing for Lu Hong to know about it. The so-called sick people don't avoid doctors. Please Yi Xiao get rid of my scars for me. It was Lu Hong who quickly regained her composure and said, that's right, in my eyes, you are just a pile of organs. Yi Chen said something that even he himself did not believe. Soon, the treatment began. Lu Hong, I'm going to cut open your wound first, and then let it heal again. No anesthesia can be administered during this time, so bear with it. Yi Chen said to Lu Hong, okay Yi Xiao, you do it, I definitely won't scream. Lu Hong nodded towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen took out the dagger, and Lu Hong also removed the towel. Upon seeing the wound, Yi Chen once again froze. Previously, although he had caught a glimpse of it, he quickly averted his gaze, so he didn't look very carefully. But now, he saw Lu Hong's wound in its entirety. This wound had almost cut Lu Hong in half. The wound was 1 centimeter wide. It couldn't be as simple as just a simple cut. The scar needed to be cut all the way down. Yi Xiao, did I scare you away? Lu Hong said with a somewhat lost expression when she saw Yi Chen's delay. After all, once it was like this that scared away her boyfriend. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Lu Hong, your situation is more serious. I need to cut off all the scars. It's fine Yi Xiao, you do it. Yi Chen began to move his hands. Although, Lu Hong had already prepared her heart, she still underestimated the pain. She was often injured in her day-to-day life, but those kinds of injuries were all instantly inflicted. It didn't really hurt much, but now, that feeling, it was really like a lingering death. Even though she had tried her best to endure it, she still couldn't. Out of her mouth, she let out a sound that was misleading. Those who didn't know, still thought that it took a full 5 minutes for Yi Chen to clean up all the scars. Next, it was the healing session. Chapter 70 Yi Chen dispels scars for all the women. Next, the treatment session was not loved by everyone and was directly skipped. How about it? I told you that Yi Xiao is powerful. Looking at Lu Hong, who had completely recovered as before, Red Leaf was pleasantly surprised. Lu Hong stood in front of the mirror and turned her body from side to side. Sure enough, the hideous wound that had accompanied her for many years had disappeared without a trace. Thank you Yi Xiao. Lu Hong excitedly bowed to Yi Chen. Coughing, Yi Chen hurriedly inclined his head. This headlight, it was really shaky. At this time, Lu Hong also reacted. She hurriedly went to put on her clothes. After curing Lu Hong, the news that Yi Chen was able to get rid of the scars was immediately spread. Not long after, the entire Rakshasa hall knew about it. Young Yi can get rid of scars? Really? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The scars on Big Sister's body are gone. Even the scar on Sister Lu Han's ferociousness that big is gone. I also want to find Yi Xiao to get rid of the scars. I don't know if Yi Xiao will get rid of them for me. In fact, Yi Xiao person is quite good, should not refuse. However, I heard that expectoration of scars have to take the hands of grips, so it is better to look at the scar and what position, and then decide whether to find Yi Xiao expectoration of scars. I don't care what position it is, as long as I can get rid of that damn scar. Don't say take hand grip, Yi Xiao take mouth. Can you think beautiful? For a while, the entire imperial mansion became lively. The sisters of the Rakshasa Hall had come over to find Yi Chen to get rid of their scars. After all, they fought and killed all day long, and it was inevitable that their bodies would get injured and then leave scars. For these beauty-loving sisters, Yi Chen could only reluctantly agree. After all, these girls had fought for him not long ago. It was only right to get rid of their scars for them. The location of the scars of these girls was also strange. There were those on the back, those on the fierce, and those on the legs. There were even forest injuries. At Yi Chen's entrance, there was a long line. Every girl who went in came out with a satisfied face. Yi Chen was inverted in an endless stream, but Su Yu and Yi Qi, who didn't know why, had a somewhat unsightly face. Little Yu, go and call your brother over, Yi Qi said to Su Yu with a sullen face. This is not good, right? Although Su Yu had an excited face, she pretended to be difficult. If you're told to go, you go. Okay mom. Su Yu hurriedly ran over. Inside the house, a shell-injured young lady was preparing to find Yi Chen to get rid of her scar. Learning the location of the young lady's injury, Yi Chen's entire body was bad. I said, big sister, this is a scar left by giving birth to a child. Right. Fortunately, at this time, Su Yu's voice sounded outside the door. Brother, mom is asking you to come over. I'll go to my mom's place first. Yi Chen hurriedly buggered off. Young Yi, go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you. Oh. That young lady didn't forget to shout behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen finally had time, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and came to Yi Qi's room. Mom, you're looking for me? Yi Chen saw Yi Qi's serious face and asked cautiously. Yi Qi had a stern face and said, Xiao Chen, even though you're so old that mom shouldn't be in charge of you, you can't be so indulgent. Where did I indulge? Yi Chen felt a bit puzzled. Seeing that Yi Chen still didn't admit it, Yi Qi glared at Yi Chen and said, tell me, how many little girls have gone to your house tonight? You're like this. Can your body handle it? It's fine. I have good energy. I can swim easily. Yi Chen thought that Yi Qi was worried about him getting rid of the scars for so many little ladies, fearing that he would get tired and was caring about him. You're well-traveled my ass. Have you heard the saying? If you're young and don't know how expensive that is, you'll look at that in your old age and shed tears. Yi Qi even used idioms in order to persuade Yi Chen. Moreover, if you do this, can you stand up to Hong Yi? Yi Chen finally reacted. Immediately, he said, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just getting rid of their scars. Getting rid of scars? Yeah, what else? Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said, this getting rid of scars is getting rid of scars, but you also have to pay attention to some proportion. But you can't apologize to girl Hong Yi. Yi Qi knew that the current Yi Chen's status and position were all extraordinary, and those women, they all hated to pounce on her raw. Mom, I said, I and Hong Yi are not that kind of relationship. What I like is, Yi Chen wanted to tell Yi Qi that what he liked was Ning Xin. Okay, don't pull those with me. If you want to marry you can only marry Red Leaf Girl. I only recognize Red Leaf Girl, Yi Qi said forcefully. Yi Chen still wanted to say something, but was driven out by Yi Qi. Alright, all of you disperse, you want to tire young Yi to death. Seeing that the scene was getting a little out of control, Lu Hong walked out from her room. Although Yi Chen didn't say so, Lu Hong knew that when Yi Chen was healing, he would definitely consume a lot of internal energy. These tiger ladies, no matter where there was a scar, they let Yi Chen treat it. They weren't afraid of exhausting Yi Chen to death. Sister Lu Hong, you can't cross the river and break the bridge. Yes, Sister Lu Hong, my husband always says that he grinds his mouth. So just let Yi Xiao help me get rid of my scars. A group of little sisters surrounded Lu Hong, chattering, noisy Lu Hong's head. Okay, you can let Yi Xiao help you guys get rid of it, but only if it's in a location that has a bigger impact. Come on, show me where all your scars are. Don't bother Yi Xiao with the unimportant ones. Lu Hong decided to help Yi Chen sift through it. After all, the Rakshasa Hall was originally a yin and yang, and there were hundreds of little sisters. If they all looked for Yi Chen to get rid of their scars, they wouldn't die of exhaustion? Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on my stomach. It affects my aesthetics too much. I must let young Yi help me get rid of it. A melon-faced young lady said to Lu Hong. Okay, you go in. Next, Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on my waist. Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on the fierce. Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on the inconvenient display. Even though there was Lu Hong gatekeeping, there were still several dozens of people. In the end, it was only when Red Leaf appeared that the situation was brought under control. And while helping these young ladies get rid of their scars, he also had an idea. Surely it wasn't just the Rakshasa Hall's young ladies who wanted to get rid of their scars, so why don't he directly develop a product to get rid of scars? Although the effect wasn't as good as his direct treatment, as long as he persisted in using it, he could also get rid of scars that weren't particularly difficult. In this way, one could also make money. Although Master Kill Emperor had given him the black card, it was after all Master's money, and he couldn't rely on Master all the time. It just so happened that Red Leaf then opened a cosmetics company. It was entirely possible for Red Leaf's company to carry out the production. Alright, well, that's it for today. Yi Chen yawned and looked outside. The sky was already bright. After being tossed around by dozens of young ladies for the whole night, even though Yi Chen was strong, he felt a hint of fatigue. Just as he was about to rest, Shen Aoxue was here. Chapter 71, Shen Aoxue has come. Hearing that Shen Aoxue had come, Suyu and Yi Qi's expressions both became very ugly. Because one of Yi Qi's arms was broken by Shen Aoxue's people, that's why she lost her job. Her family couldn't make ends meet, and Suyu chose to work in a nightclub in order to not make her mother work so hard. Therefore, both of them were filled with hatred towards Shen Aoxue, especially Yi Qi. If it wasn't for Shen Aoxue, Yi Chen wouldn't have donated a kidney to her, not to mention disappearing for 3 years. Although her hand had been cured by Yi Chen in the first place, the hatred would not go away so easily. Mom, let's go out and take a look. I believe you will definitely be relieved when you see Shen Aoxue again. Yi Chen, however, said to the two. When Yi Qi and Suyu saw Shen Aoxue's person, the whole person was stunned, only to see that at this moment, Shen Aoxue had completely lost her human form. Her body was swollen like a bun. She hadn't been on dialysis for a long time. If it wasn't for Shen Wanhua next to her, Yi Qi wouldn't have recognized that this was Shen Aoxue. Moreover, one of her arms was broken and her eyes were blind, miserable beyond measure. What happened to her? Seeing such Shen Aoxue, the hatred in Yi Qi's heart subsided a lot. I made it, Yi Chen said indifferently. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I know, no matter what I do, you won't forgive me, but please think on the fact that we used to be husband and wife. Save me. Shen Aoxue no longer had her previous condescension, and said pleadingly, don't worry, I'm true to my word. But what did I say at that time? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shen Wanhua and Shen Aoxue began to slap themselves fiercely. Both used all their strength, and soon, blood flowed out of the two men's mouths. Yi Chen indifferently watched all this. His hatred towards Shen Aoxue had originally subsided when he dug out her kidney and blinded her eyes. But when he learned that she had actually let someone break his godmother's hand, the anger in his heart burned once again. Slap! The two kept slapping themselves. Their faces were swollen. Shen Aoxue's body was already weak, and she actually fainted. Yi Chen, Aoxue, she's dying, why don't you save her first? How about I slap her for her? Shen Wanhua begged. Yi Chen did not answer, but looked at Yi Qi and asked, Mom, do you feel relieved? Okay, Xiao Chen, that's it. Yi Qi was originally kind-hearted. Seeing Shen Aoxue in such a miserable state, the hatred in her heart disappeared. Lu Hong, carry Shen Aoxue inside. Yi Chen nodded and said, thank you, thank you. Shen Wanhua was grateful. You continue, Yi Chen coldly said to Shen Wanhua. Shen Wanhua could only continue slapping himself. His heart was filled with remorse. Had he known that Yi Chen could become so strong? I shouldn't have. No, even if Yi Chen was so strong, he still had no room for resistance in front of the D family. When the Emperor family's people came, Yi Chen, let's see how you're going to cope. The Yi Chen that was once in front of him, Shen Wanhua, was no better than a dog raised by the Shen family, but now, he could only kneel in front of Yi Chen, begging him to save Shen Aoxue. In his heart, he was definitely very unhappy. However, he had no choice. Soon, Shen Aoxue was brought to a guest room. Looking at Shen Aoxue's current appearance, Yi Chen was also somewhat saddened. The Shen Aoxue that was once there, that was the dream girl in all men's hearts. But now, it was ugly to the extreme. Yi Chen opened the insurance closure that Shen Wanhua had brought. Inside lay 2 fresh kidneys. His brows immediately wrinkled, because he realized that it was not pig kidneys, but human kidneys. He took out a 9 turns golden needle and stabbed it into Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue quickly woke up. Shen Aoxue, I told you to take 2 pig kidneys. Why? This is not a pig's kidney, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Yi Chen, don't be angry. These 2 kidneys, it's not that we robbed. Not long ago, a famous female college student was killed. Their family signed a donation agreement. Shen Aoxue was afraid of Yi Chen's misunderstanding, and hurriedly explained. After hearing Shen Aoxue's words, the anger on Yi Chen's face only then disappeared a little. However, Yi Chen, this kidney and my body does not match. Are you sure it can survive in my body? Shen Aoxue said with some skepticism. After all, it was well known that for organ transplants, it was necessary to have a successful match, and even if the match was successful, there would be a rejection reaction, and medication would have to be taken to maintain it. If an organ that was not matched successfully was transplanted into the body, then 100% would not be successful. If you don't believe me, you can also not let me help you transplant, Yi Chen said indifferently. I believe, Yi Chen, I believe you. You transplant me, Shen Aoxue said quickly. Right now, Yi Chen was her only hope. However, Yi Chen was slow to move. After all, Shen Aoxue had once caused him so much harm, and he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart if he had to cure her now. Yi Chen, I know you still hate me. I'm sorry, as long as you cure me, you can do whatever you want to me, Shen Aoxue said quietly. She knew how much Yi Chen loved her at that time. She clearly remembered that at that time, even the dirty clothes she changed, Yi Chen could hold and smell for half a day. Even if Yi Chen hated her as a person again, Yi Chen must still like this body of hers. Otherwise, why would Yi Chen want to cure her? Yi Chen took a deep breath and finally decided to cure Shen Aoxue. After all, he had promised to cure her. Shen Aoxue, let me tell you first, when I transplant your kidney, I won't give you anesthesia. If you are still willing to accept it, then I will help you transplant it, Yi Chen said indifferently. Not giving Shen Aoxue anesthesia when transplanting her. This was his last bottom line. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shen Aoxue's body suddenly shook. She had already personally felt the sensation of having her kidney ripped out alive. That kind of pain simply made her wish to die. And when the transplant was done without anesthesia, that pain, for sure, was even more painful than digging it out. After all, it would last longer. Although, Shen Aoxue was very scared, but in order to live, she still gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to. Shen Aoxue thought that the big deal was to pass out from the pain. Very well. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in an arc. How could he not know what Shen Aoxue thought? Shen Aoxue must have thought that when a person suffered a great injury, the brain would form a protection that would allow the person to temporarily pass out. This way, the pain would not be felt. But how could Yi Chen give Shen Aoxue a chance to faint? He directly took out 2 9 revolutions golden needles and stuck them on Shen Aoxue's 2 acupoints respectively. In this way, even if Shen Aoxue's bones were knocked off section by section, it was impossible for Shen Aoxue to faint. Chapter 72 Shen Aoxue confesses to Yi Chen. No wonder Yi Chen was cruel. When Shen Aoxue had Hong Tao cut his kidney, she likewise didn't give him anesthetic. Yi Chen didn't do much preparation. It directly started the surgery. There was no scalpel, so he used a dagger. He deliberately didn't cut very fast. Instead, he slowly, little by little, slashed open Shen Aoxue's stomach. Ah! The dagger only went in a little bit, and Shen Aoxue screamed in pain. Ah! It hurts. Yi Chen, I can't stand it. Shen Aoxue grabbed Yi Chen's arm. It hurt too much. It was many times more painful than when Yi Chen dug her kidney before. It was well known that the faster the speed, the less painful it was, and the slower the speed, the pain doubled. Want me to stop? Yi Chen asked. No, don't stop. Continue. Shen Aoxue's whole body was in cold sweat from the pain, but she knew that if she stopped, she would have to die. So, Yi Chen continued. Shen Aoxue's whole body shivered in pain, and she wanted to faint. But, why was her brain so clear? There was no feeling of fainting at all. However, Shen Aoxue was also considered strong. Even though she wanted to hit the wall in pain, she still insisted that her body did not undergo large movements, not to interfere with Yi Chen's surgery. This surgery, Yi Chen actually only needed a few minutes to complete. However, he deliberately did it for more than an hour. During this hour, Shen Aoxue was like entering hell. Shen Aoxue knew that Yi Chen was definitely punishing her. Therefore, she could only bear it. This was what she owed Yi Chen. Hopefully, after this time, Yi Chen would be able to forgive her. After replacing the 2 kidneys, Yi Chen poked his fingertip and used the 9 turns golden needle to draw out a few drops of his own qilin blood, wanting the xeno organs to survive. The qilin blood was the key. At that time, almost all of Yi Chen's organs in his entire body had been wrestled to mush. Even with Emperor Slayer's medical skills, it was difficult to bring the dead back to life. In order to save Yi Chen, Emperor Kill replaced the qilin's internal organs to Yi Chen, and replaced Yi Chen's entire body with the qilin's blood. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually did live. 2 hours later, the surgery was completely over. Shen Aoxue had also completely recovered. Not even a scar was left behind. Shen Aoxue cried tears of joy. Yi Chen had really cured her. Moreover, she felt very comfortable in her body. One should know that 3 years ago, she had transplanted Yi Chen's kidney, although she had saved her life. However, her body was very poor, and she needed to take anti-rejection drugs all the time. But this time, she didn't feel weak at all. Even, there was no need to take medication. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 3 years, Yi Chen had not only become a martial arts master, his medical skills had also reached the realm of exaltation. It wasn't even too much to describe it as being able to make flesh and bones from the living dead. Her eyes hadn't been injured for a long time, so Yi Chen had easily cured her. At this moment, Shen Aoxue had completely recovered her appearance from 3 years ago. Even, it was healthier than 3 years ago. Thank you, Yi Chen. Shen Aoxue saw Yi Chen's face again. This face was still handsome, but not just handsome. The previous Yi Chen was a vase in Shen Aoxue's eyes. It was just a tool that she took out to fill up the facade. Liking Yi Chen, that was an impossible thing. But at this moment, looking at Yi Chen again, but she felt some heart thumping. Shen Aoxue, who had been proud all her life, liked powerful men. The Yi Chen at this moment, undoubtedly, was incomparably powerful. Shen Aoxue actually couldn't help it, and wanted to reach out to touch Yi Chen's face. However, it was dodged by Yi Chen. Shen Aoxue looked at Yi Chen, who did not have the slightest expression, and she said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, you still like me, don't you?" "No," Yi Chen replied. "Then turn your head and look at my eyes." "Why would I look at you?" Yi Chen indifferently said. "Yi Chen, I know you hate me, but my body, you must still like it, right?" Shen Aoxue grabbed Yi Chen's hand. It actually put Yi Chen's hand on her. "Oh, what are you doing?" Yi Chen frowned. "Yi Chen, in the past, I was the one who apologized to you. Now, let me make it up to you, okay?" Shen Aoxue said, actually gently pulled open her skirt zipper. Yi Chen directly broke free from Shen Aoxue's hand and stood up. "Shen Aoxue, don't flatter yourself. I've long since stopped liking you." Yi Chen coldly snorted. "Yi Chen, do you dislike the fact that I came with Su Tiancheng? What era is it now? How many women still have their first time? Even that Ning Xin, do you dare to guarantee that she hasn't slept with someone else's man?" Shen Aoxue gritted her teeth. Snap! Just after her words were finished, she was viciously slapped. Shen Aoxue was about to get angry, but soon, she suppressed her anger. After all, the current Yi Chen was not the same trash who dared not refuse to let him drink foot-washing water. "Shen Aoxue, I won't allow you to speak ill of Sister Xin," Yi Chen said with an ugly face. Shen Aoxue took a deep breath and said, "Yi Chen, you don't have to like my person, just like my body. Could it be that I am not beautiful and sexy?" Shen Aoxue said, kneeling up, revealing her concave and convex figure to the fullest in front of Yi Chen. It had to be said that Shen Aoxue was still stunningly beautiful. Especially, her eyes were more mature than 3 years ago. It was also more feminine. Yi Chen of course knew why Shen Aoxue had become feminine. The heart was even more revolted. "Shen Aoxue, what I promised you has already been done. You can go. Don't appear in my sight again in the future. Otherwise, I don't dare to guarantee that I will not dig out your kidney again," Yi Chen said in a cold tone. "Yi Chen, I've been your wife for 2 years, but I've never once traveled the power of a wife. Will you let me travel the power once?" Shen Aoxue actually hugged Yi Chen. For some reason, the current Yi Chen actually made Shen Aoxue very fascinated. Especially Yi Chen's cold attitude made her feel very attractive. In fact, it wasn't because of Yi Chen's cold attitude, but rather Yi Chen's powerful ability. So, a man wanting a woman to like him wasn't about being good to the woman. If you didn't have the ability, even if you poured your heart out to her, she wouldn't like you. But if you are powerful enough, then, even if you tell her to get lost and you call her she will still jump on you. This point, in Shen Aoxue, shows the most. After all, even when the Shen family was at its most glorious, they didn't dare to neglect a patriarch. "You are no longer my wife." Yi Chen broke Shen Aoxue's hand, holding him away. "Yi Chen, as long as you ask, I can still be your wife. What happened between us is actually unknown to many people." Shen Aoxue hugged Yi Chen again and looked at him with anticipation. Chapter 73, Shen Aoxue begs for a slap in the face. "Yi Chen, I actually have you in my heart. If I didn't love you, why would I keep mourning for you for 3 years? I didn't let you touch it before because you only have one kidney. Letting you touch me will hurt your body. Now, we both are better. We are both normal people. Yi Chen, don't reject me, okay? Yi Chen, I love you." This time, she was really in love with Yi Chen. To be reasonable, Shen Aoxue was still very attractive to Yi Chen. It was just like what Shen Aoxue said. Yi Chen hated Shen Aoxue as a person. However, he was still very fond of this upside-down body. Shen Aoxue was very capable, no matter if it was her face or body. Now after replacing the 2 kidneys, it was even less sickly and delicate than before. It looks even more moving. Especially, Shen Aoxue had hurt him. He then had an even greater urge to take revenge on her. But, In the end, Yi Chen suppressed it. His grudge with Shen Aoxue had already been settled. He did not want to have any more involvement with Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue wanted to approach Yi Chen, but Yi Chen dodged it. He pushed Shen Aoxue away. Turning his back to Shen Aoxue, he coldly said, "Shen Aoxue, don't be such a..." "Yi Chen, I'm just shameless. As long as you are willing to forgive me and willing to continue to be with me, you can scold me and beat me however you want." "Yi Chen, don't you hate me? Then come and get back at me. Get back at me hard," Shen Aoxue whispered in Yi Chen's ear. It had to be said that this Shen Aoxue still had a few skills. Her words caused Yi Chen's heart to waver for a few moments. Feeling Yi Chen's change, Shen Aoxue continued to add fuel to the fire. "Yi Chen, think about it. You donated all your kidneys to me in order to get me. And now, I'm right in front of you. If you don't do something to me, can you stand up to your payment? Can you afford to serve me like a cow in my house? You can totally take this as a kind of revenge on me. Come on, get back at me." Every word from Shen Aoxue was ruthlessly stimulating Yi Chen's nerves. Finally, he lost control and turned around to hug Shen Aoxue. Looking at Shen Aoxue's upside-down face, Yi Chen snapped and slapped. Shen Aoxue did not expect Yi Chen to actually hit himself. However, seeing the strong hatred that surfaced on Yi Chen's face, she knew that her words had worked. She didn't get angry. Instead, she winks at Yi Chen and said, "Yes, that's right. Hit me hard and let out all your fire." Snap! Yi Chen slapped another slap on Shen Aoxue's face. It made that snow-white face, all slightly red and swollen. "Continue. Don't stop. Hit me harder." Snap! Pa! Snap! Yi Chen slapped Shen Aoxue's face one after another as if he was possessed. It was very painful. As for Shen Aoxue, the corners of her mouth were beaten and blood flowed out. But she was very happy. The previous Shen Aoxue, that was the princess, the queen. Who dared to beat her? It kept hitting Shen Aoxue dozens of slaps, almost knocking Shen Aoxue out. Yi Chen finally stopped moving. The flames in his body also went out. He did not make the next move on Shen Aoxue. Seeing that Yi Chen did not touch herself in the end, a color of loss surfaced in Shen Aoxue's eyes, but she didn't dare to continue stimulating Yi Chen either. Just now, she felt that she was almost killed by Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I know, just beating me up. You definitely haven't relieved your anger. In the future, as long as you are angry, just call me. I will come over and let you beat me up, okay?" Shen Aoxue leaned against Yi Chen's chest and said softly, "Good." Yi Chen did not refuse. After all, who could refuse to slap a goddess? "Then, I'm leaving." Shen Aoxue was smart. She wanted to repair her feelings with Yi Chen, but she also knew that for anything, she couldn't rush things. Tonight, she had already done this. Yi Chen didn't even move her. It showed that Yi Chen hadn't passed that hurdle in his heart. But, Yi Chen's psychological defense must have been torn out by her a gap. She only needs to slowly expand this gap. Shen Aoxue left. Yi Chen let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had not done anything out of the ordinary. He had spent 2 years with Shen Aoxue. During the 2 years, Shen Aoxue had been as arrogant as a rooster. Not to mention touching her, Shen Aoxue would get angry if he looked at her more. But today's Shen Aoxue completely overturned his cognition. Unexpectedly, Shen Aoxue actually has such a side. Shen Aoxue just walked to the door and ran into a person. It was Li Taizhu. When he heard that Shen Aoxue had come, he immediately rushed over, wanting to see Shen Aoxue's miserable condition. But when he saw Shen Aoxue, he found that not only was Shen Aoxue not miserable at all, but she had recovered her former elegance. Seeing Li Taizhu, Shen Aoxue once again changed her iceberg expression, just faintly skimmed Li Taizhu, and left straight away. Originally, Li Taizhu still wanted to say something, but was Shen Aoxue so aglare, actually did not dare to speak. It seems that Shen Aoxue's residual power is still there. After Shen Aoxue left, Li Taizhu walked in. Turning to Yi Chen, he said, "Yi Zi, you cured Shen Aoxue?" "Aha." Yi Chen nodded. "Then did you?" A look of adoration surfaced on Li Taizhu's face. "No, pity, Yi Zi, if I were you, I would have to let her feel what it means to have the 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian cannon," Li Taizhu said with a regretful face. After all, Shen Aoxue was the goddess that he and Yi Chen shared. Yi Chen clearly had the opportunity, but let Shen Aoxue go. "You have thoughts about her?" Yi Chen asked. "Of course, in this Jiangdu, what man doesn't have thoughts about Shen Aoxue?" Li Taizhu casually said. "Why don't I call her back?" Yi Chen said. "Is it really possible?" Li Taizhu's eyes were glowing. "Of course not." Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say. "Marred. Yi Zi, you're too petty. You don't use it yourself and you don't let your brother use it," Li Taizhu complained. Just at this time, Yi Chen suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 74 Female Constable Seeks Help. The cell phone displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chen? A sweet and lovely voice came from the phone. I am. May I ask who you are? Yi Chen didn't hear who the other party was. I'm that constable He Xiaoming. We've met before. Is something wrong? Yi Chen frowned slightly, thinking, could it be, it's his unicorn transformation thing? The other constables could not recognize him after his transformation, but He Xiaoming should know. After all, she had seen him before. However, even if He Xiaoming recognized him, so what? It wasn't like she had any evidence. Just bite the bullet and deny it. Seemingly hearing the indifference in Yi Chen's voice, He Xiaoming hurriedly said, don't worry, Mr. Yi, I didn't tell anyone about that day. Yi Chen's expression slightly slowed down and said, what's your business? It's like this. Didn't our patrol room arrest 2 felons that day? And one of the prisoners escaped. The one who was arrested by you. He Xiaoming said. And then? The other prisoner is still in the hospital for treatment, but we received a message sent by a called Meng, saying that they are coming to save the person today. He Xiaoming said in a deep voice. In theory, this kind of thing, the other party should have done it quietly, but the other party had directly told the inspector's office that today, he was coming to save the person away. What arrogance! After getting the news, the entire inspector's room immediately became tense. The patrol room immediately looked upwards for help. The upper level deployed reinforcements from the dragon group, but He Xiaoming always felt uneasy. It was because she had seen how powerful black and white impermanence was. Obviously, the people who came to save black and white impermanence would definitely not be ordinary either. Perhaps even the dragon team might not be able to solve it. Therefore He Xiaoming thought of Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought about it, although this matter had nothing to do with himself, but he was, after all, a dragon countryman. Moreover, He Xiaoming was considered to have helped him keep a secret, so let's help her out. Brother, where are you going? Yi Chen, who was about to leave, was caught by Suyu. Today's Suyu, with 2 high ponytails and super short hot pants, looked very eye-catching. She hugged Yi Chen's arm, and her 2 big white bouncy arms were amazing. I went out to do something. Yi Chen dotingly rubbed Suyu's head. Brother, you've been busy all night here. Aren't you tired? Suyu's beautiful big eyes flashed with an ambiguous light. Although Yi Chen said that he was getting rid of scars for the young ladies. But who knew? Did Yi Chen do something else? One must know that Yi Chen was now a man of status and position. Those Rakshasa Hall's young ladies looked at Yi Chen as if they wanted to eat him up. I'm not tired. Yi Chen replied. Really? Really? Then, help your sister me get rid of the scars too. Suyu blinked her big eyes and said, where do you have a scar? Yi Chen was puzzled. You'll know if you come with me. Suyu looked around. No one was there, and pulled Yi Chen along. Soon, Yi Chen was brought to her room by Suyu. The young girl's room was dressed in a pink-colored tone. It exuded a fragrance that was the same as Suyu's, and it smelled very comfortable. After Suyu entered, she even specially locked the door behind her. Yi Chen saw this and said, it's fine, no need to lock the door. I can cure it soon. Where you have a scar, just leak it out. Suyu first turned off the lights in the house, then turned around, with her back to Yi Chen, and said, brother, come over here, and unzip the zipper, so you can see it. Today, Suyu was wearing a dress with a zipper in the back. The zipper went from the neck, all the way through the entire dress. It was as if the dress was worn backwards, but it wasn't that Suyu was wearing it backwards, but it was just this style. It looked unique. Yi Chen was a little hesitant. Although, in the past, he and Suyu were very close, but the current Suyu was clearly different from that time. At that time, Suyu was only about 10 years old and was still a little girl. But now, it was a young girl who had grown up into a young woman. However, once he thought that he was helping her get rid of her scars, Yi Chen didn't think much about it. He reached out and pinched the head of the zipper, then slowly pulled it down. With his movements, Su Yang's clean and flawless back was slowly revealed. Surprisingly, she was not wearing glasses. Su Yu's injury should be on her back. It is normal not to wear them. Su Yu's waist was very slim, with a perfect curve. To describe it in one sentence, it would be a pity not to use such a good-looking back for fire cupping. Soon, Yi Chen was able to see the scars on Su Yu's back. The scars were surprisingly several. One right in the center, one on the right back, and one on the left waist. In particular, there was also one on the left back near the armpit, and it was so big and spread forward that from Yi Chen's angle, he actually couldn't see how long the wound actually was. But Yi Chen was also not comfortable looking forward. He only hoped that the wound would not be too long. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome for him to treat it. Although Su Yu and him were not related by blood, since childhood, they had always been referred to as brother and sister. There were some idleness that still needed to be avoided. Yi Chen pondered some, and then began the treatment. The internal force condensed the fingertips and traced from Su Yu's spine. First, he got rid of the centermost scar for her. Since none of Su Yu's scars were very big, there was no need to recut the wound. As Yi Chen's fingertips slid, Suyu's body collapsed. Silver teeth bit her lips as if she was restraining something. She also finally understood why. When Yi Chen was helping the young ladies get rid of their scars, the young ladies would all make that kind of noise. Some of the young ladies screamed so loudly that half of the imperial mansion could hear them. When Yi Chen's fingertip crossed it, it was like a small ant crawling on it. It was itchy again, and there was very comfortable. However, Yi Chen's brows suddenly wrinkled slightly, because he realized that he was actually unable to remove the scar on Suyu's back. Strange. Yi Chen changed another scar. After a few minutes had passed, it was still ineffective. Eventually, Yi Chen's hand was placed on Suyu's scar near her armpit, wanting to try and see if this scar could be removed. This scar was the longest and the largest. Yi Chen's hand followed the location of the wound and kept moving forward. Moving. Suddenly, Yi Chen's hand shrank back as if it had been electrocuted, because his hand suddenly touched a piece of softness. Of course he knew. What was that? It seemed that Suyu had really grown up. The former little budgie head had now become a big leather ball. However, what made Yi Chen very shocked was the scars on Suyu's back. He couldn't remove a single one of them. It was simply strange. He tried a few more times. He was on the verge of jerking Suyu's back bald and couldn't remove a single scar. Finally, Yi Chen discovered the key to the problem. It was because, Chapter 75, Captain of the Dragon Group. After Yi Chen's careful observation, he finally discovered the reason why he was unable to remove the scar on Suyu's back. The reason was that on Suyu's back, there were no scars at all. Those scars were all drawn by her, using a 3D pen. No wonder. This chick turned off the lights as soon as she entered. Yi Chen didn't quite dare to take a closer look because of his relationship with Suyu. He just took a quick glance and then turned his head away, relying solely on the touch of his hand to determine the location of the scars. Therefore, it was surprising that he didn't notice it in the first place. Until, that is, by him picking off a small mouthful of paint from Suyu's back. Suyu. Yi Chen was a little angry. Suyu clearly did not have a scar, and actually lied to him. Suyu didn't notice Yi Chen's change in expression at all, and was still immersed in the kind of pleasure she felt when Yi Chen's fingertips scratched her skin. Brother, what's wrong? Continue. Don't stop, Suyu said with a slightly trembling tone. Suyu, you don't have a ing scar at all. Okay, Yi Chen said with no good sense of humor. Only then did Suyu realize that things had been exposed. Immediately turned around, hugged Yi Chen's arm, and said with a pleasing face, Brother, I'm not just looking at you to get rid of their scars, and they are very happy, so I want to see how you get rid of the scars, and it turns out that this is how you get rid of the scars. Alright, I'm leaving. Yi Chen wanted to break away from Suyu's embrace. Suyu, however, hugged tightly and didn't let go, then said with an ambiguous face, Brother, do you think I have a good figure? Not bad, Yi Chen said with feigned indifference. Then, how about comparing it to those little goblins from the Rakshasa Hall? Suyu winked towards Yi Chen. I said, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Yi Chen forcefully broke free from Suyu's embrace. This chick really had too much guts. Didn't she know how to avoid suspicion? Brother, tell me honestly, just now when you saw my back, was there a bit of a heartbeat? Suyu asked from behind. Heartbeat your ass. You're my sister. Yi Chen glared at Suyu without any good humor. It's not like it's pro. Brother, do you still remember when you were a kid? You said, when you grow up you will marry me. You can't have forgotten all about it. Suyu said quietly. Of course I remember. However, it wasn't me who said I would marry you. It was you who said you would marry me. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Then, if I really want to marry you, will you marry me? Suyu's eyes looked at Yi Chen with affection. For this big brother, Suyu had loved him since childhood. When she learned that Yi Chen had joined the Shen family, she was still sad for a long time. Marry your ass. I'm your brother. And also, now that you've grown up, you can't fool around like you did when you were a kid. Yi Chen deliberately said with a stern face. Where did I fool around? Brother, you definitely don't love me anymore. I remember. After hours, I want to play the little sparrow. You won't even refuse. Suyu's small mouth pouted. Hearing Suyu's words, Yi Chen immediately felt pressurized. This girl, she really dared to say anything. He simply stopped talking nonsense with her and directly pushed the door to leave. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Suyu's small mouth pouted even higher. It seems that the saying is really right. Fear of brother's bitterness, and fear of brother driving a Land Rover. Now that Yi Chen had more women around him, he had already increasingly disregarded her as his younger sister. Little Chen, you're going out again? You didn't even sleep last night. Seeing Yi Chen going out, Yi Chi said with some worry. Don't worry mom, I'm fine. Yi Chen signaled Yi Chi not to worry, and then he left the imperial mansion. Yi Chi was somewhat helpless. Mom, you don't care about him either. Maybe he went to look for some little vixen again. At this time, Suyu also came out. Her small pouting mouth could hang a soy sauce bottle. AI, the son has grown. Where can I control him? Yi Chi sighed. Yi Chen left the imperial mansion and directly took a taxi to the hospital. Then he found the ward that Xiaoming had said, and before he even entered the ward, he heard a very arrogant voice ringing out. Don't worry, with me here, no matter who comes to the rescue today, I'll make him have no return. That's right, with Brother Dolly here, I guess that Mona wouldn't dare to come. Brother Dolly, I'm relying on you today. He Dolly, the captain of the Dragon Team. The Dragon Team is a transcendent existence above the constable's office. It specializes in handling some tasks that the patrol room cannot handle. Every Dragon Group warrior was a martial artist. Moreover, they are not weak martial artists. He Dolly, on the other hand, was at the captain level and was even stronger. A group of constable gates surrounded he vigorously, constantly patting their asses. He Dolly was also very flattered. Especially, this constable's office actually had a few good-looking girls. He wanted to show off even more, especially the female constable named He Xiaoming. In front of that thing, just like a basketball, growing up so big and still come to be a constable, also not afraid of action time inconvenience. For the constables, the Dragon Group is an incomparable sacred place. Therefore, for He Dolly, they are all very respectful. Those few female constables, their eyes were even covered with little stars. Aren't all the people in your Dragon Group very powerful? Which one is more powerful compared to the Jianbei army? Jianbei army? Oh, is it worth comparing with the Dragon Group? Let me put it this way. Even an ordinary Dragon Group member is many times stronger than him. How Fong? He Dolly said with a proud face. Wow, then wouldn't Brother Dolly be even more powerful as the captain of the Dragon Team? The female constable exclaimed. Not bad, just barely ranked in the top 3 of the Jiangdu Dragon Group. He Dolly was not modest at all. Oh right, in fact, you don't need to have so many people all here. More people. Instead of spooking the snakes, I think it's better to be like this. Just let me and little constable he stay here. He Dolly's gaze fell on He Xiaoming, although everyone respected him, but it's not good to do things with too many people after all. Ah, Brother Dolly, we also want to stay and see your valor. The other 2 female constables, sniffing, said with some dissatisfaction. That's fine, you 2 also stay, he vigorously said in a pretense of generosity. The other male constables naturally understood that he vigorously's intention. There is some indignation in their hearts. After all, this female constable, they can't get their hands on them on weekdays. Today, it is estimated that they are going to be penetrated by he vigorously. However, who let others have the ability? Which woman doesn't like a strong man? These female constables looked at He Dilly as if they wanted to eat him. The male constables were about to leave when Yi Chen pushed the door and walked in. Brother Chen, you're here. When He Xiaoming saw Yi Chen, a touch of joy surfaced on his face. Yi Chen nodded. Seeing Yi Chen, He Dolly frowned slightly. Although, he was very lanky and not ugly, but compared to Yi Chen, it was obviously far worse. Yi Chen's appearance was that he didn't dress up much. Dressing up, it wouldn't be worse than those popular stars. Who is he? He Dolly looked at He Xiaoming and asked with some irritation. Chapter 76, White Impermanence is here. Oh, his name is Yi Chen. He's my friend. I specifically asked him to come over to help. He Xiaoming hurriedly said, although this He Dolly had blown himself out of the water. But after all, He Xiaoming had never seen He Dolly fight. It didn't really know how strong he was. As for Yi Chen's strength, He Xiaoming had seen it with her own eyes. Help? With me do you still need to find someone else to help? He Dolly said with an unkind gaze. Big brother don't be angry. I just think that there is one more person. One more protection. He Xiaoming whispered. Xiaoming, this is your fault. Aren't you looking down on brother? That's right. To deal with that what's her name Meng, Brother Dolly can do it alone. The 2 female constables did not recognize Yi Chen, although Yi Chen was good looking, but the women in their constable system, they all respected the strong. Without strength, no matter how good looking they were, they couldn't enter their eyes. Brother Chen is very powerful. He Xiaoming hurriedly said. Powerful? Can it be as powerful as Brother Vigorous? Female constable Chen Wen disdainfully said. Kid, if you're sensible, leave on your own. What's going to happen here is not something you can get involved in. Don't lose your little life at that time. Another female constable named Kai Shuang also said. The bragging of the 2 female constables made He Dolly very popular. It doesn't matter. If he wants to stay, he can stay. But when the time comes for Meng woman to come, you remember to hide behind me. Don't get killed by Meng woman. He Dolly said with a smile. Of course he could see that He Xiaoming was looking at Yi Chen a little differently. He Xiaoming was the woman he had his eyes on. It was just right that Yi Chen wanted to stay. And when the time came, he would deliberately lead Meng woman to Yi Chen. Then, let Meng granny kill Yi Chen. That way, there would be one less competitor. Okay, Brother Dolly, you have to protect me in a while, Yi Chen said with a leathery smile. Don't worry, with brother Dolly here, as long as you don't seek death on your own, Mona can't hurt you in the slightest. The male constable who hadn't left yet said, Little Meng, when we fight in a while, you remember to keep close to me. It's best not to leave me a step away, so that I can protect you. He Dolly no longer paid attention to Yi Chen, but said to Yi Xiaoming with a smile, Oh, good. Yi Xiaoming nodded her head. Brother Dolly, you can't just protect Xiaoming alone, I also need to be protected. Chen Wen pouted. That's right, brother Dolly, people also need to be protected. Jin Shuang also chimed in. No problem, just follow me closely in a while, He Dolly said with an expression of I'll take care of it. Then, He Dolly began to recount some of his great accomplishments, being able to subdue dozens of gun-wielding bandits with his bare hands, going abroad to carry out difficult missions, and so on. The constables listened with exquisite interest. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was yawning. It couldn't be helped that he hadn't slept last night. Now that he heard He Dolly bragging, Yi Chen was sleepy. Seeing Yi Chen's drowsy look, Jin Shuang was instantly offended. She frowned and said, If you have a chance to listen to Brother Dolly's lecture, listen carefully. That's right, what Brother Dolly lectures look dry. Chen Wen also said, Brother Dolly, you are so powerful, can you teach us a few tricks? The two female constables finished Yi Chen, then once again looked at He Dolly with glowing eyes. No problem, since you guys want to learn, then I will teach you. However, I need an opponent. Which one of you will come? He Dolly's eyes glanced over the three female constables. He naturally wanted He Xiaoming to be his opponent the most. This way, during the professor's process, it was natural to mooch off her. However, it was Jin Shuang who volunteered to step forward. I'll do it. Although it wasn't He Xiaoming, Jin Shuang actually wasn't bad, less developed than He Xiaoming, but taller than He Xiaoming, with a pair of long legs that were powerful at first glance. Okay, soon, he vigorously taught. Not to mention, he vigorously still had some skills. Casually teaching a few moves would be enough for these ordinary constables to learn for a long time. Of course, when teaching, is not the opportunity to take advantage of Jin Shuang. To He Dolly's surprise, Jin Shuang not only did not get angry, on the contrary, sometimes also deliberately catered to him. For example, when the two people's bodies were close, Jin Shuang actually intentionally hit He vigorously with her body. It made He Dolly a burst of excitement. Watch and learn well. As long as you can learn a move and a half, it will be enough for you to use for half a lifetime, he vigorously said while teaching. As he spoke, he also specifically looked at Yi Chen twice, only to see that at this moment, although He Xiaoming was also looking at him, most of the time, she actually stayed on Yi Chen. This made He Dolly's heart very unhappy. A little white boy actually dared to steal a woman from him, really looking for death. Especially, seeing how Yi Chen seemed to be careless, He Dolly was even more furious. He said to Yi Chen, Kid, you learn it seriously, maybe, it will be useful in a while. Okay brother Dolly, Yi Chen said with a smile. He Xiaoming also stopped looking at Yi Chen, but she didn't feel that what he vigorously taught was that impressive. If it was before she met the black and white irregulars in Yi Chen, she would definitely feel that he vigorously was very powerful. But now, she felt that what He Dolly was teaching now was nothing more than some fancy fists. It might be useful against ordinary people, but when it came to someone as strong as the black and white irregulars, it was of no use at all. Of course, He Dolly wasn't as weak as he looked. It's just that he didn't teach them seriously at all. After all, these constables are just ordinary people. He is trying to teach real skills. These constables will not learn. In the process of teaching, he showed more and more bold. At the beginning, just secretly take advantage of Jin Shuang, but gradually, it was very bold. The male constables looked in their eyes and felt pain in their hearts. This is their sister Ah, but there is nothing to be done. And Jin Shuang even boldly responded to He Filong. This will He Filong a teasing don't want. He really can't hold back the flame in his heart. Then he stopped teaching. That, I'll go out with Constable Jin Shuang to survey the terrain. You guys stand guard here. If Meng woman appears, immediately send a signal to notify me. Don't go hard, He Dolly said to the crowd. Okay brother Dolly, what the two were going to do. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts, but it wasn't good to poke holes in it. After all, no one had the right to intervene in what you love. Soon, He Dolly was bringing Jin Shuang to an unoccupied ward. Not long after he vigorously left, two figures appeared outside the hospital's main door. One of them was White Impermanence by Ling Jiao, who had not recovered from her injuries, but had recovered a small portion, and standing next to her was A. Chapter 77, The Mona. Only to see, next to Bai Ling Jiao, standing, surprisingly, was a little girl of less than 1 meter 2. But, although the little girl was not very tall, however, her face looked, yet very mature. Fair skin, long and curly eyelashes, a high nose, and hunted red lips painted with rose lip gloss, a long wavy hair. At the corner of its eye, there was also a small mole. It looked very sexy. But such a sexy face actually grew on top of a petite body of less than 1 meter too. It looked extremely visually shocking. She was Sister Meng. Sister Meng, please be sure to save my brother, Bai Lingjiao said very respectfully to the little girl. Although this little girl looked petite and harmless, however, Bai Lingjiao knew that in this petite body, exactly what terrifying power was hidden. One must know that once she and Bai Yulong had joined forces and failed to defeat this little girl. Therefore, despite not knowing how old the other party was, Bai Lingjiao still addressed the other party as sister. Don't worry, just with those drunken fools from the patrol office, are they worthy of stopping me? Mona put her hands behind her back and proudly said, but, big sister, we told them beforehand that we were coming, and they will definitely ask the dragon team for help. Bai Lingjiao frowned. Although the patrol room was not worth mentioning to a strong person like Bai Lingjiao, but the dragon group was different. It was specialized to deal with martial artists like them. Dragon group? Just in time to learn how powerful they really are. The corner of Meng's mouth raised in an arc. An unoccupied ward in the hospital. Jin Shuang was lying in Hidali's arms, her face full of happiness. To be able to communicate with a strong person like Hidali, she felt, well, honored. Brother Dali, what do you say? Do I have a chance to enter the dragon team? Jin Shuang asked with winks. It's not impossible. It depends on your performance. Hidali laughed evilly. Don't worry, brother Dali. I'll perform well. I'll make sure you're satisfied, Jin Shuang said coyly. However, just as Hidali was preparing to have a great time, his cell phone suddenly rang. At a glance, it was the inspector's office calling. Bad luck. Hidali looked at Jin Shuang, who was looking down at him with thirsty eyes, and finally picked up the phone. It's bad, brother Dali. White Impermanence is here. On the phone, a panicked and incomparable voice rang out. I'll come over right away, Hidali immediately said. Although, having his good deed disturbed, he was a little upset in his heart, but there was no need to rush. Jin Shuang couldn't run away anyway. First, he would go and clean up White Impermanence, and then he would come back and enjoy his output to the fullest. When Jin Shuang saw him repairing White Impermanence, he would definitely worship him even more. Although, White Impermanence's strength was greatly reduced, probably not even 30% of his heyday. However, it was by no means something that these constables could deal with. At this moment, White Impermanence was holding a woman's neck in his hand. The woman was clearly the female constable Chen 1. At this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with fear. I've listened to your orders and made the call. Can you let me go? Chen 1 said with her whole body trembling. She had merely gone to use the restroom, and this woman appeared like a ghost. She didn't even have time to draw her gun before she was subdued by the other party. Although, White Impermanence was confident in Meng's strength, but just in case, she still decided that she would take a look at the situation first. Sure enough, the other party had really invited the dragon team to provide support. She then asked Chen 1 to call Hidali and lure him over. That way, it would be smoother for Meng to go and save Black Impermanence again. Don't worry, I'm as good as my word. I'll release you. White Impermanence sniffed gently at Chen 1's neck. White Impermanence's actions caused Chen 1's entire body to tingle, not knowing what White Impermanence wanted. Suddenly, White Impermanence took a bite on Chen 1's neck. Chen 1 cried out in pain. Trying to break free from White Impermanence's hands, she couldn't break free at all. Let her go and I'll spare you from death. Luckily, at this time, Hidali finally arrived. White Impermanence inclined his head, glanced at the bullish and tall Hidali, and the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. In the next moment, he directly clicked and snapped Chen 1's neck. Chen 1's eyes were wide open, but her body slowly fell down softly. Seeing this scene, Jin Shuang, who had come with Hidali, was almost stunned. You seek death. Hidali, on the other hand, was filled with rage. He had already said that he would let White Impermanence release him, but White Impermanence had actually directly killed Chen 1. This was simply slapping him in the face. Without any nonsense, Hidali charged towards White Impermanence. It had to be said that Hidali's strength wasn't weak. Running, he was like a brute bull. Boom! The two exchanged blows. White Impermanence's body fell back several steps. A smear of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the Hidali at this moment was a lot stronger than the one who hadn't recovered from serious injuries. However, White Impermanence did not retreat. She intended to hold up Hidali and buy time for Meng. But, right now, she was too slow. She kicked at Hidali. However, he vigorously grabbed her ankle. The corner of Hidali's mouth raised in an arc, and in the next moment, he punched Bai Zuenyun's stomach viciously. Wow! White Impermanence spat out a large mouthful of blood. A touch of powerlessness surfaced in his eyes. Obviously, this Hidali's strength was actually no stronger than hers. Nay, she was heavily injured before she was suppressed by he vigorously. He vigorously pinched White Impermanence's fair neck and lifted her up to hold her down on the wall. Then fists fell on White Impermanence's body like rain. White Impermanence had blood flowing from her mouth. There was no resistance. Only after dozens of punches in a row did Hidali stop. White Impermanence had already been beaten to death. It was thrown on the ground by him like a dead dog. His eyes scanned White Impermanence's delicate body. A flash of disdain in his eyes. She has lost her resistance. You guys can come over now. Hidali clasped his hands to his chest and said to the crowd. The crowd immediately rushed over. Jin Shuang directly took out handcuffs and handcuffed White Impermanence. Brother Dali is so awesome. Brother Dali is so handsome. The constables applauded Hidali. AI. Still one step too late to save Constable Xiaowen. Hidali was in a fit of pain. In fact, he vigorously did not care about Chen Wen's death at all. He just felt that although Chen Wen's looks were not as good as He Xiaoming's or Jin Shuang's, she had a unique temperament. She is also quite attractive to him. Originally, he thought that he could follow up and have something happen with Chen Wen, but now it seems that it is also impossible. Brother Dali, I don't blame you. You did your best. If it wasn't for you, Brother Dali, we definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with her. A burst of rainbow farts slapped past the crowd. Chapter 78, Hidali was abused. But what they said was also true. Although, the exchange between the two just now was brief, but it was evident that White Impermanence's battle power was also very strong. The wall behind her was cracked. Yet, she didn't die, didn't even faint. He vigorously stepped on White Impermanence, his hands still clasping his chest, then coldly asked, "Where's Meng?" White Impermanence ignored Hidali. "Speak up." The power on Hidali's foot increased. But, White Impermanence still had no tendency to say anything. "Very well, I like your kind of hard bones." After finishing, he vigorously carried White Impermanence up, then said to the crowd, "You guys continue to guard Black Impermanence, I'll go interrogate her alone." "Alright, Brother Dali." Seeing this scene, Jin Shuang was slightly upset in her heart. After all, she wasn't stupid, knowing why Hidali wanted to interrogate White Impermanence alone. After all, this White Impermanence looked that seductive, especially that body. Simply, the waist is as slim as a water snake. She is a woman who was very envious. That's right, the first time Hidali saw White Impermanence, he was stunned by White Impermanence's beauty. White Impermanence's face value was far above Jin Shuang. Her body was also much better than Jin Shuang. Originally, Hidali was still a bit worried, but after easily solving White Impermanence, it made his confidence instantly burst, thinking that Meng and White Impermanence were the same goods. Therefore, he put his heart down, preparing to properly interrogate White Impermanence. In front of him, Hidali, there was no woman who didn't open her mouth. "What are you doing?" When he vigorously threw White Impermanence on the couch, White Impermanence finally reacted to what he vigorously wanted to do. "What do you think I want to do? Woman, I advise you to open your mouth obediently. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." He vigorously cupped by Erratic's chin with his hand, his face full of evil smiles. "Get lost." White Impermanence cursed angrily. He, roll away, I don't know how. Roll away, I do know how. "Woman, contact Meng immediately and let her come to save you." He vigorously laughed. "You dream." Of course White Impermanence wouldn't obey obediently. "I don't like to dream. I only like to do." He vigorously knew that White Impermanence would not open his mouth easily, then wait for him to properly interrogate her first. However, just when he vigorously pulled down the skirt of White Impermanence, a voice filled with the flavor of an imperial lady rang out. "I heard that you were looking for me?" He vigorously turned around, and then, he saw a little girl that was standing behind him. But this little girl, obviously only less than 1 meter too. Her face looked very mature again. There was a special kind of contrasting beauty. He vigorously sized up the little girl, with some doubts in his heart. "Isn't this just a little girl? Could it be that Meng was a little girl?" "Little girl, I don't have time to greet you right now. When I clean up her first, then I'll clean up you." Seeing that Meng woman was just a little girl, Hidali didn't put her in his eyes at all. "Dare to belittle me." Being ignored by Hidali, Meng woman was instantly furious. In the next moment, her body disappeared. Hidali rubbed his eyes and thought that he had blurred his vision. Suddenly, a huge force came from his waist. Then, his body flew out. Boom! It directly crashed through the door of the ward, and the entire person fell onto the hallway. What a fast speed! Hidali was a bit surprised. However, it wasn't too much of a concern. Although this little girl had shown amazing battle strength, but just this kind of force attack couldn't hurt him yet. Hidali was a major body cultivator. Therefore the body was very resistant to blows. At this time, the constables heard the commotion and rushed over. Luckily, by this time, Hidali had already climbed up. "Brother Dali, what's wrong?" the crowd asked. Mona is here. Hidali's gaze was fixed on the ward. Ta-da! A sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out. Then, a little girl walked out of the ward. It turned out that the girl was still wearing high heels. If she didn't wear high heels, she was estimated to be only 1 meter 1 in height. However, her mature face was filled with a sense of flirtation. You're Mona? Hidali slightly squared up. Granny Meng said with a soft smile, I'm your mother. Seek death. Hidali was furious. Next, don't blink. This is something you will never, ever see in your entire life. Hidali moved his muscles and said to the constables, Brother Dolly is going to get real. Don't worry Brother Dolly. We'll watch and learn. The constables stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing something. After all, it was still rare for a strong dragon group member to make a move. The time they had just fought with White Impermanence was too brief for the crowd to get a good look at it. Vajra Copper Man phase. Hidali let out a roar. On the surface of his body, a golden glow actually surfaced. Hidali casually threw a punch. He actually directly punched a large hole in the concrete wall beside him. At this moment, he really had a feeling of steel. At this moment, even He Xiaoming's gaze towards Hidali changed. Although, this Hidali gaze always liked to look at her with a strange gaze, but by the looks of it, it should also have a few real skills. Die! Hidali slammed his fist into the little girl who was only less than 1 meter 2. The terrifying power seemed to tear the air apart. Boom! In the next moment, Hidali's sandbag-sized fist ruthlessly smashed into the little girl's face. It smashed the little girl's face to the left. However, the little girl's body did not move at all. The corner of her mouth raised in an arc, and she said playfully, It hurts so much when you hit me. This scene stunned everyone. It also included Hidali. One should know that the power of his punch could even knock over a car. But hitting on this little girl, the little girl person, actually looked like she was fine. Just now you hit me. Now, it's my turn to hit you. After the little girl finished, her foot in high heels lifted up. It lightly kicked at Hidali's chest. But, with this seemingly light kick, Hidali actually felt unable to dodge it. When the little girl's foot kicked his chest, he instantly felt as if he was hit by a train. Then, his body, like a cannonball, flew out. Along the corridor of the hospital, it flew all the way to the end of the corridor, and finally smashed hard against the wall. At that moment, there was a silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Meng's kick not only kicked He Filong out more than 20 meters away, it also smashed the concrete wall, giving it a dent. On his chest, a deep imprint of high heels appeared. Chapter 79 Yi Chen shows his might. Thanks to his powerful physical skills, He Filong did not die, but was already breathing in more and out less. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They couldn't imagine that this seemingly harmless little girl was actually so terrifying. Unbearable, Mona said disdainfully, then turned around and was about to leave. Stop. At this time, the constables were stunned and didn't know what to do. He Xiaoming was the only one who actually drew her sidearm and aimed it at Meng. This scene stunned the crowd. Where did this He Xiaoming get the courage to pull out his gun? Obviously, at Meng's level of strength, a gun would not be of the slightest use to her. Granny Meng turned around and glanced at He Xiaoming. Grinning, she said, Little constable, while I'm not angry, put away your burning stick, otherwise, jia. Although, at this time, He Xiaoming was also very scared. She still had the guts to say, Meng, you can't leave. He Xiaoming, are you crazy? He Xiaoming, put the gun away. Do you want to get us killed? Seeing this, the other constables loudly scolded. They thought, if He Xiaoming wants to die, don't bring them along. However, He Xiaoming was a rather axial person. She actually did not put down her gun. Actually repeated again, you're not allowed to leave. Ha ha, little constable, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Meng looked at a hospital bed beside her, and with a gentle tug, she grabbed a steel pipe beside the bed and ripped it off. In the next moment, she threw it directly towards He Xiaoming. With Meng woman's strength, this blow was enough to pierce through the concrete wall. Seeing this scene, He Xiaoming was so frightened that she closed her eyes, thinking to herself, this time she'll die for sure. However, for a long time He Xiaoming didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw that a figure was standing in front of her. It was Yi Chen, and Yi Chen grabbed the steel pipe that Meng threw out with his hand. This scene also made everyone freeze. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen was actually so powerful. Is Granny Meng? Immediately bind your hands and I'll spare you from death. Yi Chen looked at Meng woman with a face full of indifference. How? Think you're powerful because you caught one of my moves? The corner of Meng woman's mouth raised in an arc. In the next moment, her body, like a residual shadow, rushed towards Yi Chen. It had to be said that Granny Meng's speed was very fast. Ordinary people could only see her residual shadow. By the time the residual shadow disappeared, Granny Meng had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. Her tiny fist directly blasted towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen also blasted a fist over. Boom! The two fists, one large and one small, collided in the air. At once, a deafening sound was emitted. The powerful shockwaves directly shattered the glass around the two. Stomp! Meng stomped on her high heels, and her body continuously retreated several steps backward. Only then did she stabilize her body. You, who are you? Meng woman's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, it was not expected that Chen was so strong. One had to know that although she looked physically petite, but in reality, she majored in strength. Her strength, amongst her peers, was almost invincible. Even the black and white irregulars, when they joined forces, couldn't carry one of her punches. This was the first time that she had suffered a loss in strength when fighting someone. There's no need to tell you who I am, Chen said indifferently. I'm a member of the Xianmei sect. Although you're very powerful, I advise you that it's best not to go against us. The Xianmei sect's power is not something you can imagine. Mona gritted her teeth and said, Xian underworld sect? Sorry, never even heard of it. Chen said expressionlessly. Seeing that she failed to shock Chen, Meng Qianyue narrowed her eyes and turned around, wanting to escape. You can't leave. Chen did not intend to let the other party go. He directly chased after her. A palm struck above Meng's back. Ah! Meng woman let out a miserable scream. The body flew out. Chen was about to restrain Meng woman, but he suddenly saw that a black thing flew towards the crowd. He saw it really well. It was a grenade. If he didn't care, the grenade would land in the middle of Xiaoming's few people. At that time, this beautiful little constable would be blown to pieces by the grenade. Without much thought, Chen gave up chasing Meng. He dashed over quickly. When the grenade was about to land, he grabbed it. But, the next moment, the grenade exploded. A loud bang was emitted. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared, only to see that although the grenade blew up, the fire formed was all compressed between Chen's palms, forming a small fireball of 10 to 20 centimeters. It didn't manage to cause any harm to anyone. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Chen actually suppressed the exploding grenade with his bare hands. Was this still a human being? Not to mention the others, even Xiaoming was stunned. She knew that Chen was very powerful, but she didn't expect that Chen was actually powerful to this extent. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, absolutely no one would believe it. After all, even movies didn't dare to act like this, right? Of course, at this time, the one who felt the most face-slapping naturally had to be Hidali. He had been pretending for a day, and to his surprise, the clown was actually himself. Are you guys alright? Chen casually threw his hand full of steel balls on the ground and opened his mouth to ask, although he had just controlled the explosion of the grenade, but the shockwave was still there. Nope, it's fine. That's good. Chen nodded towards the crowd and turned around. Although Meng woman had escaped, the slap that he had just delivered was not something to be trifled with. Even if Meng woman's body strength was amazing, taking that slap, she would have to lose half of her life if she didn't die. Seeing Chen's back as he left, Jin Shuang's eyes lit up once again. This was too handsome. Xiao Meng, how did you know brother Yi? Quickly give me his contact information. Jin Shuang grabbed Xiao Meng's arm and shook it vigorously, her face full of excitement. Yeah, Xiao Meng, brother Yi is so powerful. Why don't you tell us? A group of constables excitedly surrounded Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng was speechless for a while. She remembered. She had said that Chen was very powerful at the beginning, but you all didn't believe it. It wasn't until a long time later that the crowd remembered Hidali in Shenwan. Although Hidali was seriously injured, he couldn't be killed, and Shenwan actually didn't die either. Obviously, Chen had already cured Shenwan when the crowd wasn't paying attention. Shenwan, aren't you dead? The others didn't know what was going on. How could Shenwan not know? It's brother Yi. Brother Yi, she saved me, Shenwan said. The crowd was once again shocked. They didn't expect that. Apart from his superior force, Chen's medical skills were also so powerful. With the mission completed, Chen was about to go home when suddenly, while passing by a ward, he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 80, Lin Ruoshi's Grief. It was Lin Ruoshi. Originally, Chen had no intention of going in to say hello. However, when he heard what Lin Ruoshi said, he frowned slightly. Do you guys have to force me to death to be satisfied? In Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes, there were tears in her eyes, and her fists were clenched tightly. Thus, Chen stopped. This was a VIP single ward. There were at least a dozen people standing in the ward. On the hospital bed, there was an old man who was over the age of 60. At this moment, every one of the dozen people in the room had a heavy expression on their faces. Almost everyone's gaze was on Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, how can you say that? We don't want this either. But your grandfather's situation, as you know, can't be delayed anymore. Yes, Ruoshi, when your grandfather was awake, you were the one he loved the most. Now it's just a matter of asking you to make a small sacrifice. and you're not willing to do it? A group of people gathered around Lin Ruoshi, chattering. Eldest uncle, second uncle, you all have daughters too, why must I marry? Lin Ruoshi's silver teeth clenched her lips. If only she was the only female in the Lin family. In order to save her grandfather, she was obligated to do so, but clearly, her eldest uncle, second uncle, raised daughters, and all of them are still unmarried, so why must she marry? Ruoshi, your grandfather loves you the most, and also appointed you to be the president of Lin's, and now that grandpa has fallen ill, of course you should be in charge, eldest uncle Lin said in an even older tone. That's right, when you were the president, you were in the limelight, now when it's time for you to contribute, you're still unwilling? Great uncle Sun Yulan also lightly grunted. Facing a dozen mouths, Lin Ruoshi had no room to retort at all. Yes, Grandpa had designated her to be the president of Lin's, but that was because Grandpa knew that only she could bring Lin's back from the dead. When she took over as president, there was not a single person in the entire Lin family who was willing to take over this mess. Later on, she took Lin's from over $1 billion in debt to several $1 billion in size. God knows how much hardship she had all put in. Ruoshi, it's not that we don't want Roland to marry, but the other divine Dr. Zhou specified that he wants you, so we can't do anything about it. Second auntie said with a fake sigh. Well, this matter is settled. A moment later Dr. Zhou will be coming over. Ruoshi, don't be bitter, to be able to marry Dr. Zhou, that's your good fortune, eldest uncle Lin even said in a deep voice. Just at this time, the door of the ward was pushed open. In walked a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and an 8-character beard. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, with a large gold tooth, and his hair was turned backward into a big back head. His body type was on the chubby side, and he was also holding a big belly. Divine Dr. Zhou, you're finally here. Divine Dr. Zhou, Ruoshi has already promised to marry you, so you should quickly treat the old man. The people of the Lin family greeted and married. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen outside the door stared wide-eyed. No wonder Lin Ruoshi didn't want to marry. In his place, he wouldn't want to marry such a man either. Not to mention the fact that this divine Dr. Zhou's age was more than 20 years older than Lin Ruoshi. It's not even that he's ugly. The key was this outfit, which was really uptight. As soon as divine Dr. Zhou entered, his eyes searched the room. In the end, it landed on Lin Ruoshi. Upon seeing Lin Ruoshi, a pair of mouse eyes immediately bloomed. He had seen Lin Ruoshi before. At that time, it was just a glance from afar, and he was astonished. Now it was up close and personal. It was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Although Lin Ruoshi's eldest uncle's daughter, Lin Ruolu, and her second uncle's daughter, Lin Ruolin, were both beauties, but compared to Lin Ruoshi, they are far worse. I have to say, the genes of rich people are just as good, no matter how they look. At least the wives they marry are absolutely beautiful. Lin Ruolu's mother, Chen Jinjin, and Lin Ruolin's mother, Sun Yulan, were also beauties. Nay, both were already married. However, having Lin Ruolu was enough. Such a superb beauty, just by looking at it, gave divine Dr. Zhou an overwhelming urge. Being stared at by divine Dr. Zhou's pair of mouse eyes, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly became uncomfortable all over. The moment she thought that she would have to marry such a man, Lin Ruoshi hated to die, but for the sake of her grandfather, she still greeted divine Dr. Zhou very politely. Divine Dr. Zhou, hello. Lin Ruoshi's voice was very nice. Hearing divine Dr. Zhou was a delight. Ruoshi, there's no need to be formal. We'll be family from now on anyway. Divine Dr. Zhou was laughing so hard he could hardly keep his mouth shut. Divine Dr. Zhou, the old master is dying. You should quickly treat him. At this time, a group of people from the Lin family urged. Not as good as, when Daryl signs this agreement, I will immediately treat the old master. Divine Dr. Zhou smiled as he took out a document, only to see that the document unexpectedly read, Marriage Agreement. The content of the agreement was that Lin Ruoshi would marry divine Dr. Zhou, and divine Dr. Zhou would cure elder Lin's illness. If Lin Ruoshi backed out, then the Lin family would need to compensate divine Dr. Zhou with $1 billion. Although the Lin family had $5 billion in assets, but it was basically impossible to come up with $1 billion. The reason why they had to make such an agreement was because they were afraid that Lin Ruoshi would back out. Divine Dr. Zhou, this agreement, there's no need for it. I, Lin Ruoshi, am a man of my word. If you can cure Grandpa, I definitely won't back out. Lin Ruoshi clenched her silver teeth and said, although, she didn't want to marry an old man at all, but she also couldn't just stand by and watch her old master die. It couldn't be helped that the old master was too sick. She had already asked Du Gaoming, a famous divine doctor in Jiangdu, who was known as the wonderful hand of returning spring, to come and see him, but Du Gaoming said that he was unable to do anything about it. By chance, she came across a divine doctor who claimed to be able to cure the old master. but the prerequisite was that Lin Ruoxi had to marry him. Ruoxi, I naturally believe in your character, but there's an agreement, so there's a guarantee. In case you renege on the deal when the time comes, where am I going to reason with you? I'll tell you the truth. The old master doesn't have much time left. Zhou Divine Doctor narrowed his eyes and said, looking at Lin Jidong on the hospital bed, whose face was incredibly pale. Lin Ruoxi let out a long breath. Finally, was reached out and took the agreement that Divine Doctor Zhou handed over. After only glancing at the content on the agreement, Lin Ruoxi's face became incomparably ugly, because the agreement even wrote that after the marriage, she had to give birth to 5 children for the other party. She wasn't a pig. Could she give birth to that many? As soon as she thought of not only marrying such a man, but also giving him children, Lin Ruoxi couldn't wait to tear up the agreement. Seemingly seeing Lin Ruoxi's thoughts, Divine Doctor Zhou laughed. I prefer small children. Lin Ruoxi's petite body trembled slightly, and in the end, she still picked up a pen, ready to sign her name on the agreement. Chapter 81. Do you guys not recognize me? Seeing Lin Ruoxi sign, Zhou Hua looked incredibly excited. As long as Lin Ruoxi signed, he would get more than just Lin Ruoxi. You have to know that apart from her beauty, Lin Ruoxi's ability is also second to none. Back then, Lin's group was in debt for $1 billion, and she was able to turn it around. Wasn't this equivalent to being a money tree? The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Hua felt that he had made a big profit this time. And besides Zhou Hua, Lin Ruoxi's great white, Lin even older throat was also slightly squirming. As long as Lin Ruoxi married Divine Doctor Zhou, then he could ask the board of directors to revoke Lin Ruoxi's position as president. After all, this would ensure that the Lin family's property would not fall into the hands of outsiders. Of course, Lin Ruoxi also knew that by signing this agreement, what she would lose was not just her people, she would also lose the Lin family group at the same time. But right now, she had no other choice. There was no way she could watch her grandfather die. Finally, the tip of the pen touched the agreement. As long as Lin Ruoxi signed it, then everything would be settled. However, right at this moment, a figure walked into the middle of the hospital room. It was a man who had his hands behind his back and said with a playful expression, "Isn't it just a minor illness? Is it necessary to sign a contract of sale?" Yi Chen was not the type of person to meddle in other people's business, but this chick had helped him out twice. Although he didn't actually need Lin Ruoxi to stand up for him, it was his character to repay any favor. Seeing Yi Chen, the sadness in Lin Ruoxi's beautiful eyes intensified. At this time, she didn't want Yi Chen to see her in such a sorry state. "Hey, who are you? Who let you in?" Seeing Yi Chen barging in so rudely, Lin even more old frowned. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was about to sign, he didn't want to have any changes. "I'm Daryl's friend," Yi Chen replied. "This is our Lin family's family matter. You can't come in even if you are Ruoxi's friend," Lin even older said in a deep voice. "Ruoxi, quickly let him out. Don't disturb Divine Dr. Zhou from treating the old man." "Yi Chen, go away," Lin Ruoxi said with a sad expression. "Sure you want me to go?" Yi Chen looked at Lin Ruoxi. "What are you staying here for if you don't go? Could it be that you can cure the old man?" "Of course I can cure it," Yi Chen said. He, who do you think you are? Do you know how many miracle doctors and experts we've invited to cure the old master? All of them couldn't cure him, just with a yellow-haired kid like you. You dare to say that you can cure the old master's disease?" Lin even laughed coldly at the old man. "Yi Chen, are you serious?" A flash of hope surfaced in Lin Ruoxi's beautiful eyes. She knew that Yi Chen's martial arts were very powerful, but she didn't realize that Yi Chen could also cure diseases. "Of course I'm serious. If you don't believe me, I'll leave," Yi Chen said with some impatience. I believe. Yi Chen, as long as you can cure my grandfather, you can just let me marry you," Lin Ruoxi said with a face full of surprise. Although she and Yi Chen had only met a few times, she knew that Yi Chen was not a person who talked big. If he said he could cure it, he might really be able to. Marrying a bad old man like Divine Dr. Zhou, Lin Ruoxi resisted in her heart, but if it was to marry Yi Chen, she was still willing. After all, at the train station, if it wasn't for Yi Chen beating those who kidnapped her to death, perhaps she would have long since ceased to exist in this world. And, probably, she would have suffered inhuman torture before dying. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Ruoxi and said, "Are you really willing to marry me in order to save your grandfather?" Lin Ruoxi was actually just talking casually, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen actually took it seriously. But she still gritted her teeth and said, "I'm willing." Marrying Yi Chen was better than marrying a bad old man anyways. Zhou Hua was already almost 50 years old, and it was a question of whether he could use it or not. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Ruoxi and said, "You think so, Lin Ruoxi?" Everyone else. Yi Chen's words made everyone's face twitch. Where did this guy come from to be so arrogant? Lin Ruoxi was at least an existence that could be on par with Shen Aoxue. Now that Shen Aoxue had cooled off, Lin Ruoxi was the most popular woman in Jiangdu. Lin Ruoxi is willing to marry Yi Chen. And Yi Chen actually said Lin Ruoxi is thinking about it. Who gave you the courage? Alright, just kidding. I can cure your grandfather and I don't need any payment from you. Yi Chen shook his head and said, for other people, Elder Lin's illness was basically incurable. But for Yi Chen, it was nothing more than a show of hands. Wait. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to cure Elder Lin, Lin even stopped him in his old age. Who do you think you are? Who are you to treat the old man? What if the cure goes bad? That's right. Don't delay the old master's condition. Kid, if you have the ability to cure, go ahead and do it. Zhou Hua didn't care and said with a confident face. No, I strongly disagree. Lin even said in an old and deep voice. He was naturally unwilling for Yi Chen to go out and cure. Not to mention whether Yi Chen could cure the old man. Even if Yi Chen could cure him, he would not let Yi Chen do so. If Yi Chen cured the old man, how could he take the Lin group from Lin Ruoxi? Yi Chen looked towards Lin Ruoxi, and ultimately, it was Lin Ruoxi who had to decide. I agree to let Yi Chen heal. Lin Ruoxi said. It's useless for you to agree. Lin even older's eyes narrowed, and then he gave a wink to his bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately blocked Yi Chen's path. Eldest uncle, what do you mean? Lin Ruoxi frowned at the sight. What do I mean? Lin Ruoxi, I should be asking you what you mean. Right now, the old master's life is in danger. The only person who can save the old master is right here. Yet you're letting a yellow-haired brat who came out of nowhere to treat the old master. Are you trying to get the old master killed? Lin even questioned loudly in his old age. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible. Lin Ruoxi planned to throw her weight around. You're responsible? What are you taking responsibility for? Let me tell you, Lin Ruoxi, you can't be responsible for this. I will never let you joke with the old man's life. Lin even said in a cold voice. You guys, get out of the way. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxi could only say to the two Lin family bodyguards. However, the bodyguards, who always listened to her, actually didn't move. The bodyguard wasn't stupid. He could see the situation, knew that Lin Ruoxi would soon not be the president of the Lin family. So, naturally, he wouldn't listen to Lin Ruoxi's words. Lin Ruoxi, Mr. Wang is not here today. It's not up to you to make the decision. Lin even rolled the corner of his mouth raised in an arc and said, the reason why he picked today was because the Lin family's martial arts provider Wang Fu had gone home today. That Wang Fu was like Lin Ruoxi's follower, always by Lin Ruoxi's side. With him around, it was troublesome to do anything. But today, Wang Fu was not there. So then, Lin Ruoxi was at his mercy. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in an arc and said, do you guys not recognize me? Chapter 82 Shen Aoxue's ex-husband. Are you guys not recognizing me? Yi Chen's words made everyone look confused. What do you think you are? Why should we know you? Lin even gave an old disdainful smile. If Yi Chen wasn't Lin Ruoxi's friend, he would have already had someone blow Yi Chen out. He actually dared to blurt out here if people didn't recognize him. I'm nothing. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I know your name is Yi Chen. So what? Should I know you? Lin said with even more old amusement. Yi Chen? This name? Why does it sound somewhat familiar? Yeah, I also feel so familiar. Like I've heard it somewhere. The Lin family, one after another, felt a little strange. A moment later, suddenly, Lin Ruolu pointed at Yi Chen and said, you can't be Shen Aoxue's ex-husband. That's right, it's me. Yi Chen smiled and said, Shen Aoxue's ex-husband. Learning of Yi Chen's identity, all the Lin family members sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if they wanted to move away from Yi Chen. Although, the Shen family had previously been controlling the news from leaking out. But where was there a wall that was impervious to the wind? What's more, the Lin family was considered to have some weight in Jiangdu, and there were also people who had gone to attend Shen Aoxue's wedding. Therefore, probably knew what happened in the Shen family. Yi Chen actually dug out Shen Aoxue's kidney. Moreover, he had killed the Shen family's martial arts provider, Hong Tao, on the spot. Then, he slapped the Su family's martial arts provider. But, this wasn't even the most explosive. The most explosive thing was that Yi Chen had killed Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu, that was the disciple of the god of war. Moreover, not long ago, it was rumored that tens of thousands of people had gone to surround Yi Chen to kill him. There was also a retired general master. But Yi Chen is still alive and well. And those people, all dead. It was actually Yi Chen, the bogeyman. Now, can I cure the old man? Seeing everyone looking at him with fearful faces, Yi Chen said with a smile. At this moment, not a single person dared to speak anymore. This was the reality. Horses are good at being ridden, and people are good at being bullied. Therefore, Yi Chen never liked to be a good person. In everyone's eyes, there was a fear of Yi Chen. Only Lin Ruoxi, whose beautiful eyes were glowing with a gleam. She, Lin Ruoxi, was already standing at the peak of women in Jiangdu. Basically, it was difficult for any man to make her look at him more than once. However, the Yi Chen at this moment was so tall and handsome. Although, Yi Chen was very brutal, ferocious and prestigious, but at least, at this moment, he was standing in front of her, and no one dared to disobey him. Such a man, who wouldn't like it? However, there was still someone who stood in front of Yi Chen. It was actually the eldest uncle's daughter, Lin Ruolu. Ruolu, what are you doing? Chen Jinjin was startled, not expecting that her own daughter would actually dare to jump out and stop Yi Chen. One must know that this was a devil who killed without blinking an eye. In fact, Lin Ruolu didn't want to stand out either, but there was no way. If Lin Ruoxi didn't marry Zhou Hua, then Lin's group would still be Lin Ruoxi's. Originally, her father had already negotiated with her that after Lin Ruoxi stepped down, she would be the president of Lin's. Seeing the duck that was in her hand, it was just ruined. Lin Ruolu was naturally unwilling. Mr. Yi, I know, you're very powerful, and it's as simple as pinching an ant if you want to kill me, but I also believe that Mr. Yi is a reasonable person, and won't kill people at will. Although, just by looking at Yi Chen, Lin Ruolu felt her whole body trembling. She still said with strong composure, it had to be said that this Lin Ruolu was very clever. It directly gave Yi Chen a high hat to wear. In this way, if Yi Chen killed her, it would seem out of place. However, Lin Ruolu was wrong, only to see. Yi Chen said with a playful expression, I'm sorry, my master told me, whoever has a hard fist, the reasoning is up to them, and my reasoning is, whoever upsets me, I'll kill them. Yi Chen's words caused Lin Ruolu's body to tremble. She had wanted to stand on the moral high ground to restrain Yi Chen, but she did not expect that Yi Chen would not reason with her at all. It was just like when you asked someone why they jumped the queue, and they told you that it was because they had no quality. For a while, Lin Ruolu was actually speechless. Fortunately, since Lin Ruolu dared to stand out, she also had something to fall back on, only to see her eyes change several times, and finally, gritting her teeth, she said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, can you move? I want to talk to you alone. It had to be said that Lin Ruolu's courage was still commendable. One must know that at this time, the people in the entire room were basically scared by the two words Yi Chen to the point that they did not dare to speak. Only Lin Ruolu not only dared to stand out and talk to Yi Chen, but actually said that she wanted to talk to Yi Chen alone. Oh, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Chen also had a hint of curiosity about this woman. Mr. Yi, you'll know if you come with me, Lin Ruolu said. After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the outside of the ward. Yi Chen was also curious as to what this woman was up to, so he followed. Soon after, following Lin Ruolu, he arrived at a lounge. After Lin Ruolu saw Yi Chen come in, she immediately unlocked them. You're not afraid of me? Yi Chen saw that Lin Ruolu not only dared to see herself alone, but also dared to unlock the door. Was this because she thought she would die slowly? I'm afraid, Lin Ruolu said directly. After all, facing a killing god like Yi Chen, who wouldn't be afraid? But in order to fight for her rights, Lin Ruolu had to take this risk. She took a few deep breaths and said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I'll get right to the point. I hope you don't get involved in this matter. Oh, who am I to listen to you? Yi Chen played with the flavor. Lin Ruolu didn't say anything, but pulled open the zipper of the dress. Then, the dress fell to the ground. Lin Ruolu's figure was perfectly displayed in front of Yi Chen. As long as Mr. Yi doesn't get involved in this matter, I am yours, Lin Ruolu said through clenched teeth. This was the only way she could think of. That was to offer herself to Yi Chen so that Yi Chen would not participate in this matter. Yi Chen looked at the very imperial woman in front of him, and his expression became more playful. He sized up Lin Ruolu. Although this Lin Ruolu was not as pretty as Lin Ruoxi, Lin Ruolu won because she was more feminine than Lin Ruoxi. This thing, femininity, is very mysterious. Can't say what it is exactly, but a man just need to take a look. He will know. This woman has no woman flavor. However, it is not necessarily a good thing to have femininity, because only experienced women will become feminine. The more experience, the stronger the womanly flavor, and a woman without experience will look green. Men like women without experience and women with femininity. So, it became a paradox. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't say anything, Lin Ruoxing stepped forward and directly hugged Yi Chen. Chapter 83, Meeting Shen Aoxue again. A burst of womanly scent flooded into Yi Chen's nostrils. Lin Ruolu was a woman who understood men. The perfume on her body was not too strong or too light, and so was her makeup. Although her face value was inferior to Lin Ruolu's, she was very good at it. While hugging Yi Chen, the tips of her fingers were gently tracing on Yi Chen's back. She raised her head, and her large eyes looked at Yi Chen in a pitiful manner. With a touch of shyness in her pity, she said, Mr. Yi, as long as you don't get involved in this matter, whatever you do to me is fine. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen could not help but sigh a little. If it was 3 years ago, a woman like Lin Rolu would probably not even look at him more than once. And now, it was the initiative to throw herself at him. Unfortunately, Yi Chen directly pushed Lin Rolu away. This made Lin Rolu a little surprised. This was the first time that a man had rejected her. However, once she thought, Yi Chen was once the son-in-law of the Shen family, she was somewhat relieved. After all, at one time, Shen Aoxue in Jiangdu, that was definitely the goddess of goddesses. It was a pity that she had bet on the wrong treasure and ended up with a miserable and incomparable end. What Lin Rolu did not know was that Shen Aoxue had already been cured by Yi Chen. Its state, even better than before. Mr. Yi, I know, I'm not as pretty as Lin Rolu, but she's just a little girl. Only a mature woman like me can make you feel true happiness. Lin Rolu was not willing to give up. Her hand was once again placed on Yi Chen's ferocious mouth. Yi Chen wanted to leave directly. However, he was pulled back by Lin Rolu. The reason why she called Yi Chen out alone was, for one, to get Yi Chen on her side. Secondly, it was to stall for time. The old master was clearly dying. As long as it was delayed until the old master breathed his last, or, let divine Dr. Zhou treat the old master, then, Lin Ruoxi would have no chance of turning over again. Let go. Yi Chen frowned. I won't, Lin Rolu stubbornly said. Yi Chen turned around, reached out and pinched Lin Rolu, and said indifferently, could it be that you think I really won't kill you? Mr. Yi, let me be honest with you. I like you. From the first time I saw you, I liked you. Let's put it this way. If you want to help Lin Rolu, help her. I don't want you to do anything. I just need you to spend a happy time with me now. Lin Rolu looked at Yi Chen with charming eyes. Obviously, in order to stall for time, she couldn't care less. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was not a little cutie. He certainly knew that Lin Rolu wanted to stall for time. Unfortunately, what Lin Rolu didn't know was that stalling for time was useless to him. Not to mention that the old man was in such a state that he wouldn't be able to swallow his breath for a while. Even if he did, he could still save him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen pressed Lin Rolu against the wall. Since it had come to this, Yi Chen had no reason to refuse. There was no way. The current Yi Chen had Qilin blood flowing in his body. His resistance to women had been lowered a lot. Especially, the experience that white impermanence had given him that day was too wonderful. It made him stay back and forth. This Lin Rolu sent herself to the door, so it was not his fault. When Lin Rolu saw this, a glimmer of joy surfaced in her eyes. She had said that it was simply impossible for any man to resist her charm. Moreover, in terms of looks alone, Yi Chen looked that handsome. Lin Rolu was already very loose, so she actually turned passive into active. She turned around and pressed Yi Chen against the wall, then kissed over. At this moment, the people of the Lin family in the ward had different expressions on their faces. Lin Morold naturally knew what his daughter wanted to do. For this daughter of his, he knew very well, although there was a slight hint of discomfort in his heart. However, he was soon relieved. One must know that over the years, Lin Rolu, with her beauty, had also gained a lot of benefits for the family. So many times, Lin even turned a blind eye. He would even be glad that he had given birth to such a daughter who could come to things. However, just in case, he gave a wink to Divine Dr. Zhou. Divine Dr. Zhou instantly understood the will. He took advantage of the crowd's inattention and quietly flicked a silver needle towards Elder Lin on the sickbed. In the next moment, the various instruments around Elder Lin's side all began to emit alarming sounds. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? No, the old master can't hold on much longer. Divine Dr. Zhou, please quickly take action to treat the old master. The Lin family panicked at once. It wasn't that they cared about the old master so much. Rather, although, in today's Lin clan, it was Lin Ruoxi who was presiding over the big picture, but the majority of the shares could be in the hands of Elder Lin. This old master Lin has not even made a will. If he just left, this house full of descendants, shall not fight Dr. Zhou is not at all anxious. Pretending to flirt with said, Miss Lin is not already called the doctor to treat the old master, where there is still a need for me. What kind of divine doctor is he? That's right, being good at martial arts doesn't mean he can heal. We'll trust you, Divine Dr. Zhou, the Lin family urged. I can treat the old master, as long as Daryl signs this agreement. Divine Dr. Zhou stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Ruoxi, sign it. Do you want the old master to die before you'll sign it? The pressure was once again given to Lin Ruoxi. In the end, Lin Ruoxi could only sign helplessly. Originally, she thought that Yi Chen's appearance would bring her hope, but now it seems, Lin Ruoxi also understood her cousin's methods. It was only feared that at this time Yi Chen had. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was finally signing, Divine Dr. Zhou collected the agreement and then proceeded to start treating the old man. And in the lounge, Yi Chen and Lin Rolu were preparing to start a shocking battle. However, the door of the room was knocked at an inopportune time. Originally, the two were not going to pay any attention to it. However, they did not expect that the other party would keep knocking and knocking. Without a way out, Chen could only open the door. Lin Rolo put on her clothes in a panic, but they looked a little messy. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the two. Chen, it's really you. This woman standing in the doorway was no one else. It was clearly Chen's ex-wife, Shen Aoxue. After she was cured by Chen, she went to the hospital for a checkup, wanting to know how the body was doing. The doctor told her that the physical condition was surprisingly good, and congratulated Shen Aoxue for actually finding a kidney source that was such a good match for her. Only then did Shen Aoxue believe that Chen really had that amazing ability. However, right after she came out after the checkup, she saw Chen following a woman and walking into the lounge, so she came over even more. At first, she wasn't ready to knock on the door, but after the two of them had gone in for so long, she became a bit sullen. Especially, she also knew Lin Rolu. Knowing that Lin Rolu, this woman,